Zhang Mo unexpectedly traversed into a fantastical realm, landing in the heart of the 3,000 domains, in a venerable city of cultivators known as the Wanshang Divine Capital. As a mere mortal devoid of any formidable power, he fortunately awakened the system of the 10,000 Realms auction house. Suddenly, a magnificent pavilion, beyond description, descended upon the center of the Wanshang Divine Capital, rendering the entire city a mere backdrop. With the issuance of mysterious invitations through divine means, even the ancient beings who had existed for countless ages were stirred. At the outset, Zhang Mo chose to auction a millennium of lifespan. Upon the announcement, the ancient sovereigns from forbidden zones and the holy kings of immortal sanctuaries went into a frenzy. Thus, supreme scriptures, millennia of lifespan, various extraordinary physiques, and even forbidden techniques of celestial kings began to circulate from the auction house. The powerful beings across the primordial realms remarked, "In the Origin Treasure Pavilion, there is nothing you desire that cannot be acquired. If there is, it simply indicates your lack of sufficient wealth." Zhang Mo ascended to become the foremost taboo of the primordial realms, with every emperor and even celestial king as part of his network of connections. After endless epochs, Zhang Mo, under the name of the Origin Treasure Pavilion, reigned supreme over the heavens, dictating the course of eternity. Chapter 1. The Origin Treasure Pavilion. In the Wanshang Divine Capital, atop the Celestial Peak Mountain, this colossal mountain, piercing the heavens, was a symbol of the divine city, revered by countless cultivators. Yet today, it served merely as an accessory. A pavilion of indescribable grandeur quietly hovered above the Celestial Peak Mountain. Its structure was composed of an unknown material, resembling neither wood nor gold, enveloped in chaotic energy, with flashes of profound runes appearing and vanishing in an instant, so swiftly that one might think it an illusion. This was the Origin Treasure Pavilion, the auction house of Zhang Mo. Outside the pavilion, in the void, terrifying figures began to materialize. I did not expect you, the old man Qi Yang of the Nine Suns' Holy Land, to join us. Were you not in seclusion, striving for the Saint King realm? What brings you here, old man? Is your lifespan nearing its end, and you wish to try your luck?" A sinister voice echoed, as a swirling mass of black mist revealed an elder clad in a dark green robe, his face adorned with eerie demonic patterns. The Grand Elder of the Demon Path, the great saint of the Yaoquan Valley. The figure referred to as the Old Man Qiyang was an elder draped in a crimson robe with white hair and beard. He emanated an aura akin to a great sun, warping the surrounding space with its heat. Opening his eyes, golden pupils shot forth divine rays, coldly scrutinizing the great saint of Yaoquan. "Whether I come or not is of no concern to you. Aren't you afraid of being struck down in the streets, old demon?" Qiyang spoke without reservation. "Ha, just you." The great saint of Yaoquan cackled, and the tension between them escalated, an overwhelming pressure causing countless lowly cultivators in the Wanshang Divine Capital to tremble in fear. At that moment, a resounding phoenix cry echoed through the skies. A splendid chariot, drawn by 9 extraordinary phoenixes, glided across the void, gradually approaching. Within the chariot, curtains swayed, revealing a graceful figure. It is the phoenix sovereign of the 10,000 Beasts Holy Court. She has personally arrived. Someone gasped in astonishment. Qiyang and the great saint of Yaoquan exchanged glances, retracting their auras. Despite being great saints, they were still overshadowed by the phoenix sovereign, whose age and unfathomable strength eclipsed their own. Next, brilliant golden light erupted in the western sky as an ancient golden Buddha, towering to immense heights, appeared, reciting mantras, with 9 halos radiating from behind. The abbot of the 10,000 Buddhas temple, the golden cicada Saint King. In the east, a figure soared through the air, stepping upon an ancient long sword, its fierce sword intent threatening to split the heavens. The Grand Elder of the heaven-slaying sword sect, the Sword Heart Great Saint. One by one, these top-tier figures, capable of shaking the 3,000 domains with their presence, gathered at the entrance of the Origin Treasure Pavilion as if attending a grand market. They included lords of holy places, ancestors of ancient clans, and reclusive powerhouses, each representing a pinnacle of influence. They had all received a mysterious invitation, a seemingly ordinary black gold card that bypassed all their heavy restrictions, appearing directly in their secluded chambers. This alone signified an unfathomable level of power. As they gazed upon the ancient and majestic pavilion, their hearts brimmed with trepidation and speculation. What is the origin of this Treasure Pavilion? Why we never heard of it before? To deliver invitations to us with such stealth, the strength of its master must surpass our understanding. Look at that pavilion. Using my divine sight, I perceive only chaos, as if glimpsing the birth and annihilation of a universe. It pains my eyes, nearly causing my heart to falter, a powerful saint remarked, visibly shaken. Indeed, this place is shrouded in supreme principles. Our divine senses cannot penetrate it at all. Could this be the work of an emperor-level being? Impossible. The current emperors preside over the 9 heavens' immortal domain, overlooking the ages. Why would they come to the 3,000 domains to host an auction? If it were truly an emperor, whatever they desired, who in the primordial realms would dare deny them? Then who could it be? Perhaps a slumbering quasi-emperor emerging from the ancient forbidden zones? The great figures debated fervently, each racking their brains to recall every ancient existence they knew, yet none could match the mystery before them. Meanwhile, in the backstage lounge of the Treasure Pavilion, Zhang Mo was nervously chewing on a spirit herb provided by the system, intently observing a massive screen displaying the awe-inspiring sight of those great figures lined up outside. Goodness! System, you've truly outdone yourself this time, Zhang Mo exclaimed, exhaling a puff of smoke while feeling a sheen of sweat on his palms. The individuals on the screen, any one of whom could blow him and the entire earth away with a mere breath, were now gathered at his doorstep. Rest assured, host. Within the confines of the Treasure Pavilion, you are completely safe. No one can inflict harm upon you here. The system's mechanical voice resonated in Zhang Mo's mind. Safety is one thing, but I have to go out and host the auction. Zhang Mo raked his hands through his hair, feeling a prickling sensation on his scalp. As a mere mortal, standing before these titans, will I not be crushed by their gazes? The system has endowed the host with aura of the great Tao. In the eyes of external beings, you will appear unfathomable, impervious to any means of scrutiny. Please maintain your composure and embody the demeanor of a venerable sage. Venerable sage demeanor? How am I to maintain that? Should I stroke an imaginary beard and say, "You have all come?" Zhang Mo retorted. As an ordinary youth from the 21st century, he was suddenly thrust into this 10,000 realms auction house and bestowed with such an extraordinary establishment. The system informed him that he need only organize the auction with the items supplied by the system, and the profits could be exchanged for anything, including cultivation, techniques, bloodlines, or even an entirely new universe. That IT sounded splendid, yet the initial challenge was of hellish difficulty. The first auction was to feature only those who were great saints or above. All right, fortune favors the bold. I fear nothing. Zhang Mo extinguished the spirit herb, inhaled deeply, and addressed a nearby enchanting maid in a qipao, her gaze vacant yet striking. Xiaoya, prepare to open the doors to our guests. The maid named Xiaoya, a combat automaton gifted by the system, possessed strength comparable to a Saint King, but was solely responsible for security and hospitality, lacking independent consciousness. Yes, Pavilion Master, Xiaoya responded with a slight bow before turning to approach the entrance. Zhang Mo watched a retreating figure, then glanced back at the screen filled with the demolition crew awaiting entry, swallowing hard. May these great figures exhibit some common sense and refrain from causing a ruckus on my turf. Outside, the Sovereign Phoenix, the Saint King of the Golden Cicada, and other eminent figures stood in serene anticipation. They exhibited not a trace of impatience. In such a mysterious realm, it was only natural to adhere to its customs. To be kept waiting outside was, in their eyes, entirely justified to that moment. The ancient door, which had remained tightly shut for an extended period, as if fused with the very fabric of the cosmos, creaked open with a gentle squeak. An indescribable aura of antiquity, vastness, and grandeur emanated from within, and even the faintest hint of it sent waves of profound shock through the hearts and minds of all the great saints and Saint Kings present. They seemed to glimpse a fragment of long-lost ancient history and to hear the lament of epochs transitioning. All gaze was fixated intently on that slowly opening door. Chapter 2. The astonishing auction house. As the grand doors slowly swung open, the elegantly attired Xiaoya stood within, her expression impassive, offering a slight bow to the assembled guests. "Esteemed patrons, the master invites you in." Her voice resonated, cold and devoid of emotion, yet crystal clear, reaching the ears of every individual present. In an instant, the gaze of all the distinguished figures converged upon Xiaoya. The sage of the Crimson Sun's pupils constricted sharply. He found himself utterly unable to fathom the depths of this maidservant. She stood there, seemingly merging with the loft behind her, yet simultaneously existing apart from this realm, instilling within him an overwhelming sense of insignificance akin to facing the vast expanse of the cosmos. The Sage King felt this too, and more. The hidden beauty of the Phoenix Lord, shrouded behind a beaded curtain, also betrayed a flicker of gravity. As a Sage King, her perception was astute, yet, in the presence of this maid, she sensed only an unfathomable abyss. Could it be that a mere gatekeeper possessed power rivaling, or even exceeding that of a Sage King? This thought detonated within the minds of the elders, elevating their reverence for the Origin Treasure Pavilion to an unprecedented level. Such magnificence could not possibly be attributed to a mere imperial figure. Could it be that a living emperor had constructed this place, playing among mortals? In this moment, the once proud dignitaries felt their arrogance dissipate. The Sage of the Crimson Sun instinctively adjusted his robe, wary of any potential faux pas. "Please, allow the Celestial Maiden to guide us," the Sage King of the Golden Cicada said, hands clasped in reverence, as he took the first cautious step inside. As if embarking on a pilgrimage. Observing his cautious demeanor, the others followed suit. Upon entering, the scene that unfolded before them rendered them momentarily speechless. The internal space of the auction house was far grander than it appeared from the outside, resembling an independent microcosm. Above them, a resplendent river of stars flowed languidly, each celestial body radiating pure spiritual energy. The ground was adorned with warm white jade, naturally inscribed with intricate patterns, invigorating their spirits and sharpening their minds with every step. This was spirit-nourishing jade. Furthermore, it was the finest quality, naturally inscribed with Tao patterns. It was said to have only formed during the Primordial Chaos and had long since vanished. To think it was used as flooring here? A seasoned patriarch gasped, his voice trembling with disbelief. "Look at those chairs, crafted from the heartwood of the ancient Enlightenment tea tree. Sitting upon one for a day is equivalent to a century of arduous cultivation. Any single chair could incite a fierce competition among the sacred grounds. And the tea table before us, my heavens, this is void immortal gold. A complete slab of void immortal gold, the primary material for forging imperial weapons. Casually used as a table? Can you smell the tea fragrance? This is the 9-turn resurrection tea, a legendary brew said to restore life to the deceased and extend one's lifespan by a decade with a single sip. Here it is, merely offered as common refreshment?" Exclamations of astonishment echoed throughout the hall, as these typically unyielding and stoic figures of the sacred realm displayed the enthusiasm of naive children witnessing wonders for the first time. They surveyed their surroundings, every sight revealing treasures of legend, many of which only existed in the most ancient texts. The ornamental potted plants bore the saplings of the Huangzhong Li, which bore sacred fruits. The paintings and calligraphy adorning the walls contained complete laws of the Tao, each glance drawing them deeper into a trance, as if they could directly touch the essence of the Tao. In a corner lay an incense burner, remarkably a damaged weapon of a Sage King, with its incense capable of cleansing the soul purifying imperial essence. This is madness. This world must be mad. A tumultuous wave surged within every heart. Any single trinket here could spark a bloody storm in the outside world, potentially igniting a conflict of sacred proportions. Yet here, they were mere decorations. Such extravagance is terrifying. The Sage of the Abyss murmured, the demonic patterns on his face twitching. He had thought his heavenly demon valley was affluent enough, but compared to this, his possessions seemed like mere refuse. Amitba, the Sage King of the Golden Cicada, closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, forcing down his astonishment. The master of this domain possessed a depth and stature beyond our comprehension. We must merely await patiently. His words served as a reminder to the others. Indeed, in a place where imperial weapon materials were used as tea tables, and the ancient Enlightenment tea tree served as chairs, what manner of greatness must the master embody? Their prior speculations of an imperial figure or a slumbering old monster seemed laughable. This was undoubtedly a being transcending emperors, an unparalleled existence above all paths. In that moment, every individual straightened, not daring to breathe audibly. They gingerly lifted their cups, savoring the intoxicating aroma of the tea, yet hesitating to partake. What a folly it would be to consume such a divine brew without merit. Should the master take offense, none would escape this grand entrance. In the background, Zhang Mo observed the dignitaries, sitting upright like schoolchildren in class, and couldn't help but chuckle. "System, your decor package is impressive. It has truly left them in awe." Zhang Mo felt a surge of delight within. The so-called spirit-nourishing jade, ancient Enlightenment tea trees, and void immortal gold were merely templates provided by the system. Utterly worthless to him. As for the 9-turn resurrection tea, it was an inexhaustible supply from the system. He watched a sage figure cautiously sniff the tea's fragrance, his face reflecting a celestial ecstasy, nearly prompting Zhang Mo to laugh aloud. Is it really that exaggerated? It's just tea, akin to ordinary tea. Zhang Mo took a sip from his cup, savoring the taste. The host's mortal form cannot perceive the fragments of the Tao and the overwhelming vitality contained within. The system elucidated. Very well, let them believe it's extraordinary, Zhang Mo mused, adjusting the unremarkable black robe the system had prepared for him. Yet, under the system's Daoic aura, it would likely appear quite different to the elite crowd outside. With the atmosphere set, it was time for me, the esteemed elder, to make my entrance. Zhang Mo inhaled deeply, pushed open the lounge door, and strode towards the auction stage. His steps were light, yet they resonated distinctly in the expansive backstage corridor. In the auction hall, all dignitaries seemed to sense something, their heads rising in unison, their gazes fixated upon the auction podium. They understood. The main event was about to commence. The entire hall fell into a profound silence, as if even the air had solidified. Within the Phoenix Lord's carriage, the beaded curtain swayed gently, and the exquisite figure straightened. The sage king of the Golden Cicada lowered his gaze, murmuring Buddhist verses to calm his excited heart. What they were about to witness could be a living legend, an unparalleled existence emerging from the mythic era. Chapter 3. Is this just an appetizer? Amidst the stillness of anticipation, a figure gradually emerged from behind the high platform. Clad in a simple black long robe, devoid of ostentatious embellishments or imposing presence, his long black hair casually draped over his shoulders, his features strikingly ordinary. He resembled an unassuming neighbor. Yet, it was this seemingly mundane individual who made every sage present momentarily falter in their hearts. Ordinary? No. This was anything but ordinary. This was a return to simplicity. This was the essence of the Tao in its most unadorned form. In the eyes of these formidable beings, who often radiated divine light and imposing forms, Zhang Mo's ability to perfectly contain all aura, oppressive force, and fluctuations of the laws within himself, revealing not an ounce externally, was the most terrifying aspect of all. This indicates that his mastery over power has reached an astonishing realm, one that they can hardly comprehend. They attempted to probe with their divine consciousness, but as soon as it neared within 3 feet of Zhang Mo, it vanished without a trace. Like a clay ox sinking into the sea, they sought to glimpse its essence with their mystical sight, only to be met with a chaotic void, as if staring into the ultimate mysteries of the universe, causing their eyes to sting and their souls to tremble. It was utterly inscrutable. The Red Sun Sage felt a jolt of horror within. He stood there, seemingly transcending this realm of time and space, almost like an embodiment of the Tao. Amitba. This elder's realm has likely brushed against the domain of the immortals. The Golden Cicada Sage King felt a tumultuous wave within. The beautiful eyes of the Phoenix Lord, hidden behind a beaded curtain, sparkled with intrigue. Having lived through countless years, she considered herself well-versed in the world, even having had the fortune to catch a distant glimpse of a quasi-emperor's elegance. Yet, even a quasi-emperor still bore traces of the Tao, with fluctuations of the laws surrounding them. However, this lord before her exhibited none of that. The absence of any trace was the most terrifying aspect. This signified that he had surpassed the Tao, or rather, that he was the Tao itself. In an instant, a flurry of outrageous conjectures raced through everyone's minds. Meanwhile, our esteemed elder, Zhang Mo, was steadily making his way to the center of the auction stage, his heart racing with anxiety. Goodness! With so many formidable figures staring at me, the pressure is overwhelming. What is with their gazes? They seem like X-rays, attempting to see right through me. System. Is that aura of the Tao really reliable? They want to discover that I am merely a mediocre fighter, will they? Rest assured, host. The aura of the Tao provides the highest level of camouflage. Beneath the quasi-immortal emperor, none can see through it. Upon hearing the system's reassurance, Zhang Mo felt a slight sense of relief. He approached the auction platform, cleared his throat, and endeavored to appear composed. He mimicked the demeanor of the powerful figures he had seen in films, surveying the audience below. Instinctively, everyone straightened their backs, and some even nervously lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Observing this reaction, Zhang Mo felt a surge of confidence. It appeared that these dignitaries were indeed taken in by his act. Very well, I shall continue to play this role. Welcome, everyone, to my origin treasure pavilion, Zhang Mo began, his tone unassuming yet resonant enough to reach every corner of the hall without the aid of magic. This seemingly plain voice struck the audience's ears like the profound tones of the Tao. Without further ado, I assume you did not come to listen to my ramblings. Let us begin. Today, I have prepared some trinkets. I hope you will find them to your liking. Trinkets? At the mention of this term, the lips of the eminent figures present twitched involuntarily. What kind of treasures could possibly be deemed mere trinkets by such an existence? Their breaths quickened as their eyes fixed intently on the auction stage. Zhang Mo, noticing their reactions, chuckled inwardly and snapped his fingers. With this gesture, a glimmer of light illuminated the auction stage, and a jade box materialized before him. He casually opened the box to reveal a mystical herb, its body radiating a purple glow, with leaves dotted as if adorned by stars, resting within. A rich and potent fragrance of medicine instantly pervaded the entire hall. This is the purple essence star herb, and it is a perfect sacred medicine over 100,000 years old. A sage renowned for his alchemical prowess leaped from his seat, his voice trembling with excitement. What? 100,000-year-old purple essence star herb? Is this not long thought to be extinct? It is said to be the main ingredient for crafting the sacred king breaking through pill. Heavens! To start with such a high-grade treasure? Is this merely an appetizer? The hall erupted into an uproar. The purple essence star herb is a coveted treasure for sages and great sages alike, especially for those who have been stuck at a bottleneck for years. A single sacred king breaking through pill could mean a leap into the realm of the sage king. Is this truly the trinket the elder spoke of? The red sun sage felt his Tao heart being shaken. He had once ventured into a forbidden zone of life, seeking a similar sacred herb, nearly losing his life in the process, ultimately finding only a subpar specimen aged a mere few thousand years. Yet here, a perfect sacred herb aged 100,000 years was nonchalantly presented as an opening auction item. Zhang Mo reveled in the astonished expressions of the crowd below. The purple essence star herb was priced at 100 auction points in the system's marketplace, and he had been granted a generous 1,000,000 points to start. To him, it was as inconsequential as cabbage. One purple essence star herb, aged 100,000 years, Zhang Mo lazily announced. Starting bid, 100 strands of sacred Tao essence. Each subsequent bid must be no less than 10 strands. Sacred Tao essence is the energy essence that only those at the sacred realm can condense, serving as the hard currency in transactions between those above the sacred realm. I bid 110 strands. A hasty voice rang out as soon as Zhang Mo finished speaking. 130 strands. I want this item. No one dare compete with me. Humph, absurd. 150 strands. I bid 200 strands. The price soared rapidly, easily surpassing 300 strands in the blink of an eye. All the bidders were formidable beings, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Zhang Mo watched them compete, feeling as if he were merely observing a film. Soon, the first auction item was sold for 350 strands of sacred Tao essence to a great sage, whose face flushed with excitement. As if he had stumbled upon an incredible bargain, Zhang Mo nonchalantly waved his hand, and the purple essence star herb floated before the great sage. Next, Zhang Mo snapped his fingers again. The second item, a broken Tao shuttle, a fragment of a sacred king weapon, yet it contains a sliver of complete spatial law, highly effective for comprehending the Tao of space. A silver shuttle, palm-sized and cracked, appeared on the stage. Starting bid, 200 strands of sacred Tao essence. I bid 250, 300, 350. Another frenzy of bidding ensued. Subsequently, Zhang Mo unveiled several more items capable of inciting a sensation in the outside world. There were stones imbued with the essence of reincarnation, the complete blood of an ancient demon sage, and a fragmentary ancient scripture that pointed towards the Sage King realm. Each item drove the eminent figures present into a frenzy, depleting their amassed wealth at an alarming rate. The atmosphere of the entire auction hall was ablaze with excitement. Everyone was consumed with greed, willing to sacrifice everything for the treasures they coveted. As Zhang Mo observed all of this, a singular thought occupied his mind. These distinguished figures are truly wealthy. He watched the points in his system account soar, a grin nearly splitting his face. Yet, he remained oblivious to how his nonchalant demeanor shocked the crowd below. This elder, so unfazed by the ancient scriptures of the Sage King, who exactly is he? It is terrifying. Any one of these treasures could serve as a cornerstone of a sect. Yet here they are treated like roadside cabbage at his auction. From this day forth, the name Origin Treasure Pavilion shall resound throughout the myriad realms of the cosmos. Chapter 4. The Sage King takes action. The atmosphere of the auction grew increasingly fervent. The earlier appetizers had completely ignited everyone's enthusiasm and wallets. Those who had secured treasures were elated, feeling they had struck a tremendous deal, while those who had missed out were filled with regret. their hearts aflame with anticipation for the upcoming items. Observing that the moment was right, Zhang Mo cleared his throat and spoke once more. All right, the warm-up is over. Next, let us present something of greater significance. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the entire venue fell silent. All ears perked up in anticipation. Warm-up over? What had just been presented, treasures capable of making even the saints of the Holy Land break their heads, was merely a prelude. What kind of astonishing marvels lay in wait? Even the ever-composed Saint King Jinshan, who had been meditating in tranquility, and the enigmatic Phoenix Lord behind the beaded curtain, opened their eyes, curiosity glimmering within. Zhang Mo reveled in the attention of the assembled crowd. With a snap of his fingers, a brilliance ignited upon the auction stage, surpassing any illumination that had come before. As the light dissipated, an ancient beast-hide scroll gently floated in midair. The scroll bore no inscriptions, only an image, a colossal beast that resembled a Qilin, adorned with a dragon's head and phoenix wings, its body resplendent with arcane golden scales, roaring towards the heavens as if to shatter the very stars above. A wild, domineering, and supreme aura emanated from the painting. Merely gazing upon it, several high-ranking demon saints felt their bloodlines surge uncontrollably, trembling with an impulse to prostrate in reverence. This was the fabled illustrated compendium of 10,000 demons. For the first time, a tremor of excitement rippled through the voice of the Phoenix Lord within the carriage of the demon sovereign, breaking her previous calm demeanor. What? It is indeed the illustrated compendium of 10,000 demons. Legend has it that this supreme scripture was crafted by one of the most ancient ancestors of the demon race, the primordial demon emperor, containing unparalleled methods to ascend to the realm of the demon emperor. Impossible. Wasn't the illustrated compendium lost during the great battle of antiquity? How could it possibly reappear here? The crowd erupted into a frenzy. If the prior treasures merely stirred the hearts of the saints, this illustrated compendium was an artifact capable of driving all Saint Kings to madness. Especially for the demon race, it was nothing short of a supreme relic. Phoenix Lord, is this truly the illustrated compendium? The Saint King Qiang could not help but inquire. From behind the beaded curtain, the Phoenix Lord inhaled deeply. Her voice grave as she affirmed, there is no mistake. That stirring from the deepest recesses of the bloodline, the unique imperial might belonging to the primordial demon emperor, undoubtedly signifies the authenticity of the illustrated compendium. Yet, it appears to be but a fragment. Zhang Mo nodded, adding, indeed, this is merely one volume of the illustrated compendium, chronicling insights and secret methods from the peak of the Saint King realm to the threshold of the quasi-emperor. Boom. If the earlier commotion was merely a simmer, now the entire hall seemed poised to explode. The phrase, methods to ascend to the quasi-emperor realm, struck each Saint King's heart like a thunderclap. At their level, advancing further was as daunting as scaling the heavens. Countless formidable beings remained trapped at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm, unable to take that half-step forward until their lifespans were extinguished. The quasi-emperor represented a different echelon, standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid. And now, a beacon leading to the quasi-emperor lay vividly before them. Elder, how shall this item be auctioned? An aged voice resonated from a nondescript corner. The crowd turned to see a frail old man in gray robes, whose presence seemed on the verge of fading into the ether. Yet, those who recognized him felt a chill. It was the ancestor of the Chongqing Lin family. Had he not already passed into the afterlife 5,000 years ago? Yet, he still lived. This was a genuine top-tier Saint King, rumored to have once confronted a quasi-emperor and emerged unscathed. At this moment, the murky gaze of the Lin family ancestor ignited with unprecedented brilliance, fixated intently on the beast-hide scroll. For a creature nearing the end of its lifespan, any glimmer of hope for breakthrough was worth any price. Saint King Jinshan also clasped his hands together, uttering a solemn Buddhist chant, his demeanor unusually grave. Although a monk of the Buddha's teachings, he too yearned for a higher realm to explore the ultimate truths of Buddhism. And the Phoenix Lord of the 10,000 Demon Sovereign was determined to obtain it. This was, after all, the supreme scripture of their demon race. And now that it had resurfaced, she would not allow it to slip away. Zhang Mo observed the silent exchange of glances, crackling with tension, between these top-tier Saint Kings, and felt elated. Let them fight. No, let them bid. The fiercer their bidding, the more points I shall accumulate. The starting bid for the fragment of the illustrated compendium of 10,000 demons was set at 1,000 strands of the essence of the holy path, or equivalent treasures of celestial materials and divine gold. Zhang Mo paused, then added, of course, if anyone can present an emperor scripture or emperor weapon, they may take it directly. The crowd fell into speechlessness. Emperor scriptures? Emperor weapons? What a jest! Such items are the embodiment of an era's fortune. Instruments of an emperor's enlightenment. Who would dare to part with them? Even if one possessed them, who would risk their life to present them? It would be akin to inviting doom upon oneself. I offer 100 pounds of star sand. The Lin family ancestor was the first to speak, dropping a bombshell. Star sand, a divine material born from the core of stars after eons of evolution, is the ultimate substance for forging Saint King weapons. 100 pounds far exceeded the value of 1,000 strands of the essence of the holy path. Amitba, Saint King Jinshan chanted. I am willing to exchange 3 Bodhi seeds. What? The treasure of the 10,000 Buddha's temple, taking 30,000 years to mature into a single seed? It is said that 1 Bodhi seed can instantly lead one to meditation, revealing the true essence of one's heart and significantly increasing the chances of breakthrough. Saint King Jinshan actually produced 3 at once. The crowd gasped in astonishment. However, the Phoenix Lord in her carriage merely chuckled lightly. We of the 10,000 Demon Sovereign are willing to exchange a replica of the heart of the Demon Emperor. As soon as her words fell, the hall fell into a profound silence. The heart of the Demon Emperor, a supreme divine artifact formed from the heart of the primordial Demon Emperor after his demise, contains the primal power of the Demon Emperor. Although merely a replica, it was crafted with immense effort by generations of powerful demons, emulating the true heart of the Demon Emperor, and qualifies as a quasi-emperor artifact. Its worth transcends any measure of the essence of the holy path. The expressions of the Lin family ancestor and Saint King Jinshan darkened. They understood that in terms of wealth and desire for this treasure, they could not compete with the Phoenix Lord, the sovereign of the demon race. Is there anything higher? Zhang Mo inquired languidly, his heart brimming with delight. Acquiring a quasi-emperor artifact was a tremendous windfall. The Lin family ancestor and Saint King Jinshan fell into silence. Despite their substantial resources, they could not produce anything more precious than a quasi-emperor artifact. Very well, since no one is raising the bid, Zhang Mo declared decisively. This volume of the illustrated compendium of 10,000 demons shall belong to. Just then, a calm, yet authoritative voice resonated from an independent box on the second floor. This voice, though soft, seemed to echo within the souls of every individual present, causing all saint-level beings, including the top-tier saint kings like the Phoenix Lord and Saint King Jinshan, to feel a shiver as if an ancient divine mountain pressed upon their hearts. A quasi-emperor. Saint King Qiyang exclaimed, his color draining from his face. All eyes in the hall turned in shock towards the second-floor box that had previously gone unnoticed. There, an aura had materialized, one that loomed above all beings and surveyed the temporal expanse with terrifying might. Chapter 5. The arrival of the quasi-emperor. As that voice rang out, the very air within the auction hall seemed to solidify. Time, space, light, everything fell into an eerie stasis. All saints, great saints, even the Phoenix Lord and Saint King Jinshan, experienced an overwhelming sensation as if an invisible hand had grasped their very souls, dulling their thoughts to an excruciating crawl. This was an absolute suppression at the level of existence. A quasi-emperor truly had descended. Which ancient being could it be? Was it the one from the grave of immortals, or the master of the sea of reincarnation? Good heavens, even such a being had been stirred. Waves of astonishment surged within countless hearts, yet their bodies remained frozen, locked in place, their faces betraying a mixture of terror and reverence. The quasi-emperor, a half-step away from true imperial status, although not yet a sovereign of the ages, possesses power that transcends the realm of the saintly. They are living legends, walking taboos, capable of shattering galaxies with a mere thought or erasing sacred lands in their fury. In the 3,000 realms, it has been countless millennia since a quasi-emperor has graced the world. Everyone believed they had long since succumbed to slumber in the celestial domain or some forbidden depths. Yet today, they have unexpectedly appeared here. Only a few saintly kings can barely maintain their composure. The pearl curtains of the phoenix chariot sway violently, revealing their owner's inner turmoil. The Saint King of the golden cicada beads with cold sweat. The beads in his hand have ceased their rotation. The aging ancestor of the Lin family pales, the flicker of hope in his eyes extinguished in an instant. Before a quasi-emperor, these so-called saintly kings are no different from ants. Forget about contending for the myriad demon compendium. With a single thought, the other could obliterate their very beings. However, amidst this suffocating pressure, there is one exception. On the auction stage, Zhang Mo remains lazily standing, appearing utterly unfazed by the atmosphere. In truth, he feels nothing at all. Under the protective rules of the Origin Treasure Pavilion, not even the pressure of a quasi-emperor, nor the presence of an emperor could faze him. It is as gentle as a breeze upon his face. Curiously, he lifts his gaze to the darkened box on the second floor. Did someone just speak? Zhang Mo muses. The voice appeared quite imposing, almost echoing. Unbeknownst to him, the guest in box number 1 on the second floor is labeled as a high-value client, red, on his system panel. Guest in box number 1. Did you just say something? Are you raising the bid? Zhang Mo picks up the small hammer on the table and taps it twice, abruptly shattering the silence. The crisp sound of the strikes reverberates like thunder, awakening all who were dazed by the overwhelming pressure. Everyone snaps back to reality, gazing at Zhang Mo with a mix of disbelief and awe. What had he just done? He had the audacity to strike the table and interrupt the dignity of a quasi-emperor? Moreover, he had inquired with a tone reminiscent of a market vendor asking if someone still wanted that cabbage. The Saint of the Crimson Sun feels his worldview crumbling. He had once had the fortune to witness a quasi-emperor's might from afar at the end of the ancient starry path. Even a mere hint of their aura had collapsed the eternal starry skies. Yet now, this pavilion master dares to treat a quasi-emperor with such a reverence? The Phoenix Master and the Saint King of the Golden Cicada are equally bewildered. They reflect on what they would do if faced with a quasi-emperor. They wouldn't dare to even stand, let alone strike a table, and would have long since knelt in reverence. Yet this pavilion master, unfazed, displays an expression of impatience as if to say, "Are you buying or not? If not, I'll sell it to someone else." What does this imply? It indicates that in this pavilion master's eyes, a quasi-emperor holds no distinction from them, the saintly kings. He regards the quasi-emperor with utter disdain. This conclusion sends a chill down everyone's spine, leaving them feeling numb, their hands and feet icy. What kind of terrifying existence must one be to regard a quasi-emperor with such indifference? An emperor? Perhaps a celestial being? The legendary true immortal, who has long transcended the 3 realms and is beyond the 5 elements, immortal and everlasting. In an instant, the mental circuits of all the prominent figures have once again soared to unprecedented heights. Their gazes toward Zhang Mo have shifted from awe to fervent admiration. The box on the second floor fell into silence for a moment. Even the quasi-emperor seems taken aback by Zhang Mo's reaction. After a few seconds, that imposing voice resonates once more, but this time, it is noticeably devoid of its oppressive weight, adopting a much more tranquil tone. This seat is willing to exchange a fragment of chaos stone for this scroll. As the words fall, a stone, the size of a fist, gray and seemingly containing the essence of an uncreated universe, materializes on the auction stage. The moment it appears, the surrounding space emits a groan of unbearable pressure, tiny spatial fissures flickering into existence around it. Chaos Stone, an unparalleled divine object that existed before the creation of the heavens and the earth. Heavens. Such a sizable piece of Chaos Stone could serve as the heart of a grand world. Its value surpasses even some incomplete imperial artifacts. The intervention of a quasi-emperor is indeed extraordinary. Once again, the crowd is astounded by this grand gesture. Upon seeing the Chaos Stone, the Phoenix Master's beautiful eyes behind the pearl curtains flash with a hint of struggle and reluctance, but ultimately, it transforms into a soft sigh. Although her imitation of an imperial artifact is precious, it pales in comparison to a complete piece of Chaos Stone. She knows she cannot compete. Zhang Mo gazes at the stone on the stage, then checks the appraisal and valuation provided by the system. Item: Chaos Stone, small piece. Description: a divine treasure born before the differentiation of the primordial chaos, containing a thread of chaotic primordial law. It is a top-tier material for refining celestial artifacts, and can also be used to open and stabilize cave heavens. Valuation: 800,000 auction points. 800,000. Zhang Mo feels an exuberant joy within. It is worth noting that the Phoenix Master's imitation of the imperial artifact is estimated by the system at around 500,000 points. This fragmented stone is even more valuable than the imitation of the imperial artifact. This is it. He has truly struck it rich this time. He stifles the urge to burst into laughter, maintaining an air of composure as he scans the audience below. Is there anyone else who wishes to raise the bid? The hall falls into a profound silence. Who would dare to compete with a quasi-emperor for an item? Moreover, the other party has offered a divine object far exceeding the value of the Myriad Demon Compendium itself. Anyone who dares to speak up would not be raising the bid. But courting death. Very well. Zhang Mo picks up the small hammer and decisively strikes down. Sold. As soon as he finishes speaking, the Myriad Demon Compendium transforms into a stream of light, soaring into the box on the second floor, while the Chaos Stone is casually collected by Zhang Mo, as if he were picking up a pebble from the roadside. This scene leaves an indelible mark on everyone's hearts. Even a divine object like the Chaos Stone appears so trivial in his eyes. The realm of this pavilion master has truly transcended their wildest imaginations. Chapter 6. The finale auction item. With the auction of the Myriad Demon Compendium concluded, the ripples it created continue to reverberate. The descent of a living quasi-emperor, alongside the offering of a divine object such as the Chaos Stone, has elevated the level of this auction to an inconceivable height. Everyone realizes they may be witnessing a historic moment today. The name of the origin Treasure Pavilion is destined to resonate throughout the heavens. The pavilion master's nonchalant demeanor, treating the quasi-emperor as if they were inconsequential, further enhances his image in the minds of the crowd, rendering it increasingly mysterious and majestic. Senior, may I ask what the next auction item is? A daring saint cannot help but inquire. His question echoes the thoughts of all present. If even the secret arts of the quasi-emperor can only be considered somewhat respectable, what could the true finale be? A complete imperial scripture? An unblemished imperial artifact? Or perhaps the legendary opportunity that allows one to ascend to emperor status in a single step? In an instant, the breaths of all present become heavy, their eyes filled with anticipation and fervor. Even the quasi-emperor in the box on the second floor casts a glance of interest, clearly intrigued by the ultimate item to be auctioned. Zhang Mo surveys the eager, glowing eyes in the audience, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This is the effect he desires: to elevate the atmosphere to its zenith, ensuring that when the final treasure is unveiled, it will fetch an astronomical price. Clearing his throat, he leisurely states, "Do not rush. There will certainly be a grand finale. However, before that, there are a few minor items to clear from inventory." Clear inventory? Upon hearing these three words, the great figures felt a sharp pang in their hearts. They had now developed a psychological shadow regarding the little things and inventory clearance spoken of by this elder. Indeed, as Zhang Mo's words faded, he waved his hand, and three items clinked into existence upon the auction stage. To the left lay an ancient bronze shield, adorned with intricate engravings of the sun, moon, and stars, emanating an aura of weightiness and immortality. In the center rested a peculiar heart, the size of a fist, entirely crimson, as if molten lava flowed within it. To the right was a tattered formation diagram, its lines interwoven to vaguely form a corner of an unparalleled killing array. Merely gazing upon it sent shivers down one's spine, as though one could be torn apart by boundless sword chi. The leftmost item, the Star Barrier, was an unparalleled defensive sacred weapon, nearly reaching the level of a quasi-emperor weapon. It was forged from the spine and innate star of a peak Saint King, capable of withstanding a quasi-emperor's strike without issue. The central piece, the heart of the flame dragon, was the heart of an ancient pureblood flame dragon Saint King, containing the essence of its lifelong comprehension of fire laws. Consuming it would depend solely on one's own fortune. The rightmost item, the fragment of the annihilation arrays diagram, needed no introduction. Those who understood would know its significance. Zhang Mo, resembling a vendor clearing out stock, casually introduced the items. The starting bid for this bundled auction was 3,000 strands of sacred path essence. The audience below had become utterly numb. A sacred weapon nearly akin to a quasi-emperor's? The heart of a pureblood dragon king? A fragment of the annihilation arrays diagram? Each of these items, presented individually, could incite fierce competition among Saint Kings, even drawing the attention of quasi-emperors. Yet now, this elder treated them as mere inventory, bundled for clearance? One saintly sect leader pressed his hand to his chest, feeling as though the heart of his Tao, cultivated over tens of thousands of years, had been shaken more profoundly in this single evening than in the past 10 millennia combined. The elder's inventory surpassed even the treasured artifacts of his own sect. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? Enough, I need a moment of silence. After a brief, suffocating silence, chaos erupted in bidding. These three treasures represented strategic resources capable of significantly enhancing the foundation of any sect or family. I bid 3,500 strands. For 1,000 strands, plus a millennium's worth of water vein from my Tianxue sect, we offer 5,000 strands and an ancient thunder pool. The price skyrocketed, and ultimately, the three items were acquired by several major sects at a staggering figure. After the transaction, the expressions of the various sect leaders were a mix of pain and ecstasy, complex beyond measure. Zhang Mo, observing the points in the background surge, felt a wave of satisfaction. Well then, the inventory has been cleared. He clapped his hands to garner everyone's attention. Next, we present the final and truly pivotal item of this auction. It has arrived. Finally, everyone held their breath, their hearts racing. The Phoenix Master, the Golden Cicada Saint King, the ancestral patriarch of the Lin family. These top-tier Saint Kings wore unprecedented solemn expressions. In the second floor box, the aura of a quasi-emperor exhibited a barely perceptible fluctuation, clearly anticipating this moment. What kind of treasure could this mysterious auctioneer place in such high regard? Something that could surpass quasi-emperor's secret arts, chaotic stones, and the annihilation array? Could it truly be an imperial weapon? Or perhaps the legendary 9-transformation immortal pill that could reverse fate and grant a second life? Amidst the tense, expectant, and speculative gazes, Zhang Mo smiled enigmatically. Instead of revealing the item directly as before, he snapped his fingers, causing a vast luminous screen to materialize above the auction stage. Gradually, a line of gilded characters emerged upon the screen. The script was robust and ancient, each stroke seemingly infused with the profound principles of heaven and earth. Yet what truly shook the spectators, causing their pupils to tremble and their minds to falter, was the content of those words. Final auction item, Millennium Lifespan. These 4 brief words struck every individual like a bolt of divine thunder, crashing down upon their consciousness. The entire auction hall fell into a profound silence. A pin drop could be heard. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, as if their very souls had been wrenched from their bodies. Millennium Lifespan. Chapter 7. Millennium Lifespan Silence. An oppressive silence. Time seemed to pause at that moment. The auction hall was filled with the most elite beings from 3,000 realms. They were saints, great saints, Saint Kings, and ancient beings who had lived for tens of thousands of years or longer. They had witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties and the transitions of sacred lands. Their states of mind were as solid as rock, unyielding in the face of calamity. Yet now, every face bore the same expression, dazed, bewildered, and a profound shock that words could scarcely describe. "Am I seeing things?" murmured a great saint, his voice dry as if sandpapered. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked back at the screen. The 5 gilded characters still hung there, each stroke hammering at his heart. Final auction item, Millennium Lifespan. Lifespan could be auctioned? The Red Sun Saint felt his understanding of the world completely overturned. Cultivators defy heaven, contending for life itself. Each breakthrough in realm not only brings an increase in power, but also an extension of lifespan. From a millennium in the Golden Core stage to 10,000 years in the Saint realm, and up to 1,000,000 years for an emperor. Lifespan is the fundamental measure of how far a cultivator can go. It embodies the laws of heaven and earth, symbolizing the level of life. Throughout history, there have been treasures that increase lifespan, such as the previously auctioned 9-turn resurrection tea and certain legendary divine medicines and immortal fruits. However, these typically offered limited extensions, often only decades or a century, or came with significant restrictions. Many could only be consumed once. Subsequent uses would diminish their effectiveness or render them entirely useless. Moreover, as one ascends to higher realms, the difficulty of extending lifespan grows exponentially. For beings at the level of Saint Kings and quasi-emperors, their life forms have nearly transcended the Tao. Ordinary longevity elixirs have virtually lost their effect. Otherwise, history would not have seen so many extraordinary quasi-emperors succumb to the depletion of their lifespan. Yet now, the Origin Treasure Pavilion had audaciously placed lifespan itself on the auction block, and they began with a full millennium. A millennium, for a mortal, that represents many lifetimes. For a Saint King nearing the end of their lifespan, this millennium signifies an opportunity to strive for the quasi-emperor realm. For a quasi-emperor on the brink of exhaustion, this millennium means a chance to awaken from slumber and reclaim a shot at the imperial throne. This transcends mere treasure. It is life itself, an opportunity to defy fate. The world has gone mad. The great saint of the abyssal spring stared blankly, repeatedly muttering this phrase. As a formidable figure of the demonic path, he prided himself on witnessing countless acts of madness, yet none could compare to the spectacle before him. Amitba, the golden cicada Saint King, trembled violently, unable to hold on to his prayer beads, which scattered across the floor. His eyes, once as tranquil as a deep well, now brimmed with unprecedented desire and excitement. Although he was a top-tier Saint King, he too was but 3,000 years away from the end of his lifespan. The most outrageous display of behavior came from the ancient patriarch of the Chongqing Lin family, who suddenly leapt from his chair. His body, previously withered like decaying wood, now radiated an astonishing vitality. His murky eyes sparkled with an alarming brightness as they fixated on the auction stage, his breath coming in heavy gasps like a bellows. Is the lifespan of 1,000 years truly real? His voice was hoarse and urgent, brimming with insatiable longing. He had less than 500 years left to live. For one of his caliber, 500 years was but a fleeting moment, insufficient even for a single retreat. He had succumbed to despair, prepared to face death with equanimity. Yet now, hope had inexplicably struck him like a bolt from the blue. 1,000 years. If he could acquire this 1,000-year lifespan, he would have ample time to strive for the coveted realm of Quasi-Emperor. In contrast to their excitement, the Phoenix Lord in the carriage of the 10,000 Demons' sacred hall, though equally shaken, felt a deeper sense of astonishment and trepidation. Being relatively young, she was far from her lifespan's limit, allowing her to contemplate a pressing question more calmly. How could this master, who so casually presented a concept as fundamental to the essence of existence as lifespan, wield such tremendous power? Was it creation? Was it life? Or perhaps time? Each possibility pointed toward an answer she dared not ponder deeply. This master could possibly transcend the simple notion of an immortal being. He might be an emperor who commands the very essence of heaven and earth. As the entire hall fell into a stupor at these 5 words, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from a private box on the 2nd floor. This aura was no longer the previous majesty and calm. Instead, it was filled with excitement, ecstasy, and a madness willing to pay any price. Boom. The void surrounding the box shattered under this overwhelming force, transforming into a chaotic expanse. The Quasi-Emperor had lost composure. This ancient being, who had existed for countless millennia and whose heart was as placid as still water, was utterly unguarded upon seeing the 4 characters' 1,000-year lifespan. To him, no matter the chaotic stone or the imperial scriptures, nothing held more significance than this 1,000-year lifespan. Because he too was nearing death, Zhang Mo observed the expressions of the powerful figures below, each as if struck by lightning, and felt an immense sense of satisfaction. This 1,000-year lifespan was priced at 500,000 points in the system's marketplace. He had previously hesitated about whether to present it as the grand finale, but now it seemed to have an extraordinary effect. With great satisfaction, he watched the explosive reaction from the Quasi-Emperor's box, internally remarking, "Ah, this high-value red client is quite adept at displaying emotions, a remarkable actor indeed." He remained blissfully unaware that their excitement stemmed from an uncontrollable surge of power. Clearing his throat, he leisurely declared, "It appears that everyone is quite interested in this final auction item. This item, known as the source of life essence, is refined from the material of longevity." Zhang Mo maintained a stoic expression as he exaggerated the item's qualities, proclaiming, upon consumption, "It bestows a direct replenishment of 1,000 years of lifespan. It has no side effects and does not conflict with any longevity-enhancing substances. Its effects are immediate." As soon as he finished speaking, a crystal vial, no larger than a thumb and containing a single drop of golden liquid, appeared on the auction stage. That drop of golden liquid seemed to possess its own life, gently pulsating within the vial, each pulse radiating an overwhelming vitality that could revive all living things. 1,000 years. This phrase struck like a heavy hammer against the heart of the Quasi-Emperor in the box above. 1,000 years. For one in his waning state, 1,000 years was enough to accomplish innumerable things. This item starts with no opening bid. Zhang Mo paused, revealing a devilish smile. "There is no starting price. You may begin bidding. The highest bidder wins." Chapter 8. Quasi-Emperor joins the fray. When Zhang Mo uttered the words "no starting price," the air in the auction hall became thick and searing. Everyone's eyes turned bloodshot. The absence of a starting price indicated that the value of this item transcended any conventional monetary measure. It signified that the ensuing competition would be the most primal and ruthless of struggles. "I am willing to offer 30% of the accumulated treasure of the Changxing Lin family, along with a vow of eternal loyalty to the origin Treasure Pavilion after my death, in exchange for this item." The first to speak was the patriarch of the Changxing Lin family. He did not name any specific treasures, but staked the entire future of his clan. For a lineage that had endured for millions of years, the value of 30% of their treasure was astronomical. Coupled with the promise of loyalty from a saintly family, this offer was indeed substantial. However, as soon as he finished, a chilling voice echoed through the hall. "Old Lin, keep your meager possessions for your coffin." The voice belonged to the great saint of the Yinquan, filled with madness. "I, from the Tianma Valley, offer the 100-year control of the Wanmagu. Furthermore, I, Yinquan, am willing to serve as your dog for 1,000 years." A collective gasp resonated throughout the hall. The Wanmagu was the foundation of the Tianma Valley, one of the most renowned demon lands in the 3,000 realms, teeming with countless celestial demons and serving as the core area for disciples to cultivate and acquire resources. Surrendering 100 years of control would nearly cripple the Tianma Valley. Moreover, For a great saint to willingly offer themselves as a servant for a millennium was unprecedented. Umitba. The golden cicada Saint King chanted a Buddhist phrase, yet his expression was far from benevolent. It was resolute. I, the monk, am willing to exchange 3 sacred treasures of my Wanfo temple, the past sutra, future scroll, and the diamond pestle, to procure this item. Boom. The crowd erupted once more. The 3 sacred treasures of the Wanfo temple dated back to the era of the ancient Buddha, and when combined, they were said to form a quasi-emperor-level Buddhist array of immense power. The golden cicada Saint King was willing to part with his ultimate treasures. We, from the 10,000 Demons Sacred Hall, offer the Tianyao Slayer's Saint Halberd, along with 3 drops of the Phoenix Lord's essence blood. From behind the curtain, the Phoenix Lord's voice also bore a tinge of urgency. The Tianyao Slayer's Saint Halberd was a quasi-emperor weapon left behind by another demon saint. Although it paled in comparison to the heart of the demon emperor, it was indeed a genuine quasi-emperor artifact. Each drop of the Phoenix Lord's essence blood contained a portion of her cultivation and vitality. 3 drops could cause her to regress hundreds of years in power. For the sake of this 1,000-year lifespan, these saintly figures had all gone mad. The stakes they offered grew increasingly terrifying and outrageous. Sacred weapons, divine materials, ancient scriptures, secret realms, territories, even their own freedom and dignity. Everything they could put forth became a wager in this grand gamble. Zhang Mo sat at the auction stage, watching the system's automatic calculations of the ever-escalating point values, his grin stretching almost to his ears. Increase. Keep increasing. Don't stop, he fervently urged within, while maintaining an exterior of calm indifference, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned sage. Just as the crowd below was on the verge of a heated confrontation, a commanding voice resonated once more from the second-floor box. Enough. Just 2 words, yet they carried an undeniable authority. The frenzied bidding abruptly ceased. All the saintly figures turned pale, reluctantly closing their mouths. In the face of absolute power, no amount of wealth or promises could stand firm. They understood that once this quasi-emperor formally entered the fray, the contest would no longer concern them. All eyes converged on the shattered box, eager to discern what this living legend would offer in exchange for such a remarkably precious 1,000-year lifespan. The box remained silent for a moment, as if weighing its options. After a considerable pause, that voice finally resonated once more. I am the Supreme Emperor of the Void. As he introduced himself, the name of the Supreme Emperor of the Void reverberated through the hall, causing the countenances of several venerable sage kings, such as the ancestral figure of the Lin family and the sage king of Golden Cicada, to alter dramatically. It is he. 300,000 years ago, he single-handedly battled 3 foreign quasi-emperors and slayed 2 of them, only to retreat due to injuries caused by his Tao. It was rumored that he had long since attained eternal rest in the depths of the Void's forbidden land, yet here he stands, alive. This is a legend. A figure who once illuminated an era, nearly achieving the status of an emperor. I am willing to offer 3 items in exchange for this life essence. The voice of the Supreme Emperor of the Void continued. First, the complete volume of the ancient text of the Void. This represents the culmination of my lifelong pursuit of the Tao, directly leading to the pinnacle of quasi-emperorship. Second, a piece of celestial tears gold from the Void. This material was acquired during my travels through the chaotic Void and is a divine substance for crafting celestial artifacts. Thirdly, the Supreme Emperor paused, his tone becoming exceedingly solemn. Your esteemed position is lofty. Thus, you do not require the trivial efforts of a junior. However, in the vastness of heaven and earth, many secret realms and ancient mysteries remain elusive, even to those of imperial stature. Should you seek something in the future, the entire imperial clan and the accumulated intelligence of millennia, along with ancient texts, can serve as your guide. Boom. If the first 2 items merely astonished the crowd with the emperor's vast wealth, the third condition sent shivers down their spines and made their souls tremble. What does this signify? It signifies that whenever you wish, you can summon a quasi-emperor to obliterate any adversaries. What a terrifying price. How ruthless. The Sage of Crimson Sun murmured. This emperor has truly wagered everything for longevity. The ancestral figure of the Lin family wore a bitter smile, realizing that all hope was lost. Not even 10 more generations of the long-lived Lin family could compare to a single promise from a quasi-emperor. The Phoenix Monarch and the Sage King of Golden Cicada could only sigh helplessly. This price exceeds the limits of their competition. Zhang Mo, seated on the platform, felt a tempest of emotions within. A quasi-emperor's enforcer? I could exchange points for a powerful emperor. He gazed at the system panel, where the valuation of the third condition trailed behind a long string of question marks. indicating even the system could not accurately assess its worth. Warning: a transaction involving significant causality has been detected. Do you accept? Accept, Zhang Mo silently urged. He forcefully suppressed his elation, maintaining a composed demeanor as he spoke softly. The price is acceptable, but I have no need for these trifles. Those who could threaten me have yet to be born. Succinct and to the point. This brought the frenzied bidding to an abrupt conclusion. Chapter 9. A priceless transaction. When Zhang Mo's words fell, the entire auction hall plunged into an unusual silence. The sage kings below wore expressions of complexity, discontent, envy, but more so a sense of relief after the dust had settled. They had lost. Yet they accepted their defeat with grace. Faced with a quasi-emperor's all-in gamble, they truly had no means to compete. Alas, the ancestral figure of the Lin family sighed deeply and returned to his seat, appearing to age hundreds of years instantly. The fire that had ignited in his eyes was extinguished, leaving only the ashes of desolation. The taste of shattered hope is more painful than never having hoped at all. Meanwhile, in the private box on the second floor, upon receiving Zhang Mo's affirmative response, the aura of the Supreme Emperor of the Void noticeably wavered, revealing an unmistakable excitement. Thank you for your generosity, esteemed Lord. His voice bore a hint of genuine gratitude. Immediately, 3 beams of divine light soared from the box, landing steadily on the auction stage. On the left was an ancient text crafted from an unknown jade, with the words Supreme Void flowing with Taoist rhythm, seemingly containing the essence of a universe's creation and extinction. In the center lay a piece of fantastical metal, the size of a human head, radiating dreamlike colors, the surrounding light distorting as if it were a portal to an unknown dimension. On the right was an ancient, unadorned token, inscribed with the character Void, containing a primal imprint of the Supreme Emperor of the Void. This serves as the token of his promise. Zhang Mo gazed at these 3 items, particularly the celestial tears gold, his eyes widening in astonishment. The system had appraised this celestial gold at a staggering 150,000 points, more than all the points he had accumulated from previous auctions combined. What a windfall! Zhang Mo's inner self was dancing with joy. He suppressed his excitement, maintaining an air of nonchalance, and casually stored the 3 items away. The motion was so effortless, as if he were simply collecting 3 worthless stones rather than the ancient texts of a quasi-emperor and divine materials of the celestial realm. This scene deepened the awe the audience held for him. Next, Zhang Mo snapped his fingers. The vial containing the life essence transformed into a golden streak of light, disregarding spatial distance, and instantly flew into the private box on the second floor. Inside, a withered hand, wrinkled yet exuding terrifying power, grasped the crystal vial tightly. Everyone's consciousness involuntarily focused on the box, eager to witness the effects of this miraculous object. The Supreme Emperor of the Void clearly understood this anticipation. He did not conceal his actions, allowing the audience to observe. The enormous hand uncorked the vial. A droplet of golden liquid flew out, suspended in midair within the box. This droplet shimmered like the most radiant treasure in the world, exuding a life force that enchanted all living beings. In the next moment, the golden liquid transformed into a streak of light, directly entering the body of the Supreme Emperor of the Void. Buzz! An indescribable rhythm of the Tao radiated from the box. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they witnessed a scene that would overturn their understanding. The previously desiccated sea of suffering of the Supreme Emperor began to rejuvenate like parched land welcoming a much-needed rain. His body, once on the verge of decay, felt every cell rejoicing in exuberance, a torrent of life essence erupting from his limbs and bones like a volcanic eruption. His once dimmed true self imprint burst forth with dazzling brilliance. An aura of terrifying potency, magnitudes greater than before, surged from the box, threatening to pierce the very dome of the Origin Treasure Pavilion. It works. It truly works. My heavens! His vitality is visibly rejuvenating at an astonishing pace. This is nothing short of a miracle, reversing life and death, reconstructing the foundation of the Tao. 1,000 years. The Supreme Emperor of the Void has genuinely gained 1,000 years of lifespan from thin air. Below, everyone erupted in frenzy. If they had harbored any doubts regarding the life essence before, witnessing a quasi-emperor's rebirth dispelled all skepticism, leaving only boundless fervor and greed. Especially the ancestral figure of the Lin family, who trembled at this sight, tears streaming down his face. Those were tears of regret. He lamented why he had not been bolder. Why had he not wagered the entirety of the long-lived Lin family? Even the slightest hope would have been worth it. Ha ha! A resounding, unrestrained laughter echoed from the second-floor box, shaking the entire hall. It was the laughter of the Supreme Emperor of the Void. He had not laughed so heartily in ages. His laughter was filled with the joy of rebirth and boundless aspirations for the future. Splendid. What a life essence. What a treasure of the Origin Pavilion. The voice of the Supreme Emperor reverberated throughout the hall. The kindness of the esteemed Lord shall be forever etched in my heart. The junior acknowledges the unfathomable prowess of the esteemed master, yet this is merely a humble expression of intent. Anyone who dares to show disrespect towards the Origin Treasure Pavilion shall find themselves at odds with me. Boom. This declaration was far more direct and domineering than any previous promises. In an instant, all factions harboring ulterior motives towards the Origin Treasure Pavilion extinguished those inappropriate thoughts. It was no jest, now that a true quasi-emperor had aligned with them, supported by a holy king's retinue, not to mention the enigmatic master. The unknown was indeed the most formidable of all. Zhang Mo, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of delight within. Truly, a wise individual. He nodded in satisfaction, deeming this transaction to be exceedingly worthwhile. As a newcomer, fostering good relations was undoubtedly a prudent course of action. Thus, the tumultuous contest for a millennium of longevity finally reached its resolution. The quasi-emperor, with an ancient scripture, a piece of celestial material, and a promise, exchanged for 1,000 years of precious life. This exorbitant price was destined to be inscribed in the annals of history, becoming a legend eagerly recounted for countless years across the myriad realms of the cosmos. The Origin Treasure Pavilion, through this endeavor, firmly established its transcendent, mysterious, and untouchable supremacy within the 3,000 domains and across the entire universe. Chapter 10. A monumental gain as the grand finale unfolded. The most astonishing auction in the annals of the 3,000 realms drew to a close. The atmosphere in the hall gradually calmed from the previous fervor and tension. Yet each face retained an indelible mark of astonishment and reminiscence. The events of the day had left an overwhelming impact. The quasi-emperor's secret techniques, chaotic stones, extermination formations, millennium longevity, each of these, if considered individually, would have caused a sensation, yet they had all transpired within mere hours. Esteemed guests, Zhang Mo rose from his seat, clapping his hands to capture everyone's attention. The auction concludes here. His voice remained calm, as if he had not presided over a momentous event, but rather a mundane village market. Thank you all for your patronage. I hope you have acquired items to your liking. The crowd below could only twitch their lips. Liking? Indeed, they found everything quite appealing, but the crux was the unaffordability, especially for those sages who had accompanied the event without securing any acquisitions. Their hearts were filled with mixed emotions, feeling as though they were mere bystanders. Details regarding the next auction will be announced separately. Zhang Mo waved his hand, adopting a dismissive demeanor. Farewell, esteemed guests. Until we meet again, return to your homes and seek your mothers. With that, he turned and strode towards the backstage, his figure swiftly disappearing into the shadows, leaving no trace of hesitation. This elegant departure sparked yet another wave of admiration among the onlookers. Behold, the elder, indeed, is one who departs with grace after settling affairs, concealing his achievements and name. Such charisma and demeanor made him a true model for our generation. The elder scarcely exchanged a word with us, demonstrating that his mindset had transcended the mundane. Perhaps, in his eyes, we were no more than mere insects. The crowd was overwhelmed, their respect for Zhang Mo elevated to a new pinnacle. Meanwhile, our illustrious elder, Zhang Mo, swiftly retreated to the backstage lounge, collapsing onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. Goodness, I'm drained. He exhaled deeply, feeling more tense than during his college entrance examinations. To maintain an air of nonchalance before so many formidable figures was undoubtedly a skill that tested one's psychological fortitude. System, quickly. Show me the total revenue from this auction. Zhang Mo rubbed his hands together, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he addressed the system in his mind. Calculating the auction proceeds for the host. Calculation completed. The total revenue from this auction amounts to 3.85 million auction points. 3.85 million? Zhang Mo's eyes widened at this figure, nearly losing his breath. Initially, the system had gifted him 1 million points. After this auction, it had multiplied nearly fourfold. By heavens, I have become a wealthy man, Zhang Mo exclaimed, almost leaping from the sofa. System, open the marketplace. I want to see what treasures I can acquire. Now flush with wealth, his confidence surged. As the holographic screen flickered, a dazzling array of goods appeared before him. Item, Ancient Divine Body, price, 1 million points. Item, Innate Tao Embryo, price, 1 million points. Item, Dual Pupils, price, 800 000 points. Technique: Immortal Heavenly Art, Imperial Grade. Price: 1, 5 million points. Technique: Devouring Sky Demon Art, Imperial Grade. Price: 1, 5 million points. Treasure: Primordial Bell, Replica, Imperial Grade. Price: 2 million points. Staring at the dazzling array of items, Zhang Mo nearly drooled. The Divine Body, Tao Embryo, Imperial Scriptures, Imperial Treasures. By heavens, I want them all. However, after the initial excitement, he regained composure. No, I must not squander my wealth. I am still immortal, even if I purchase the Divine Body. I must begin my training anew. The immediate priority is to continue developing and strengthening the auction house. That is the true path. After some contemplation, he instructed the system. Filter for high-value items suitable for the next auction. He had tasted the sweetness of success and was now consumed with thoughts of how to reap further rewards. The life essence had sold exceptionally well. Should he consider offering a millennium of longevity next time? No, that would be too excessive. It must be a gradual process. Zhang Mo stroked his chin, immersed in the musings of a shrewd merchant, while Zhang Mo plotted his ascent to become the wealthiest in the realms. Outside the Origin Treasure Pavilion, guests began to depart in succession, each left with a heavy heart, glancing back at the majestic pavilion still suspended above the Tianxiong mountain. Shrouded in chaotic energy, their expressions filled with reverence and trepidation. They understood that from this day forth, the landscape of the 3,000 realms would irrevocably change. Quickly, relay this information back to the sect. Report every detail of today's events to the ancestors without omission. Moreover, designate the Origin Treasure Pavilion as a supreme level forbidden zone. No disciple shall approach or discuss it. Those who defy this order shall have their cultivation revoked and be expelled from the sect. A holy master, upon leaving, immediately issued the most severe command to the elder beside him. Swiftly investigate. Uncover the relationship between this quasi-emperor and the Origin Treasure Pavilion. Additionally, keep a close watch on the treasures acquired by the Phoenix Lord and the Jinshan Saint King. Meanwhile, spies from another faction began to stir into action. A storm ignited by the auction was rapidly spreading from the Divine Capital to the entire 3,000 realms, and even to the distant 9 heavens' immortal domain. It was foreseeable that in the long stretch of time ahead, the Origin Treasure Pavilion and its mysterious master would become the most fervent topic throughout the entire cosmos. Countless factions would engage in various overt and covert actions to uncover its secrets. However, just as the crowd began to disperse and tranquility gradually returned to Tianxiong Mountain, a figure returned. It was the Qiyang Saint from the Zhuyang Sacred Land. He had not departed, but lingered at the base of the mountain for quite some time, his face marked by indecision and struggle. Ultimately, as if resolving some inner conflict, he steeled himself, adjusted his Tao robe, and with deliberate steps approached the tightly shut doors of the Origin Treasure Pavilion. He did not attempt to force his way in, nor did he probe with divine sense. Instead, he respectfully bowed deeply before the door. Junior, Qiyang of Zhuyang Sacred Land, humbly requests an audience with the esteemed master. His voice resonated with humility and reverence, devoid of any previous arrogance. A humble request from a junior, willing to pay any price, only seeking guidance from the esteemed elder to take that crucial step. Chapter 11. Enlightenment of the Saint. As the auction concluded and the clamor dissipated, the crowd at the foot of Tianxiong Mountain did not disperse immediately. Many turned back repeatedly, gazing at the magnificent pavilion shrouded in chaos, their eyes mingling with awe, greed, and deep trepidation. They understood that from this day forth, the heavens of the 3,000 realms would undergo a transformation. Just as the scouts from various factions prepared to relay this earth-shattering news back to their sects, a figure moved against the tide, returning. It was none other than the Qiyang Saint from the Zhuyang Sacred Land. He did not soar through the air, but instead stepped carefully over the stones, making his way back to the tightly shut Vermilion Gate. His expression shifted, filled with struggle and hesitation, but ultimately, it was replaced by a resolute determination akin to burning one's boats. He adjusted his slightly wrinkled robe, his demeanor solemn, and bowed deeply before the door, performing a 90-degree salute. Junior, Qiyang of Zhuyang Sacred Land, dares to seek an audience with the esteemed pavilion master. His voice, though not loud, resonated with the tone of a saint, echoing throughout Tianxiong Mountain. The scouts, who had not yet strayed far, were struck with shock, halting in their tracks to gaze in astonishment at the Qiyang Saint before the mountain gate. What did he intend? The auction had already ended, and the pavilion master had clearly sent the guests away. What could he possibly seek now? Was he attempting to force a transaction? In that instant, countless subtle consciousnesses converged like a hidden current, silently observing the unfolding events. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo lounged on the sofa, delighting in the surge of his points. 3,850,000. I've really hit the jackpot. Becoming the richest is just around the corner. He envisioned a glorious future where, with a congenital sacred body in his left hand and a supreme imperial weapon in his right, he would dominate the myriad realms. Just then, the voice of the Qiyang saint reached him perfectly. Zhang Mo froze, then sprang up from the sofa, his face alight with joy. What a stroke of luck. Just when I was lamenting the lack of help in this world, here comes a ready-made tool, and a saint no less. If I can subdue him, future endeavors will be much simpler. With a thought, Zhang Mo immediately issued a command through the system. At the foot of Tianqiong Mountain, under the watchful gaze of countless consciousnesses, the heavy, ancient door, which seemed to have existed since time immemorial, creaked open silently, revealing a narrow gap. A dignified yet indifferent intent transcended space, directly resonating in the mind of the Qiyang saint. Enter. The Qiyang saint's heart tightened, filled with excitement at being permitted entry, yet also apprehension at the unknown. He dared not hesitate, stepping into the profound darkness. The door slowly closed behind him. Within the hall, it was vast and silent. Only the chaotic energy of the dome flowed languidly, exuding an oppressive aura. The auction stage was empty. The mysterious pavilion master had not appeared. The Qiyang saint did not dare to raise his head or probe with his consciousness. He walked to the center of the hall and bowed again, performing an even more respectful salute, nearly pressing his forehead to the cold ground. Junior Qiyang pays respects to the esteemed elder. He lowered himself to the utmost humility, his voice trembling as he expressed the pent-up frustration and despair he had harbored for millennia. I have been stuck at the pinnacle of sainthood for 13,000 years. My heart clouded, the path ahead severed, and I have been unable to take that step. Today, having witnessed your transcendent might, I understand you are a transcendent being capable of reshaping the cosmos. I implore you to guide me. As he concluded, he bit his lip and made a solemn vow. If you can assist me in breaking through, I am willing to offer the entirety of Zhuyang's sacred land as a price. From this day forth, the entire Zhuyang sacred land shall forever revere the Origin Treasure Pavilion as its master and comply with your command. In front of the holographic screen backstage, Zhang Mo observed the Qiyang saint's abject submission, appearing composed on the surface while inwardly overjoyed. The lord of a sacred land, what a profitable deal. He calculated in his mind, but did not falter in his speech, immediately diving into the system store. I have something that can help a saint break through to the great saint level. Great Tao Elixir. Purifies the foundation, dispels inner demons, forcibly guides the cultivator into a deep comprehension state, highly effective for breaking through from saint to great saint. Price, 300,000 points. 300,000 is a bit steep, Zhang Mo pondered, but upon realizing it could yield a great saint-level enforcer along with the sacred land, this investment was undeniably a windfall. Exchange. With points deducted, a pill materialized in his storage space. Clearing his throat, he commenced his performance. Instead of appearing directly, he used the power of the system to make his voice ethereal and indistinct, as if emanating from all directions, from both past and future. I know your heart. I see your sincerity. Very well, our meeting is indeed a fateful encounter. The moment his words fell, the air in the center of the hall rippled as if stirred by an unseen force. A pill, enveloped in swirling purple mist and adorned with countless intricate runes, appeared out of thin air, quietly hovering before the Qiyang saint. An indescribable, profound fragrance wafted through the air. Just a whiff of the aroma made the Qiyang saint feel the bottleneck that had stagnated for millennia begin to tremble slightly. He abruptly raised his head, fixating on the pill with unprecedented brilliance in his eyes, trembling with excitement. What a divine object! Merely its aura holds such miraculous effects. He could distinctly sense that this pill contained the profound truths he had long desired. It was not mere fragments of laws, but nearly complete principles. This was no ordinary item. Thank you, esteemed elder, for bestowing this pill. Thank you for your kindness. The Qiyang saint, overwhelmed with emotion, spoke incoherently and without hesitation. He vowed with his own great Tao, swearing the most stringent oath to heaven. I, Qiyang, swear here that from this day forth, Zhuyang's sacred land shall forever revere the Origin Treasure Pavilion as its master. Should I break this vow, may my Tao heart shatter and my spirit extinguish. Zhang Mo nodded in satisfaction backstage. This tool was well compliant. His calm voice resonated once more. This pill, when consumed, will aid you in breaking through. As for matters concerning Zhuyang's sacred land, I shall make arrangements once you succeed. Go forth. Yes. Junior takes leave. the Qiyang Saint, feeling as if he had obtained a treasure, carefully cradled the great Tao elixir with his divine power, retreating step by step from the grand hall. Upon stepping out into the sunlight after leaving the Treasure Pavilion, he felt as though he were still in a dream. The powerful figures who had been observing from the shadows were astonished to see him emerge unscathed and visibly elated. What had transpired between him and the pavilion master? Just as everyone speculated, the Qiyang Saint made a move that took everyone by surprise. The moment he stepped beyond the confines of the Treasure Pavilion, he eagerly swallowed the divine pill. In an instant, the heavens and earth transformed. Boom! The once clear sky above the myriad realms darkened as boundless clouds gathered, heavy and ominous, with flashes of lightning and overwhelming celestial might. A dazzling, seven-colored divine light erupted from the crown of the Qiyang Saint's head, piercing the heavens. What was that? The light of enlightenment. My heavens, he actually entered a state of comprehension on the spot. What about the thunderclouds? This is the Great Saint Tribulation. Is he about to break through to the Great Saint level right here? How could this be possible? All observing powers were struck with fear, their consciousnesses fluctuating violently, nearly unable to maintain their concealment. Atop Tianxiong Mountain, the Qiyang Saint sat cross-legged, bathed in the light of enlightenment, his aura ascending at an astonishing rate. Pinnacle of sainthood. Half-step Great Saint. Crack. A thunderous calamity, as thick as a water bucket, tore through the heavens and struck down with a ferocious force. The Sage of Crimson Sun remained steadfast, allowing the thunderous trial to envelop him. Under the dual influence of elixirs and the tempest, the bottleneck within him shattered explosively. An aura of terrifying magnitude, far surpassing that of a mere sage and exerting dominion over the heavens and earth, erupted from his being, sweeping through the entire divine capital of Myriad Phenomena. Before the eyes of the multitude, amidst the astonished gazes of countless powerful beings, the Sage of Crimson Sun, bathed in thunder, emanated a complete and harmonious essence, successfully breaking through to a new realm, a newly ascended great sage. This spectacle was etched as an indelible mark upon the very souls of all who witnessed it. The Origin Treasure Pavilion, not only capable of auctioning celestial artifacts, could also manifest miracles with mere words, transforming stone into gold, and right then and there, birthing a great sage. Its divine might had exceeded the limits of everyone's imagination. The realms, body refinement, meridian opening, chi gathering, spiritual sea, golden elixir, Tao unification, sovereign, cave heaven, true self, sage, great sage, sage king, semi-emperor, emperor. One could also say, aunt, Taoist friend, elder. Chapter 12. The innate saint body, Tao embryo. The sky above the divine capital of Myriad Phenomena had irrevocably changed. The cataclysmic thunderclouds had long dispersed, replaced by a spectrum of radiant colors, with the sounds of profound Tao resonating endlessly. Golden lotuses emerged from the void, celebrating the birth of a newly ascended great sage. Atop the peak of the heavenly dome mountain, the Sage of Crimson Sun, now to be referred to as the Great Sage of Crimson Sun, slowly retracted the overwhelming aura that could collapse the ancient sky. Rising from the void, he gazed upon his hands, feeling the surging sacred power within him, now tenfold stronger than before. Yet, his eyes held not elation, but an unprecedented sense of reverence and awe. He did not depart, nor did he return to the Nanyang Holy Land to announce this monumental news. Under the watchful eyes of countless beings, filled with astonishment, envy, or jealousy, he moved and settled before the tightly shut vermilion gate of the Origin Treasure Pavilion. Rather than attempting to enter, he sat cross-legged before the door like the most loyal guardian, closing his eyes. An invisible aura of great sage power emanated from him, quietly spreading outward and enveloping the entirety of Heavenly Dome Mountain. This silent act bore a greater impact than any words could convey. A newly ascended great sage, a pinnacle figure of the age, willingly stood guard at the door of the Origin Treasure Pavilion. Those factions that had not participated in the auction and still harbored hopes of spying were instantly plunged into icy despair, their spirits terrified, hastily retracting their thoughts and no longer daring to entertain any covetous desires. What folly was this? To let a great sage guard the door? Who was the master of the Origin Treasure Pavilion? In an instant, the entire divine capital of Myriad Phenomena, along with the powerful beings from 3,000 realms who learned of this event through various channels, fell utterly silent. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo watched the automatic guardian at the gate through the light screen, a grin nearly splitting his face. This was splendid, truly splendid. This Crimson Sun old friend had an exceptional realization. He delightedly sipped from the joyous beverage provided by the system, his heart brimming with happiness. The great sage as a gatekeeper. What an impressive display. Who would dare provoke them now? It was likely that even before approaching Heavenly Dome Mountain, they would be crushed to dust by the aura of this newly ascended great sage. A sense of security surged within him. However, after the brief excitement, a deeper sense of crisis arose. Whether the great sage of Crimson Sun or the semi-emperor of the Void, their might was ultimately an external force. The high popularity granted by the system was merely a facade of power. He was, after all, still a mere mortal, utterly powerless. What was even more alarming was that a mortal's lifespan barely exceeded a century. He did not wish for a day to come when, in the midst of flaunting his prowess, he suddenly gasped his last breath and perished. That would be quite the calamity. No, he must elevate his strength. True might lay in personal power. With determination in his eyes, Zhang Mo opened the system marketplace, gazing at the staggering figure of 3,555,000 points. He was relieved that he still had ample points. Yet, when he saw the exorbitant price of 2 million points under the Millennium Life Source Liquid, he couldn't help but grumble. System, your wholesale price and retail price differ too greatly. What a rogue. The bottle of Life Source Liquid auctioned earlier had a wholesale price of only 500,000 points, yet now he would have to spend 2 million to acquire it. But fortunately, he did not need it. This system is designed to assist the host in becoming the ultimate auction house master of the Myriad realms. All pricing is based on the true value and scarcity within the Myriad realms, with no deception involved. I'll believe that when pigs fly. Zhang Mo, too lazy to argue, swiftly scanned the dazzling array of products on the list. Cultivation techniques. Indestructible celestial art. 1,500,000 points. Buying it would mean starting from scratch, and without the corresponding physique, the effort would be in vain. Magical artifacts. The supreme imperial weapon, Primordial Bell. 2 million points. As a mere mortal, he wouldn't even be able to lift it, let alone wield it. Purchasing it would merely result in an expensive decoration. After much contemplation, he concluded that establishing a solid foundation was of utmost importance. His gaze finally settled on an item radiating chaotic light. Item, innate Saint Body Tao Embryo. Description, one of the most powerful physiques of all time. Perfectly merging the domineering body of the ancient saint and the supreme Tao affinity of the innate Tao embryo. Upon fusion, one's vitality will surge, impervious to all methods. With a comprehension that transcends understanding, allowing for rapid advancement in any cultivation technique. It is the foundation for attaining the Tao and the choice for becoming an emperor. Price, 1 million points. This was it. Zhang Mo gazed at the description, nearly drooling. The ancient saint body, the innate Tao embryo. These were standard configurations for protagonists. A 2-in-1 enhanced version, wouldn't that lead to soaring heights? Though the million points made him wince, considering it pertained to his life, destiny, and future. He gritted his teeth and made a resolute decision. Exchange. Ding. Host confirms the exchange for innate Saint Body Tao Embryo, deducting 1 million points. Warning. Innate Saint Body Tao Embryo is a defying nature physique. The fusion process will utterly and destructively reshape the host's mortal form. With pain akin to being flayed alive for millennia, a struggle between life and death. Warning. The reshaping process will consume vast amounts of life essence. With the host's current vitality, the success rate for fusion is 0.0001. Please proceed with caution. Suggestion, exchange for a fountain of life to assist with the fusion, which can elevate the success rate to 99.99. Zhang Mo glanced at the glaring red warning, his eyelids twitching. He knew it wouldn't be that simple. Yet another bundled sale, it seemed. Chapter 13. Breaking the Dan in 3 days. Zhang Mo opened the introduction for Fountain of Life. Item, Fountain of Life. Description, a primordial divine object sourced from the core of the life ancient star, containing boundless life essence. A single drop can revive the dead. Price, 500,000 points. 500,000. Why not go rob a bank? Zhang Mo's heart bled. 150,000 points just vanished like that. But it was too late. He couldn't just discard the physique he had purchased for 1 million. Exchange. He grimly confirmed the transaction. His account balance plummeted from 3,555,000 to 2,050,000. System. Activate the top-tier cultivation chamber in the pavilion. Top-tier cultivation chamber activated. The internal flow of time is 10 times that of the outside world. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Mo entered the chamber with the resolve that failure was not an option. The chamber was not large, empty save for the purest chaotic energy swirling within. He sat cross-legged, placing the bottle of Fountain of Life beside him, then focused his mind. Commencing fusion. The instant his thought descended, an indescribable agony erupted within him. Damn it. Zhang Mo couldn't even utter a complete curse, his entire being curling up like a boiled shrimp, his eyes bulging, veins throbbing. Pain. It was unbearable. This wasn't mere cutting or burning. It was a disintegration stemming from the deepest levels of his soul and flesh. He could distinctly perceive that every inch of his skin was cracking, each muscle fiber was being pulverized, every bone was turning to dust, and each vein was being torn apart by a frenzied force. This was not mere reshaping, it was utter annihilation. The torment he endured was beyond comprehension. Under such inhumane agony, Zhang Mo's consciousness began to fade, feeling as though his life force was draining at a terrifying rate, with the shadow of death looming ever closer. Just as he felt he could no longer endure, the instinct for survival prompted him to recall the spring of life beside him, summoning the last remnants of his strength. He uncorked the bottle and gulped down a generous mouthful. A refreshing, warm current surged into his limbs, invigorating him with vibrant life. The flickering flame of existence, which had nearly extinguished, erupted back to life as if doused with gasoline. The shattered flesh, nurtured by the overwhelming essence of life, began to reconstitute at an astonishing pace. However, this process of reformation was accompanied by even more intense suffering. Destruction, rebirth, further destruction, and rebirth again. Zhang Mo's mind teetered on the brink of lucidity and delirium. His teeth clenched so tightly that his gums bled. One thought sustained him. He must not die. He had invested so many points. To perish now would be a grave loss. Time lost its meaning within the confined space. After an indeterminate duration, when the last of the bones within him was reforged by golden divine radiance, the excruciating pain emanating from his very soul finally receded like a tide. He felt as if he had been pulled from water, soaked to the skin, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. He had survived. Slowly he raised his hand, and what met his gaze was a flawless palm, skin as pale as jade, subtly glowing with a golden divine light beneath the surface. His fingers were long and distinct, exuding an explosive sense of power. He could sense the profound transformation his body had undergone. The body of a mere mortal had now metamorphosed into a resplendent vessel imbued with immortal divinity. Each heartbeat resonated like the thunder of celestial drums, and the sound of his rushing blood resembled the roaring of a mighty river. His vitality surged like a dragon, capable of shaking mountains. This was the innate sacred body of the Tao. Even more exhilarating was the fact that, alongside his physical transformation, his meridians had naturally opened, and his energy reservoir had been established. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into him, like rivers flowing into the sea, without any need for his conscious effort to attract it. Body refinement, meridian opening, energy gathering. The three stages of the mortal realm were crossed in an instant. An overwhelming influx of spiritual energy filled his dantian, rapidly expanding his energy reservoir into an endless spiritual sea. He had entered the realm of the spiritual sea. But that was not the end. The supreme affinity of the innate Tao body with the great Tao was vividly manifested at this moment. The magical power within the spiritual sea, without a moment's pause, began to spontaneously collapse inward, condensing. A brilliant golden elixir, inscribed with innate Tao patterns, slowly took shape. He had reached the first level of the golden elixir realm. Boom. An overwhelming surge of magical power, far surpassing that of the spiritual sea realm, erupted within him. Zhang Mo gradually stood up, clenched his fist, and felt an unprecedented sense of power within him, a feeling of unparalleled control blossoming. This was the essence of cultivating immortality. With a mere thought, he defied gravity and began to float gently into the air. Ha ha ha, this is absolutely marvelous. Experiencing the joy of transcendent power for the first time. Zhang Mo couldn't help but laugh heartily, filled with newfound confidence. He had spent a full month in the chamber, while only 3 days had passed outside. Upon exiting with clarity and vigor, he immediately spotted the figure of the great saint of Qiyang, still sitting like a meditating monk at the mountain gate. Zhang Mo couldn't help but smile, remarking, "Still here after 3 days? Not bad, not bad." He stroked his chin, feeling the golden elixir within him, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. With newfound strength and protection, it was time to initiate the second auction. This time, it was time to reap the rewards from those so-called prodigies. Chapter 14. Prodigy Special Session. Zhang Mo summoned his thoughts and commanded the system. System. Provide me with a batch of invitation letters, the kind that exude high prestige and can automatically seek out prodigies. Origin Tao Order. Contains a trace of primordial energy, serving as an entry pass to the auction. It can automatically sense beings under 100 years of age with great fortune or possessing special physiques. Each costs 10 points. How inexpensive. Zhang Mo was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized that this was merely a ticket. The real fortune lay in the auction items to come. With a wave of his hand, he ordered, "Bring me 1,000. Instantly, 10,000 points evaporated and 1,000 tokens, shimmering with a faint golden light and engraved with ancient Tao patterns, appeared in his storage space. Having completed this, Zhang Mo turned his attention to the great saint of Qiyang outside the door. With a slight mental nudge, a calm thought entered the great saint's mind. Come in. After sitting outside for 3 days, the great saint of Qiyang suddenly trembled. His tightly shut eyes flew open, radiating brilliance before transforming into boundless reverence and excitement. He dared not delay for a moment, adjusting his Tao robe and respectfully pushing open the door that had been opened for him, stepping into the hall. Junior Qiyang pays respects to the esteemed elder. He once again bowed deeply, his demeanor even more humble than before. For him, this elder was not only an unfathomable master, but also the one who granted him rebirth and allowed him a glimpse of higher realms. At this moment, Zhang Mo had already reverted to his calm, aloof demeanor. He did not manifest, but rather spoke from the ethereal void surrounding them. Rise. You have done well these 3 days. A simple praise sent waves of excitement through the great saint of Qiyang, making him feel that the hardships of waiting in the wind and sun had been worth it. Serving the esteemed elder is the utmost honor for me. Indeed, Zhang Mo replied, then shifted the topic. I wish to commence the second auction. You shall disseminate the news. As he spoke, an origin Tao order materialized before the great saint. This auction will have new rules. Only those under 100 years of age, the young prodigies, are invited. Only those in possession of this Tao order may enter. All others are prohibited. The great saint of Qiyang accepted the order, feeling the subtle primordial aura within it. And a storm surged in his heart. Only inviting young prodigies? What a grand gesture. This is a gathering of the hopes for the future across the 3,000 realms. Junior will comply. I will ensure this matter is executed flawlessly. Wait, Zhang Mo called out, as if recalling something. Your Nanyang sacred land may also select one disciple to attend. This Tao order I bestow upon you. Upon hearing this, the great saint of Qiyang felt as though struck by lightning, his body freezing in place. He had thought that no younger generation from his sacred land would catch the elder's eye, and thus felt unqualified to participate, yet unexpectedly, the elder would extend such grace. What a tremendous favor. What an immense regard. The great saint of Qiyang was so overwhelmed that he stumbled over his words, his voice trembling as he knelt once more, bowing deeply. Thank you for your celestial grace. I am unworthy of such a gift. Enough. Go and fulfill your duties. Zhang Mo waved his hand with impatience. The old man was too sentimental. Yes, yes. The great saint of Qiyang, cradling the Tao order as if it were a treasure, retreated from the hall, bowing deeply with each step. When he once again stood atop the summit of Tianxiong Mountain, his entire demeanor had transformed. He took a deep breath, unleashing the terrifying pressure of a newly ascended saint, and a vast sound of the Tao resonated from the center of the myriad divine cities, spreading wildly across the entire 3,000 realms. By the decree of the master of the Origin Treasure Pavilion, 3 days hence, at Tianxiong Mountain, the second auction for prodigies shall commence. Only those endowed with great fortune, recognized as prodigies under a century of age by the Tao of Origin, may enter. This is an opportunity of a millennium. I implore you all to make the most of it. The voice of the great sage resonates, its decree echoing across every sacred ground, ancient dynasty, and the apex sections. A single stone ignites 1,000 waves. What? The second auction is to commence so soon? Only prodigies under a century are invited? What does this mean? We, the old-timers, find ourselves without the qualifications to attend? Numerous reclusive elders, long entrenched in solitude, are stirred, lamenting and pounding their chests in despair. They had hoped to acquire the miraculous elixirs of longevity, yet they cannot even enter the door. However, after a brief moment of disappointment, flames of ambition reignite in their eyes, all gazing intently at their own descendants. Quick, summon the Holy Sun. Relay my orders. From this moment forth, all resources within the imperial treasury shall be directed towards the crown prince. At all costs, he must secure a victory at the auction. Our sect's hope rests upon this singular endeavor. The leaders of various factions have gone mad, for they understand better than anyone the terrifying nature of the Origin Treasure Pavilion. This is not merely an auction. It is a monumental gamble that pertains to future fortunes. As the entire realm of the 3,000 is engulfed in fervor, the Tao of Origin tokens, seemingly with minds of their own, tear through the void, appearing precisely before the chosen prodigies. Deep within the palace of the eternal celestial dynasty, a prince, exuding the essence of dragons, finds a token shimmering before him. In the holy land of Taichu, a goddess dances beneath the moonlight, her sword radiating a cold brilliance, while a token quietly lands upon the tip of her blade. Meanwhile, in a demon lair, a youth shrouded in dark demonic energy, having just eradicated a rival sect, discovers a token floating amidst the blood-soaked ground, emanating a sacred light that starkly contrasts with its surroundings. In the ancestral grounds of the Phoenix Lord's demon clan, a newly transformed golden-winged roc curiously examines the golden trinket in its claws. In that moment, receiving a Tao token became the singular standard by which the talents and statuses of the younger generation were measured. Those who obtained the tokens brimmed with confidence, their sects basking in shared glory. Those who did not, however, were left in sorrow, mocked by their peers as false prodigies. An invisible competition and tempest erupted among the youth. Just as this tempest intensified, a piece of news inadvertently leaked by a disciple of the great sage of the Red Sun from an inn in the city of Myriad Manifestations ignited the ambitions of all. Have you heard? This auction will feature the legendary Heavy Eyes and Supreme Bones. Boom. The news exploded like hot oil in boiling water. Heavy Eyes, Supreme Bones. These two supreme talents, said to exist only in the oldest of myths, are rumored to birth saints, capable of contending with youthful emperors. To obtain either one would lay the foundation for enlightenment. All who received the tokens felt their breaths quicken, their eyes ablaze with the flames of ambition. In the nine heavens celestial domain, within a dilapidated ancient dojo, a youth clad in animal skin, his gaze defiant, toyed with the Tao token in his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. The indigenous auction of the 3,000 realms is worthy of being called a banquet for prodigies. He is Xiao Tian's. Behind him, a stooped old servant, his aura profound, respectfully lowered his head and said, "Young master, those old geezers have long claimed that the supreme bone taken from you is utterly ruined. If you can secure a new supreme bone at this auction, their expressions would be quite." Xiao Tian's gaze turned icy, the air around him seemingly freezing. Very well, he pocketed the token, intending to show these mortals from the lower realms what a true prodigy looks like. Additionally, it is time to reclaim some interest. A glimmer of insight flickered in the old servant's murky eyes. "Young master, the awakening of the reincarnation seal may also be related to this endeavor." Meanwhile, in a decaying ancestral hall of an ancient family on the verge of decline within the 3,000 realms, a girl clad in a simple gown, her beauty marred by a pallid complexion, knelt before countless ancestral tablets. Her name is Yao Shi, tightly clutching the softly glowing Tao token in her hand, tears silently streaming from her clear eyes. Ancestors of the Yao family, we have finally, at long last, awaited a glimmer of hope. This token is her last hope, and the final gamble for her entire family. As the winds stir and clouds gather, countless young and powerful figures, driven by their ambitions, hopes, and schemes, converge from all corners of the primordial realms towards the city of Myriad Manifestations. A feast prepared exclusively for them is about to commence. Chapter 15. The Mystic Light Treasure Mirror. The 3-day period swiftly arrives. On this day, the skies above the city of Myriad Manifestations are unprecedentedly lively. Celestial rainbows weave across the horizon. Ferocious ancient beasts draw splendid chariots, trampling the clouds, while flying vessels inscribed with ancient runes tear through the void, descending upon the heavenly peak. Each appearance is accompanied by resplendent divine light and overwhelming presence, prompting countless cultivators within the city to gaze upward in awe. That is the 9 dragons incense carriage of the eternal celestial dynasty. The crown prince himself has arrived. Look, the moonlight flying vessel of the Taichu Holy Land. It is said that the Taichu goddess possesses unparalleled talent and beauty, and she has come today. Is that not the son of the underworld demon sect? It is rumored that he is ruthless and bloody. Even he has received a Tao token. These young prodigies, often elusive like dragons, hailed as the future hopes of the 3,000 realms, today gather as if for a grand pilgrimage from all directions. Each one exudes an air of confidence, their innate pride evident, holding the radiant Tao tokens amidst countless awed gazes as they step through the ancient crimson doors. Inside the hall, the atmosphere remains as vast and mysterious as before. Chaotic energies swirl in the vaulted ceiling, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Unlike last time, rows of jade tables and chairs now occupy the space, each shimmering with an ethereal light, clearly not of ordinary craftsmanship. The prodigies, following the guidance of their Tao tokens, take their seats. As they size each other up, their glances clash with unabashed scrutiny and combativeness. Each individual present is a competitor on the path to the future, none willing to yield to another. Their gazes soon converge upon the solitary high platform at the front. Upon it rests a lone auction table, behind which sits a young man. He is clad in simple cloth, his appearance unremarkable, his aura equally mundane, casually leaning against his chair, a look of ennui in his eyes, as if this gathering of the top prodigies of the 3,000 realms is less engaging than a nap. Is this truly the legendary pavilion master? In a moment, all the prodigies are taken aback. They had envisioned countless images of the pavilion master, perhaps a venerable elder with an aura of immortal grace, or a majestic emperor of unmatched power, or at the very least, a formidable figure of great depth. Yet they never imagined he would be an ordinary man. How absurd! A youth draped in luxurious robes, hailing from an immortal family, flashed a hint of disdain. His consciousness like invisible tendrils, stealthily probing the high platform. He sought to discern the true measure of this seemingly pretentious pavilion master. However, the instant his consciousness brushed against the space surrounding that figure, it melted away like spring snow under the blazing sun. An irresistible force of crushing power rebounding violently through the unseen connection. The youth in brocade turned pale, a mouthful of blood spewed forth, and his consciousness felt as if struck by an invisible hammer, a searing pain piercing through him. He slumped in his chair, eyes wide with horror and fear. This sudden turn of events plunged the entire hall into silence. At that moment, a chilling voice, as if emanating from the depths of 9 hells, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Dare to show disrespect to the pavilion master? Do you wish to die? Should there be a next time, I shall execute you. A voice emanated from beyond the hall, carrying with it a chilling aura capable of freezing one's very soul. A vast and overwhelming pressure, reminiscent of the collapse of heaven and earth, swept through the grand chamber in an instant. Under this formidable force, all the proud and arrogant prodigies, be they divine sons, goddesses, or demonic sovereigns, underwent drastic transformations in their countenance, feeling akin to a fragile boat tossed in a tempest, even their breaths suspended. Their internal powers were firmly suppressed, rendering them incapable of even the slightest movement. Fortunately, the pressure came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. However, the atmosphere within the hall had solidified to an extreme degree. All gazes turned once more towards Zhang Mo upon the high platform, their expressions utterly transformed. The previous disdain and skepticism vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of awe and fervent admiration. The guardian of the great sage. Merely a flicker of divine intent had summoned the thunderous warning of a great sage. Who, then, was this seemingly unremarkable master of the pavilion? A mere mortal? No. This was no ordinary being. This was the return to simplicity. It is said that upon reaching a certain inconceivable realm of cultivation, one sheds all divine radiance. Their grand path concealed, becoming indistinguishable from mortals, as if mingling with the dust of the earth. This was a supreme state they had only encountered in the most ancient of texts. In an instant, all prodigies sat upright, concealing their arrogance, not daring to even breathe, as their imaginations regarding Zhang Mo's realm reached new heights. Zhang Mo observed all of this with keen eyes, yet appeared nonchalant, lazily lifting his eyelids, as if what had transpired was nothing more than a trivial matter. He cleared his throat, his voice ringing out with a calm demeanor. All understand the rules. The highest bidder prevails. Let us commence. As his words fell, a graceful maid approached the stage, bearing a jade platter. Upon the platter, red silk was lifted, revealing a radiant treasure shield. The first item for auction, a low-grade sage-tier magical artifact, the Xianguang Baojian. It could withstand a single strike from a sage, with an opening bid set at a 3,000-year-old sacred herb or equivalent treasures. A sage's magical artifact. The auction began with such a remarkable item. The atmosphere within the hall ignited instantaneously. I offer a piece of Tianqing divine iron. What is Tianqing divine iron? I bid half a volume of a fragmented great sage's manuscript. I offer a furnace of purple gold elixirs refined by my clan's elder. These prodigies, backed by formidable powers, possessed wealth far beyond the common imagination. Rare divine metals, sacred herbs, and ancient legacies, typically hard to come by, were casually tossed about as if they were mere currency. Their faces flushed with excitement in this fierce competition. In the front row of the hall, in a corner, Xiao Tiance leaned against the back of his chair, his long fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, observing the heated contest with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He held no interest in these ordinary sacred items. His goal had always been singular. Meanwhile, in another inconspicuous corner, Yaoshi clutched her garment tightly, her delicate face etched with anxiety. She watched as the prodigies casually tossed treasures worthy of being family heirlooms for her clan, feeling the weight of her own meager resources in comparison. The few items she brought were utterly insignificant against these true aristocratic heirs. She glanced towards the mysterious master on the high platform, silently praying that the items she desired would not be excessively priced. Chapter 16. The emergence of the double pupils after several rounds of warm-up auctions. The atmosphere had reached a fever pitch. A 10,000-year-old ice heart lotus capable of cleansing the foundation of the Tao led two celestial maidens to nearly tear each other apart, ultimately being acquired by a princess from the frigid northern realms, who wept as she exchanged 3 drops of Xian Bing essence for it. Zhang Mo watched the spectacle, finding amusement in the quarrel among women. A palm-sized fragment of an imperial weapon, embossed with imperial runes, ignited fierce competition among several descendants of ancient artifact-repairing families, ultimately being traded by a seemingly simple-minded, robust youth for the ownership of a rare star mine. These extraordinary treasures, capable of inciting conflicts at the level of sacred lands in the outside world, were treated here as commonplace goods, tossed about by prodigies without a change in expression. Each was acutely aware that these were merely appetizers. The true spectacle lay ahead. Xiao Tiance remained with eyes closed, entirely uninterested in these items. Yao Shi grew increasingly anxious. The little she brought lacked even the qualification to participate in the bidding. However, there was one exceedingly important item that she could not afford to use unless absolutely necessary. On the high platform, Zhang Mo yawned, finally feeling a surge of energy. He waved his hand, signaling for the next item. This time, the maid Xiaoya did not carry the jade platter, but rather, carefully held a crystal square box suspended in chaotic energy. At that moment, every breath in the hall collectively stilled. They understood that the main course had arrived. Zhang Mo flicked his fingers, and the crystal box opened silently. There were no earth-shattering lights or cataclysmic auras. Instead, there were merely a pair of eyes quietly floating within a transparent divine liquid. These were eyes beyond description. In the left eye, the sun and moon seemed to rise and fall, stars flickering out, while in the right eye, the chaos of creation and destruction unfolded, with earth, fire, water, and wind continually evolving. Though they had separated from their body, they appeared to still be alive, containing an unparalleled Tao rhythm. Merely gazing upon them sent one's soul into a tumult, as if one were to fall into the cycle of creation and destruction. Double pupils. Truly, they were double pupils. Buzz. Within the hall, countless prodigies found their minds blank, followed by an uncontrollable surge of greed and fervor erupting from the depths of their hearts. Each pair of eyes turned crimson, their breaths growing heavy as if they were wild beasts. This was not just a treasure. This was a celestial pathway leading to the throne of the great emperor. This item, the double pupils. Zhang Mo's voice remained calm, as if introducing an ordinary porcelain piece. Inherently sageborn, capable of glimpsing the source and performing myriad laws. He paused, announcing a price that left the entire hall stunned. The opening bid, a complete ancient scripture of the Sage King. As soon as his words fell, a voice of unparalleled authority resonated throughout the hall. Our Sun God sect bids for the complete Sun Sacred Canon. Additionally, a 10,000-year-old Sunfire essence. A youth, enveloped in the brilliance of the sun, rose abruptly. His hair shimmered, and his gaze crackled like lightning. He was Yang Hao, the peerless son of the Sun God sect in this generation. The Sun Sacred Canon is the foundational scripture of the Sun God sect, directly aimed at the Sage King realm. Coupled with the 10,000-year-old Sunfire essence, this was no small offer. Humph. A bunch of pretentious hypocrites. A cold, mocking voice emerged from a corner, as a youth shrouded in dark demonic energies stood up. His pale, handsome face bore a fierce gaze akin to a malevolent spirit from the abyss. I, the ghostly demon sect, bid for the ghostly soul-crossing sutra, along with a flag made from 3,000 living souls. At these words, many righteous prodigies within the hall turned ashen with fury, glaring at him. 3,000 living souls. What a ruthless method. Mingzi, you dare? Yang Hao shouted in anger. The youth referred to as Ming Zi licked his lips, a more sinister smile spreading across his face. What is there to fear? I shall do what you dare not. This double pupil, you all lack the qualifications to possess. I, the Taichu Sacred Land, am willing to assist Brother Yang Hao. I bid a vial of Taichu Source Liquid. I, the Eternal Celestial Dynasty. Add a drop of true dragon blood. In an instant, the righteous prodigies united against the common foe, each raising their bids, various legendary treasures being offered one after another. The radiant divine light nearly overwhelming the hall. Yet, Mingzi merely chuckled coldly, as the demonic shadows behind him surged. casting forth items imbued with ominous and resentful energies with a casual flick. Each increase in price only darkened the expressions of the righteous prodigies. Though their foundations were deep, they ultimately had their reservations and could not act as recklessly as the demonic faction, heedless of the consequences. Yang Hao's forehead glistened with cold sweat. He had exhausted every ounce of his available authority, yet the seemingly endless malevolent artifacts of his adversary left him feeling profoundly powerless. Just as the righteous side began to falter and the atmosphere grew unbearably tense, Mingzi cast a shattering proposition that obliterated their hopes. He surveyed the crowd, his eyes glinting with unmasked mockery, before slowly speaking, his voice imbued with a fatal allure. I have another piece of news. A clue regarding a fragment of reincarnation. Boom. The words fragment of reincarnation reverberated in everyone's minds like a thunderclap, igniting a tempest of excitement. If the dual pupils were the ticket to ascendancy, then the reincarnation fragment was the key to unlocking the ultimate secrets of the legendary celestial realm. Xiao Tianzi, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them, revealing a depthless gaze that flared with alarming intensity. For the first time, his aura trembled violently. Perhaps the awakening of the reincarnation seal was indeed linked to this. On the platform, Zhang Mo observed the astronomical surge in the point valuation displayed on the system interface following the announcement of the reincarnation fragment clue, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. This was worth more than the entire Sun sacred scripture. He couldn't be bothered to follow the usual countdown and simply slammed his hand on the table. Deal. The two words were crisp and decisive, akin to a final verdict. A deathly silence enveloped the hall. Mingzi was momentarily taken aback before erupting into unrestrained laughter. Thank you, esteemed master, for your generosity. With a wave of his hand, the dual pupils, which carried the aspirations of countless souls, transformed into a streak of light and instantly vanished into his brow. He could feel an unprecedented power awakening within him. He surveyed the room with a triumphant gaze, his eyes lingering on the faces of Yang Hao and others, filled with humiliation and resentment, before finally settling on the recently awakened Xiao Tianzi, his smile radiating with provocation and malice. In that moment, he became the focal point of the gathering and the common enemy of all. The atmosphere in the grand hall shifted from fervent bidding to a chilling tension, as countless insatiable and greedy gazes fixated on the newly anointed dual pupil wielder. Zhang Mo leaned back in his chair, contemplating the unfolding scene, a singular thought occupying his mind. This spectacle was too grand. Would Mingzi face an onslaught after the auction concluded? With this thought, Zhang Mo pondered whether to implement a buyer protection measure. Chapter 17. Coordinates of the celestial domain. The air in the hall was thick, as if frozen blood hung in the atmosphere. All gazes, whether greedy, envious, or wary, were riveted on the young man enveloped in a menacing aura. Mingzi. This name was destined to resonate throughout the 3,000 realms from this day forth. Not only had he seized the exceedingly rare dual pupils, but he had also become the target of countless vendettas. Yet he remained unfazed, even reveling in the sensation of global animosity, his wicked smile growing ever more pronounced. He lightly tapped the table. The sound echoed, like the ringing of a bell at dusk, instantly quelling the simmering bloodlust and greed within the hall. An unseen force forcibly drew everyone's focus back to the platform, making them realize how close they had come to losing composure before this unfathomable master. Cold sweat trickled down the backs of many prodigies. Next item, Zhang Mo's calm voice resounded. The maid, Xiaoya, stepped onto the stage once more, her demeanor now significantly more somber than when she had held the dual pupils. In her hands, there was no jade plate, nor crystal box, only a swirling mass of chaotic energy. Within that chaos floated a single bone, a rib. It was translucent, resembling the most perfect celestial jade, and though only palm-sized, it was adorned with a profusion of naturally occurring golden patterns. These patterns were not artificially inscribed. They were innate symbols of the great Tao. They seemed to breathe and swirl, as if articulating the most fundamental truths of existence. A transcendent, supreme air emanated from the bone, rendering the so-called majesty of emperors and the demeanor of sages laughably trivial. It was as though its owner was destined to rule the heavens, gazing down upon eternity. The singular sovereign of the cosmos. Supreme Bone. A voice, trembling yet resolute, reverberated in a dreamlike whisper. Boom. In that instant, a tidal wave of astonishment surged through the hall. All prodigies, including the recently triumphant Mingzi, were struck by overwhelming awe. If the dual pupils represented a born sage, then the Supreme Bone was the essence of a youthful emperor, a favored child of the Tao, a symbol of an era. Its value surpassed even that of the dual pupils. Breath ceased. Hearts tightened as if gripped by an invisible hand. All that remained in their eyes was that dazzling rib. The starting bid, Zhang Mo's voice fell like a cold hammer, shattering all illusions, is a quasi-emperor weapon. Silence. An oppressive silence. The once boisterous hall fell silent as a pin drop. 99% of the prodigies saw the fervor drain from their faces, replaced by a pallor of despair. A quasi-emperor weapon? What a jest! Such an artifact represented the ultimate foundation of a sacred land or an immortal dynasty, a supreme tool for suppressing destiny, let alone these juniors. Even their sect leaders or sovereigns would never dare to present such a thing for barter. This price was not an auction but a deterrent, a message to all that this item was beyond their reach. Despair spread like a contagion through the hall. Just then, a voice imbued with boundless dominance and disdain finally broke the silence. I bid, quasi-emperor weapon, the sky-rending battle axe. Xiao Tianzi rose slowly. The moment he spoke, he became the center of this realm, every light converging upon him. A powerful fluctuation erupted from his spatial treasures. Suddenly, an old servant materialized. Boom. An aura so terrifying it warped space itself radiated from the servant. He was no mere saint. He exuded the pressure of a saint king. All the prodigies in the hall, including Yang, Hao, and Mingzi, felt their scalps tingle, their hearts nearly leaping from their chests. To have a saint king as a servant? Who exactly was this Xiao Tianzi? They finally understood why he had remained so haughty and dismissive throughout. He possessed the credentials to be so. Before a saint king, the so-called holy sons and daughters, were no different from ants. A triumphant smile graced Xiao Tianzi's face as he savored the astonished gazes of the crowd. His gaze burned with intensity as it fell upon the supreme bone on the platform. This was meant to be his rightful possession. Now, it was merely a matter of returning it to its rightful owner. This price, this backing, had already subdued the entire assembly, leaving no one able or willing to compete. The supreme bone was virtually his to claim. At that moment, a faint, trembling voice, imbued with a desperate resolve, broke through from the farthest corner of the hall. I bid. Swish. All eyes instantly converged upon the speaker. It was Yao Shi. Her face was as pale as parchment, her fragile form quivering under the weight of countless powerful gazes, as if she might collapse at any moment. Yet her eyes shone with an unprecedented brightness, as if they were burning with her very life and soul. Xiao Tianzi's smile faltered, his brow furrowing as a flicker of displeasure and disdain crossed his features. An ant, not even a saint, dared to speak before him? What could she possibly offer? The expressions of all the prodigies were tinged with a sense of amusement. However, the subsequent actions of Yao, she caused the expressions of everyone present to be forever frozen on their faces. She bit her fingertip, allowing a single drop of crimson blood to fall upon an ancient and unadorned bronze ring that graced her finger. The moment the ring absorbed her blood, a radiant celestial light erupted forth, illuminating the surroundings with an aura that transcended the laws of the 3,000 realms, resonating with an ancient and profound essence. Yao Shi, summoning every ounce of strength, cradled the ring, her voice trembling yet each word resonating clearly within the depths of every soul present. I of the Yao clan. Safeguard the utmost secret that has endured for 1,000,000 years. She paused, articulating each syllable with deliberate clarity. A coordinate leading to the celestial domain of the 9 heavens. An ancient road through the starry skies. What? Boom. These 2 words detonated in the air like the explosive clash of 1,000 universes. The coordinates to the celestial domain. The fabled coordinates to the sacred land of cultivation, the realm of immortality. Its value was beyond measure. Not even a single imperial weapon, nor 100 of them, could compare to such an extraordinary opportunity that could elevate an entire clan to transcendence. Madness. This woman has lost her mind. How dare she present such a treasure? The crowd erupted into chaos, every prodigy rising to their feet, their eyes ablaze with a fervor tenfold greater than when they beheld the supreme bone. The smile on Xiao Tianzi's face vanished entirely, replaced by a chilling darkness. He fixated on the bronze ring in Yao Shi's hand, his gaze now devoid of disdain, revealing an unmistakable intent to kill. He hailed from the celestial domain of the 9 heavens. To him, the beings of the 3,000 realms were naught but mere savages, lowly inhabitants of a desolate land. Did they dare to tread upon that sacred ground? An ant from the lower realms audaciously seeking to grasp the coordinates of the celestial domain. Such an act was blasphemy. Unforgivable. On the platform, Zhang Mo observed the valuation of the bronze ring displayed on the system's luminous screen, the digits morphing into a sea of crimson, causing even his own heartbeat to falter for a moment. He then glanced at Xiao Tianzi, aware that this young man hailed from the nine heavens, a true celestial being. Moreover, this auction was restricted to those under 100 years old, and yet Xiao Tianzu had already breached the rules. The entry process involved scrutiny, suggesting that he had employed certain means, perhaps even placing a living person into a confined space. Chapter 18. Even if the true immortals descend. What of it? Celestial domain coordinates? On the platform, Zhang Mo tapped his fingertips rhythmically against the table, as if weighing the value of the bronze ring. He feigned contemplation, glancing between Xiao Tianzu's sullen expression and Yao Shi's resolute face. After a moment, a cryptic smile played upon his lips. Deal. With a decisive hammer strike. He showed no hesitation. In that instant, the supreme bone, embodying the essence of a youthful emperor and igniting madness among countless prodigies, transformed into a brilliant streak of light, effortlessly traversing the spatial divide, and flew directly toward the corner of the grand hall. It did not approach the domineering Xiao Tianzu, who stood with a saintly king at his back. Instead, it gently hovered before the trembling girl, whose pallid complexion reflected the exhaustion of her courage. Yao Shi extended her trembling hands, scarcely believing her eyes, tears blurring her vision in an instant. She had succeeded. She had gambled for her family and secured a glimmer of hope. Wait! An enraged shout, akin to thunder, shattered the fleeting tenderness. Xiao Tianzu abruptly stood, the air around him warping with his fury, his defiant gaze emanating a chilling intent to kill. Master! He glared at Zhang Mo, his voice laced with challenge and discontent. How can an ethereal and unverifiable coordinate be compared to a genuine imperial weapon? I refuse to accept this. Behind him, an elderly servant, stooped and frail, stepped forward silently. Straightening his back, his murky eyes ignited with a terrifying brilliance. Boom! An overwhelming pressure, far surpassing that of a great sage, capable of making the stars tremble, surged forth like an invisible ocean, crashing down upon Yao Shi. He paid her no heed, his voice cold and disdainful, filled with an air of condescension. Little girl, surrender the supreme bone and that ring. Our young master may spare your life. Under this terrifying pressure, Yao Shi's protective aura shattered in an instant. Her face as pale as paper, her fragile form trembling like a candle in the wind, her bones groaning under the weight of despair. Yet, she summoned all her strength. Fiercely cradling the supreme bone to her chest, her eyes burning with unyielding defiance. In that moment, a voice thundered, not from the platform, but as if emanating from the heavens above, a wrathful decree of the Tao. The entire hall trembled violently. Zhang Mo remained languidly reclined in his chair, not even lifting his gaze, merely silently communicating with the system in his mind. System, expend 500,000 points to elevate the Maid Xiaoya to the quasi-emperor realm. Points deducted successfully. Maid Xiaoya's strength is now increasing. Enhancement complete. The overwhelming pressure directed at Yao Shi dissipated like snow under the blazing sun, vanishing without a trace. Then, an indescribable, terrifying aura, surpassing the laws and transcending the Tao, erupted from the previously silent Maid Xiaoya, standing quietly beside Zhang Mo. This was not the realm of saints, nor the domain of saint kings. This was imperial majesty. Though it manifested as but a sliver, it bore the supreme will to crush epics and govern the cosmos. Puff! The once mighty Saint King's servant had no time to react. His saintly realm crumbled before this aura, as fragile as parchment, torn to shreds in an instant. His knees buckled, and he was forcefully brought to the ground, the hard stone floor cracking beneath him. Blood, imbued with the essence of a Saint King, gushed forth as he raised his head, his aged visage revealing an expression for the first time, not indifference, not arrogance, but sheer terror and disbelief. He screamed, his voice cracking. Quasi-emperor. Boom. These two words struck the hearts of every prodigy in the hall like invisible hammers. The grand hall fell into an eerie silence. All present felt as though they were under a binding spell, frozen in place, their minds blank. What had they witnessed? The maid, who had merely been a background figure, serving tea, was actually a quasi-emperor powerhouse. To have a quasi-emperor serve as a maid. This thought sent shivers down the spines of all the prodigies, leaving them feeling as though their entire worldview had been shattered into dust. Xiao Tianzu, too, was left utterly dumbfounded. The anger, defiance, and murderous intent on his face froze, replaced by confusion and dazed disbelief. He hailed from the nine heavens, having witnessed much. Yet he had never heard of anyone so extravagant as to have a quasi-emperor serve tea. What manner of place was this so-called savage land of the 3,000 realms? What was this origin of the Treasure Pavilion? Amidst this profound silence, Zhang Mo finally stirred. He leisurely grasped the teacup before him. gently blowing away the steam that curled from its surface, as if the entire preceding spectacle were merely a trivial interlude, unworthy of his interest. He did not even glance at the Saint King, now kneeling and weakened upon the ground. His icy gaze fell instead upon the ashen-faced Xiao Tiansu. I recall that this auction was exclusively for the younger generation. Zhang Mo's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. What purpose did you have in bringing such an old relic here? In my origin Treasure Pavilion, a commotion erupted as force was employed to threaten my guests. He set down his teacup with a soft clink, yet it caused Xiao Tian's heart to lurch violently. Who gave you the audacity? A barrage of inquiries left Xiao Tian's face, shifting from pale to flushed, humiliation and fear intertwining. He opened his mouth, but no words emerged. Zhang Mo leaned back in his chair, shifting to a more comfortable position, his tone indifferent, as if swatting away a fly. Either leave, or die here. A tremor coursed through Xiao Tian's. He sensed that the other was not jesting. The cold, palpable intent to kill locked onto him. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear within, and played his last card, his voice hoarse. Does the pavilion master not fear the wrath of my clan's emperor? This was a threat, yet it also represented his final shred of dignity. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Mo reacted as if he had heard the grandest of jokes. He let out a cold laugh, rife with endless disdain and contempt. The emperor? He paused, lifting his eyelids, and within his unremarkable gaze, a fleeting vision of cosmic birth and demise, of epochs changing, shimmered briefly. Even if a true immortal were to descend, what of it? With this utterance, words took on a binding force. The very laws of the grand hall seemed to lament, as if unable to bear the weight of his declaration. All the prodigies present were once more shaken to their core, their souls tearing asunder. A true immortal. Was that not the higher realm sought by the emperor after ascending to the immortal domain? This pavilion master, did he truly look down upon even a true immortal? What manner of being was he? Xiao Tian's last psychological defense was utterly shattered by this statement. He staggered back a step, his complexion as pale as paper, unable to utter another harsh word. In the end, he cast a fierce glance at the inscrutable figure on the high platform, then at the supreme bone tightly held in Yao Shi's embrace, his eyes brimming with resentment and unwillingness. Zhang Mo snorted coldly, directly commanding Xiaoya with his thoughts to seize the storage space on him. If one wishes to leave, one must pay a price. Without uttering a word, he turned and led the severely injured Holy King's servant away, like a stray dog, exiting the grand hall in disgrace. He gained nothing, but rather lost all face. Yet Zhang Mo understood that with such a person's temperament, this matter could never conclude so simply. As Xiao Tian's departed, the atmosphere within the hall relaxed slightly. Yet no one dared to raise their heads to look directly at the high platform. This scene became an indelible mark, deeply etched into the souls of all prodigies. It transformed into an ironclad decree. The origin Treasure Pavilion is not to be provoked. Chapter 19. The bone of the true immortal Xiao Tian's shameful departure doused the last flicker of hope and arrogance in the hearts of the prodigies within the hall like a bucket of ice water. The entire grand hall fell into a deathly silence. The air was no longer filled with the fervor of competitive bidding, but rather a profound sense of reverence and chill emanating from the depths of their souls. Each breath became cautious, fearful of disturbing the being who reigned supreme on the high platform. Their gazes no longer dared to meet that figure. They could only lower their eyes, fixating on the polished floor before them, their minds replaying the astonishing scene they had just witnessed. The quasi-emperor as a servant, the Holy King treated like a dog. The young master from the celestial domain of 9 heavens was chased away like a stray dog by a mere utterance. What manner of perilous lair was this origin Treasure Pavilion? What sort of taboo behemoth was this pavilion master, who looked down upon eternity? In a corner, Yao Shi clutched the warm supreme bone tightly in her arms. The rhythmic pulsations emanating from it resonated mystically with her bloodline, mending the foundation that had been shaken by the Holy King's oppressive aura. Her gaze towards the high platform was filled with complex emotions. There was gratitude, admiration, but more so, a sense of insignificance and fear when facing the boundless starry sky. She understood that from the moment she presented that ring and uttered that coordinate, she and her family, the Yao clan, were irrevocably bound to this unfathomable pavilion master and this terrifying treasure pavilion. Thus, those who wished to act against the Yao clan would need to reconsider. It was a gamble, and she had won. Yet, the cost of this victory might prove to be far heavier than she had anticipated. Zhang Mo appeared utterly oblivious to all of this. He even yawned with a hint of boredom, stretching lazily. as if his earlier act of crushing the Holy King and expelling the celestial visitors was merely akin to swatting a bothersome mosquito after a meal, not deserving of a second glance. He languidly waved his hand. The final item for auction. His mundane voice caused every heart to constrict sharply, tension escalating to its peak. Xiaoya, now elevated to the status of a quasi-emperor's servant, ascended the high platform once more. This time, her demeanor was gravely solemn, her exquisite face bearing an air of reverence akin to that of a pilgrim. Between her hands, there was no jade plate, no crystal box. Instead, she held her hands aloft, a mass of chaotic energy materializing out of thin air. Within that chaos floated a segment of a fingerbone, a broken, grayish fingerbone. It appeared unremarkable, lacking the brilliance of the supreme bone, devoid of the natural essence of the heavy eye, and its surface was riddled with fine cracks, as if it would crumble to dust under the ravages of time at any moment. Yet, this seemingly ordinary relic caused the temperature within the grand hall to plummet abruptly. A primal shiver coursed through all the prodigies, raising the hair on their bodies. Some audacious individuals instinctively activated their divine consciousness, attempting to probe closer. However, as soon as their divine consciousness neared within 3 feet of the fingerbone, boom, an indescribable, incomprehensible force, transcending imperial realms and laws, imbued with the essence of immortality and eternity, surged forth like an ancient deity awakening from eons of slumber, rebounding violently. That was not pressure. It was an absolute suppression of status. In an instant, nearly half of the prodigies within the hall, regardless of their cultivation levels, were struck as if by lightning. They coughed up blood, their minds pierced by the indifferent gaze of a true immortal, as though it traversed through the vastness of time and space. Casting a mere glance upon them, just a glance, and their souls nearly tore asunder under that immortal will, their hearts instantly riddled with cracks. The finger bone of the true immortal, the sun god's son, Yang Hao, who had consistently displayed overwhelming prowess, now screamed in terror. His voice sharp and distorted from intense excitement and fear. His eyes widened, bursting forth with a fervor and greed 100-fold greater than when he beheld the supreme bone. That was not mere power. That was a key to the legendary immortal realm beyond the emperor, a key to a higher echelon. Madness. Everyone had succumbed to madness. If the heavy eye and the supreme bone were tickets to the emperor's seat, then this segment of the true immortal's fingerbone was a map directly leading to the destination, even allowing a glimpse of the scenery beyond the endpoint. Its value transcended any treasure. Zhang Mo observed the frenzy enveloping everyone, a playful smile curling at his lips. He relished this feeling of chaos. Clearing his throat, his voice remained calm, yet resonated clearly in each person's mind, shattering their illusions. The starting bid, a secret capable of overturning the balance of 3,000 realms. In the eyes of the system, even imperial weapons paled in comparison to the ancient secrets of this world, and he needed a comprehensive understanding of this realm as well. As his words fell, the entire venue plunged once more into a deathly silence. All expressions of fervor froze upon their faces. To exchange a secret? What a ludicrous and tyrannical proposition. Treasures possess value, yet secrets are intangible. What kind of secret is worthy of the phrase overturning the structure of 3,000 realms? And who possesses the authority to judge the value of such a secret? The answer is self-evident. It lies solely with the esteemed lord on the stage. In an instant, a singular thought flashed through the minds of countless prodigies, a notion that sent shivers down their spines, yet felt inherently plausible. This enigmatic lord. What is his true purpose in gathering these earth-shattering secrets? Could it be that he is orchestrating a grand scheme to unify the hidden powers and trump cards of the 3,000 realms? All in preparation for the impending cataclysmic epic? Once this idea took root, it could not be suppressed. As they gazed upon the figure on the elevated platform, their expressions transformed entirely. No longer merely fear and reverence, but rather a fervent adoration akin to that of worshipping a savior. It dawned upon them that the Lord was not merely seeking entertainment. He was safeguarding this universe in his own unique manner. Just as everyone was captivated by the bewildering price and the grand vision they had conjured in their minds, believing that this fragment of celestial bone would ultimately go unsold. A voice resounded unexpectedly. This voice did not emanate from any corner of the hall. It seemed to transcend the river of time, disregarding the formidable spatial barriers of the origin treasure pavilion that even the sacred kings could not breach, directly emerging from the depths of the primordial wilderness. It was ancient, grand, and indifferent, devoid of any trace of emotion. It resonated in the depths of every individual's heart, echoing within the very essence of their souls. Might I inquire if the Lord has any interest in this secret? Chapter 20. The truth behind the broken celestial path. The voice belonged to none present in the hall. It seemed to seep forth from the recesses of forgotten time, traversing the boundless void, cold, grand, and devoid of emotional fluctuations. It seemed as if the heavenly principles were coldly inquiring. The maidservant, Xiaoya, who had already attained the status of a quasi-emperor, displayed a rare look of intense vigilance in her autumn-like eyes. In an instant, she darted forward to shield Zhang Mo, her quasi-emperor aura emanating a palpable sense of impending danger. Within the hall, the blood of all prodigies seemed to freeze at that moment. The expressions on their faces shifted from fervent excitement over the celestial bone to a profound horror that penetrated to their very bones. Who was it? Who could so effortlessly penetrate this terrifying hall that even the sacred kings would kneel before? This was far beyond their comprehension. Do not be alarmed. Zhang Mo languidly waved his hand, signaling Xiaoya to step back. His expression revealed no trace of fear. Instead, it bore an intense curiosity, as if he had stumbled upon something profoundly intriguing. Leaning against the back of his chair, he gazed with keen interest into the emptiness before him. And who might you be? The grand voice did not respond immediately, plunging the hall into a suffocating silence. Each passing second felt as long as an epoch. The prodigies could even hear the frantic beating of their own hearts, an instinctual fear in the face of the unknown and incomprehensible might. Finally, the voice resonated once more. I hail from the ancient realm of Tianyuan, the heir of the primal forbidden zone. Boom. The words primal forbidden zone struck the minds of all present like a colossal ancient mountain crashing down from the heavens. Yang Hao Mingzi, and all those of extraordinary lineage felt their pupils constrict violently in that moment. What was this place? It was a realm that sent shivers down the spines of all 3,000 realms. A place so fearsome that even their respective sects dared to describe it in mere hushed tones, with utmost reverence. It was rumored to be the slumbering ground of monsters that had survived since the previous epoch, perhaps even from a time long before. It was a desolate land that even quasi-emperors dared not tread lightly upon, a scar upon the universe. An entity emerging from the Forbidden Zone was engaging in discourse with the Lord. This being could very well be an ancient emperor. At this moment, the gazes of all prodigies toward Zhang Mo underwent a profound transformation. If there had been reverence and fear before, now it was akin to gazing upon a deity. It turned out that the Lord's invitation to this auction was not limited to them, the so-called younger generation. Even the ancient beings from the Forbidden Zone were his esteemed guests. I shall exchange a secret for the celestial bone in your possession. The presence from the Forbidden Zone spoke plainly, without an ounce of emotion. A secret regarding why the celestial path has been severed. As soon as this statement was uttered, the hall fell into a profound silence once more. If the primal Forbidden Zone represented terror, then the severance of the celestial path was the ultimate enigma looming over all the top-tier sects for over 1,000,000 years. It was the sole passage to higher realms, the hope of ascension for countless emperors. Its severance meant that the path ahead for cultivators in this realm had been ruthlessly cut off. The value of this secret was enough to drive any immortal celestial dynasty or supreme holy land into a frenzy. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Mo's eyes. On his system's interface, the estimated value of this secret skyrocketed into a series of figures that sent shivers down his spine, far exceeding that of the celestial bone itself. This was a tremendous profit, yet on the surface, he maintained an air of indifference, his fingers lightly tapping on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. How shall I verify this? He inquired, feigning calmness as if assessing an ordinary commodity. In the next moment, without warning, an indescribable image was transmitted into the minds of all present by an immeasurable force. It depicted a radiant ancient path woven through endless starry rivers, paved by billions of stars, leading to the unknown, exuding an aura of immortality and longevity. The celestial path. Just then, at the end of this path, a colossal dark rift that had severed the ages slowly opened. Beyond the rift lay a darkness deeper and more despairing than even chaotic void. A hand stained with flecks of golden celestial blood, marred with cracks yet still unfathomably vast, began to emerge from that endless darkness. The aura emanating from that hand caused every being that beheld it to tremble, their souls quaking, their hearts on the brink of collapse. It was the aura of a true immortal, yet it carried an essence of decay and ominous foreboding that penetrated to the core. Then, under the horrified gazes of all, that colossal hand slowly and inexorably tightened its grip. Crack! The celestial path, which traversed the universe and bore the hopes of countless epochs, shattered like a fragile glass tube. Billions of stars exploded, turning into cosmic dust. The immortal principles fractured, transforming into mournful fragments. The vision vanished in an instant. Yang Hao Mingzi, and the most elite prodigies simultaneously spat out blood, their faces as pale as paper, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. In their eyes, only boundless despair and terror remained. Just a glimpse, marked by the imprint of time and space, had nearly shattered their resolve. 1,000,000 years ago, a true immortal, corrupted by darkness, had shattered the celestial path. The voice of the being from the Forbidden Zone reverberated like a final judgment, providing a grim commentary on that terrifying vision. No one knew what had transpired in the realm of immortals, where the former immortal sovereigns had vanished. Why would a true immortal engage in such self-destructive acts? In this realm, the path to enlightenment had been severed. Now, even the opportunity to attain emperorhood seemed exceedingly remote, and the emergence of emperors was a rarity. Some emperors who had survived from ancient times could only struggle for survival within the Forbidden Zone, awaiting the end of their lives. Lord, are you satisfied with this secret? In the hall, a pin-drop silence ensued. Every prodigy was engulfed in a wave of immense despair and shock, while simultaneously, a more terrifying realization dawned upon them. They finally understood. They finally grasped the Lord's profound intentions. The auction master, in a bid to forge a new emperor amidst the desolation of this age of decline, presented the rare dual-eyed treasure and the supreme bone. He unveiled the celestial bone to lure forth ancient entities from the forbidden zones, seeking the truth behind the cataclysmic epics. Every action he undertook was meticulously orchestrated, using the 3,000 realms as a chessboard and the exceptional prodigies as mere pawns, all to counter the encroaching darkness that tainted the true immortals, to rekindle hope in this despondent universe. In an instant, the gazes of all the prodigies directed at the elevated platform transformed, shedding the layers of fear and reverence, replaced by an almost frenzied adulation for their savior. The architect of this fervor, Zhang Mo, merely observed the monumental influx of points in the system backend, delight blooming within him. With a decisive slap on the table, his voice resonated with a tone of relief, as if he were finally free for the day. The deal was struck. As the words fell, the celestial handbone radiating eternal truth vanished from the platform, transported to some distant and obscure corner of the Forbidden Zone. Zhang Mo rose, stretched lazily, and yawned. Thus, the auction came to a close. The events of the day were an experience for the younger generation, and they would bear the consequences of any rumors that spread. You may leave. He waved his hand dismissively, akin to shooing away a swarm of flies. At that moment, the prodigies awoke from their stupor, complex emotions swirling within them as they rose to bow deeply to the platform, each harboring their thoughts and the astonishing secrets they had gleaned. Slowly retreating from the grand hall, it was clear to all that the auction of the Origin Treasure Pavilion had concluded. Chapter 21. Buyer escort service. With the auction concluded, the prodigies, who had been fervently agitated by the celestial bone and the secrets of the forbidden zones, now regained their composure. Their gazes, akin to sharks detecting the scent of blood, turned with unabashed greed toward the corner where a young girl, Yao Shi, clutched the supreme bone. She had become the epicenter of a new storm, a girl from a fallen family, holding a treasure that could drive the sacred lands into madness. Akin to a child carrying a gold bar through a bustling market. Within the Origin Treasure Pavilion, no one dared to act, yet the moment she stepped beyond those doors, she would likely be torn to shreds by lurking wolves and tigers. Yao Shi was no fool. She could sense the palpable greed and murderous intent in those gazes. Her complexion turned pale, the joy of acquiring the supreme bone swiftly replaced by a chilling fear. Clutching the warm bone tightly, her fragile form trembled under the weight of numerous stares, despair surging anew. Subconsciously, she cast her last hope toward the now empty platform, her eyes filled with an unspoken plea. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo sat with his legs crossed, reveling in the surging points reflected on the system panel. These young ones truly possess substantial wealth, he mused, contemplating new schemes to reap profits when he suddenly noticed the eerie atmosphere in the hall, particularly Yao Shi's near tears in the corner. I almost forgot about this. He smacked his forehead. This was to be a valuable consumer for the future. He could not allow her to be victimized immediately after her acquisition, for that would render his investment futile and tarnish the reputation of the Treasure Pavilion. Clearing his throat, his voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, echoed once more in the silent hall. Oh, by the way, I almost overlooked this. The pavilion has recently launched a new service, the buyer escort service. At this announcement, the hall erupted into an uproar. What? The auction house is offering home delivery? And of people? Sun God Yang Hao, along with the heir of the Netherworld demon sect, were momentarily taken aback, their minds struggling to process the information. Zhang Mo continued, unhurriedly. Anyone who successfully bids on treasures within this pavilion need only pay a modest fee to avail themselves of our escort service, ensuring they reach any designated location within the 3,000 realms unscathed. As his words settled, a thunderous realization struck the minds of the prodigies. They gazed at the platform anew. What was the auction master endeavoring to accomplish? He was not merely conducting business. He was establishing a new order, one that superseded all sacred sites and celestial empires, an absolute order. For eons, the myriad realms had adhered to the law of the jungle, where the weak were devoured by the strong. Cultivators from small sects or families, even if they chanced upon a miraculous treasure, often met untimely ends, becoming prey for greater powers. This was an immutable law of the ages. Yet now, this master intended to shatter that ironclad rule. With an overwhelming strength that even the sacred kings bowed to, and which commanded equal dialogue with the ancient beings of the forbidden zones, he aimed to provide absolute protection for the fortunate weak. What audacity! What grandeur! In that moment, an immense wave surged within the hearts of all the prodigies. They comprehended the depths of the auction master's vision, which had long surpassed their imagination. The master is profoundly strategic. We are in awe, murmured a descendant of an ancient clan, his eyes brimming with fervent admiration. Yao Shi, as if grasping at the last straw of salvation, disregarded the thoughts of others and trembled as she called out toward the platform. If I may inquire, esteemed master, what is the cost? Her heart raced with trepidation. Having already sacrificed her family's secret preserved for eons, she possessed nothing else of value. Zhang Mo's playful voice rang out once more. It is quite simple. I require none of your treasures. There was a pause before he articulated a condition that left everyone dumbfounded. I only ask for the first drop of supreme divine blood that you will cultivate from your essence after successfully merging with the supreme bone and embarking on the path of cultivation. This condition stupefied all present. He sought no immediate gain, but rather invested in the future. The supreme divine blood was indeed priceless. A single drop could revive the dead or purify the mortal coil of postnatal beings, crafting a pseudo-supreme constitution. Yet, this required Yao Shi to successfully merge with the supreme bone and reach profound levels of cultivation, fraught with uncertainty. What if she faltered along the way? What if her talents were insufficient, and she never produced a single drop? This master was willing to leverage his unfathomable power for a nebulous promise of the future? Yao Shi herself was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such a condition. Yet, without a shred of hesitation, she recognized this was not merely a transaction. It was a mentor-esque guidance and a trial for the younger generation. Without delay, she pricked her fingertip. A drop of crimson blood surfacing. She vowed with her true spirit, establishing the most rigorous oath of the path. I, Yao Shi, hereby swear. Should I succeed in condensing the supreme divine blood, the first drop shall be offered to the esteemed master. Should I violate this oath, may my heart shatter. Forever plunged into oblivion, without hope of rebirth. Excellent. In the backstage, Zhang Mo nodded in satisfaction. This deal was remarkably advantageous. With a mere gesture, he secured the first drop of the essence blood of a future supreme being, a transaction yielding boundless returns. More importantly, it forged a benevolent bond with this future powerhouse in advance. Within the grand hall, the heir of the netherworld demon sect observed this scene, a peculiar gleam flashing in his newly merged dual-eyed gaze, as visions of the sun and moon alternating and chaos unfolding danced before his eyes. As if he were deciphering something, he licked his lips. Having also acquired a treasure, he now found himself the target of scrutiny. However, he did not seek assistance as Yao Shi had. The corners of his mouth twisted into a cruel yet exhilarating arc. To stand against the world? He relished this feeling immensely. He was eager to see how many of those so-called paragons of righteousness would dare to meet their demise. Chapter 22. Has everyone returned home? Yao Shi's vow reverberated within the grand hall, resonating with the principles of the universe, transforming into an imperceptible brand that merged into the void. This signified the establishment of the contract. On the platform, Zhang Mo seemed indifferent to the unfolding events, merely snapping his fingers. With a crisp sound, the space before Yao Shi began to ripple like water. There was no earth-shattering roar or violent tearing of the void. A stable and resplendent spatial portal gently and steadfastly unfolded. Within the portal, there was neither chaotic spatial turbulence nor profound darkness, but a clear and serene scene. It was an ancient and solemn ancestral hall, with rows of spirit tablets standing quietly, enveloped in fragrant smoke, steeped in the passage of time. Upon witnessing this sight, Yaoxi's pupils constricted sharply, her entire being freezing in place. Then, an uncontrollable surge of emotion welled up within her, and tears streamed down her face. "This is the ancestral land of the Yao family," she exclaimed in disbelief, her voice filled with overwhelming joy. The Myriad Phenomena Divine City is situated in the heart of the 3,000 realms, while her Yao family resides in the remote and desolate northern ice plains, separated by countless starry rivers and innumerable star domains. He had traversed many teleportation arrays over the past 3 days to arrive just before the auction commenced. Even a Saint King would require years to cross this distance. Only the most advanced teleportation arrays could facilitate such a swift journey. Yet now, this mysterious pavilion master had merely snapped his fingers to open a doorway to her home. What an astonishing feat. This transcends mere divine abilities. It is creation itself. It is absolute mastery over the laws of space. The other prodigies in the hall were equally dumbfounded. They stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, transfixed by the sight of the stable spatial door, feeling as if their very breath had been stolen. This is impossible. The crown prince of the eternal immortal dynasty, a self-proclaimed erudite heir, was utterly flabbergasted, murmuring to himself with eyes filled with horror. The precise teleportation spanning endless star domains, constructed in an instant and astonishingly stable, was said to be beyond the capabilities of even quasi-emperors. The pavilion master's realm was surely unfathomable. This master is on a level we cannot imagine. The heir of the nether demon sect, with chaotic energy swirling in his dual pupils, displayed an unprecedented gravity. He prided himself on fearing nothing. Yet this scene had utterly surpassed his comprehension. On the platform, Zhang Mo's voice rang out once more, laced with a casual air. "Go." Yaoxi trembled, jolted back to reality from her overwhelming astonishment. She did not immediately step into the portal but turned around, deeply bowing towards the platform. This bow was filled with utmost sincerity, coming from the depths of her heart. The pavilion master's grace in her rebirth would never be forgotten. Having spoken, she hesitated no longer, clutching the supreme bone close to her chest, and resolutely stepped through the spatial portal. The shimmering gate rippled like water, and her figure vanished in an instant. Subsequently, the portal, which had the power to astound even quasi-emperors, slowly closed, ultimately dissolving into nothingness, leaving no trace of spatial disturbance. As if it had never existed, the hall fell into a profound silence once more. All the prodigies appeared as though their souls had been extracted, their faces ashen, hearts filled with endless reverence. Meanwhile, outside the Origin Treasure Pavilion, above the Myriad Phenomena Divine City, countless powerful consciousnesses, capable of sending tremors through the stars, intertwined like a colossal web, enveloping the entire firmament. Among them were terrifying presences at the Saint King level, lurking in the depths of the void, like the most patient hunters, awaiting the emergence of the plump lamb bearing the supreme treasure. They had set up an intricate net, sealing off every spatial node within a 1,000,000-mile radius. They had received transmissions from the younger generation at the auction. Should the girl named Yaoxi dare to show herself, they possessed 100 methods to make her vanish into thin air, along with the supreme bone, leaving no trace behind. Why hasn't she emerged yet? Hasn't the auction concluded? A Saint King ancestor from an immortal family expressed impatience through his thoughts. Humph, perhaps she's too frightened to come out. Another sinister consciousness responded, no matter. She cannot hide in there forever. We have all the time in the world. Indeed, the supreme bone is exceedingly rare, it is worth the wait. These ancient beings, having lived for countless eons, remained calm and collected. They were confident that under their combined blockade, even a fly could not escape. However, they waited and waited. 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed, until the night fell, and the clamor beneath the Tianxiong mountain had dissipated. They still sensed no trace of Yaoxi. Something is amiss. Very amiss. The Saint King ancestor finally sensed the abnormality. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. Our consciousness has not detected any spatial fluctuations. How can this be? Could she have burrowed underground? Just as they were bewildered and prepared to investigate further, a message transmitted through the cross-domain communication array from the far northern land struck like a thunderbolt upon each ambusher's head. Urgent news. Above the ancient Yao family's ancestral land in the extreme north, divine light surged skyward, and purple air traveled eastward for 30,000 miles. A piece of innate Tao bone descended from the void, its might stirring several sacred lands. It appears that the supreme bone has emerged. Boom. All the ambushing experts felt their minds buzz, utterly stunned. Everyone has returned home. How did they manage it? We painstakingly laid down an intricate net, only for them to open a spatial passage and return home. It must be the Origin Treasure Pavilion. A Saint King exclaimed in horror, his voice filled with boundless fear and regret. Aside from that mysterious pavilion master, who else possesses such heaven-defying means? They instantly understood. The pavilion master not only sells treasures, but also genuinely protects his clients. Realizing that they had dared to plot against a being capable of effortlessly opening cross-star teleportations, one that even quasi-emperors would serve, all the ancient beings were drenched in cold sweat, their souls trembling. They may have dared to target the young girl Yaoshi, but even with 1,000 lives, they would not dare harbor any disrespectful thoughts towards that pavilion master. And now, this master had personally intervened to safeguard the young girl. This colossal entity not only possesses all the rare treasures of the world, but can also wield absolute, overwhelming power to uphold the rules he has established. Quick, retreat. Anyone who dares to covet the Origin Treasure Pavilion henceforth will be opposing my entire sect. In an instant, those terrifying consciousnesses lurking in the void fled as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 23. The Emperor of the Immortal Domain in the Myriad Phenomena Divine City. Within a secret celestial palace shrouded by layers of restrictions, suspended in the clouds. Bang! With a thunderous sound, a resplendent weapon of immeasurable value was crushed into fragments by a colossal hand. Xiao Tian's expression twisted with rage, his chest heaving violently. His eyes ablaze with frenzied hatred and jealousy. The quasi-emperor's mate had utilized spatial teleportation from the Origin Treasure Pavilion. He forced out each word through gritted teeth, each syllable dripping with icy disdain. A disgrace. An unprecedented humiliation. He, Xiao Tian's, hailed from the exalted realm of the nine heavens, his veins coursing with the blood of emperors. From his youth, he had been a paragon of excellence, never before having endured such an unprecedented humiliation. Cast out like a mere fly by a native of the lower realms, and before the eyes of all the prodigies from the 3,000 domains. Most intolerable of all was the fact that the supreme bone, which rightfully belonged to him, had fallen into the hands of a girl as insignificant as an ant. The more he contemplated this, the angrier he became, his internal energies spiraling out of control, wreaking havoc upon the opulent palace. "Young master, murmured the severely injured elder servant, his pallid complexion betraying an inescapable dread. He sought to counsel the young master, cautioning him that the Origin Treasure Pavilion was far too enigmatic, and its master, unfathomable, surely not someone they could provoke. Silence! Xiao Tian's roared, akin to a furious beast, turning sharply to glare at the elder servant with defiance in his eyes. "You worthless old fool. At such a critical moment, you are utterly useless. You kneel at a mere glance. You have brought shame upon the Xiao family." The elder servant opened his mouth, only to let out a bitter sigh, bowing his head. Shame? Before that quasi-empress, merely preserving one's life was a monumental stroke of luck. The young master failed to grasp the magnitude of the terror he faced. Xiao Tian's vented his wrath, yet the fire within him blazed hotter than ever. He understood that merely with himself and this old servant, attempting to reclaim his dignity was akin to chasing phantoms. The thought of the native of the lower realm ignited a mad glint in his eyes, and a malicious scheme began to take shape within him. "Are you not powerful? Can you not protect her? Let me see if you can safeguard the entire 3,000 domains." With a fierce determination, he bit down on his resolve and produced a jade talisman glowing with a faint celestial light from his bosom. This talisman had been bestowed upon him by an ancestor of his family as a life-preserving artifact to be used only in dire straits. Yet now, he could no longer afford to hesitate. He needed his family to be aware of the audacious rogue that had emerged from the lower realms. With a decisive crack, Xiao Tian's shattered the jade talisman. It exploded into a cascade of dazzling light, coalescing into a colossal luminous screen at the heart of the celestial palace. Upon this screen, scenes shifted until finally settling upon an ancient dojo, cloaked in ethereal mists, where a venerable elder donned in a golden imperial robe sat cross-legged, exuding an aura as profound as the depths of the sea. His mere presence seemed to position him as the axis of the universe, with surrounding stars rotating slowly around him. "Tian's, what compels the use of this talisman?" The elder's eyes opened gradually, revealing visions of cosmic births and deaths, epics shifting within their depths. His voice, though calm, bore an undeniable authority. "Ancestor." Xiao Tian's fell to his knees with a thud, his face contorted with indignation and humiliation. His voice hoarse as he lamented, "Ancestor, you must act on behalf of Tian's." He began to embellish the events he had witnessed at the Origin Treasure Pavilion, distorting the truth. In his narrative, Zhang Mo transformed into a reckless, defiant figure, intent on overthrowing the dominion of the nine heavens. The pavilion's master not only indulged the lower realm's ants, but even audaciously proclaimed that not even true immortals were worthy of his regard. This was a direct provocation against the dignity of the entire nine heavens. He claimed that the auction of the supreme bone was orchestrated to bolster the natives of the lower realms against the prodigies of their celestial domain. Most critically, he portrayed the revelation of Yao Shi's coordinates as a premeditated conspiracy by the Origin Treasure Pavilion, aiming to infiltrate the nine heavens. Ancestor, the coordinates of the celestial domain. They form the foundation of our sacred place, and if they fall into the hands of those barbarians, the consequences would be unthinkable. The ambitions of the Origin Treasure Pavilion are glaringly evident. With tears streaming down his face, Xiao Tian's depicted himself as a tragic hero, one who fought valiantly to defend the dignity of the celestial domain, only to suffer disgrace. The elder listened in silence, his brow furrowing gradually. A quasi-empress as a servant? Treating true immortals as inconsequential? A flicker of gravity crossed his gaze. In the impoverished spiritual energy of the lower realm, the emergence of a Saint King was already a remarkable feat. To have a quasi-emperor willing to serve as a maid suggested something far more sinister. Yet it was Xiao Tian's subsequent words that truly ignited the elder's fury. The coordinates of the celestial domain were of paramount importance and must never fall into the hands of the lower realm's insects. The elder's voice turned frigid. The reason the nine heavens can tower above and gaze down upon myriad realms is not merely due to superior laws and richer spiritual energy, but chiefly through the absolute monopoly of passageways. We shall not allow beings from the lower realms to wield a means of free passage to the celestial domain. Such an act would undermine our authority and desecrate our status. Ancestor, sensing the elder's wrath, Xiao Tian's felt a surge of elation, seizing the moment to urge. Please unleash your thunderous wrath upon the Origin Treasure Pavilion, so that those lower realm barbarians understand that the dignity of the celestial domain is not to be trifled with. The elder fell silent for a moment, a flicker of resolution crossing his eyes. The Origin Treasure Pavilion, shrouded in peculiarities, was not a realm he wished to tread lightly upon. However, the matter of the celestial coordinates could not be ignored. Very well, the elder spoke slowly. I grant you an imperial decree of annihilation, containing my utmost power. You shall test the veracity of this pavilion. If you can breach its defenses, our clan's forces will immediately tear through the dimensional barriers and descend upon the lower realm, erasing this pavilion and the Myriad Divine Capital from existence. If you cannot. The elder's implication hung heavily in the air. If even his full power could not shake it, then the true origins of this treasure pavilion warranted reassessment. A golden decree radiating supreme might, as if to crush the heavens, slowly emerged from the luminous screen, descending before Xiao Tian's. Trembling with excitement, he reverently accepted the decree. Feeling the terrifying power within capable of annihilating galaxies, a cruel and triumphant smile spreading across his face. At your command, Ancestor, I shall ensure that the arrogant pavilion master pays the blood price for his hubris and ignorance. Chapter 24. The Emperor's decree. The doors of the Origin Treasure Pavilion slowly closed after the last prodigy bowed respectfully and exited. Within the hall, a return to its previous emptiness and mystery ensued. Those prodigies who had attended the auction emerged, dazed, into the sunlight of Tianqiong Mountain, still feeling as though they were ensnared in a dream. The events of the day had been overwhelmingly impactful for them. The manifestation of the twin pupils, the transfer of the supreme bone, a quasi-empress as a servant, the Saint King kneeling, interdimensional teleportation, secrets of forbidden zones. Any one of these events would serve as fodder for their boasting over the coming centuries, if not millennia. The Origin Treasure Pavilion was terrifying. It was truly a mythical place. The goddess of the Taichu's sacred land, typically as serene as an immortal, now had her beautiful eyes filled with an unshakable shock. Not merely a myth, she mused. The pavilion master was indeed a living deity, walking among mortals. The prince of the eternal immortal dynasty shook his head with a bitter smile, realizing that before such a being, they were no different from mere insects. The heir of the nether demon sect, the Mingzi, also retracted his sinister smile. His newly awakened twin pupils swirling with chaotic energy, as if attempting to unravel some great mystery, his expression graver than ever. He sensed that the seemingly mortal pavilion master was cloaked in a veil of mystery that even his twin pupils could not penetrate. Beyond the mist lies a terrifying abyss capable of instilling fear in the entirety of the myriad realms. Just as the crowd's emotions surged, ready to carry this earth-shattering news back to their respective sects, an unexpected darkness enveloped the sky. This was not the twilight of a setting sun. Rather, it was an ominous blackness, devoid of forewarning, as if an unparalleled force had forcibly obscured all light, creating an absolute void. Instinctively, everyone looked up, and what they witnessed would be etched in their memories for eternity. A boundless golden decree had, at some unknown moment, shrouded the skies above the divine capital of myriad forms. It was colossal, so immense that it seemed to cover the entire firmament, rendering the sun, moon, and stars insignificant in its presence. The decree radiated with golden imperial laws, each rune as weighty as the Milky Way, emanating a terrifying aura that made all paths wail in despair. At its very center, a blood-red character for extermination, inscribed with supreme divine script, was deeply imprinted. Merely gazing upon that character, souls felt as though they were being pierced by countless celestial blades. A primal fear stemming from the essence of life rendered them icy and immobile. The might of the emperor. This was the decree of a true emperor. Amidst the crowd, a sage, an ancient being who had lived for tens of thousands of years, let out a despairing scream that shattered the silence and ignited the terror within everyone. The decree of the emperor. It was a direct command from a true sovereign. This signified the will of a ruler. Boom. The pure, untainted imperial might descended like the weight of countless ancient divine mountains. The entire divine capital of myriad forms was instantaneously plunged into a cataclysmic end. Within the city, the grand protective formation, reinforced by generations of powerful beings and said to withstand the full might of a sage king, did not even ripple. It crumbled in an instant like paper, disintegrating into a rain of light. In the city, billions of beings, whether mortals or cultivators, prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling uncontrollably under the irresistible imperial might. Those with slightly weaker cultivation couldn't even qualify to kneel. Their bodies erupted into clouds of blood mist under the pressure. Cries of anguish and wails echoed, and the once flourishing capital transformed into a hell on earth in the blink of an eye. Who was it? Which emperor was unleashing this world-ending calamity? Why? What wrongs had we committed? Countless voices wailed in despair. Meanwhile, below the Tianqiong mountain, the talented individuals who had just exited the Treasure Pavilion bore the brunt of this horrific pressure. Their protective treasures and amulets bestowed by sages felt as fragile as eggshells before the imperial might, shattering one after another. Spitting blood. Top talents like Yang Hao and Ming Zi found themselves pinned to the ground, unable to lift even a finger. For the first time, despair reflected in their eyes. Was this the power of an emperor? The mere pressure emanating from the decree left them, the so-called prodigies, bereft of any rebellious thoughts. It was overwhelming, so overpowering it defied reason. At that moment, a chilling and terrifying intent to kill locked onto the summit of Tianqiong Mountain from the decree. Its target had remained singular from the beginning. The origin Treasure Pavilion. Boom. The blood-red character for extermination at the center of the decree began to radiate a world-destroying crimson light. A beam, embodying the full force of the emperor, capable of erasing this star domain from existence, began to slowly coalesce. It's over. We are all doomed. All who witnessed this scene closed their eyes, bracing for the arrival of death. Given their realms, survival was impossible. This was indeed a full-force strike from a true emperor, a devastating blow that could flatten everything. Would the mysterious pavilion master protect us? Inside the pavilion, in the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo leisurely reclined, happily tallying the gains from the recent prodigy auction using the system interface. He had exchanged clues for a reincarnation fragment and a supreme bone for an immortal domain coordinate. This was no loss, and points were rolling in. Warning. Detecting Emperor-level energy attack. Energy level. Extremely dangerous. Expected to arrive above the pavilion in 3 seconds. Warning. Warning. The system's mechanical voice rang out for the first time with a hurried red alert. Zhang Mo lifted his head to glance at the ominous red beam coalescing on the screen, exuding a sense of destruction, and frowned slightly. TSK. Can't a person count money in peace? How bothersome. Sighing, he displayed a look of annoyance at being interrupted. System. Activate the pavilion's defense mode for absolute rebuff. Points. Deduct as you wish, he said lazily, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Command received. Activating pavilion defense mode for absolute rebuff. Deducting 5 million points. How much? That won't do. Zhang Mo nearly leaped from his seat. 5 million. Are you robbing me? The absolute rebuff feature can return attacks with double power, disregarding time and causality. Back to the attacker. The host may choose the standard defense mode, requiring only 1 million points. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mo's eyes lit up. Double power? Disregarding time? Hey, I like this. He revealed a classic villainous grin. Let us use this. Send it back with a vengeance. Let them know why the flowers bloom so red. Chapter 25. A resounding slap across time and space. The world-destroying beam finally coalesced. It erupted from the blood-red character on the sky-obscuring golden decree. It was an indescribable light. It tore through the void and obliterated the laws, reducing all it touched to the most primitive particles. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. Within the divine capital of myriad forms, all surviving beings gazed in despair at the beam descending upon the summit of Tianxiong Mountain, where the grand pavilion had remained silently suspended throughout. They seemed to envision the mysterious pavilion along with the entire Tianxiong Mountain reduced to cosmic dust by this earth-shattering strike. It was over. Yang Hao, Ming Zi, and the other prodigies wore bitter smiles. They had believed themselves to be the protagonists of this era, destined to shape the future. Yet, before the might of the emperor, they realized how insignificant and ridiculous they truly were. Even that unfathomable pavilion master and his formidable treasure pavilion seemed inconsequential before a true emperor. However, the anticipated cataclysmic explosion did not occur. Just as the beam capable of annihilating an entire star domain was about to reach the origin treasure pavilion, an anomaly arose. The pavilion, vast as a celestial mountain and shrouded in chaotic energy, merely emitted a seemingly unremarkable array compass from its inconspicuous rooftop. The compass, adorned with flowing patterns, appeared devoid of any worldly aura. It hung there in quiet defiance, facing the world-destroying strike of the emperor. What is that? That little thing thinks it can block an emperor's strike? What a fool-less errand. A sage-level powerhouse raged inwardly, considering this a farcical joke. But they were unaware of what lay ahead. In the next moment, the palm-sized array compass gently rotated. Buzz. The world-destroying beam came to an abrupt halt, just 100 zhang from the pavilion. Then, to the horror of all witnesses, that beam, capable of erasing everything, seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, beginning to visibly collapse and distort inward, ultimately, pop, with a soft sound, like a balloon being punctured. The world-shattering beam of light, embodying the full might of the emperor, vanished without a trace. There was no explosion, no shockwave, not even the slightest ripple. It was as if it had never existed at all. In the realm, an eerie silence enveloped everything. Time seemed to freeze at that very moment. All beings who witnessed this scene, whether the prostrated mortals or the saints who were too weighed down to raise their heads, stared wide-eyed, their minds blank. What had transpired? What had just occurred? Had the emperor's full strike simply dissipated? Xiao Tiance, lurking in the shadows, poised to relish the destruction of the origin treasure pavilion, found his malicious grin solidified into a mask of disbelief. He stared at the intact pavilion, where not a single tile had fallen, his eyes filled with incomprehension and dread. No, this is impossible. That was the ancestor's full strike. He roared wildly within, yet the reality before him struck like a resounding slap across his face. Amidst this suffocating silence, the origin treasure pavilion finally stirred. The immense structure, akin to a mountain, trembled slightly, as if it had merely finished a hearty meal. Following this, an intangible, formless wave, silent and transcending time, space, and causality, emanated from the pavilion's core, spreading instantaneously. This wave inflicted no harm upon the myriad realms. It disregarded the barriers of the 3,000 domains and the endless chaos, locking onto an inscrutable coordinate. Then, it traversed billions of light years, vanishing toward the exalted realm of the Nine Heavens. In the distant Nine Heavens, deep within the ancestral grounds of the Shao clan, the venerable emperor, who had just issued a decree and was in a state of tranquil meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. For the first time, a look of sheer horror flickered in his ancient, unfathomable gaze. An unprecedented sense of peril, one that made even this enlightened emperor's soul shudder, engulfed him. Not good, he bellowed, as the imperial laws surged chaotically around him, desperate to evade, to defend. However, to his terror, he found himself ensnared by an incomprehensible, irresistible force. Before this power, his proud imperial laws felt like mere toys in the hands of a child, easily subdued and rendered immobile. He could only watch in horror as the void before him twisted unnaturally. A hand materialized from thin air, not a corporeal hand, but one formed of the purest essence of void laws. It approached him directly, aiming for his face, which symbolized the emperor's authority. A visage no one had dared to gaze upon for eons. No, the emperor emitted a cry filled with ultimate terror. Smack! A resounding, crisp slap echoed without obstruction. That sound, imbued with a strange, magical essence, penetrated the layers of restrictions, resonating throughout the Shao clan's ancestral grounds. Every member of the Shao family, whether in secluded meditation or engaged in cultivation, distinctly heard that thunderous slap. What followed was an unforgettable spectacle that would forever stain the Shao clan's honor. Their invincible ancestor, revered as the pillar of the heavens, was struck like a cannonball, forcefully expelled from his secluded chamber. Boom, boom, boom. He crashed through over 100 resplendent, ethereal palaces, ultimately landing in a heap, resembling a defeated beast, in the central plaza of the ancestral grounds. The emperor struggled to rise, but coughed up a mouthful of golden imperial blood, mixed with shattered teeth. His aged face, gaunt to the bone, bled profusely, a sight both shocking and humiliating. Chapter 26. The untouchable taboo. The Shao clan's ancestral grounds erupted in chaos. Countless minds reached out from various celestial mountains and abodes. Upon witnessing the disheveled figure in the plaza and the glaring slap mark upon his face, all members of the Shao clan felt as though their minds had been struck by chaotic divine thunder. Is that the ancestor? Am I seeing this correctly? The ancestor has been struck? How is this possible? The ancestor is an emperor, an invincible being. Who could harm him in our own domain? Shock, disbelief, confusion, and absurdity wove together a tapestry of unspeakable terror in the hearts of every Shao family member. The sky was collapsing, their symbol of invincibility. The ancient emperor standing tall in the 9 heavens had been publicly humiliated on his own territory. This was no mere provocation. It was as if their clan's dignity, built over millions of years, had been ground into the dirt. The emperor, struggling to rise from the ruins, paid no heed to the blood at the corner of his mouth or the stinging pain in his cheek. His once imposing face now bore no trace of authority or anger, only an abyss of profound, bone-deep fear. He gazed towards the 3,000 realms, his imperial eyes, which once overlooked eternity, now filled with terror and trembling. What was that power? What on earth was that power? He muttered, his voice quaking. Just moments ago, when that void hand had struck, he had palpably felt his imperial laws, his pride as an emperor, completely shackled and crushed by a force of a higher order, one he could not comprehend. That was not the power of an emperor. It wasn't even the legendary might of true immortals he had heard of. It was a word that sent chills down his spine, surfacing in his mind. Taboo. Something that could not be spoken of, explored, or touched. The origin treasure pavilion below was not a variable, but rather a taboo existence that transcended all rules of this realm. Had he dared to test a taboo? The mere thought sent shivers coursing through him. He had no doubt that if the other party wished to kill him, that slap would have been merely the beginning. That slap was a warning. Quick, relay my decree. The emperor, disregarding his injuries, summoned every ounce of strength to issue his most severe and terrified command. His voice echoed deep within the souls of every Shao family member. From this day forth, our Shao clan, from the highest emperor to the lowliest servant, shall never speak of the origin treasure pavilion again. Capture the sinner, Shao Tiance. No, there is no need to capture him. Just cast him into the abyss of the 9 hells, allowing him to languish eternally in the tumult of time and space. All associated with him shall have their powers revoked and be reduced to mere mortals. This decree, filled with determination and fear, left all members of the Shao clan in stunned silence. They could not comprehend why the ancestor would issue such a harsh command. Yet they could feel the unmasked terror in his voice. What kind of existence could instill such fear in an emperor? The shadows deepened in the hearts of all. Meanwhile, in the myriad realms, with the disappearance of the terrifying imperial might, the once mighty decree of annihilation, akin to a vast canvas weathered by time, fragmented into countless golden specks, gradually dissipating into the ether. The sky reclaimed its brilliance as if nothing had transpired. Yet, beneath the celestial peaks, the surviving prodigies lay sprawled upon the ground, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath as if they had narrowly escaped a calamity. Their minds remained blank. What had they just witnessed? The Emperor's full-force strike had been effortlessly neutralized by a palm-sized compass atop that tower? And then, was that truly the end? This abrupt conclusion left them all enveloped in an absurd sense of disbelief. A gulp echoed through the silence, breaking the stillness. Did something transpire that we cannot comprehend? A trembling voice inquired from a Holy Land scion. I sensed a force more terrifying than the Imperial might emanating from the Treasure Pavilion. Another prodigy of the Demon Clan remarked, visibly shaken. Could it be that the Pavilion Master had, across the boundless expanse of time and space, reprimanded the Emperor who issued the decree? This audacious speculation flickered in the minds of all, yet none dared to voice it. For the notion was exceedingly mad and utterly disruptive to their worldview. To chastise an emperor from afar? Was such a feat even within the realm of human capability? Their imaginations soared to unprecedented heights at that moment. As they gazed upon the quietly suspended tower, their expressions transcended mere reverence. It was akin to mortals beholding a creator god. The pavilion master's prior assertion that even the arrival of true immortals would bear no significance was not arrogance, but rather a declaration of an undeniable truth. The tower itself was likely an existence surpassing true immortals, having ascended to the ineffable and taboo realms of legend. And the pavilion master was the embodiment of that existence. Or perhaps its master. Those lurking in the shadows, employing various secret arts to spy on the scene, were now gripped by terror. Quick! By the name of our sect leader, issue an immediate decree. Anyone within our sect who dares to offend the Origin Treasure Pavilion or become its enemy shall be executed without trial, exterminating their entire lineage. Convey my decree. Retrieve the 10 most precious artifacts from our treasury. No, I shall personally journey to the Celestial Peak to seek the Pavilion Master's forgiveness. In an instant, all the top-tier forces across the 3,000 realms descended into an unprecedented state of panic. Meanwhile, in a dim corner of the Myriad Phenomena Divine Capital, Xiao Tiance sensed the severance of the karmic bond with his family, cleaved by an unparalleled force. He understood he had been forsaken. The shock struck him like lightning, leaving his face ashen as he collapsed to the ground. Why? Why did the ancestor abandon me? After a brief period of bewilderment, a torrent of resentment and madness surged across his visage. How ruthless is the Origin Treasure Pavilion! How merciless is my family! If you will not allow me peace, I shall not grant you solace either. I may not be able to destroy you, but there are surely things in this world that you cherish. Like a venomous serpent, he vanished silently into deeper shadows. Chapter 27. The first investment target within the tower's backstage lounge. Zhang Mo reclined comfortably on the sofa, utterly oblivious to the events unfolding outside. All he knew was that he had just expended points to witness the most extravagant fireworks in history, simultaneously relishing the thrill of a remote slap in the face. Delightful. One word encapsulated Zhang Mo's sentiments. Though he was unaware of who had been struck, he surmised it must be a formidable individual. System, can we perhaps negotiate a member's rate for such an extraordinary counterattack service? It's excessively costly. My heart can't handle it. He began to haggle with the system. Detected that the host successfully countered an emperor-level provocation. The Origin Treasure Pavilion's reputation has soared, establishing a taboo name throughout the myriad realms of Hongmeng. As a reward, the new feature-fated investment has been unlocked. A golden light curtain unfolded before Zhang Mo, replacing the previous system marketplace. Oh, a new feature? Zhang Mo perked up, sitting up straight. He examined it closely. Fated investment. The host may choose individuals or forces within the myriad realms of Hongmeng who possess great fortune, special physiques, or immense potential for investment. Investment method. The host may provide items from the system marketplace, techniques, protection from this pavilion, or guidance. Return method. Based on the future achievements of the investment target, their influence on the realm structure, and their fondness for the host. The host will continuously receive their generated fortune as a return. Fortune can be exchanged at a ratio of 1:11,000 for vast auction points. It can also be utilized to enhance the host or to unlock higher-tier auctions. As Zhang Mo perused this introduction, his eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. Wow, isn't this just venture capital? The realization dawned upon him. Previously, he had awaited clients to arrive. Now he could take the initiative to support future protagonists. This was far more engaging than merely holding an auction, harvesting a quick profit, and departing. He was poised to become the greatest puppet master of the entire Hongmeng realm, cultivating his legion of fated children. How intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. Zhang Mo rubbed his hands in excitement, feeling he had discovered a new source of amusement. System, please filter for me the most worthy investment targets currently. The light curtain flickered, displaying names and information before him. At the top was none other than Yao Shi, who had just acquired the Supreme Bone. Investment target, Yao Shi, current realm, Golden Core realm. Potential rating, SSS, possessing the innate Supreme Bone, perfectly aligned with her bloodline. Resolute in spirit, bearing the heavy burden of her family's rise and fall, with boundless future potential. Current affection level, admiration, 95-100. Estimated return rate, extremely high. Wow. Potential SSS, affection level 95. This is practically a ready-made angel investor. Zhang Mo nodded in satisfaction as he reviewed Yao Shi's information. With the Supreme Bone in her possession, supported by a family that, though declining, still held considerable depth, and owing him a significant favor, the most critical factor was her current weakness, making her easily manageable. Zhang Mo stroked his chin, increasingly convinced that she was the perfect investment target. It's decided. With a thought, he locked onto Yao Shi, who was currently seated cross-legged in the ancestral grounds of the Yao family, attempting to refine the supreme bone amidst the frigid expanse of the extreme north. In the ancestral grounds of the Yao family, Yao Shi sat upon a cold jade stone, the translucent supreme bone on her chest radiating a faint golden glow. Waves of warm, yet overwhelming power gradually flowed into her limbs, mending her damaged foundation and transforming her mortal body. She could feel her strength escalating at an astonishing rate. Yet, her heart brimmed with confusion and unease. The supreme bone, while an unparalleled treasure, was also akin to a double-edged sword. Today, she had safely returned to her family under the Pavilion Master's protection. But what of the next time? The Origin Treasure Pavilion could not shield her indefinitely. Once she ventured outside her family to hone her skills, she would inevitably attract the covetous eyes in pursuit of countless forces. The road ahead was fraught with thorns and peril. Could she truly rely on this bone to uphold her family's future? Just as she wrestled with her tumultuous thoughts and wavering resolve, a calm, yet authoritative voice, seemingly imbued with the essence of the cosmos, resonated within the depths of her mind without warning. Your journey has only just begun. Boom. Yao Shi's entire being trembled as she abruptly opened her eyes. That voice. It was the Pavilion Master. It is that unfathomable Lord. He, across the endless expanse of time and space, is observing her. An indescribable surge of excitement and trepidation coursed through her entire being. Zhang Mo's voice continued to resonate in her mind, imbued with an undeniable authority. The Supreme Bone, in your possession, is both an opportunity and a trial. Perform well. Do not let this Lord's goodwill go to waste. These two brief sentences struck Yao Shi's heart like two chaotic bolts of divine thunder. In an instant, she comprehended. The Lord granting her the Supreme Bone was not a mere transaction. The Lord was not aiding her. He was valuing her. He was investing in her. This Supreme Bone was a trial bestowed upon her by the Lord. He was silently observing her from a distant, unknown realm, testing whether she was worthy of such a monumental opportunity. In that moment, all of Yao Shi's confusion, unease, and fear dissipated, replaced by an unquenchable, blazing ambition. I cannot betray the Lord's expectations. I must not disappoint him. I shall allow this Supreme Bone to radiate a brilliance surpassing all its previous bearers. Yes, my lord. Yao Shi straightened her back, bowing reverently to the void, her eyes filled with an unprecedented determination. Yao Shi shall not fail you. She closed her eyes once more, her spirit sinking within, and began fervently refining the Supreme Bone with an unwavering resolve. In the background, Zhang Mo observed Yao Shi's favorability soar from 95 to a perfect 100, devoted, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Done. No, not manipulation, but rather motivating an employee. Grand visions must be painted. With a light heart, he closed the Destiny investment panel, preparing to contemplate what to sell at the next auction. Unbeknownst to him, those casually spoken words would forge a terrifying empress in this world. Chapter 28. Evaluation. The incident where the Lord casually slapped the Emperor of Nine Heavens did not settle into calm as Zhang Mo had envisioned. The subsequent repercussions erupted like a cosmic tempest, sweeping through the entire primordial realm at a pace surpassing light. The first to react were the top-tier forces across the 3,000 realms. Those who had once harbored faint hopes about the Origin Treasure Pavilion, dispatching spies to probe its authenticity, were suddenly gripped by terror. The Emperor, a sovereign of an era, a symbol of invincibility. To think he could be so soundly defeated by a mere decree, struck across the endless void. What a terrifying and unfathomable power. In an instant, all factions convened an emergency meeting at the highest level. Relay my decree. Immediately. At once. The Origin Treasure Pavilion is to be classified as the highest level taboo of our Taichu sacred land. All disciples must not discuss it, approach it, or harbor any disrespectful thoughts. Violators will be executed without trial. Their souls shall be obliterated without mercy. The Taichu's sacred lord, a figure of immense authority, trembled as he spoke. Quickly, to the treasury. Retrieve the 9-leaf celestial herb that I have kept hidden. No, that is insufficient. Also, bring forth the chaotic divine source. I shall personally prepare a lavish gift to plead for forgiveness from the Lord at the divine capital of all manifestations. The sovereign of the eternal celestial dynasty, stripped of his former regal presence, was etched with fear. In that moment, the entire 3,000 realms were engulfed in a frenzy. Various factions dispatched their most esteemed envoys, bearing gifts so precious they could make even saints envious, converging from all directions toward the divine capital of all manifestations. They were not here to trade. They came to atone. Although they themselves were unaware of their transgressions, the gravity of the moment demanded proper decorum. Should that taboo entity take offense and decide to strike, it would be far beyond mere embarrassment. It would mean the entire lineage facing obliteration. Beyond these top-tier forces, even the ancient beings, who had long remained dormant in the corners of the 3,000 realms, were stirred. Deep within the life-restricted zone known as the Burial of Immortals, an ancient stone coffin began to tremble. The power emanating from it surpassed that of the Taboo Emperor. Such a being has emerged in this epoch? Could it be that hope for surviving the great calamity has indeed arrived? An aged and frail consciousness echoed within the depths of the Forbidden Zone. In another desolate place known as the Sea of Reincarnation, dark waters roiled, and a pair of immense eyes gradually opened, reflecting the desolation of the starry river. The Origin Treasure Pavilion is intriguing. Perhaps it is time to make contact. These ancient entities, who had barely survived since the previous epoch or even earlier, understood the terror of the epical calamity better than anyone. They seemed to perceive a glimmer of hope for rebirth through the Origin Treasure Pavilion. In that instant, the entire primordial realm surged with hidden currents. The Origin Treasure Pavilion had become an unspeakable and unfathomable taboo in the eyes of all who understood the truth. Yet, the orchestrator of it all, Zhang Mo, remained blissfully ignorant. He was currently reveling in the newly unlocked Destiny investment panel, pondering his next investment target. This solar god, Yang Hao, possesses an S-tier potential rating, endowed with the solar divine body. Achieving the status of a Saint King in the future seems quite feasible, thus warranting a modest investment. Then there is the nether demon sex Ming Zi, who has merged with the heavy pupil, elevating his potential rating to SS tier. Although he embodies a villain template, his fortune is abundant, promising high returns. However, his favorability is in the negatives. I have never wronged him, have I? This requires further observation. Zhang Mo scrutinized his options like an old farmer tending to his garden, delighting in the selection process. Just then, he recalled something. System. What about Xiao Tiansu, the one I expelled? Show me his information. Investment target, Xiao Tiansu, designated as a hostile target. Current realm, pinnacle of harmonization. Potential rating, S, originally rated SSS, but due to the theft of the Supreme Bone, his fortune has declined, and his Dao heart has been damaged, resulting in a significant downgrade. Current status, exiled by his family, lurking within the 3,000 realms, harboring intense animosity toward the host and all associated with the Origin Treasure Pavilion. Danger level, high. This target possesses knowledge of certain celestial domain secrets and has a warped disposition, willing to resort to any means to achieve his goals, making him highly likely to plot retaliatory actions in secret. Oh? Exiled by his family. Zhang Mo raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his face. A second-generation celestial domain inhabitant devoid of familial support and a twisted mind. This is the quintessential villain's experience package, is it not? Rather than feeling any concern, Zhang Mo found the situation even more intriguing. He eagerly anticipated what surprises this so-called destined child template villain might bring him. Just right. The newly acquired destined children require some sharpening stones for growth. Zhang Mo stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with the light of mischief. I hope you do not disappoint me. He was entirely unaware that this seemingly trivial thought would unleash a cataclysmic storm throughout the 3,000 realms. To him, it was merely an amusing game he orchestrated, pitting the destined children against the villains. He, the sole audience seated behind the scenes, reveled in the unfolding drama. Chapter 29. Conspiracy in the Light's Shadow. Darkness was quietly taking root. In the 3,000 realms, in a barren, desolate region where even spiritual energy was exceedingly thin. Deep within a meteor belt, here lies the renowned abandoned star domain, a cosmic wasteland, a sanctuary for criminals and fugitives. Within a rudimentary cave hollowed out by colossal meteorites, Xiao Tiansu sat cross-legged, his countenance dark enough to drip water. Scattered around him lay a dozen desiccated corpses, their lifeblood and souls long drained. Unfortunate souls who had unwittingly provoked his ire in this star domain. Cast aside by his family and severed from all ties, he resembled a homeless, despondent dog. Whenever he closed his eyes, the humiliating scene from the Origin Treasure Pavilion replayed in his mind, accompanied by the aloof and disdainful gaze of the pavilion master. And then there was Yao Shi. That mere ant from the lower realm had audaciously seized the supreme bone that rightfully belonged to him. Endless resentment and madness burned within him like a toxic fire, nearly driving him to insanity. The Origin Treasure Pavilion. He ground his teeth, his gums bleeding. I cannot destroy your damned pavilion, but I can annihilate everything you hold dear. A frenzied and malevolent gleam flickered in Xiao Tianzu's eyes. He calmed himself and began to analyze his situation and advantages. Although forsaken by his family, he hailed from the Nine Heavens' immortal domain, possessing a wealth of knowledge, secret techniques, and hidden truths unknown to countless beings of the lower realms. These, indeed, were his assets for a comeback. Yao Shi, you have acquired the supreme bone. You must be hiding within that dilapidated family, desperately cultivating, right? And that sun god Ziyang Hao, along with those who benefited at the auction from the Nether Demon sect. Xiao Tianzu's lips curled into a cruel smile. A malicious plan gradually took shape in his mind. If I cannot have it, then neither shall you. He vowed to make them all perish, to ignite the flames of war across the 3,000 realms, to make everyone pay for his humiliation. Without hesitation, Xiao Tianzu began to employ the secret techniques from his mind to send discreet signals to the dark corners of the 3,000 realms. The first he contacted was the Blood God cult. This notorious cult, infamous throughout the 3,000 realms, worshipped an evil deity from beyond, sacrificing lives and devouring flesh to enhance their power, employing brutal methods that were intolerable to all righteous forces. I know you have been stuck at the Saint King pinnacle for 5,000 years, and your lifespan is nearing its end. Xiao Tianzu's voice reached the Blood God cult master through a crimson secret technique, piercing directly into his mind as he meditated in a blood pool. Do you wish to break through to Quasi-Emperor? I know of an ancient battlefield relic where the remains of a Quasi-Emperor are buried, containing the complete essence of the Quasi-Emperor. In exchange, I require your assistance with a task. The second he reached out to was the ancient demon abyss, an even older and more sinister place than the ancient Forbidden Zone, rumored to be a fragment that fell into this realm during the shattering of the previous epoch, sealing countless fallen demonic giants. Abyss Lord, I know you are trapped by the previous Emperor's seal and cannot descend in your true form. I possess a soul-releasing technique from the Nine Heavens' immortal domain that can allow a fragment of your soul to bypass the seal and descend upon this world. I have but one request. Help me kill someone. The fourth, Xiao Tianzu, utilizing his knowledge and experiences from the immortal domain, became akin to a cunning devil, continuously casting various irresistible bait. He secretly contacted all ancient evil forces, fallen demonic giants, and even those who, like him, had descended from the immortal domain, harboring disdain and malice towards the lower realms. A vast, blood-soaked web of conspiracy, woven by his own hands, began to slowly envelop the entire 3,000 realms, centered around the abandoned star domain. His goal was unequivocal. First and foremost, it was Yao Shi and the Yao family behind her, simply because she was the bearer of the supreme bone. Destroying Yao Shi would be tantamount to delivering a resounding slap to the pavilion master's face. Within the cave, a sickly and fervent smile spread across Xiao Tianzu's face. I shall make you witness your family, your kin, turn to dust before your very eyes. I will forcefully extract that bone from you amidst endless despair and suffering. I will make all aware of the dire consequences of opposing me. Xiao Tianzu thus commenced a grand scheme, orchestrated by a disgraced dog of the immortal domain, targeting all connected to the Origin Treasure Pavilion. No longer would it be mere provocations against the pavilion. It would be a war, a bloodbath sweeping across the entire 3,000 realms. Chapter 30. The Blood God Cult Master in the extreme northern ice plains, the ancestral land of the Yao family. This place is among the most frigid corners of the 3,000 realms, perpetually shrouded in relentless snow and wind, with thin spiritual energy and fragmented laws. Yet, over the past month, this immutable frozen world witnessed a series of extraordinary phenomena worthy of historical record. First, an unexpected portal shimmering across billions of miles of starry rivers opened in the void, as a descendant of bloodline returned, clutching the legendary supreme bone, drawing the attention of the long-forgotten, decayed family back into the sight of major forces in the 3,000 realms. Subsequently, the ancestral vein of the Yao family, long desiccated for tens of thousands of years, began to awaken like a withered tree in spring, bursting forth with immense vitality. Pure spiritual energy transformed into visible spiritual mist, enveloping the entire Yao family, as countless rare spiritual herbs broke ground upon the icy plains. Beneath the ice, even the long-slumbering ice marrow jade soul began to emit a gentle glow. The members of the Yao family, from the venerable elders to the tender children just beginning their cultivation, were all immersed in a dreamlike ecstasy. They understood that all these changes originated from the girl Yao Shi, who was currently in seclusion deep within the ancestral hall. Inside the forbidden chamber of the ancestral hall, the cold was bone-chilling, capable of freezing the souls of those at the King realm. Yao Shi sat cross-legged upon a block of ancient ice jade, her demeanor solemn, her aura dignified. The crystalline supreme bone at her chest had completely melded with her flesh, becoming a part of her being. Golden Tao patterns flowed beneath her skin. With each breath, the spiritual energy of the world surged into her. The supreme bone seemed to possess its own life. With every throb, it released warm yet overwhelming power, continuously purifying her meridians and reshaping her foundation. Golden core perfection. Harmonized Tao realm. First level of the King realm. In just a month. With the supreme bone's unparalleled power and the subtle influences from the origin Treasure Pavilion, Yao Shi's cultivation soared, breaking free from the constraints of the practitioner realm and stepping into the coveted venerable realm sought by countless cultivators. Boom. At the moment she broke through to the King realm, an overwhelming aura erupted from her, piercing through the ancestral hall's restrictions and soaring into the heavens. The earth trembled, and the winds and snow ceased. Above the Yao family ancestral land, the cloudless ice plain suddenly erupted with myriad rays of radiance, purple chi extending for 30,000 miles, accompanied by ethereal sounds of celestial music and falling blossoms. This was the heavens celebrating the birth of a natural-born monarch. She succeeded. She has succeeded. She has entered the King realm. Outside the ancestral hall, the current head of the Yao family, an elder with white hair, trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face. Heaven bless our Yao family. Heaven bless our Yao family. The supreme bone. Is this the might of the supreme bone? Merely breaking through to the King realm has triggered such celestial phenomena. The future holds limitless potential. Our Yao family's revival is within reach. All members of the Yao family knelt upon the ground, fervently bowing towards the ancestral hall, their hearts brimming with excitement. They seemed to envision the Yao family, under the leadership of Yao Shi, resurrecting the ancient splendor and reigning over the vast northern ice fields. However, just as this joy reached its zenith, a sudden calamity struck. The originally clear sky, adorned with myriad rays of light and a vast expanse of purple aura, was abruptly consumed by an endless sea of blood clouds. This ominous phenomenon appeared without warning, surging from all directions, shrouding the ancestral land of the Yao family and the surrounding million miles of ice in a nauseating crimson shadow. A thick, malevolent aura, brimming with savagery and slaughter, descended from above, suffocating all members of the Yao clan. Snowflakes no longer fell from the sky. Instead, a crimson rain of blood began to pour, each drop possessing a corrosive potency that made the ancient, formidable ice hiss ominously. What is happening? What is this abomination? The head of the Yao family's expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with horror. Within that boundless sea of blood clouds, countless grotesque blood-red runes flickered in and out of view, weaving together to form an immense, ancient blood sacrificial array that isolated heaven and earth. This array completely sealed off the ancestral land of the Yao family. No, it is the blood sacrificial array. A formidable enemy is approaching. Quickly, activate the protective array for our clan. The anguished roar of the Yao family's head echoed through the heavens. Without needing his reminder, several ancestors in the depths of the Yao ancestral land, who had been in seclusion, were already roused. With a hum, a colossal barrier of ice crystals surged skyward, enveloping the entire ancestral land of the Yao family. This was the Yao family's protective array, the Nine Heavens Profound Ice Array, which had been inherited for millions of years and was said to withstand a single fierce assault from a Saint King when fully activated. Yet, the power of the blood sacrificial array far exceeded their imagination. As the blood rain fell upon the barrier, waves of white smoke erupted, and the spiritual light of the barrier was visibly eroded and weakened. A chilling, eerie laughter emerged from the depths of the blood clouds, as if countless malevolent spirits were howling. The Nine Heavens Profound Ice Array. What a splendid shell. Alas, before my blood transformation divine array, all defenses are but futile. As these words fell, a towering crimson figure slowly coalesced from the blood clouds. Dressed in a blood-red robe, his visage was withered, yet his eyes burned with two ghostly green flames. Simply standing there, an overwhelming pressure, reminiscent of countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, descended upon them. The head of the Yao family, a formidable true self-realm warrior, found himself utterly powerless against this oppressive force and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face as pale as a ghost. The Blood God cult leader. He uttered this name in horror. The Blood God cult. The most notorious evil cult among the 3,000 realms. Its leader was a malevolent figure, stained with the blood of countless beings. Why has he come here? How could a small family like the Yao clan have offended such a terrifying existence? Blood god, old demon. My Yao family holds no enmity with you. Why must you resort to such viciousness? An elder from the Yao family's Saint realm charged out from the forbidden area, his hair and beard standing on end as he questioned furiously. The blood god cult leader licked his cracked lips, his ghostly fire-like gaze piercing through layers of obstacles. Locking onto Yao Shi deep within the ancestral hall, his eyes brimmed with unabashed greed and fervor. No enmity, no grievances? Indeed, there were none. But who would have thought that your Yao family would give rise to something that should not exist? The voice of the blood god cult leader dripped with mockery and cruelty. I have been stuck at the pinnacle of the Saint King for 5,000 years. My lifespan nearing its end, and I believe there would be no hope for further breakthroughs in this life. But not long ago, a noble from the Nine Heavens' immortal domain personally guided me. He paused, his voice suddenly rising with a sickly excitement. He said that as long as I seize the supreme bone from your Yao girl and refine it with its essence, I could ascend to the quasi-emperor realm. Therefore, the blood god cult leader revealed a grotesquely sinister smile. Little girl, for my path to quasi-emperor, I ask that you and your entire Yao family become nourishment for this blood sacrificial array. As his voice fell, he waved his hand. Blood god descends. All beings as offerings. The boundless blood clouds surged wildly, and the power of the blood sacrificial array reached its zenith at that moment. The Nine Heavens' profound ice array, which was said to withstand the attacks of a Saint King, emitted a mournful cry under the array's encroachment, cracks spreading like a spider's web. The Yao family found themselves in an unprecedented predicament. Chapter 31. The Quasi-Emperor's Fragmented Soul Boom. With a crisp, resounding crash, the protective array of ice crystals that had safeguarded the Yao family for 1,000,000 years finally shattered under the relentless assault of the blood sacrificial array. Countless ice crystal shards exploded like brilliant fireworks beneath the blood-red sky, yet they carried a tragic beauty of an impending apocalypse. Gasp! The several Yao family elders who presided over the array all spat out blood in unison, their energy instantly waning, despair etched upon their faces. It is over. Everything is over. The head of the Yao family turned ashen, collapsing to the ground. Without the protection of the array, these cultivators, whose highest cultivation barely reached the saint realm, were no different from lambs to the slaughter before a peak Saint King of the demonic path. Excellent nourishment. I can already smell the fragrance of your despair. The blood god cult leader let out a piercing cackle, extending his withered, blood-colored hand toward the Yao ancestral land below. He intended to refine all living beings here into sustenance for his ascent to the quasi-emperor realm. Just at this critical moment, beast, do not be so arrogant. An elderly roar, like thunder from a clear sky, reverberated through the heavens. From the deepest forbidden area of the Yao ancestral land, an immensely ancient figure surged upward with a resolute aura. It was an elder, his hair completely gone, his skin resembling the withered bark of an ancient tree, as if he could dissolve into dust at any moment. He was the Yao family's ancestor, who had slumbered for the longest time, a being who had lived for nearly 10,000 years and was on the brink of entering the great saint threshold, yet he was nearing his end. Ancestor. Upon seeing this elder, all the Yao family members cried out in sorrow. They knew this was their last card, their final hope. Oh, there is still an old thing that hasn't he perished? A flicker of surprise crossed the blood god cult leader's eyes, quickly replaced by disdain. A mere half-step great saint dares to be arrogant before me? Very well, your saint essence is far more nourishing than those small fish and shrimps. He dismissed the Yao ancestor entirely, and the colossal blood-colored hand continued its descent without pause. Ignite my sacred body, transform my sacred soul, freeze 1,000,000 miles. A frenzied determination flashed in the Yao ancestor's eyes as he resolutely chose to burn his remaining life essence. Boom! A terrifying chill, far exceeding his own realm, erupted from within him. In an instant, the space within a radius of 1,000 miles around him was frozen. Even the operation of the blood sacrificial array came to a halt. The descending blood-colored hand was also encased in a thick layer of ice crystals due to this extreme cold. Burning essence? Quite interesting. A hint of surprise flickered in the blood god cult leader's eyes, but he remained as mocking as a cat playing with a mouse. Unfortunately, a firefly dares to compete with the brilliance of the full moon? He sneered, and the terrifying power of the peak Saint King erupted with a thunderous roar. Crack! Crack! That layer of hard ice crystals barely lasted 3 breaths before shattering into pieces. The blood-colored hand broke free from its constraints, its momentum unabated, and it became even more ferocious. As if struck by lightning, the ancient ancestor of the Yao family, already frail, was instantly marred by cracks. Blood of the saints gushing forth. He resembled a kite severed from its string, plummeting from the sky and crashing brutally into the icy expanse below, his fate uncertain. Despair. Utter, profound despair. Even the ancestor, who had burned his life essence, could not withstand the opponent's strike. The members of the Yao family shut their eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. At that moment, a laugh filled with morbid delight and endless mockery rang out from the heavens without warning. What a touching scene indeed. Alas, the struggles of the weak are always so powerless, so laughable. With this voice, a figure emerged, stepping through the void from the other end of the blood-stained clouds. Clad in a luxurious black robe, his handsome features belied the rebellious flames of vengeance burning in his eyes, exuding an aura of sinister charm. It was none other than Xiao Tian's. He had finally revealed himself. His gaze swept over the despairing faces below, and the humiliation and resentment in his heart found immense satisfaction. Upon seeing Xiao Tian's, the blood god sect leader's withered face immediately contorted into a sycophantic, fearful smile. Bowing deeply in greeting, "Welcome, young master." Though he was a sage king, before this noble from the celestial domain of 9 heavens, he felt unworthy even to carry his shoes. Yet, Xiao Tian's did not deign to cast even a glance his way. His eyes pierced through the ancestral hall, locking onto the white-clad maiden who had just emerged from her seclusion in shock. "Yao Shi. Yao Shi, we meet again." Xiao Tian's voice carried a cruel playfulness. "Did you not obtain the supreme bone? Did you not have the origin Treasure Pavilion as your backing? Where is your support now? Why does it not come to rescue you?" He advanced step by step toward Yao Shi, each step seemingly treading upon the hearts of all the Yao family members. "Let me impart a lesson to you, mere ants of the lower realms. In the face of absolute power, any so-called backing, any so-called opportunity, is but a jest." As he spoke, he spread his arms wide, a mad smile illuminating his face as if declaring to the world, "Open your eyes and behold what true power is." With the conclusion of his words, the void behind him suddenly twisted, a pitch-black rift silently opening. An aura, 100-fold, 1,000-fold more terrifying than that of the blood god sect leader, seeped forth from the fissure. It was not the aura of the sacred realm. It was the might of an emperor, the authority that dominates all paths and governs the universe. Before this presence, the peak of the blood god sect, the sage king, was reduced to a quivering child, his legs weakening, nearly kneeling, his eyes filled with horror and fear. An emperor. Behind this noble from the celestial domain stood a genuine emperor-level powerhouse. A figure cloaked in a pitch-black robe, obscuring its features, emerged from the rift, devouring all light like an abyss. Just standing there, it caused the very laws of the extreme northern ice field to wail and tremble. "Do you see it? Yao Shi." Xiao Tian's pointed at the shadow in the black robe, roaring madly at Yao Shi. "This is the emperor, the undertaker I summoned from the eternal demon abyss for you. Today, I shall personally excavate your bones before the eyes of the entire 3,000 realms. I will let all know the consequences of offending me, Xiao Tian's. I will make that lofty pavilion master realize how laughable his so-called protection is. The one he chose is still but an ant easily crushed in my eyes." His manic laughter echoed across the entire extreme northern ice field, and, through countless hidden methods, resonated throughout the 3,000 realms. In that moment, he became the focal point of the world. He sought to cleanse his humiliation with Yao Shi's blood. Before the ancestral hall, Yao Shi gazed at the terrifying figure emanating the might of an emperor and the seemingly mad Xiao Tian's. Yet, there was no trace of fear upon her pale face. Instead, she was remarkably composed. She merely raised her head, looking toward the distant direction of the Myriad Manifestations divine city. In her clear eyes flickered a glimmer of faith. She firmly believed that the pavilion master was watching all of this unfold. Chapter 32. The Emperor of the Void above the ancestral grounds of the Yao family in the extreme northern ice field. The might of the Emperor pressed down upon every living being like a collapsed sky. Though merely a fragment of the Emperor's soul from the eternal demon abyss, the power it contained transcended the realm of the sacred. The laws retreated before it, space distorted around it. It was the sole sovereign of this world. The blood god sect leader, a peak sage king and formidable figure of the demonic path, now appeared as docile as a child before this fragment of the Emperor's soul. Not daring to breathe, his heart churning with waves of terror. He had thought that the clues given by the noble from the celestial domain regarding the Emperor's remains were a tremendous boon. Little did he expect that the opponent's trump card was a living emperor. Had he known this, he would not have gone to such lengths to set up the blood sacrifice great array. Regret surged within him, mingled with fear. Fortunately, he had chosen his side swiftly. Had he opposed this noble, he and the entire blood god sect would have long been crushed under the finger of this emperor. Xiao Tiance reveled in the fear and awe directed at him, and the humiliation he felt found unprecedented release. He advanced step by step toward Yao Shi, his smile growing ever more sinister. What's wrong? No pleas for mercy. He looked down at the defiant girl, his tone dripping with mockery. Still hoping that your mysterious pavilion master will come to your rescue? Don't dream. This is the extreme northern ice field, not the myriad manifestations divine city. Today, even if a true immortal descended, they could not save you. He extended his hand, an invisible force morphing into a grotesque claw, reaching for Yao Shi's chest. He intended to personally excavate that supreme bone from her warm body. Below, all the Yao family members let out desperate wails. No, Sheer, the head of the Yao family, eyes bloodshot, attempted to rush forward but was pinned in place by the overwhelming pressure of the emperor, unable to move. Forced to watch as the claw drew ever closer to his granddaughter. Before the ancestral hall, Yao Shi observed the approaching claw of magical power. Her clear eyes devoid of fear, filled instead with icy determination. She understood that today, she could not escape death. However, even in death, she would never allow Xiao Tiance to succeed. She could not let the Pavilion Master's reputation be tarnished because of her. Pavilion Master. Yao Shi is incompetent and cannot fulfill your trial, she silently whispered in her heart, a fierce and resolute aura erupting from within her. The royal Tao fruit within her. Her newly formed supreme bone, and even her soul began to burn in a frenzied reverse at that moment. She wished to self-destruct. To use her life and this supreme bone as the final price to drag the madman Xiao Tiance down with her. Want to self-destruct? Too late. Xiao Tiance, with sharp insight, instantly saw through Yao Shi's intention. A glint of brutality flashed in his eyes as the claw's speed abruptly increased. He aimed to completely restrain her before she could self-destruct. In this life and death moment, at the Origin Treasure Pavilion's backstage lounge, Zhang Mo lounged back, sipping his drink. Engrossed in the investment panel of destiny. This lad named Lin Fan isn't too bad. He was rejected in a marriage, and there's an old man in the ring. Potential rating SS level, worth keeping a close eye on. Oh, the individual named Yi Chun, having survived a fall from a cliff, fortuitously stumbled upon a tome of enigmatic cultivation techniques. The narrative may seem somewhat cliched, yet it is imbued with a remarkable stroke of luck and possesses S-grade potential, thus earning a place on the observation list. He resembles a player engaged in a nurturing game, diligently sifting through his prospects, contemplating how to embark on his initial round of angelic investments to maximize returns. At that moment, a series of urgent system alerts flooded the screen before Zhang Mo. Warning. Warning. The destined investment target, Yao Shi, is facing a life-threatening crisis. Vital signs are rapidly declining. Total annihilation is expected within 3 breaths. Detected. Target is attempting to self-destruct her soul and supreme bone. Mission triggered. Guardian of the Angel Investor. Mission objective. Save the destined investment target, Yao Shi, and eliminate all threats. Mission reward. Based on the completion level of the rescue, the host will receive a vast fortune in luck and firmly secure Yao Shi's loyalty attribute. The bright red alerts, accompanied by a frantic alarm, incessantly refreshed on Zhang Mo's display. Zhang Mo paused mid-sip of his drink, raising an eyebrow. With a mere thought, the screen shifted to reveal the frigid expanse of the far north. There, he beheld a scene reminiscent of doomsday, blood-red clouds obscuring the sky, members of the Yao family kneeling in despair, and the figure of Xiao Tiansu, suspended mid-air, frenzied and grinning malevolently, extending his clawed hand. Most crucially, he spotted the white-clad maiden, her eyes filled with determination, radiating an aura of destruction. Oh, are we playing for keeps? Zhang Mo's expression betrayed no hint of anxiety. Rather, he appeared intrigued. It had only been a few days since their last encounter, and already a quasi-emperor's soul was unleashed to annihilate a family? Xiao Tiansu was quite proactive, indeed. Far from feeling anger at the impending demise of his investment, he resembled an audience member savoring the climax of a dramatic performance, offering commentary with relish. Look at this young lady, Yao Shi, so full of spirit, resolutely defiant. Excellent choice, I was right about her. However, attempting to self-destruct before my eyes? That simply will not do. Zhang Mo smacked his lips and declared with an air of authority, your life, your bones, and everything about you belong to me. Without my consent, how could you possibly perish? His words echoed with an air of dominance, as if Yao Shi's fate had already been wholly entrusted to him. System, bring up the marketplace. Zhang Mo lazily commanded. The display transitioned, revealing a dazzling array of products once more. Zhang Mo's fingers glided across the screen until they settled on a card radiating a soft golden glow. Product: Emperor's Guardian Summoning Card, one-time consumable. Description: allows for the random summoning of a peak ancient emperor as a guardian for a duration of 1 hour. The summoned emperor possesses independent consciousness, but will absolutely obey the host's commands. Price: 3 million points. Zhang Mo gazed at the exorbitant price, his lips twitching in disbelief. 3 million is quite steep, he mused. However, a 2-hour Emperor Experience card should suffice to deal with this minor situation. He stroked his chin, weighing his options. For the sake of my future SSS-grade investment returns, for this immense fortune and luck, and for the first destined daughter I have nurtured, this transaction is worth it. No longer hesitating, he reached out and lightly tapped the shimmering purchase button on the display. Ding. Host confirms purchase of Emperor's Guardian Summoning Card. Deducting 3 million points. Summoning card activated. Randomly selecting an emperor. Selection complete. Congratulations, host, for successfully summoning the Void Emperor. Zhang Mo glanced at the unfamiliar name on the screen and shrugged. All emperors are the same in the end. He yawned and waved dismissively at the screen, as if issuing a perfectly ordinary command. Go forth and clear away the trash down there. Chapter 33. Displaying skill before the experts above the far northern ice plains. Time appeared to stretch infinitely in that singular moment. The twisted face of Xiao Tiansu, fueled by a thirst for vengeance. Yao Shi's countenance, both resolute and sorrowful. The greedy, sycophantic visage of the blood god cult leader, and the countless despairing faces of the Yao family. Everything froze in that instant. The grotesque claw, coalesced from arcane power and poised to strike Yao Shi's chest, suddenly halted mere inches from her. The quasi-emperor's soul, exuding an ancient and unfathomable might, felt an inexplicable fear emanating from a presence it could not comprehend. Yao Shi, poised to unleash self-destructive energy capable of obliterating everything within 1,000 miles, was quelled by an unseen yet gentle force. The entire world stood still. The winds ceased, the blood clouds solidified, and even the flow of laws came to an absolute halt. The only figure capable of movement was an unassuming silhouette, clad in a plain gray robe. With hair streaked with gray and an ordinary face, he appeared to be the most inconspicuous servant from a humble mortal family, having materialized silently behind Yao Shi. His appearance caused no spatial disturbance, nor did he emanate any awe-inspiring aura. He simply stood there, as though he had occupied that spot since time immemorial. Yet, this seemingly mundane elder instilled unprecedented terror into the heart of the once mighty quasi-emperor's soul. Who are you? The voice of the quasi-emperor's soul quivered with fear. He realized, to his horror, that the prideful quasi-emperor's laws appeared fragile as mere toys before this gray-robed elder. He was firmly anchored in this stilled moment, unable to move a muscle or even conjure a single thought. This was an absolute suppression on the level of existence. Not a saint king, nor a quasi-emperor, but a true emperor. Furthermore, not just any emperor. The gray-robed elder paid him no mind, not even deigning to cast a glance his way. His murky yet seemingly timeless eyes simply regarded the white-clad maiden before him, who remained frozen in her self-destructive stance, her expression still resolute. A warm smile broke across his face, and his voice, raspy yet soothing, seemed to comfort a frightened junior. My young friend, you are startled. Merely 5 words. Yet they carried an extraordinary power to pacify. Yao Shi felt a warm current surge into the depths of her soul, thawing the icy heart that had turned cold from despair and determination. She could move again, in this realm where all else had frozen. Only she and the mysterious gray-robed elder could act freely. She gazed in bewilderment at the elder who had appeared so suddenly before her, then glanced at the menacing claw halted just inches from her chest, her mind a blank slate. Why you are? She stammered, her voice trembling. She sensed that the elder bore no traces of arcane energy, resembling a true mortal. Yet her intuition whispered that this elder's terror far surpassed that of the so-called quasi-emperor. The gray-robed elder continued to smile, his gaze sweeping past Yao Shi to the once mighty quasi-emperor's soul, the ominous blood sacrifice array, and the distant figure of Xiao Tiansu, who had long been rendered speechless by fear. With a gentle sigh, tinged with an air of exasperation akin to a caretaker addressing a group of unruly children, he spoke. Master finds this place too noisy and has sent this old servant to clean up. Master? Old servant? Upon hearing these 2 terms, Yao Shi's heart leapt. In an instant, she understood. This unfathomably terrifying elder was merely a servant of the sect leader. This thought stirred a tempest in her mind once more. Just who was this master? Such a monumental being. Meanwhile, The fragment of the quasi-emperor's soul, originating from the ancient abyss of demons, trembled violently upon hearing the words master and old servant. At last, he comprehended the nature of the existence he had provoked. To have a true emperor willingly refer to himself as a servant. The identity of that master surpassed the limits of his imagination. Flee. He must escape. A singular thought roared frantically in his mind, ignoring everything else. He exerted all his strength, igniting the essence of his soul, in a desperate bid to break free from the constraints of time and space. Yet, all was in vain. The gray-robed old servant merely observed him quietly, a flicker of faint pity flashing in his gentle eyes. To toy with space in the presence of this emperor? A fool's endeavor. He shook his head, then slowly raised his hand. It was an ordinary hand, wrinkled and seemingly devoid of power. However, the moment this hand was lifted, the entire realm of 3,000 worlds, every path related to the laws of space, emitted a mournful cry of submission. In the divine capital of all things, within the origin Treasure Pavilion, Zhang Mo gazed at the gray-robed old servant's impressive demeanor on the light screen, nodding in satisfaction. Quite remarkable. This void emperor was indeed proficient in his craft. The lines, the aura, all were perfect. The 300,000 points spent were well worth it. He leisurely shifted his position, preparing to enjoy the ensuing cleanup. For him, this was merely a performance he had paid for. Chapter 34. Where can you escape to the gray-robed old servant, summoned by Zhang Mo from the system? Observe the terrified faces of the blood god sect leader and the quasi-emperor's fragment in his seemingly murky old eyes, his expression unperturbed. For an entity of his caliber, the so-called Saint Kings and quasi-emperor fragments were no different from the dust beneath his feet. Were it not for his master's command, he would scarcely waste a glance on such insignificant ants. Young friend, please step back a few paces, the void emperor gently advised Yaoshi, his tone akin to that of a kindly elder cautioning a younger relative. At this moment, Yaoshi was already dazed by the series of transformations, yet instinctively obeyed the elder's instruction, respectfully retreating several dozen yards. She understood that she was about to witness the might of an emperor. The void emperor then slowly turned, directing his gaze toward the blood sacrifice formation that enveloped the ancestral land of the Yao family, exuding an aura of boundless malevolence and bloodshed. He gazed quietly, his brow slightly furrowed, as if observing a piece of filth. How dare such unclean entities taint the master's sight? He shook his head, a hint of disdain in his voice. Then, he executed an action that took everyone by surprise. He did not unleash any earth-shattering divine powers, nor did he invoke cataclysmic laws. He simply lifted his sleeve gently and, with a nonchalant gesture, brushed against the vast blood sacrifice array as if dusting off a garment. With a casual flick, the blood sacrifice formation, painstakingly crafted by the peak Saint King of the blood god sect at the cost of countless souls, which claimed to obliterate all, instantly dissipated into nothingness. It was not torn apart, nor shattered. It was utterly erased from existence as if it had never been. As the blood clouds vanished, sunlight once again bathed the ravaged ice plains, and the warm glow evoked a surreal sensation among the surviving members of the Yao family. The blood god sect leader's eyes, ablaze with ghostly flames, froze in disbelief. He stared blankly at the empty sky, his mind blank. His strongest trump card, the blood sacrifice array he had taken pride in, was simply gone, swept away by a mere flick of a sleeve. How could this be possible? This completely transcended his understanding. He believed that even a true emperor's arrival would require considerable effort to breach his blood sacrifice array. It could not be so effortlessly dismissed. Just what kind of monster was this old servant before him? In that moment of panic and despair, the void emperor's gaze finally settled upon him. That gaze was indifferent, devoid of malice or anger, only a detached indifference akin to observing an inanimate object. Noisy, the void emperor uttered softly. He then made no further gesture, merely directed a gentle breath towards the blood god sect leader. A soft breeze swept through. The blood god sect leader, a formidable figure who had dominated the realm for countless years and caused countless righteous sects grief, was reduced to the finest ash inch by inch, starting from his feet. His expression of terror barely had time to manifest. He wished to scream, but no sound emerged. He attempted to struggle. Yet the supreme Tao rhythm contained within that breath had already dismantled his Saint King laws. He could only watch helplessly as his body slowly disintegrated in the breeze, along with the countless followers aboard the blood-red warships behind him, the kings and even saint-level elders, all dissolving into nothingness, leaving no trace behind, as if they had never existed. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. All the Yao family members stared blankly at this spectacle, their minds having completely ceased to function. One flick of a sleeve had annihilated an unparalleled formation. One breath had scattered an immortal evil cult. Was this truly a realm achievable by human power? Was this the strength of a mere servant beside the master? Yaoshi trembled, her heart swelling with awe towards the gray-robed old servant, who remained unperturbed. As if he had merely performed a trivial task, she finally comprehended the naivete she had displayed at the auction. She had thought she had exchanged a celestial domain coordinate for the supreme bone, a fair trade. In truth, it was not an exchange at all, but rather a casual bestowal from that magnificent being upon her, a minuscule ant. But Zhang Mo was well aware of his fortunate gain. Amidst this profound silence, the only ones capable of thought remained the quasi-emperor fragment from the ancient abyss and the pallid-faced Xiao Tianzi. Who are you? The voice of the quasi-emperor fragment had become sharp and distorted from sheer terror. He frantically burned his essence, attempting to tear apart the confined time and space to escape back into the endless abyss of demons. He understood that today, he had kicked a piece of iron capable of shattering the entire cosmos. Want to flee? The Void Emperor finally cast his gaze upon him, a trace of mockery flickering in his murky eyes. In this Emperor's void, where could you possibly escape? He slowly extended a finger, gnarled with age, pointing lightly at the struggling quasi-emperor fragment. Chapter 35. Eternal Curse. The Void Emperor's fingertip, appearing slow, contained an enigmatic principle transcending time and space. It disregarded distance and laws. Arriving at the moment of its point, the fragment of the Emperor's soul, originating from the ancient depths of the abyss of demons, found itself ensconced within a sphere of absolute stillness, woven from countless spatial laws, resembling amber. He was irrevocably sealed within this amber, where all struggles, all roars, and all power were rendered utterly frozen at that moment. The terrifying demonic energy, capable of rending the very fabric of the cosmos, ignited by the burning essence of his being, could not stir even a ripple in the face of this void amber. No. A desperate thought erupted from the depths of the Emperor's fragment, feeling the specter of death approaching, not the demise of the physical form, but an ultimate annihilation from the very fabric of existence and the laws that governed it. You cannot kill me. I am but a fragment of the abyss of demons, master. Should you slay me, the true body of the abyss will sense it, and one day will break free from its prison to seek vengeance. He issued his final threat, attempting to barter his enigmatic essence for a glimmer of hope. Yet, the Void Emperor merely cast a dismissive glance in his direction, his gaze akin to that of a spectator regarding a mere jester. The abyss of demons? His voice, raspy and laced with disdain, conveyed his contempt. Merely a collection of failures who survived by sheer luck during the shattering of the last epoch. Do not presume that you are anything but a slightly sturdier ant, even if your true form were to stand before me. As his words fell, he flicked his finger lightly, producing a crisp sound as the amber encasing the Emperor's fragment shattered. In the wake of Xiao Tianzi's horrified gaze, the once mighty soul fragment, which had instilled him with boundless confidence, along with the entirety of its spatial realm, disintegrated into the most minute, primordial particles of void, leaving no trace behind. Throughout this ordeal, the legendary Void Emperor stood motionless, a mere gesture of his hand obliterating a cataclysmic threat that could have annihilated an immortal lineage. Such was the might of the Emperor. Such was the power of a servant from the Origin Treasury. Having completed this act, the Void Emperor appeared as if he had merely swatted away 2 bothersome insects. He slowly retracted his finger, finally directing his gaze upon the sole remaining adversary in the arena, the utterly petrified Xiao Tianzi, whose complexion had turned ashen and whose body trembled uncontrollably. With great difficulty, Xiao Tianzi swallowed hard, a chilling sensation coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. He yearned to flee, yet his legs felt as though they were encased in lead, utterly unresponsive. He wished to plead for mercy, but his throat felt constricted, rendering him mute. In his mind, there was nothing but an endless tide of regret and fear. What manner of existence have I provoked? The Emperor's fragment could not withstand even a single finger from the Void Emperor. He dared not contemplate, nor wished to, for merely entertaining such thoughts could shatter his very will. The Void Emperor observed his wretched state with a flicker of mild revulsion in his eyes. He had initially considered extinguishing the life of this audacious ant with a mere gesture, but then recalled his master's instructions. Oh, my master had mentioned that this jester might serve as a useful sharpening stone. The Void Emperor pondered, being a being of the Emperor's caliber, summoned by the system, yet possessing an independent consciousness and judgment. He quickly discerned the deeper implications of his master's words, realizing that his master did not desire to eliminate this insignificant creature just yet. but rather intended to keep him as a tool to hone the skills of a young ally blessed with supreme potential. With this understanding, a knowing glint flickered in the Void Emperor's eyes as he regarded Xiao Tianzi, a wry smile gracing his lips. To slay you would only tarnish my hands. His voice resonated deeply within the very essence of Xiao Tianzi's soul. However, while you may escape the death sentence, you will not evade the consequences of your actions. The Void Emperor paused, adopting a tone tinged with amusement, and continued, a jester should embody the essence of a jester. In that instant, he flicked his finger once more. An imperceptible beam of divine light, composed of the purest void laws, traversed the space between them and penetrated Xiao Tianzi's forehead. Ah! Xiao Tianzi's cry was a chilling wail, unlike any human sound, a lament born not of physical agony, but rather of an eternal mark imprinted upon his very soul and true self. He clawed at his forehead, convulsing mid-air in anguish, howling as he writhed. When he finally stilled, a single character emerged at the center of his once handsome brow, deeply etched in dark, inky force upon his true essence. Waste. This character was not large, yet it stood starkly clear and painfully conspicuous, as if infused with its own life, radiating an indelible aura of humiliation, failure, and incapacity. This was not merely a word, it was a curse, a mark of imperial law that could never be eradicated. From this day forth, regardless of where Xiao Tianzi roamed, regardless of how powerful he might become, or what methods he employed to conceal it, anyone who beheld him would first lay eyes upon this word. All beings, upon sensing his presence, would involuntarily conjure the term waste in their minds. This was a fate far more cruel than death, a ruthless obliteration of his pride and dignity, condemning him to an eternity of humiliation and derision. No, as Xiao Tianzi felt the nauseating essence emanating from his forehead, he frantically rubbed at it, attempting to cleanse it with his powers, but that character remained as if rooted in his very soul, unyielding. He let out a desperate roar, his voice brimming with endless resentment and madness. Observing his deranged state, the Void Emperor merely shook his head in mild disapproval. He chose not to linger, his form flickering before vanishing as though he had never existed, leaving behind a thoroughly broken Xiao Tianzi, howling like a beast beneath the cold heavens. Alongside the stunned members of the Yao clan. Chapter 36. Truly unleashed, the snowstorm of the far northern ice plains began to fall anew, seemingly intent on erasing the bloodshed and horror that had just transpired upon this land. In the sky, Xiao Tianzi, after a fit of frenzied roaring, finally ceased his cries. No longer did he howl. Instead, he clutched his forehead tightly, his body trembling violently, his once defiant gaze now filled solely with boundless malice and lifelessness. He did not cast another glance at the Yao clan below. He recognized that he had become a monumental joke. In a fleeting moment, he transformed into a streak of light, fleeing without a backward glance toward the universe's most profound and darkest recesses. He sought a place to hide, an abode devoid of all sentient beings. He could not bear the thought of confronting anyone while bearing such a humiliating mark. With Xiao Tianzi's departure, the grand massacre he had orchestrated against the Yao clan concluded in an unexpectedly farcical and shocking manner. Upon the ancestral grounds of the Yao clan, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, with all members of the Yao family maintaining their gazes fixed upon the heavens, mouths agape, their expressions vacant, as if their souls had yet to return from the cataclysmic spectacle they had just witnessed. One sleeve extinguished the great formation. One finger erased the emperor. The enigmatic gray-robed servant descended in a manner akin to a deity, only to quietly depart, leaving behind a legend capable of overturning the very understanding of the 3,000 realms. Time slipped by unnoticed, and at last, the head of the Yao family struggled to swallow, the first to emerge from the profound shock. Trembling, he rose to his feet, casting a glance at the empty sky and then at his unharmed kin, before ultimately fixing his gaze upon the girl suspended in midair, graced with the supreme bone. His lips quivered, his eyes alight with excitement, reverence, and an indescribable fervor. With a resounding thud, he bowed deeply towards Yao Shi, not as an elder showing affection to a junior, but as a devout follower worshipping a divine envoy, prostrating himself in utter humility. No, Yao family es sanctus, he exclaimed hoarsely, tears streaming down his face. For my Yao family to receive the favor of the pavilion master and witness the descent of the saintess is the greatest fortune we have known throughout the ages. As he knelt, every survivor of the Yao clan below awakened from their stupor, their eyes, once filled with the gaze of seniors towards juniors, transformed entirely as they beheld the girl, clad in pure white, exuding unparalleled grace. They understood that from this day forth, The fate of the Yao clan was irrevocably intertwined with that mysterious pavilion master and the forbidden Treasure Pavilion, with Yao Shi being the sole link connecting them to that transcendent existence. We bow before the Saintess. The thunderous sound of their reverence echoed across the ice plains. Yao Shi felt the warm presence of the supreme bone near her heart and heard the fervent cries of her kin, yet her lovely countenance bore no trace of joy. She merely lifted her head to gaze once more towards the direction of the divine city, her clear eyes filled with determination and devotion. She knew that her journey was just beginning. She must grow stronger, strong enough to deserve this blessing, strong enough to stand truly behind that pavilion master. In the backstage lounge of the Origin Treasure Pavilion, Zhang Mo observed the scene on the light screen, where the Yao clan worshipped Yao Shi. Satisfied, he snapped his fingers. Quite remarkable, the effect of this display is significant. He leisurely sipped his drink, reveling in his delight. At that moment, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! The guardian task of the angel investor has been completed. Task rating, perfect. Calculating task rewards. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000,000 fortune points. Congratulations. Host. The fated investment target, Yao Shi, has locked in a loyalty rating of 100 devout, and all her future achievements will continuously convert to 10 of the host's fortune. 1,000,000 fortune points. Zhang Mo's eyes widened at the number. He opened the fated investment panel, staring at the skyrocketing fortune value, his grin nearly reaching his ears. How many points can this fortune be exchanged for? Fortune can be exchanged at a ratio of 11,000 for auction points. 1,000,000 fortune can be converted into 1 billion auction points. 1 billion. Zhang Mo nearly spat out his drink. The points he painstakingly earned from 2 auctions barely totaled 10 million. Now, just by saving Yao Shi once, he had secured a potential yield of 1 billion points. The return on investment was simply staggering. I've hit the jackpot, Zhang Mo exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat. With such a fortune, how many extraordinary items could he acquire from the system shop? Innate sacred bodies, supreme imperial weapons. He could procure them by the dozen. However, after his initial excitement, he quickly composed himself. No, points are trivial. Fortune is paramount. He gazed at another use of fortune outlined in the system's description. Fortune can also be used to enhance the hostess' abilities or to unlock higher-level auctions. Enhance myself? Zhang Mo's interest peaked. Although he had merged with the innate sacred body, his cultivation was only at the golden core stage, rendering him insignificant in a world teeming with saints and emperors. System. How can this fortune elevate my prowess? The host can consume fortune to directly undergo enlightenment, thereby enhancing their cultivation level. Note, this method contravenes the natural order and may lead to unstable foundations. Frequent use is not recommended. Method. The host can consume fortune to purchase time for profound comprehension, allowing for uninterrupted cultivation within a realm of absolute time. Time for profound comprehension? Zhang Mo was intrigued. Time for profound comprehension. For every 100,000 fortune points consumed, one can initiate it for a duration of 1 day in the outer world, equivalent to 1,000 years internally. During this comprehension period, the host will enter a state of unification with the heavens, allowing for rapid cultivation of any technique, bypassing all bottlenecks. 1,000 years internally. Zhang Mo was utterly astounded by this function. It was tailor-made for someone like him. With this, what did he have to fear about unstable foundations? He could refine a realm to perfection before emerging to continue his endeavors. Previously, the cultivation time flow at the top of the loft was just 110. In no time, I shall become a formidable force. Zhang Mo let out a villainous laugh. However, after the laughter faded, he felt an unmistakable boredom creeping in. While battling and cultivating was exhilarating, it felt somewhat lacking. Deep down, he was still the one who enjoyed spectacle and stirring trouble. Merely witnessing Yao Shi's growth was too monotonous. A protagonist should have rivals, friends, and a myriad of complex entanglements. The dramatic conflicts were insufficient. He stroked his chin, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Passively waiting for villains to come knocking was far too inefficient. He needed a tool to actively seek out amusement, to uncover the secrets of the vast realms. An eye for the loft. With a thought, he issued a new command to the system. System. Filter and identify which faction within the 3,000 realms possesses the strongest intelligence capabilities, best suited to serve as my eyes. Filtering complete. Target locked. The Heavenly Mechanism Sanctum. Chapter 37. The Mysterious Child in the Backstage Lounge of the Origin Treasure Pavilion. The information regarding the Heavenly Mechanism Sanctum appeared clearly before Zhang Mo's eyes. Faction name. Heavenly Mechanism Sanctum. Faction level, undying sanctum, in decline. Summary, descended from ancient times. Renowned for divining celestial mechanisms and peering into destiny across the 3,000 realms. Its founding master, the Elder of Heavenly Mechanism, was a near-emperor figure who, it is said, sacrificed himself to predict a fragment of the great calamity of the era, leaving behind the imperial weapon, the mechanism disc. Current status. Due to successive generations of masters peering into the heavenly mechanisms, they have suffered backlash from the heavenly path, resulting in dwindling fortune and a decline in talent. The current master, the mysterious child, is a powerful sage king. Yet due to earlier attempts to forcibly divine an emperor's trace, he has suffered severe injuries, his foundation shattered, and his lifespan nearing its end. Expected to pass within 3 days. The sanctum is left without any sage king-level power, facing imminent annihilation by surrounding hostile factions. Renowned for divining celestial mechanisms? Zhang Mo's eyes gleamed as he perused the data. This was precisely the tool he sought. A faction adept in the art of divination, possessing an imperial weapon. The mechanism disc, to serve as his intelligence agency. How perfectly suited. The most crucial aspect was that this sanctum was currently at the brink of life and death. The current master was on the verge of demise, leaving the sanctum leaderless amidst internal strife and external threats. In such a scenario, if he extended even a modicum of assistance, they would surely be grateful and indebted. Perfect. Zhang Mo clapped his thigh. It settled then, the heavenly mechanism sanctum. He began to contemplate how to invest in this impending bankruptcy of the sacred land in a manner that would maximize his own benefits. Meanwhile, in the eastern wilderness, amidst the ethereal clouds and mist that shrouded a paradise unattainable to mortals, stood the entrance to the Tiangong's sacred land. Yet, in stark contrast to its enchanting exterior, the atmosphere within the sacred land was steeped in sorrow, oppressive beyond measure. All disciples and elders bore mournful expressions as they gathered at the center of the sacred land. Outside the grand edifice known as the Stargazing Pavilion. Within the hall, an elderly man, frail and barely alive, lay upon a bed crafted from the ancient soul-nourishing wood. This man was the current master of the Tiangong sacred land, Zhuangzi. In this moment, he lacked even a fraction of the imposing presence characteristic of a sage or a king. He resembled a mere mortal on the brink of death. His skin was drawn tight against his bones, his eyes sunken and clouded, with only the occasional flicker of vitality hinting at the formidable being he once was. At the bedside knelt a middle-aged man clad in the robes of the Tiangong, weeping inconsolably. He was Zhuangzi's eldest disciple and the heir to the sacred land, having attained a level of cultivation in the great sage realm. Master, please hold on a little longer. I have sent people to the various life-restricted zones in search of divine herbs. Surely they can prolong your life. Zhuangzi slowly shook his head, his voice as faint as a candle flickering in the wind. Child, there is no need. My injuries stem from karmic backlash. No medicine can heal them. The end is near, and to resist is futile. His murky gaze swept across the sorrowful faces surrounding him, revealing a hint of reluctance and guilt. It is my inadequacy that has prevented the Tiangong from regaining its former glory, leading it to this dire state. He broke into a fit of coughs, each spasm threatening to extract the last remnants of his life. After my departure, the moon-worshipping demon sect from the north and the Golden Crow divine dynasty from the west will surely seize the opportunity to snatch away our Tiangong disc. You must remember, the Tiangong disc is the foundation of our legacy. Even if the sacred land perishes, it must not fall into the hands of outsiders. If matters become dire, activate the final restriction and destroy both the Tiangong disc and the sacred land together. As he spoke, his voice faded to a whisper, and the light in his eyes began to dim. Outside the hall, every disciple of the Tiangong felt the impending extinguishment of life, leading them to collapse to the ground in a chorus of suppressed sobs. The Tiangong, an ancient lineage that had endured for millions of years, seemed truly on the brink of extinction. Just as Zhuangzi was about to take his final breath, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A wooden plaque, enveloped in chaotic energy and unadorned, inscribed with 2 enigmatic characters, appeared in his skeletal hand without warning. The moment the plaque manifested, an indescribable aura, transcending all laws of this realm and overshadowing myriad paths, swept through the entire hall. In the presence of this aura, time appeared to halt, space seemed to freeze, and even the operation of the heavenly Tao was momentarily stilled. The once fading Zhuangzi felt a tremor in his cold body. His nearly closed, murky eyes suddenly sprung wide open. Gone were the signs of death and despair, replaced by an unprecedented shock and fervor, akin to witnessing a divine creator. This aura, He fixated on the wooden plaque in his hand, its inscrutable characters resonating with a profound understanding deep within his soul. Origin, it is it. The frail body of Zhuangzi surged with an extraordinary power as he abruptly sat upright. Though he had awaited death within the sacred land, as the master of the Tiangong, he was acutely aware of the monumental event that had recently shaken the entirety of the primordial realms. A palm strike from afar, sending the Emperor of the Nine Heavens flying. That kind of forbidden power, disregarding causality, time, and all laws, emanated from the wooden plaque he now held. This is the only hope for the Tiangong sacred land. Zhuangzi appeared almost frenzied, his withered face flushed with intense excitement. This was not a trial from the heavenly Tao. It was an olive branch extended directly to him by that forbidden existence. He had grasped it. Master. His eldest disciple, startled by this sudden change, thought his master was experiencing a moment of clarity. However, Zhuangzi paid him no mind. He stumbled out of bed and rushed toward the exit of the hall. Quick, everyone. Follow me to the altar of sacrifice. He exerted every ounce of strength to issue the loudest command of his life. Activate the sacred land's forbidden teleportation array. What? Upon hearing the words forbidden teleportation array, the faces of all elders and disciples of the Tiangong changed drastically. That was their last trump card. Activating it required burning the accumulated luck of the sacred land over millennia, potentially causing irreversible damage to the Tiangong disk, their imperial artifact. Moreover, it was a one-way teleportation array with unknown coordinates. To activate, it was to gamble everything. Master. No. His eldest disciple rushed forward, desperately trying to restrain Zhuangzi. Get away. Zhuangzi forcefully pushed him aside, his eyes ablaze with madness. What do you understand? This is our only chance, the final opportunity for the Tiangong. We either sit idly by and await our demise, allowing our enemies to divide us and sever our legacy, or we go forth to meet that great existence and seize a glimmer of hope, ignoring all pleas. He stumbled up to the ancient altar that had been sealed for millions of years. He raised the origin wooden plaque high, as if it were not merely a plaque, but his sole ticket to rebirth. I, Zhuangzi, am willing to expend my last essence of life to activate the forbidden array. I only seek to meet the esteemed one. As his voice echoed, he spat a mouthful of vital blood upon the altar. In that moment, the entire Tiangong sacred land trembled violently, with Zhuangzi's blood, infused with the essence of his final life, splashing onto the altar. The ancient altar, dormant for millions of years, was instantly activated. A dazzling pillar of light, piercing the heavens, erupted from the center of the altar, tearing through the protective array of the Tiangong and breaking the boundary of the eastern wilderness. The entire Tiangong shook violently under this terrifying surge of energy. Countless celestial mountains crumbled, and palaces collapsed, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The sacred veins of the land, which had accumulated luck for millennia, were drawn forth like a deluge, pouring into the forbidden teleportation array. Even the Tiangong disk, suspended in the depths of the sacred land as the foundation of their sect, emitted mournful cries, its brilliance dimming. Master, Sacred Lord. All the elders and disciples of the Tiangong wore expressions of despair, uttering cries of hopelessness. They understood that this journey, regardless of success or failure, would severely deplete the Tiangong, leaving it with no hope of recovery for thousands of years. Yet, atop the altar, Zhuangzi remained undeterred. His withered face was marked by a resolute determination and fervor. He raised the origin wooden plaque high, as if it were his only ticket to a new life. The revered sovereign, please cast your gaze upon your most devout disciple. He murmured, his body being torn apart by the violent energies of the teleportation array, beginning to crack inch by inch, yet the brilliance in his eyes grew ever brighter. A humming light beam radiated to its utmost, and the figure of Zhuangzi, along with the ancient altar, vanished in an instant, leaving behind a completely hollowed out, battered, and precariously swaying sacred land of heavenly secrets. All within the sacred land felt an unsettling dread, akin to a high-stakes gamble. Should they emerge victorious, the sacred land would transcend its former self, achieving unprecedented heights. In the divine capital of all things, atop Tianqiong Mountain, the grand pavilion wreathed in chaotic energies remained quietly suspended. Before it, the newly ascended Qiyang Great Saint sat cross-legged like the most loyal guardian, his eyes tightly shut, exuding a terrifying pressure that rendered 1,000 miles around him a forbidden zone for all living beings. At that moment, the void behind him rippled without warning. Qiyang Great Saint abruptly opened his eyes, golden light bursting forth, a terrifying aura powerful enough to scorch mountains and boil seas erupted. Who dares? he bellowed, believing some audacious fool had dared to disregard his warning and attempt to breach the precious pavilion. Yet, in the next moment, his anger turned to astonishment. From the rippling space emerged a blood-soaked, frail figure, barely clinging to life, stumbling forth in a pitiful state. It was none other than Zhuangzi, having exhausted all his strength to teleport from the sacred land. At that moment, he appeared 100-fold more wretched than when bedridden. His once mighty form was nearly entirely shattered, leaving only a broken skeleton adorned with tattered remnants of flesh, and his soul flame flickered weakly as if it might extinguish at any moment. Yet, he clung desperately to the origin wooden token in his grasp. He beheld the magnificent pavilion he had only heard of in legends. He saw the imposing figure of the great saint before the pavilion, his aura as deep as an abyss. He knew he had bet correctly. He had succeeded. With a thud, Zhuangzi could no longer sustain himself. His knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the cold ground. He did not gaze at the Qiyang great saint, but buried his head deeply in the dust, addressing the tightly shut vermilion door, using the last remnants of his soul's power to issue the most devout and humble plea of his life. I, Zhuangzi of the sacred land, daringly seek an audience with the sovereign. I offer the entirety of the sacred land, the imperial weapon of my sect, the heavenly secrets disk, and all the secrets amassed over 1,000,000 years. I beseech you, grant me a sliver of hope. His voice was hoarse and weak, yet it carried a frenzied desperation. Each word seemed to be squeezed from the depths of his soul. Before him, Qiyang great saint observed this once mighty sage, now reduced to such humility, and felt a tumult of emotions stir within him. Zhuangzi, the master of heavenly secrets, was someone he recognized. Once, he had possessed remarkable vigor, commanding respect even from the leaders of other sacred lands. Yet now, he couldn't help but reflect on his own past. Had he not also been in such a position? In the face of death, under the allure of higher realms, all dignity and pride became worthless. He remained silent, merely retracting his aura, watching quietly. He understood that the possibility of salvation rested solely upon the sovereign's will. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo lounged back, observing the dismal state of Zhuangzi on the light screen, utterly prepared to offer up his very essence. He snapped his fingers in satisfaction. The bait has been taken. A smile of triumph spread across his face. Indeed, the attitude shown was sincere, the realization commendably high. This was precisely the effect he desired. Only by allowing the other party to glimpse a glimmer of hope in their darkest hour could their loyalty be offered unreservedly. This is what he termed investment psychology. Zhang Mo commended himself for his cunning. Clearing his throat, he prepared to commence his performance. A voice, ethereal and authoritative as if descending from the heavens, resonated gently from beyond the pavilion, clearly reaching the ears of Zhuangzi and Qiyang great saint. Your loyalty is worthless, cold, indifferent, devoid of emotion. Just a single utterance plunged Zhuangzi, who had barely rekindled a flicker of hope, into an abyss of despair. He froze, his once bright eyes dimming instantly, filled with boundless hopelessness. Indeed, in the presence of such a majestic being, what was a mere decaying sacred land worth? Had he been a fool to hope? However, just as his spirit seemed destined to extinguish, Zhang Mo's next words drifted through the air. Yet, I find myself intrigued by your eyes. This declaration pierced through the endless darkness like a creation light, forcibly yanking Zhuangzi's soul back from the brink of eternal oblivion. His eyes, the fading pupils of Zhuangzi suddenly refocused. His heart, which had ceased its rhythm, began to beat violently once more. Hope. The sovereign had not entirely dismissed him. He still held value. In an instant, the desire to survive erupted within him like a volcano. He disregarded the deeper meaning behind the sovereign's words, and, with every last ounce of strength, he fervently shouted, "Sovereign, if you can save me, my eyes are yours. My life is yours. The sacred land of heavenly secrets will forever be your most loyal eyes. To observe the heavens for you, to perceive the myriad worlds." He lowered himself to the utmost depths of humility. Understanding this was his sole opportunity. Before him, Qiyang great saint silently witnessed this scene, his heart awash with myriad sentiments. He realized that Zhuangzi had indeed bet correctly. This mysterious sovereign seemed to care little for mere loyalty or treasures. He valued worth above all. As long as one could demonstrate their value and be of use, they could earn his favor. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo listened to Zhuangzi's heartfelt declaration of loyalty, laughing in satisfaction. A teachable child indeed. This was the effect he sought. Simple coercion and temptation yield the least reliable loyalty. Only by allowing the other to glimpse hope amidst despair, willingly offering up everything, could a solid and valuable partnership be forged. With that being said, Zhang Mo's languid voice echoed once more. I shall bestow upon you a fortuitous opportunity. The moment his words fell, the tightly shut vermilion doors of the pavilion slowly opened a crack. A golden fruit, the size of a fist, glimmering with 9-colored celestial light and brimming with the mysteries of boundless life, gently floated out from the crevice. At the instant the fruit appeared, an overwhelmingly rich aroma of life and divine essence permeated the entirety of Tianqiong Mountain. Merely catching a whiff, Xi'an Great Saint felt his recently stabilized Great Saint realm show signs of further advancement. Meanwhile, Xuanjizi, whose body had been on the verge of collapse, found himself halting his decline, even experiencing a flicker of vitality rekindling from the depths of his withered foundation. What kind of divine object was this? Xi'an Great Saint's pupils constricted sharply, shockwaves coursing through his heart. As the lord of the Holy Land, he considered himself well-versed and knowledgeable. Yet he swore he had never witnessed, nor heard of such a miraculous divine fruit. The vitality and laws of the great Tao contained within this fruit transcended the realm of sacred medicines entirely. This was an immortal fruit. According to legend, it could only grow in the core of the 9 heavens' immortal domain, within the medicinal gardens personally cultivated by the emperors. Xuanjizi fixated intently on the fruit, his murky eyes igniting with an unprecedented brilliance, his breath becoming labored. He could sense that this fruit harbored the overwhelming vitality he yearned for, capable of altering his fate. This fruit was called the 9 turns immortal fate fruit. Zhang Mo's calm voice dispelled their confusion. Consuming it could grant you a lifespan of 10,000 years and heal your Tao injuries. Whether you could take that step forward depended on your own fortune. 10,000 years of lifespan. Healing Tao injuries. Taking that step forward. These phrases struck Xuanjizi and the Radiant Sun Great Sage with the force of divine thunder. The Radiant Sun Great Sage's face displayed unmistakable envy and jealousy. A lifespan of 10,000 years. He had sacrificed the entire Nanyang Holy Land to break through to the Great Sage and had only received a single Tao Essence pill in return. Yet, this Xuanjizi had merely offered a promise for the future and received a fruit of unimaginable efficacy. The disparity between people was indeed vast. After a brief moment of shock, Xuanjizi was engulfed in boundless joy and gratitude. He understood that this was not merely an immortal fruit. It was an acknowledgement from the Lord, an investment in his future potential. Thank you, Master, for the gift of the fruit. Thank you, Master, for the grace of rebirth. He spoke in a flurry of excitement, bowing deeply before the grand door, his forehead striking the ground until it bled. Go, Zhang Mo's voice resonated. Yes, I shall obey. Xuanjizi, as if in possession of a great treasure, cautiously lifted the 9 turns immortal fate fruit with his remaining divine energy, and without hesitation, swallowed it whole. Boom. The instant the immortal fruit entered his belly, an indescribable torrent of life essence and the laws of the great Tao erupted within him. His already shattered sacred king body was instantly reshaped by this force. His withered flesh became plump once more. His fractured bones radiated with an indomitable divine brilliance. The desolate sea of suffering surged with towering waves once again. His Tao foundation, previously marred by the forced deciphering of heavenly mysteries and riddled with cracks, was cleansed and reconstructed by the pure laws of the Tao, becoming more perfect and robust than ever before. His aura began to surge at an astonishing pace, rapidly ascending. Peak Sacred King. Half-step Quasi-Emperor. Crack. It was as if some invisible shackles within him shattered with a thunderous crash. An aura that surpassed the sacred realm, transcending all paths and capable of making the myriad realms tremble, erupted from him, soaring into the sky. Above Tianqiong Mountain, the skies changed, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. Countless chains of laws manifested from the void, transforming into a terrifying quasi-emperor calamity that descended upon him with overwhelming force. Chapter 40. Transmission across the myriad realms atop Tianqiong Mountain. The quasi-emperor calamity, which could make even sacred kings pale in fear, gradually dissipated. The lightning faded. The dark clouds receded, replaced by a vast expanse of purple energy, with golden lotus blossoms of the great Tao emerging from the void. Ethereal melodies celebrating the birth of a new cosmic giant. Xuanjizi floated serenely in midair. His once desiccated body, resembling decayed wood, had vanished. In its place was an immaculate, translucent body, seemingly carved from the purest Daoic crystal. His hair and beard were black, his visage restored to that of middle age, and within his eyes, the flickering of countless stars danced with life. Every movement he made exuded a terrifying aura that surpassed all paths, as if the laws themselves obeyed his command. With a single step, he ascended from a depleted, nearing death sacred king to a genuine quasi-emperor powerhouse. Yet, as he felt the unprecedented, terrifying power within him, capable of shattering galaxies with a mere thought, Zhuangzi felt no trace of elation. He slowly lowered his head, his gaze piercing through layers of void to rest upon the magnificent pavilion, still floating quietly and enveloped in chaotic energy. In his eyes, only boundless, profound reverence and devotion remained. He understood that his meager Taoist cultivation was nothing but dust in the eyes of the pavilion's master. This was not merely an act of rebirth. It was a divine enlightenment bestowed upon a humble mortal. Without hesitation, he adjusted his newly remade Tao robe, which flowed with imperial runes from the thunderous calamity. Then, before the radiant sun great sage, whose aura was as oppressive as the depths of the sea, and whose astonishment was palpable, he kneelingly bowed before the origin Treasure Pavilion, performing the 9 prostrations befitting a disciple before his master. Your humble servant, Zhuangzi, expresses profound gratitude for your grace of rebirth. He humbled himself, referring to himself as an old servant, his voice filled with genuine submission and fervor. From this day forth, my life and the fortunes of the Holy Land are yours. I shall be your eyes to observe the heavens, and your ears to listen to the myriad realms. Before him, the radiant sun great sage watched in turmoil. Zhuangzi, the lord of the Holy Land, who not long ago held a more esteemed position as a sacred king, had now leaped to become a quasi-emperor, an existence he must now look up to. And this quasi-emperor willingly referred to himself as an old servant before the pavilion. The fleeting pride he felt from breaking through to the great sage evaporated in an instant. He lowered his head with even greater reverence toward the pavilion, realizing the correctness of his initial choice. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo observed the newly ascended quasi-emperor kneeling before the light screen, a satisfied smile forming as he crossed his legs. Indeed, a promising pupil, possessing a high level of enlightenment. This Zhuangzi surpasses my expectations. This saves me considerable effort. With a quasi-emperor's gaze, he could now formally launch his investment plan. A thought crossed his mind, and a detached yet authoritative intent directly permeated Zhuangzi's consciousness. Rise. Yes, master. Zhuangzi stood excitedly, respectfully awaiting his master's next command. From this day forth, you shall be the eyes of my pavilion. I wish to know all matters of this primordial myriad realm. Your humble servant obeys. I shall not disappoint your trust. Zhuangzi's heart soared with joy as he realized he had finally earned the qualification to serve this supreme being. Zhang Mo acknowledged, then issued his first directive. In your name, convey my decree to the primordial myriad realm. Yes, the Tao of Heaven's secrets quasi-emperor receives the command. He took a deep breath, holding nothing back. The newly transformed quasi-emperor, still carrying a hint of the calamity's energy, erupted with power. With a wave of his hand, an ancient compass riddled with cracks, yet radiating formidable imperial might soared from his brow, hovering above Tianqiong Mountain. This was the Heaven's Secrets Holy Land's treasured imperial artifact, the Heaven's Secrets Disc. In my name, using the imperial artifact as a guide, through the Tao of Heaven's Secrets as a testament, I command the myriad realms to transmit my voice. Zhuangzi chanted fervently, his hands forming seals, pouring his vast quasi-emperor power into the Heaven's Secrets Disc. Buzz. The Heaven's Secrets Disc trembled violently, its ancient patterns seeming to come alive, unleashing countless rays of divine light. A golden decree, imbued with the principles of the quasi-emperor's Tao and the secrets of heavenly mechanisms, gradually took shape above the celestial mechanism disc. In the next instant, with a thunderous command from the quasi-emperor of heavenly mechanisms, the decree transformed into a radiant beam traversing the cosmos, instantaneously tearing apart the barriers of the 3,000 realms, spreading wildly towards the boundless primordial myriad worlds at a speed that transcended light and thought. At that moment, whether in the spirit-rich central great world or the law-deficient borderlands, whether in the flourishing immortal dynasty or the secluded ancient sect, whether beneath the depths of the sea in the crystal dragon palace or above the heavens in the demon god's court, a golden decree suddenly appeared in the skies of every living world without warning. An ancient, majestic voice, resonating with supreme Taoist rhythm as if echoing the voice of the heavens, reverberated in the ears and souls of every being. By the decree of the Lord of the Origin Treasure Pavilion, in 1 month, the Treasure Pavilion shall hold its 3rd auction, open to all clans. Admission tokens will be randomly distributed across the myriad realms. The content of the decree was simple, yet as the final sentence, laden with personal intent and emphasized by the quasi-emperor's power, resounded, The entire primordial myriad worlds fell into an unprecedented silence. This auction will feature the ultimate treasure, 10,000 years of lifespan. Boom. As the words left his mouth, the myriad realms trembled. In a forgotten ancient lineage deep within the 3,000 realms, a coffin sealed by divine essence erupted violently. An elderly figure, exuding a decayed aura as if on the verge of dissolving into the Tao, suddenly sat up within the coffin. In his murky eyes, two terrifying lights capable of piercing through star rivers erupted. 10,000 years of lifespan. Is this true? He coughed violently from overwhelming excitement. Yet his eyes burned with an unprecedented flame of greed. He was a sage king who had lived for nearly 30,000 years. With less than 100 years left to live, resigned to waiting for death, but now, in a certain immortal dynasty's ancestral land in the nine heavens, within a chaotic energy-shrouded immortal pond, a colossal figure that had slumbered for hundreds of thousands of years gradually opened eyes more dazzling than the sun and moon. The Origin Treasure Pavilion, capable of auctioning even such defiance of heaven as 10,000 years of lifespan? It seems the rumors are not unfounded. I command the current divine lord, at all costs, to procure an admission token for me. Meanwhile, in the depths of a forbidden realm known as the Abyss of the Buried Emperor, a black coffin forged from unknown immortal metal trembled as centuries of dust slowly fell away. An intent more terrifying than that of the quasi-emperor, seemingly capable of collapsing the ancient sky, began to awaken from within the coffin. 10,000 years. A laughter that spanned epochs echoed throughout the abyss. If I can truly extend my life for 10,000 years, perhaps I can once again emerge and contest for my destiny. The entire primordial myriad worlds had descended into an unprecedented frenzy and tumult due to this decree. Countless decaying immortal sanctuaries, ancient immortal dynasties on the verge of extinction, and those old monsters who had languished in the confines of life for countless ages awakened simultaneously. In their eyes, there was no morality, no laws, only the primal desire for life. A colossal storm sweeping across the heavens had begun. Chapter 41. The pinnacle of the quasi-emperor. While the external world was turbulent with blood and chaos, Zhang Mo remained blissfully unaware and unconcerned. At this moment, he lay comfortably on the sofa in the backstage lounge, watching the fortune value on the Destiny investment panel surge wildly due to the decree of the quasi-emperor of heavenly mechanisms, grinning from ear to ear. Impressive. This mysterious figure has quite the business acumen, Zhang Mo mused, reveling in the outcome of his operations. He realized that his maneuvers had yielded multiple benefits. Not only had he successfully subdued a declining sanctuary and acquired a quasi-emperor level I, but he had also inadvertently elevated the profile of the third auction. Most crucially, he discovered that by stirring the winds and clouds of the world, creating significant ripples from his actions, his fortune value would soar. This system encourages me to be a behind-the-scenes instigator, Zhang Mo chuckled, stroking his chin. I quite like this. As he gazed at the long string of zeros in his fortune value, his little ambitions began to swell uncontrollably. The golden core realm was still too weak. If one day the system faltered or the facade of this Taoist aura was seen through, would I not be at the mercy of others? No. Personal strength is the ultimate truth. Just right. Now that my fortune value is sufficient, it is time to experience the system's most astonishing function. He straightened up, his face betraying anticipation, and issued a command to the system in his mind. System, activate the time of Tao comprehension. Beep. Host confirms the activation of the time of Tao comprehension, consuming 100,000 fortune points. The comprehension space is about to open, with an internal time flow rate of 1,000 times that of the external world. One day in the external realm will equate to 1,000 years within. Please prepare. Host, here we go. Zhang Mo took a deep breath, excitement flickering in his eyes. In the next moment, he felt a blur before him, and the surrounding scenery transformed instantaneously. He was no longer in the comfortable lounge, but had arrived in an infinite expanse composed of the purest chaotic energy. In this realm, there was no time or space, no up or down, only the most primordial and ancient Taoist laws flowing around him like a tangible stream. Zhang Mo sat cross-legged. At the moment he entered this space, his extraordinary physique, infused with the innate sacred body Tao fetus, seemed to be completely activated. He felt his spirit soar infinitely in an instant, merging with the Tao of the universe. Previously obscure and convoluted theories of cultivation, akin to celestial texts, became as simple and clear as the equation of 1 + 1 = 2 in his mind. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, no, a higher essence than spiritual energy, the primordial source energy, flooded into his limbs and bones without him needing to actively draw it, like a torrent finding its outlet. Boom. Within mere breaths, the golden elixir in his body expanded to its utmost limit, then shattered with a thunderous roar. Boundless magical power began to merge with the Tao of heaven and earth in his spiritual sea, evolving into various profound manifestations. The golden core realm reached perfection. He entered the first level of the harmonization realm, the second level of the harmonization realm. While it would take cultivators in the external world hundreds or even thousands of years to traverse the harmonization path, for Zhang Mo, it was as effortless as eating and drinking. In just a few days, internal time, his cultivation soared, breaking through the shackles of the harmonization realm and stepping into the King's realm. Is this the realm of kings? Zhang Mo thought. And a domain formed from his own laws instantly unfolded around him. In this domain, he was the sole deity. Yet he did not linger for a moment. 1,000 years, for him, were too long and too precious. The three grand realms of the King's realm, the cave heaven realm, and the true self realm presented no bottlenecks before his physique, deemed the strongest of all time. He spent nearly 100 years expanding his cave heaven world into a true vast universe, with stars swirling and all things being born, brimming with infinite possibilities. Another 100 years were devoted to refining his true self-imprint, rendering it resplendent and indestructible. The moment he stepped into the sage realm, the entire chaotic space trembled in response. His corporeal form, under the overwhelming wash of the primordial chaos essence, truly attained the level of immortality. A single drop of blood could give rise to myriad creations, and a strand of hair could sever the cosmos. The saint, the great saint, the Saint King. For the following centuries, Zhang Mo was entirely immersed in the exhilarating sensation of his power surging rapidly. His comprehension of the laws had surpassed the arduous cultivation of countless prodigies over millennia. The laws of time, space, reincarnation, and causality, 3,000 pathways, appeared to him as mere toys to manipulate at will. As time reached the 999th year, Zhang Mo's cultivation had firmly stabilized at the pinnacle of the Saint King level. Before him loomed an invisible chasm, the threshold of the Emperor realm. Countless exceptionally talented Saint Kings were obstructed by this chasm, ultimately succumbing in bitter resignation. Yet for Zhang Mo, this chasm seemed non-existent. His innate Tao embryo bestowed upon him an unparalleled affinity for the great Tao, while his ancient sacred body endowed him with a supreme physique capable of bearing the laws of the Emperor. Break, Zhang Mo quietly commanded within his heart. Boom. The chasm that ensnared countless powerful beings shattered before him. A terrifying imperial might, transcending all paths and dominating the ebb and flow of the universe, erupted from within him. He had reached the threshold of the quasi-emperor realm, not merely a novice. With the infinite primordial essence of this chaotic space, and the almost unfair state of unity with heaven and man, his cultivation continued to soar even after breaking through to the quasi-emperor, early quasi-emperor, mid-quasi-emperor, late quasi-emperor, pinnacle quasi-emperor. As the final day of the 1,000th year passed, Zhang Mo's cultivation had firmly reached the zenith of the quasi-emperor realm, merely awaiting a fortuitous encounter, an opportunity aligned with the destiny of this realm, to ascend to the emperor level. Furthermore, his ancient sacred body had reached perfection, allowing him to contend against emperors. The absolute domain of time gradually dissipated. Zhang Mo's consciousness returned to the backstage lounge of the Origin Treasure Pavilion. Outside, only a day had passed. He slowly opened his eyes, and within those seemingly ordinary depths, a cosmos of creation and destruction unfolded, epics shifting. He gently clenched his fist. Boom. The void surrounding him groaned under immense pressure. Dark spatial fissures flickering in and out of existence around his fist. A terrifying power capable of shattering galaxies with a mere thought surged within him, flowing like an ancient giant dragon awakening from slumber. Was this the strength of a pinnacle quasi-emperor? Zhang Mo reveled in the unprecedented sense of control within him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this sensation of power was quite agreeable. Should those practitioners, who toiled for millennia merely to break through a minor realm, hear his words, they would likely spit blood in fury, their resolve shattering. He stood up, stretched lazily, his bones cracking like thunder, resonating with the great Tao. With his newfound strength, he felt emboldened for the forthcoming display of prowess. In high spirits, he approached the light screen. Observing the chaotic scene outside where countless individuals clamored for entry credentials, a glimmer of unique brilliance flashing in his eyes. The grand performance was only just beginning. Chapter 42. Opening a small world. The day of the auction was finally approaching. For the past month, The entire Myriad Phenomena Divine Capital and even the whole of the 3,000 realms had descended into an unprecedented frenzy. Credentials, crafted personally by the quasi-emperor of heavenly mechanism and imbued with the essence of the origin Treasure Pavilion, fell from the heavens like shooting stars, scattered randomly across the vast expanse of the primordial realms. Some fell into the hands of a prince from an immortal dynasty, causing nationwide celebration, while others struck the head of a disheveled beggar, transforming him overnight from a reviled outcast into a coveted guest of various factions. To vie for this limited entry qualification, the 3,000 realms ran red with blood. Brothers turned against each other, masters and disciples clashed, and fierce battles erupted among sacred lands, resulting in the fall of several Saint King-level ancestors. When the day of the auction truly arrived, the Myriad Phenomena Divine Capital had morphed into an enormous powder keg. The sky was thickly populated with myriad beings, 9-headed serpentine dragons pulling ancient bronze chariots, golden divine birds ablaze with solar fire, star-sized void celestial ships, and towering ancient Buddhas adorned with 9 halos. The once elusive great saints were now as common as cabbages in the marketplace. Saint King-level old monsters concealed their auras, blending into the crowd, afraid to attract any attention. Even from the rifts in the heavens above, a few presences surpassing the saint realm, capable of instilling dread across all paths, could be faintly sensed, coldly surveying the tumultuous world below. The original order of the Myriad Phenomena Divine Capital had completely shattered. New grudges and old grievances intertwined among the various factions. A mere clash of gazes could ignite a bloody conflict. The entire city was shrouded in a tense atmosphere, poised on the brink of explosion. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo watched through the light screen as the overcrowded scene outside spiraled into chaos, furrowing his brow. TSK. The space is still too small, insufficient for their antics. He shook his head, a hint of disdain crossing his face. Now at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, his perspective had naturally elevated. To him, allowing these esteemed guests, representing the highest combat power of the 3,000 realms, to jostle together like a market crowd was utterly beneath the dignity of the origin Treasure Pavilion. It was time to provide them with a more spacious venue. With a thought, Zhang Mo addressed the system. System, upgrade this pavilion. Make it as grand as possible. With his newfound wealth, he spoke with confidence. The potential profit of 1 billion points gave him the illusion of being able to purchase the entire world. Ding. Host privileges elevated. Sufficient points detected. Do you wish to consume 5 million auction points to activate the Treasure Pavilion's world evolution function? 5 million? Just 5 million? Zhang Mo was momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand decisively. Open. It must be opened. Command received. World evolution function activated. In the next instant, the origin Treasure Pavilion, suspended over the celestial summit, remained unchanged in its external form, still an ancient, majestic structure enveloped in chaotic energy. However, its interior underwent a transformation so profound that it could overturn the entire understanding of the primordial realms, evolving into a complete, vast, and independent small world, filled with laws. At this moment, outside the pavilion, a quasi-emperor from an ancient neutral family, known as the Xiantian ancestor, cautiously approached the Crimson Gate with his most cherished juniors. Though he was a bona fide quasi-emperor, his awe for this pavilion had soared ever since learning of the tragic fate of the great emperor from the Xia family in the 9 heavens immortal domain. All of you remember this. The Xiantian ancestor sternly transmitted to his juniors. Once we enter, put away your arrogance. Do not look at what you shouldn't. Do not ask what you shouldn't. If anyone dares to cause trouble here, I will personally deal with it. No need for the pavilion master to intervene. Yes, ancestor. A few proud individuals, typically haughty in demeanor, now appeared as meek as quails, nodding in unison. Eventually, they arrived at the grand entrance. The ancient vermilion doors, which seemed to have existed since time immemorial, silently and slowly creaked open before them. Xiantian, the venerable ancestor, took a deep breath to quell the anxiety and trepidation within, adjusted his robes, and was the first to step inside. However, at the very moment he crossed the threshold, the caution etched on his face and the faint pride of being a quasi-emperor abruptly froze. In its place surged an unprecedented shock and bewilderment. The spectacle before him, which left even this quasi-emperor, who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years and had weathered countless storms, trembling at the core of his Tao heart. Gone were the opulent halls and the tables laden with divine artifacts. Beneath his feet lay a pristine expanse, a white ground fashioned from an endless sea of clouds. Walking upon it felt akin to stepping on the softest cotton, as a pure essence of celestial spirit surged through his feet, reaching for the crown of his head, causing every pore in his body to expand. Above him sprawled an infinite, resplendent galaxy, where billions of stars slowly revolved, each radiating the most primordial resonance of the Tao. Merely casting a glance at them bestowed upon him a subtle, yet profound advancement in his understanding of the Tao. Surrounding him were ethereal mountains cloaked in chaotic mist and shimmering with celestial light, each resembling an island adrift in the sea of clouds. Each mountain exuded a distinct Tao resonance. Some emanated sword energy that pierced the heavens, while others radiated the light of Buddhism, and some bore a sinister aura, indicating their exclusivity for various sections. Xuantian's mouth gaped in astonishment, his voice trembling as the calm waters of his quasi-emperor heart were suddenly stirred into a tempest. A world has been birthed. No, this is not an ordinary small world. The laws and Tao resonance here are astonishingly more complete and superior than our 3,000 realms. He inhaled sharply, a chill coursing down his spine. While a sage king could create a world, to craft one with such complete laws and exalted Tao resonance, capable of inducing both comfort and pressure even upon a quasi-emperor, is an unfathomable feat. This is power that likely resides only with true immortals. In that instant, the last vestige of his disdain transformed into profound, soul-stirring reverence. Soon after, the sovereign of the eternal celestial dynasty, the Phoenix Lord of the 10,000 Demons' sacred court, along with titans from various sacred lands and forbidden zones, also stepped into the pavilion. Without exception, whether they were the domineering figures of the demonic path or the benevolent monks of the Buddhist faith, upon witnessing this miraculous scene, all expressions on their faces froze, ultimately converging into a singular state of stunned awe. All their tempers and arrogance were crushed in that instant. They moved like the most humble of pilgrims, carefully following the unseen guidance towards their respective celestial mountains. The auction hall, though teeming with powerful beings from myriad realms, fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. In the auction venue, within the independent small world conjured effortlessly by Zhang Mo, every seat was occupied. The ethereal mountains, shrouded in mist, served as exclusive boxes for the most formidable factions. The sword-severing sect from the eastern wilderness occupied a mountain that soared with sword energy, resembling a divine sword unsheathed. Meanwhile, the monks from the western desert's 10,000 Buddha temples settled upon a golden lotus platform bathed in Buddha light and resonating with sacred chants. Great powers such as the Eternal Celestial Dynasty and the 10,000 Demons' sacred court monopolized a cluster composed of dozens of celestial mountains, adorned with celestial palaces and auspicious beasts, exuding extraordinary grandeur. Beneath these floating mountains, on the white jade plaza supported by the endless sea of clouds, countless powerful beings from the 3,000 realms were tightly seated. Great saints were merely considered the backbone here, barely managing to secure spots in the front rows. Many saints, venerables, and even some fortunate younger kings who had managed to obtain entry passes could only stand at the edges of the plaza, lacking even the privilege to sit. Yet, no one dared to voice any grievances. Being able to enter this place and witness this unparalleled gathering was, for them, a monumental opportunity. At the forefront of the plaza, Yaoshi and the quasi-emperor of the celestial mechanism, Zuanjizi, were respectfully escorted by the maid Xiaoya to an independent celestial mountain with an exceptional view. Situated right next to the auction stage, the spiritual energy here was so dense it felt almost tangible, as if each breath was inhaling the essence of the universe. Who are those from the Yao family and the celestial mechanism? What gives them the right to occupy such a position? Countless envious and jealous gazes converged upon them, especially from the noble-born sons and daughters who felt slighted. Humph, they only latched onto the pavilion masteress' favor. What is so impressive about that? The sun god's son, Yang Hao, scoffed, a flicker of disdain flaring in his eyes. How petty, how truly petty. From a nearby mountain suffused with demonic energy, the heir of the netherworld demon sect, Mingzi, licked his lips and unabashedly mocked. If you have the capability, go and cling to someone too. But I fear the pavilion master would even glance at your three-legged crow. Mingzi, you seek death. Yang Hao erupted in fury, the flames of the sun god igniting explosively. Are you afraid? Mingzi's dual-colored pupils swirled with chaotic energy, equally brimming with battle intent. Just as the two were poised to clash, a cold, indifferent yet undeniably authoritative will cascaded down from the towering auction stage, enveloping the entire realm. Any further disturbance will be eradicated. This single proclamation resonated with the weight of the heavens, its utterance commanding the laws to comply. Yang Hao and Mingzi felt their souls gripped by an unseen hand, their fierce intentions crushed in an instant. Both turned pale, stifling a grunt as blood seeped from their lips, no longer daring to act out. The entire auction venue fell into an absolute silence once more. All eyes were fixed in astonishment upon the auction stage, shrouded in an endless radiance, obscuring its true form. They knew the main figure was about to make an appearance. As the light and shadows converged upon the stage, an indistinct figure formed from countless Tao runes emerged, exuding a terrifying presence that could make even quasi-emperors tremble. He exuded no oppressive aura, yet simply standing there rendered him the sole center of this realm, with myriad laws swirling around him in submission. It was Zhang Mo, utilizing the system's capabilities to fabricate this luminous persona. "Welcome, everyone." The figure spoke, his voice calm, yet commanding, resonating clearly throughout the small world. This auction will have slight modifications in its rules. All bids will only be accepted in the form of tangible treasures such as celestial materials, secret techniques, and unparalleled divine weapons. You may deposit your treasures into that monument of myriad paths returning to unity. I will personally assess their value and convert them into equivalent points for bidding. As his words faded, the ground at the center of the white jade plaza began to rise slowly. A colossal monument, crafted entirely from an unknown white jade and towering tens of thousands of feet, adorned with billions of Tao runes, erupted from the earth. The aura emanating from the monument was ancient and vast, reminiscent of the universe's origin and the culmination of myriad paths. What a remarkable feat! To forge a monument capable of assessing the value of all things. This transcends even imperial artifacts. Could it be an immortal weapon? All the ancient beings present recognized the exceptional nature of this monument, their reverence for the pavilion master deepening yet again. Zhang Mo was quite satisfied with this effect. This was precisely the overwhelming astonishment he desired. Let us not dally further. His luminous shadow waved his hand, unveiling the first auction item. The maiden, elegantly gliding forward, cradled a jade basin crafted from the Primordial Chaos jade, slowly ascending the high platform. With utmost care, she placed the basin down and then unveiled the red silk draped over it, woven from starlight. Nestled within was a sapling, scarcely a foot tall, entirely verdant, as if sculpted from the finest jade, lying quietly in the basin. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, yet upon closer inspection, each leaf seemed to cradle a vast expanse of starry skies, with the flow of Tao rhythms and self-contained laws. A refreshing, natural fragrance wafted through the auction hall, one that could cleanse the soul, instantly transporting individuals into a state of unity with the cosmos. Every cultivator who caught a whiff of this scent, regardless of their cultivation level, felt their minds sharpen with an unprecedented clarity. The cultivation bottlenecks that had plagued them for years, the obscure and complex techniques, suddenly seemed to unravel before them. A wandering quasi-emperor, who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years and was well-versed in the world, abruptly rose from his secluded chamber atop the celestial mountain, his voice trembling with overwhelming excitement. It was said that this tea tree, rooted in chaos, bloomed once every 300,000 years and bore fruit after another 300,000 years. A treasure so coveted that even supreme emperors yearned to sit beneath its branches for tea and discourse. Boom! Like a chaotic divine thunderbolt, the revelation struck the minds of all the formidable beings present. The entire auction hall erupted in chaos. What? It is indeed the legendary Tao understanding tea tree. My heavens! It is rumored that in the last epoch, an emperor waged a world-destroying war over a single Tao understanding tea tree. Such a divine entity truly exists. Though merely a sapling, its value is beyond measure. If successfully cultivated, it would be akin to possessing a mobile sanctuary capable of nurturing top-tier cultivators. Enough to establish an immortal empire that would dominate the ages. Madness! Madness! The auctioneer presents such a treasure at the outset, leaving no room for us. At this moment, all were driven to frenzy. Whether they were saintly kings or self-proclaimed serene quasi-emperors, their breaths grew labored, and their once jaded eyes ignited with an unprecedented fervor, resolute in their desire to seize this opportunity. On the high platform, Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar observed the frenzied faces below, his voice remaining calm, yet igniting a fervor in the hearts of all, as if pouring boiling oil upon them. The first auction item, a sapling of the Tao understanding tea tree. Starting bid, 2 million points. Chapter 44. Open provocation. As the figure of 2 million points escaped Zhang Mo's lips, the entire auction hall fell into a momentary silence. This figure loomed like an invisible mountain, instantly crushing the burgeoning greed of 99% of the cultivators present. 2 million points. What does this signify? At the previous auction, A quasi-emperor weapon fetched no more than this price. Now, merely the starting bid for this sapling had reached such heights. This meant that from the very beginning, the competition was beyond the reach of these so-called saints and elders. This was a battlefield reserved for quasi-emperor level titans. After the brief silence, the air filled with gasps of astonishment. How could they compete when the starting bid equaled that of a quasi-emperor weapon? It was terrifying. The treasures they had brought seemed unworthy in the eyes of the auctioneer. In the white jade plaza, countless powerful figures wore bitter smiles, realizing that they were merely spectators today, here to broaden their horizons. However, for those truly at the pinnacle of the power hierarchy, while the price was steep, it was not unacceptable. The Tao understanding tea tree, a miraculous entity that existed only in myth, far surpassed the value of any divine weapon. Any price paid for it would be justified. 250,000. The first to speak was a young prince from the eternal celestial dynasty. Clad in a robe adorned with 9 dragons and crowned with a celestial diadem, his aura imposing. Although young, he was flanked by several inscrutable elders, clearly representing the will of the entire dynasty. Humph, the eternal celestial dynasty's youngling speaks boldly. No sooner had he finished than a booming voice emerged from another fiery, celestial mountain. A massive, 3-legged golden crow, ablaze with solar fire, slowly materialized, its golden eyes casting a cold glance at the prince. A mere 250,000, and you seek to claim such a chaotic treasure? We, the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty, offer 3 million. Boom. As the elder of the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty finished speaking, he reached into his world and pulled out a celestial core burning with flames as radiant as the sun, unhesitatingly tossing it toward the grand monument of 10,000 paths. The core collided with the stone tablet, making no sound as it was instantly absorbed by the flowing Tao patterns. In an instant, the light representing the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty on the monument surged to 3 million. This action was clean, decisive, and exuded an air of financial dominance. Golden Crow, you are ever so impatient. A cold voice emerged from a mountain cloaked in endless demonic energy, as a shadowy figure obscured in darkness rose, declaring, "We, the moon-worship demonic sect, offer 350,000. Following this declaration, an ancient demonic scripture inscribed with the wails of countless vengeful spirits, along with a pale bone staff forged from a saint's spine, were hurled toward the Tao monument. The price began to soar. All the great sacred places, the eternal divine dynasty, and the hidden families, all the top powers capable of shaking the very foundations of the 3,000 realms, were now blinded by greed. Legendary divine metals, saintly weapons, and ancient texts that existed only in folklore were thrown forth as if they were worthless, transforming into cold, glaring numerical points on the monument of 10,000 paths. Countless cultivators in the white jade plaza watched this scene, stunned into numbness. They felt their worldviews shattered, reconfigured, and crushed repeatedly. Any one of the treasures cast as points could have served as the cornerstone of their sect or family for millennia. Yet here, they were mere currency. Soon, the price reached a suffocating height. 5 million. A hoarse, yet resolute voice emerged from a solitary, celestial mountain devoid of any factional insignia. The speaker was a long-renowned quasi-emperor, who had lain dormant for nearly 100,000 years. This price caused a palpable pause in the atmosphere. Even the eternal celestial dynasty and the Golden Crow Divine Dynasty fell momentarily silent. 5 million points, equivalent to 2.5 quasi-emperor weapons, was a staggering sum, even for their illustrious lineages. Just when everyone thought the price would stabilize, a laugh filled with malice and unrestrained arrogance erupted unexpectedly from a mountain shrouded in overwhelming demonic energy. Ha ha ha, a bunch of hypocrites, striving over mere trinkets. Such a divine tree rightfully belongs to my demonic path. With this audacious proclamation, a strikingly handsome youth clad in blood-red imperial robes emerged from the box, his features marked by an eerie beauty and a demonic sigil etched upon his brow. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze rife with undisguised disdain and contempt. 7 million. He raised the price to a staggering figure that left everyone breathless. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Who is this? Such audacity. Where does he acquire such an abundance of points? Yet, the subsequent actions of this young sorcerer plunged all skepticism into profound terror. With a sinister grin, he waved his hand. Furthermore, I happened to dispatch an unwise elder on my way here. How many points could his head fetch? Before his words faded, a still dripping head, eyes wide open, and a face etched with endless resentment and unwillingness, was casually tossed into the center of the plaza, landing before the monument of 10,000 paths, returning to origin. That head radiated a palpable aura of Saint King S might, an open provocation. a blatant challenge to all the righteous forces present. As the onlookers recognized the face, the prince of the eternal celestial dynasty, the goddess of the primordial holy land, and the heirs of all righteous factions turned pale with rage. It is the Saint King of the heavenly river holy land. Demon, how dare you unleash such a lethal hand? The demon lord of the ghostly infernal sect. He has come as well. In an instant, numerous murderous glares were fixated on the blood-robed youth. The atmosphere in the auction hall shifted from fervent bidding to an icy tension, teetering on the brink of violence. Chapter 45. The path of the ascendant Saint King faced with the palpable fury and murderous intent of tens of thousands. The demon lord from the primordial magic sect displayed no hint of fear. On the contrary, his smile grew increasingly sinister and audacious. He licked his lips with his tongue, his crimson eyes brimming with mockery and provocation as they swept over the indignant righteous heroes below. What is the matter? Unconvinced. His voice, though not loud, carried an unusual charm that resonated clearly in everyone's ears. If one is outmatched, death is well-deserved. You, so-called pillars of righteousness, are merely sheltered flowers. Beautiful yet utterly useless. Slaying him is as simple as slaughtering pigs and dogs. You, the prince of the eternal celestial dynasty, trembled with rage. His 9 golden dragons behind him roaring in fury, ready to pounce and tear the demon lord to shreds. Demon, do not be so brazen. This is the Origin Treasure Pavilion, a sanctuary that does not permit your kind of evil to run rampant. An elder from the Howran Academy, exuding an aura of righteousness, shouted in indignation. However, the primordial demon lord merely scoffed, spreading his hands in an innocent gesture towards the mysterious figure shrouded in endless brilliance on the high platform. Pavilion Master, I have not acted here. I merely brought a trophy to exchange for points. Surely, this does not contravene your rules. His words struck like a venomous dart, piercing the hearts of all righteous cultivators. Indeed, he had not acted within the pavilion. That head was the result of his actions outside. Now, he merely presented this bloody and humiliating trophy as a commodity for trade. All eyes instantly turned to the high platform. They yearned to see how this enigmatic figure, who had crafted countless legends, would handle this matter, capable of igniting an all-out war between righteousness and evil. Would he uphold the so-called righteousness and punish this arrogant demon lord? Or would he, on the high platform, Zhang Mo's shadowy projection remained as indifferent and lofty as ever, as though the world's conflicts could not stir a ripple within his heart. He merely cast a detached glance at the resentful Saint King's head floating above the monument of 10,000 paths returning to origin. Then, his emotionless authoritative voice resonated slowly. One Saint King's head, imbued with remnants of the Tao, rich in soul and resentment, can be utilized to forge demonic treasures or cursed artifacts. Estimated value, 5 million points. Bidding is valid. Current highest bid, Primordial Magic Sect, 7 million points. Is there anyone willing to counter? Boom. The Pavilion Master's words sent shivers through all present, more potent than the appearance of any divine artifact. No favoritism, no rebuke. Even a trace of emotional fluctuation was absent. In his eyes, a head representing the dignity of righteousness held no more significance than a piece of celestial iron or an ancient medicinal herb. He only regarded value. As long as it holds worth, whether sacred or wicked, it could serve as currency in his dealings. This absolute, cold neutrality, transcending all notions of good, evil, and morality, was the most terrifying aspect. It instilled a profound chill within the hearts of all righteous cultivators. It also prompted the primordial demon lord, after a brief moment of surprise, to erupt into a raucous, world-shattering laughter. Ha! Did you hear that? A bunch of fools. Before the great Pavilion Master, your so-called justice is worthless. He reveled in his triumph, feeling he had completely deciphered the Pavilion Master's principles. The prince of the eternal celestial dynasty's complexion turned ashen. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white from exertion. He felt an unprecedented humiliation. 8 million. He nearly spat the number through clenched teeth. His voice, trembling with fury. My eternal celestial dynasty is willing to exchange a page of the true scripture of the eternal emperor canon. As his words echoed, a solemn expression crossed the face of an elder, a quasi-emperor behind him, who retrieved a golden glowing ancient page, seemingly embodying the fortunes of an era. The true scripture of the emperor canon. A fresh wave of gasps erupted. This was no mere fragment. It was the complete text handwritten by the founding emperor, containing the most comprehensive principles of imperial law. Any single page served as the foundation of an immortal emperor's legacy. to reclaim their dignity and suppress the arrogance of the demonic path. The Eternal Celestial Dynasty had truly made a significant investment. However, the primordial demon lord merely scoffed at the page of the Emperor Canon. Ha ha ha, just a worthless piece of paper. You dare to contend with me? He laughed boisterously, his expression revealing that he felt he had the upper hand. Points may not be of sufficient depth compared to the foundation of your Eternal Celestial Dynasty. However, he abruptly shifted his tone, uttering something astonishing. I possess a secret. I am willing to exchange coordinates to a secret realm for this Tao Enlightenment tea tree. A passage to a lost ancient era of immortals, the secret coordinates of a quasi-immortal king who was on the verge of achieving the status of a saint king. However, he added with a wicked grin, that place is said to be perilous. Even true emperors may not return if they enter. The hall fell into a hush. If the true scripture of the Emperor Canon merely shocked the crowd, the 5 words quasi-immortal king's path sent tidal waves through all quasi-emperors present, as well as the hidden wills of emperors lurking in the void. Quasi-immortal king, an existence surpassing emperors, standing above true immortals. The pinnacle of an era. Anything that might emerge from his fallen path, even a handful of soil or a brick, could drive the entire Hongming universe into a frenzy. The value of this information seemed to eclipse that of the Tao Enlightenment tea tree sapling itself. All eyes once again converged upon the high platform. They sought to discern how the pavilion master would adjudicate. To bid with an ephemeral yet invaluable piece of information had already shattered the previously established rules. Would this authoritative pavilion master make an exception for him? Chapter 46. Private acquisition. All gazes fixated upon the figure enveloped in radiance on the high platform. It was a dilemma of profound significance. If the master were to break the rules he had just established for the sake of this astounding secret, the authority he had previously cultivated through his words and actions would inevitably be compromised. Yet, should he steadfastly adhere to the rules and reject this proposal, it would amount to relinquishing a potentially invaluable secret. This is not merely an auction. The Dark Lord of the Primordial Era wore a confident and sinister smile, convinced that no one could resist the allure of the words quasi-immortal King Daofield. However, Zhang Mo's reaction once again surpassed everyone's expectations. In the backstage resting area, Zhang Mo observed the self-satisfied expression of the Dark Lord on the luminous screen, a playful smirk gracing his lips. How intriguing, attempting to use information to manipulate my forces. He chuckled inwardly. Immediately, he utilized points to instruct the system to locate the approximate whereabouts of the quasi-immortal King Daofield. Subsequently, he reached out with his mind to contact the quasi-emperor of heavenly mechanisms. Xuanji, calculate for me the authenticity of this so-called quasi-immortal King Daofield. As you wish, master. In the distant heavenly mechanism's sacred land, Xuanji, who had just stabilized his quasi-emperor realm and was acclimatizing to his new powers, became exceedingly solemn upon receiving Zhang Mo's directive. He dared not delay and immediately summoned his life-bound imperial weapon, the heavenly mechanism disc. The heavenly mechanisms manifested, tracing back causality. He spat a mouthful of quasi-emperor blood onto the disc, causing the compass to erupt in myriad divine lights, its pointer spinning at an unfathomable speed, unraveling the ancient causality sealed within the lost epoch. In less than 3 breaths of time, Xuanji coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. His eyes brimmed with boundless horror. Reporting to master, he trembled, transmitting the results of the divination into Zhang Mo's mind. That place indeed exists. However, the causality there is too profound, and the murderous intent too heavy. With my current quasi-emperor cultivation, merely peering into a corner nearly caused my foundation to collapse. A sinister aura, tainted by darkness, looms there, terrifying to the extreme. Entering as an emperor is a perilous endeavor, fraught with danger. Oh, to such an extent? Upon hearing the report, Zhang Mo felt no trepidation. Rather, his eyes gleamed brighter. The greater the peril, the more treasures it conceals. How fascinating. Zhang Mo chuckled. On the high platform, his shadow clone, after a moment of silence, finally spoke. That indifferent yet authoritative voice resonated throughout the auction hall once more. Information is indeed valuable. Hearing this, the Dark Lord's smile widened. Yet, Zhang Mo's next words caused that smile to freeze instantly. However, the rules of the auction cannot be altered. Bids must be in points recognized by me. What? The Dark Lord was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. The master actually rejected it? He was willing to forfeit a shocking secret of the quasi-immortal King Daofield for the sake of so-called rules? How could this be possible? Just as he felt a surge of indignation and confusion, Zhang Mo's playful voice rang out once more. However, Although this pavilion does not accept bids with information, the Treasure Pavilion can privately acquire your secret. After the auction concludes, come to me. As long as your points suffice, this pavilion can offer anything. Upon hearing this, the entire venue erupted in uproar. Is this how it works? Bidding inside the venue while conducting transactions outside. This is remarkably flexible. Everyone was bewildered by the master's unconventional approach. The Dark Lord was momentarily stunned, but then a wave of ecstasy surged within him. He understood. The master was not rejecting, but rather maintaining the authority of his rules in a different manner. Simultaneously, he provided himself with an avenue of escape. Perhaps after the auction, there would be another opportunity. The master is truly wise. The Dark Lord immediately grasped the implication, respectfully bowing towards the high platform, lowering his posture significantly. What price does the master wish to offer? He tentatively inquired. Zhang Mo's shadow clone slowly extended a finger made of light. 10 million points. 10 million. The Dark Lord felt as though he had been struck by a colossal pie, nearly fainting from joy. He had initially thought that this secret could be exchanged for 3 to 5 million points at most. Yet, the master opened with 10 million. This price far exceeded the value of the sapling of the Enlightenment tea tree itself. Ha! Thank you, master. Thank you, master. He stammered in excitement, unhesitatingly tossing the jade slip containing the coordinates towards the monument of 10,000 paths returning to origin. The jade slip fused with the stone tablet, and in an instant, the point total representing the primordial magic sect surged to an astonishing 17 million. The entire auction hall fell into a deathly silence at this number. 17 million. What an immense fortune. Even the eternal celestial dynasty, an immortal empire, would struggle to gather such resources in a short time without significant sacrifice. All eyes were fixed on the Dark Lord with a mixture of awe and disbelief. They realized that the contest for the Enlightenment tea tree had become a foregone conclusion. On the high platform, Zhang Mo's voice once again shattered the silence. Currently, the highest bid is 8 million points from the eternal celestial dynasty. His shadow clone cast a glance at the mountain wreathed in demonic energy. Fellow Taoist of the primordial magic sect, will you bid with alternative points? This seemingly rhetorical question was laced with mockery. Upon hearing this, the Dark Lord let out a triumphant laugh, surveying the crowd with unabashed arrogance and dominance. He reveled in the envious, jealous, yet helpless gazes directed at him. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed in a victor's tone, I bid 1 million. He believed this price was sufficient to suppress the entire hall, ensuring that this chaotic divine artifact would be his. However, just as he basked in self-satisfaction, preparing to accept the adulation of all, a cool, calm, yet undeniably firm female voice floated down from the nearby mountain box that had remained silent. 1,100,000. Whoosh. All eyes in the hall, including the haughty Dark Lord's, were drawn inexorably to the mountain. The smile on the Dark Lord's face completely froze. His eyes brimmed with shock, confusion, and a hint of offended murderous intent. He glared at the mountain, coldly demanding, a mere girl? Where did you acquire such points? Did she, like the primordial demon lord, possess some earth-shattering secret? Countless speculations and discussions quietly arose among the crowd. Meanwhile, the primordial demon lord, who had just been basking in his triumph and pride, now wore a countenance as dark as thunderclouds. He felt offended, as if he had been dealt a stinging slap in the face by an insignificant insect, before the eyes of all the formidable beings in the vast universe. You insolent girl, are you mocking me? His voice was frigid, a terrifying aura of murderous intent unabashedly enveloping the mountain where Yaoshi stood. If you dare to place a bid, do you have the means to back it up? In the face of the overwhelming murderous aura that could make even saints tremble, the mountain where Yaoshi was situated merely trembled gently, a faint shield composed of chaotic energy quietly materializing, effortlessly dissipating the lethal intent into nothingness. Inside the private box, Yaoshi remained calm. Her exquisite features showed no trace of panic, as if the murderous intent aimed at her was merely a gentle breeze. She lifted her gaze, her clear eyes meeting the primordial demon lord's furious, blood-red glare with tranquility. Then, she spoke slowly. Her voice, still cool, bore an extraordinary power that compelled everyone to believe in her words. Let us not forget to whom this treasure pavilion belongs. Boom. A simple statement reverberated like the thunder of creation within the minds of all present. The weight of the information contained within was immense. The anger and murderous intent on the primordial demon lord's face instantly froze, replaced by an indescribable shock and realization. In that moment, he understood. He comprehended why this girl from the Yao family dared to bid after him. He grasped why there was no fear or guilt on her face. Because her confidence did not stem from herself, nor from her dilapidated family. Her assurance came from the enigmatic pavilion master above. This 1,100,000 points were not hers at all. They were bestowed upon her by the pavilion master. At that moment, in the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo observed the primordial demon lord's defeated expression on the light screen, as well as the astonished faces of the crowd, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, it was his doing. Just moments ago, he had utilized the newly unlocked Destiny investment feature of the system, extracting the dividends generated from Yaoshi's soaring fortunes due to her fusion with the Supreme Bone, and transformed them into 15 million points, which were seamlessly integrated into Yaoshi's account under the guise of an investment. This was precisely the effect he desired. He aimed to demonstrate to the entire universe that associating with him, Zhang Mo, would yield rewards. Those who aligned with him would prosper, while those who opposed him would not necessarily perish but would surely suffer consequences. This was more than just an auction. He intended for everyone to witness the unparalleled support bestowed upon his investment beneficiaries. He wanted those with great potential yet indecisive to come forth, crying and pleading to cling to his coattails. I understand now. The primordial demon lord, disheartened, slumped back onto his throne. Previously, he had been complacent, believing that he had gained a tremendous advantage by exchanging a secret for 10 million points. Now, it appeared that he was merely a pawn in the Pavilion Master's game. The reason the Pavilion Master was willing to spend 10 million points to buy a secret was not because he valued the so-called quasi-Immortal King's domain, but rather to gather enough points for him to raise the price, only to have Yaoshi, a trusted ally, kick him down from his lofty perch. He had become a stepping stone for the Pavilion Master to support his confidence and display his favor. Realizing this, the primordial demon lord felt a wave of nausea wash over him, nearly spitting blood. He glared venomously at the mountain where Yaoshi stood, his gaze as if it could devour the entire mountain. However, he dared not make any further moves. He understood that any act of disrespect would not merely result in expulsion. He could only swallow his anger and humiliation. Yet, upon reconsideration, he thought that the Pavilion Master had asked to see him after the auction concluded. Perhaps he could directly approach the Pavilion Master. He had come to understand that following the Pavilion Master would yield even the smallest of fortunes. 1,100,000 the first time, 1,100,000 the second time. On the high platform, Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar, his indifferent voice like a death knell, echoed in the ears of the primordial demon lord. Ultimately, under the silent gaze of the entire audience, 1,100,000 the third time. Sold. Congratulations to young friend Yaoshi for successfully acquiring this sapling of the Enlightenment tea tree. With Zhang Mo's definitive proclamation, the chaotic divine object, bearing the hopes of countless individuals, transformed into a stream of emerald light, gently landing in Yaoshi's hands. Cradling the sapling that exuded refreshing Taoist essence, a myriad of emotions flooded Yaoshi's heart. She felt neither elation at obtaining the divine object nor fear for having offended the primordial demon lord. Instead, her heart overflowed with boundless gratitude and admiration for the Pavilion Master, whom she had yet to meet. Taking a deep breath, she stepped out from the mountain's private box and announced to all the powerful beings present, "This sapling of the Enlightenment tea tree does not belong solely to me, Yaoshi. In the name of the followers of the Origin Treasure Pavilion, I shall transplant this tree to the holy land of heavenly mechanisms in the eastern wilderness, where it will be personally guarded by the esteemed heavenly mechanism Quasi-Emperor. From this day forth, my Yao family and the holy land of heavenly mechanisms shall be bound in an everlasting alliance. Together, we shall serve the Pavilion Master. In the future, all who wish to ally with us and follow the Pavilion Master's footsteps shall have the opportunity to come beneath the Enlightenment tea tree to engage in meditation and discussions on Tao, exploring the path to immortality." Her declaration resonated powerfully, instantly igniting a tremendous stir within the auction hall. Countless small to medium-sized factions, as well as those solitary cultivators lacking support, erupted with fervent enthusiasm. Yaoshi's actions undoubtedly proclaimed to the entire 3,000 realms a new superpower alliance centered around the Origin Treasure Pavilion, which surpassed all holy lands and celestial dynasties, was on the rise. The only prerequisite for joining this alliance was to follow the Pavilion Master. Zhang Mo watched this scene unfold in the backstage, smiling even more broadly. Excellent. This Yaoshi was not only gifted but also astute, a promising candidate for leadership. He had achieved 3 goals with one effort, reaping abundant rewards while effortlessly nurturing a force that belonged to him. What a splendid prophet. All right, the appetizer is over. Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention once more. Now, onto the second item for auction. The maid, Xiaoya stepped onto the platform once again. This time, however, the tray she carried held a rust-covered, cracked object that resembled a piece of scrap metal salvaged from a rubbish heap. The second item for auction, the Imperial Weapon, the Chaotic Bell. Zhang Mo's voice carried a hint of amusement. Starting bid, 5 million points. The starting bid is set at 5 million points? Is it even higher than the initial price of the previously mentioned Wudao tea tree seedling? Has the esteemed leader made an error? Whispers of disbelief filled the air, as most attendees suspected it must be a jest. After all, the appearance of this bell fragment was utterly unimpressive. It was lackluster, its surface marred by greenish corrosion and spiderweb-like cracks, devoid of any detectable magical aura, resembling an ordinary iron piece entirely stripped of its divine essence by the passage of time. Even within the luxurious boxes of the top-tier powers, such as the Prince of the Eternal Celestial Dynasty and the Son of the Sun God sect, gazing at the dilapidated scrap metal left them perplexed, their brows furrowed in confusion. With their extensive knowledge, they could discern no extraordinary qualities in this bell fragment. Could this truly be an imperial weapon? The demon lord from the Taichu demon sect, fresh from a significant loss, was equally bewildered, suspecting the leader was merely liquidating a counterfeit imperial treasure. Yet, amid this atmosphere of skepticism and confusion, in the highest echelons, shrouded in endless chaotic energy, within the celestial mountain box that symbolized the oldest orthodoxies and forbidden realms, several once dormant, terrifying wills stirred at the sight of the bell fragment, unleashing a torrent of excitement. That was the chaotic bell, a voice ancient and decayed, as if echoing from the depths of the underworld, resonated from the innermost sanctum of the eternal celestial dynasty, filled with uncontrollable fervor and tremors. Impossible. This cannot be. Was it not shattered and obliterated by that supreme being during the cataclysmic battle at the close of the celestial ancient era? In another realm, cloaked in endless death energy, resembling a moving graveyard, an even older will, seemingly fused with death itself, awakened. Its essence unmistakably resonated with the supreme Tao rhythm that suppressed eternity and disrupted the flow of time, albeit now faint. It was indeed the chaotic bell. Legend has it that this bell is the true treasure of the supreme being who attained enlightenment through time in the previous great era. Known as the Emperor of the Tao, its might transcends the realm of imperial weapons, attaining an incomprehensible semi-divine artifact status. It still exists. Those ancient beings, who have lived for countless millennia and witnessed the rise and fall of numerous eras, now found themselves utterly uncomposed. Their breaths quickened, and their thoughts collided in the void, sharing their astonishment. The Wudao tea tree, while precious, held little significance for those who had long ascended to quasi-emperor or even higher realms. Its value did not elevate them to emperor status or grant them immortality. But the chaotic bell, this legendary artifact, imbued with the mysteries of the primordial Tao of time, held a fatal allure for them. At their level, power was no longer the sole pursuit. They yearned to glimpse the end of time, to touch the eternal mysteries, to attain true immortality. And this fragment of the chaotic bell was a key that could unlock the gateway to the Tao of time. In that moment, all considerations of prestige and orthodox fortune were cast aside. In their eyes, only the rusted scrap metal remained. It was a necessity, at any cost. On the high platform, Zhang Mo's shadow clone observed the exchanges of these ancient wills, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He understood that the true prize had taken the bait. The auction had finally reached its climax. The previous skirmishes among the young talents paled in comparison to the formidable presence of these ancient beings. The starting bid, 5 million points. Now, let the bidding commence. Zhang Mo's calm voice echoed once more. The hall remained silent. Those in the dark were still perplexed, while the knowledgeable ancient beings frantically assessed their resources, weighing their respective strengths. No one wished to be the first to reveal their cards. Time passed second by second. As the atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre, even the attendant, Xiaoya, began to think the treasure might go unsold. Suddenly, a cold, decayed voice, imbued with the stench of death, shattered the silence. 20 million. No hesitations, no probing. The moment the words were spoken, the price surged fourfold. Boom. The entire auction hall erupted. Countless cultivators gazed in shock at the terrifying celestial mountain representing the burial emperor's abyss, their eyes wide with disbelief. 20 million. That equated to the value of nearly 10 quasi-imperial weapons. This world must have gone mad. Then came a tumultuous uproar. Had the old ghosts of the burial emperor's abyss truly lost their minds? 20 million points. This could purchase several top-tier sacred grounds. All for that piece of scrap metal? Could the bell truly possess an astounding origin beyond comprehension? On the White Jade Plaza, countless cultivators' minds were in disarray. They utterly failed to grasp why a seemingly mundane piece of scrap could command such astronomical prices from a place as forbidden as the Burial Emperor's Abyss. Meanwhile, within the luxurious boxes of the top powers, the confusion on the faces of the Prince of the Eternal Celestial Dynasty and the Son of the Sun God sect had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. They may not know what the bell was, but they were certain that whatever could cause such a commotion among the ancient beings of the Burial Emperor's Abyss was of immeasurable value. Ancestor, what exactly is that? The Prince of the Eternal Celestial Dynasty respectfully inquired of a deep, unfathomable quasi-emperor elder behind him. The elder remained silent for a long while before responding in a tone tinged with bitterness and reluctance. That is something we cannot afford to provoke. Just a single sentence extinguished any lingering desire for contention in the proud prince's heart. The Burial Emperor's Abyss was a place even the founding emperor of their Eternal Celestial Dynasty had warned against provoking. The ghosts of the Burial Emperor's Abyss have quite the reach. Do they dare covet a treasure of time? Just as the crowd was stunned by the astronomical figure of 20 million from the depths of the Celestial Mountain where the Eternal Celestial Dynasty resided. Within the ancestral hall guarded by 9 colossal dragon veins, an ancient will that had slumbered for countless years finally spoke. Its voice was commanding and authoritative, imbued with undeniable imperial energy. We, the Eternal Celestial Dynasty, bid 25 million. Boom. Another heart-stopping number. Everyone was rendered speechless. They felt as if they were mere bumpkins from the countryside, entering a celestial casino where every chip represented sums they could never hope to attain in a lifetime. Meanwhile, the members of the Eternal Celestial Dynasty were filled with astonishment. They had thought their ancient ancestor had passed on, only to find he still existed. The old immortal of the Eternal Celestial Dynasty has not yet fully succumbed, has he? The cold voice of the Burial Emperor's Abyss resounded once more, filled with derision. With your meager resources, sustained only by national fortune, do you dare compete with me? Enough talk. 30 million. The ancient ancestor of the Eternal Celestial Dynasty, voice icy, raised the bid. 31 million. The Burial Emperor's Abyss refused to yield. The true titans had finally begun their contest. The terrifying will clashed violently in the void. Although it did not unleash any tangible attacks, the invisible pressure began to distort the very fabric of the auction world. In the pristine square, countless cultivators of lesser prowess trembled under this oppressive force, their souls seemingly on the brink of being torn apart, their faces ashen and drenched in sweat. Even the powerful sage kings felt their hearts race with trepidation. They understood that this was no mere bidding war. It was a confrontation between two colossal entities spanning multiple eras, a battle concerning the dignity of their legacies. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo gazed at the soaring numbers on the screen, excitement making his hands tremble. Let them clash. No, let them bid higher. Do not stop, he silently shouted within, yet maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. He no longer cared about the nature of the clock. He only knew that it was exceedingly valuable. As the Eternal Celestial Dynasty and the Abyss of the Buried Emperor contended fiercely, the price had already skyrocketed to the staggering sum of 35 million. Just as both sides began to feel the strain, suddenly, a more ancient and transcendent will, seemingly untouched by the dust of causality, descended without warning. This presence did not emanate from any celestial mountain box. It appeared to originate from the Primordial Chaos, directly manifesting upon the auction platform. Before this will, the tyrannical dominance of the Eternal Celestial Dynasty's ancestors and the cold malice of the Abyss of the Buried Emperor were as insignificant as fireflies beneath the full moon, instantly subdued into silence. The entire auction world fell into an absolute stillness. The wills of all present, from quasi-emperors to great emperors, seemed to freeze in that moment. This was no ordinary emperor. It was likely an ancient being who had lived multiple lives, for no one else could suppress an emperor. Then, a grand, detached voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated deep within the souls of all beings. This clock is fated to be mine. Just 6 words. Yet they carried an undeniable will akin to a decree of heaven. It was as if the proclamation of fate made it so. The voice continued, 30 million. This bid was 5 million less than the previous highest price contended by the Eternal Celestial Dynasty and the Abyss of the Buried Emperor. As everyone, including the 2 representatives of the aforementioned factions, anticipated that this mysterious entity intended to impose their will, a thread of indignation rising within them, the voice calmly added, furthermore, I shall pay with the source of an emperor. The surplus shall be bestowed upon the auctioneer. In an instant, a sphere the size of a fist, seemingly containing the essence of an entire universe, radiating a dazzling seven-colored light that evoked a lament from every path of existence, materialized above the auction platform. This was not an illusion or an energy form. It was the true source of an emperor, crystallized from the entirety of their life's cultivation and essence after their fall. Boom. The moment they beheld the luminous sphere, every quasi-emperor present, including the astute Tianji Zishu who had been standing beside Yaoshi, felt their eyes redden instantly. Breath ceased in that moment. Their hearts felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, ready to burst. The source of an emperor. What was that? It was an unparalleled treasure capable of granting any quasi-emperor a greater than 20% chance to break through the heavens, defy fate, and ascend as another emperor. It was the ultimate foundation that any immortal lineage would wage world-ending wars to possess. Its value transcended any form of currency or divine artifact, for it represented an emperor. And now, this unfathomable being had casually offered it as payment for an imperial weapon. Moreover, they claimed the excess would be gifted to the auctioneer. What audacity! What terrifying foundations! In that moment, the ancient beings from the eternal celestial dynasty and the abyss of the buried emperor fell into silent contemplation. All their resentment and anger dissolved into profound powerlessness and bitterness before this source of an emperor. They dared not contend against someone who could casually wield the source of an emperor as mere change. They had no desire to tempt fate further. On the platform, Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar displayed no discernible emotion on its face composed of grand runes. Yet in the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo himself was overwhelmed with excitement. My goodness, the source of an emperor. This object was undoubtedly a rare treasure. He gazed at the dizzying valuation on the system screen, which indicated a staggering 40 million points. Composed, he thought, it was merely an emperor. He could not reveal his true level, maintaining an air of superiority befitting a master. Taking a deep breath to quell his elation, he commanded his shadowy avatar to speak in an utterly indifferent tone. The source of the emperor is valued at 40 million points. Sold. The moment those words left his lips, the rusted chaos clock vanished from the platform. The source of the emperor, capable of inciting madness throughout the realms, was effortlessly tucked away into Zhang Mo's sleeve by his avatar, as casually as one might pocket a stone found by the roadside. No one dared to inquire where the chaos clock had been sent, nor to speculate on the identity of the mysterious will. They only knew that today, they had once again witnessed the grandeur of true power. Chapter 50. Are there immortals in this world? The emergence of the source of an emperor was akin to a nuclear bomb dropped into a tranquil lake, sending forth tidal waves that could not be quelled within the auction world. Everyone remained entranced by the earth-shattering shock they had just experienced. A being capable of producing the source of an emperor, as if it were pocket change, had surpassed the limits of their imagination in terms of terrifying foundation and strength. And the auctioneer, faced with such a divine artifact, remained unfazed, as if the essence of an emperor was nothing more than an inconsequential pebble. The transaction between these two forbidden existences made all the titans present acutely aware of their own insignificance. Within the ancestral hall of the eternal celestial dynasty, the awakened ancient ancestor let out a long sigh, his voice filled with endless desolation and loneliness. The era had truly changed. We, these so-called ancient beings, are but frogs at the bottom of a well before these genuine titans of eternity. The being from the abyss of the buried emperor also fell into a prolonged silence, uttering not a single word. They understood that from the moment the chaos clock appeared, this auction was no longer within their control. On the platform, Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar did not afford the audience much time to reflect on the shock they had just experienced. Calmly waiting a moment until the source of the emperor had completely vanished into his sleeve, he waved his hand once more. Next item. Such simple words forcibly dragged everyone's attention back from the previous astonishment. There's more? After the Tao Enlightenment Tea Tree and the Chaos Clock, there were still items for auction? An absurd sensation arose within everyone. They felt that the caliber of this auction had escalated to a level beyond their comprehension. The attendant, Xiaoya, stepped gracefully onto the platform once more. This time, she cradled in her hands a jade box intricately carved from the divine phoenix wood. As the box opened, there were no celestial lights nor vast Tao rhythms emanating from it. Instead, a single drop of blood hovered in the center of the box, engulfed in seven-colored flames, as if a spectral phoenix was stretching its wings and singing within. The moment that drop of blood appeared, an aura of supreme sanctity, imbued with the essence of immortality and rebirth, spread throughout the venue. All the powerful beings of the demon race present, be they the great sage-level demon kings or the Phoenix Lord in the VIP section of the 10,000 Demons Holy Court, felt their bloodlines boiling uncontrollably, trembling in reverence. It was a profound homage to their ancestor, emanating from the deepest recesses of their bloodlines. The blood of the celestial phoenix. Within the luxurious box of the 10,000 demons' holy court, the cool voice of the Phoenix Lord quaked with an intensity she could no longer suppress. She abruptly rose from her throne behind the beaded curtain, her beautiful eyes fixated on that drop of blood, filled with insatiable fervor and desire. The celestial phoenix. This was no ordinary phoenix. It was the progenitor of the phoenix lineage, a supreme true immortal that once reigned alongside the true dragon and Qilin during the ancient era, commanding the myriad realms. And this was a drop of her primordial blood. It contained the purest bloodline of the celestial monarch and the most complete laws of the celestial Tao. For any demon, this drop of blood was the ultimate sacred object. If one could refine it, not only could they revert their bloodline to its ancestral form and gain unparalleled powers, but they might also catch a glimpse of that legendary realm of true immortality. The starting bid was 4 million points. Zhang Mo's shadow clone announced a price that still daunted many. However, this time, no one was taken aback. With the appearance of the chaotic bell, the emergence of a drop of celestial phoenix blood seemed hardly surprising. 10 million. Without hesitation, the Phoenix Lord declared a figure far exceeding the starting price. Behind her, the ancient ancestors of the 10,000 demons' holy court waved their hands, conjuring a colossal treasure trove formed from countless divine metals and rare treasures, radiating dazzling light, which they hurled towards the monument of 10,000 paths returning to origin. For this drop of ancestral blood, the 10,000 demons' holy court was willing to lay everything bare. Though the blood of the celestial phoenix is a sacred object of the demon race, its essence of rebirth also holds great value for our cultivation. One of the ancestors from the Golden Crow divine dynasty spoke again, his voice filled with determination. Amitba, this item is fated to be with our Buddha. The 10,000 Buddha's temple is willing to offer 12 million. Within the VIP chamber of the Western Desert's 10,000 Buddha's temple, an ancient golden Buddha slowly spoke, his voice resonating as if 3,000 Buddhas were chanting in unison. A frenzied bidding war ensued over the celestial phoenix blood. Ultimately, this supreme sacred object, capable of elevating the demon race, was successfully acquired by the Phoenix Lord for a staggering 18 million points. The moment that drop of blood flew into her hand, a thunderous phoenix cry erupted from the entire celestial mountain cluster where the 10,000 demons' holy court resided, resonating throughout the auction world. Subsequently, Zhang Mo unveiled several terrifying divine objects that could incite apocalyptic wars in the outside world. Among them was a fragment of the Grand Emperor's array treatise, chronicling the lifelong efforts of a certain emperor of formations, said to be capable of establishing a grand array of stars and refining celestial constellations. Another was a fragment containing a forbidden technique of a sword Tao emperor, capable of cleaving the heavens. Furthermore, there was even a half-complete version of the supreme ancient scripture, the reincarnation heavenly art, rumored to directly point towards the realm of immortality. Each item unveiled sparked breathtaking and bloody bidding wars, pushing the atmosphere of the auction to a fevered climax. Countless sacred lands and celestial dynasties, in their fervor to secure their desired treasures, were willing to exhaust accumulations spanning millions, even tens of millions of years. The scoreboard of the monument of 10,000 paths returning to origin displayed frantic fluctuations, with points rapidly increasing and resetting. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo observed the staggering balance of points on his system panel. A figure so inflated it left him feeling somewhat numb, his expression betraying a sense of ennui. Making money can sometimes be this simple and tedious, he sighed, feeling his interest in the cold numbers waning. He now sought something far more exhilarating. On the high platform, his shadow clone finally clapped after yet another fragment of an imperial weapon was claimed at the cost of a family's fortune. Well, the warm-up exercises are now over. Instantly, the entire venue fell silent. Every breath was held in that moment. Warm-up exercises? Those imperial scriptures, imperial weapons, and celestial phoenix blood were merely the prelude. Everyone's minds buzzed, feeling their understanding of reality being once again ground into the dust. What, then, would the true main course entail? A complete celestial artifact? Or perhaps the elusive method to attain immortality? All eyes fixated on the high platform, filled with anticipation, tension, and a fervent eagerness to witness history. Zhang Mo's shadow clone seemed to relish in the attention of the crowd. He refrained from immediately presenting the next item, instead speaking slowly, with a hint of mischief in his tone. Before I unveil the next item, I would like to pose a question to all of you. Do you wish to become immortals? Is there such a thing as immortality in this world? Boom. A simple question struck like a chaotic divine thunder, reverberating within the minds of all the powerful beings present, especially for those quasi-emperors and the ancient emperors lurking in the shadows. Their hearts felt as if they might leap from their chests. Becoming an immortal, this was their lifelong pursuit, the ultimate dream they had striven for countless years, pouring all their efforts into, yet could never grasp. Now, this mysterious master casually asked if they desired it. Yes. Someone, unable to contain their shock, was the first to respond, their voice hoarse, emanating a roar from the depths of their soul. Yes, even in dreams. A thunderous response echoed throughout the auction hall. In that moment, all status, identity, and sectarian affiliations were cast aside. All that remained in their eyes was the most primal, pure desire for longevity and ascension to higher realms. Excellent. Zhang Mo's shadow clone nodded in satisfaction. Then, for the third to last item, I present to you an alternative method to attain immortality. The moment those words left his lips, the entire auction world he had meticulously crafted seemed to be paused. Time, space, light, and law. Everything plunged into absolute stillness. Then came a cataclysmic eruption. Boom, 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 boom. A terrifying will, long concealed in the deepest void, no longer restrained itself at this moment. Deep within the ancestral hall of the eternal celestial dynasty, the ancient ancestor, who had slumbered for hundreds of thousands of years, abruptly rose from the dragon vein, stepping forth to descend upon the pinnacle of the celestial mountain where the eternal celestial dynasty resides. On the ink-black celestial mountain of the buried emperor abyss, an endless wave of deathly energy surged into the sky as a skeletal emperor, composed entirely of immortal bones and with two ethereal blue flames flickering in its eye sockets, slowly stood from its throne. Upon the fiery celestial mountain of the Golden Crow divine dynasty, the colossal three-legged golden crow, its body ablaze with solar fire, surged in intensity 1,000-fold, threatening to incinerate the entire world. In the ranks of the moon-worshipping demonic sect, the Howran Academy, and the 10,000 Buddha Temple, each an immortal lineage with unfathomable depth. Those founders, ancient emperors, who should have long since faded into history, emerged from the annals of legend, revitalized at this moment. Their auras, whether domineering, chilling, sacred, or majestic, all reached a terrifying realm that compelled all paths to submit beneath their feet. These emperors were true sovereigns, who had ascended the path of enlightenment and dominated an era unmatched across the world. Numerous terrifying emperors, who had long remained in the shadows, observing with cold indifference, now shed their disguises, revealing their most authentic and frenzied selves. Their true forms descended. The overwhelming presence of these emperors, capable of collapsing the ancient sky and inducing tremors across the 3,000 realms, erupted simultaneously. The auction world, evolved from the Treasure Pavilion, began to violently tremble under the onslaught of their combined imperial auras. The starry river in the sky swayed. The sea of clouds beneath roiled. Celestial mountains suspended in the air let out mournful cries under the immense pressure. On the white jade plaza, those saints and venerables with lesser cultivation struggled to breathe, kneeling on the ground as they gasped for air. Even the saint kings and quasi-emperors turned pale, rendered immobile, their faces etched with endless shock and terror. They felt like a solitary boat amidst raging waves, on the brink of being torn to shreds by the frenzy unleashed by these emperors. Madness. Utter madness. Heaven above. When have we seen so many emperors in the 3,000 realms? Are they all ancient monstrosities that crawled out from the forbidden zones of life? The quasi-emperor of the heavenly mechanism, Zhuangzi, felt his scalp tingle. With all his might, he activated his quasi-emperor laws to barely shield Yaoshi beside him and the celestial mountain beneath their feet. He gazed at the towering imperial figures, seemingly poised to rupture this world, and his heart surged with tumultuous emotions. He understood that most of these emperors had sealed themselves within the divine source due to their dwindling lifespans and withered vitality, merely surviving in the depths of their respective sections. They were all madmen willing to pay any price to cling to life. And now, the alternative path to immortality presented by Zhang Mo was like an exquisite bait, luring these ancient, famished sharks out from their slumber. Immortality. This is my final opportunity. An ancient corpse emperor, draped in red hair and exuding a profoundly decayed aura, roared hoarsely and frenziedly. Who dares contest this method with me? I shall drag them into oblivion. Amitabha. Upon the celestial mountain of the 10,000 Buddha Temple, an ancient Buddha, adorned with a ninefold golden wheel of merit behind his head, slowly opened his compassionate eyes. Yet, Within those eyes, meant to guide all beings, burned a greed and desire more fervent than that of demonic paths. This method shall belong to my Buddhist sect, to continue our eternal fortune. Nonsense. You bald donkeys dare to speak of immortality? This path to immortality belongs solely to my demon race. Deep within the ancestral land of the 10,000 demons' sacred court, a colossal Kuanpung, its wings seemingly carrying billions of stars, let out a cry that resonated throughout the universe. Threats, warnings, unveiled killing intent. At this moment, all notions of sects, dignity, and rules were cast aside. These once unstoppable emperors, lured by the allure of immortality, completely shed their facades, revealing their most primal, savage, and frenzied sides. Their imperial might clashed violently in the void, intertwining and sparking annihilating flames capable of erasing everything. The auction venue transformed into a powder keg, on the verge of explosion. A calamitous emperor war, involving over 100 emperors, capable of resetting the entire 3,000 realms, seemed poised to erupt at any second. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo observed the chaotic scene on the luminous screen, a spectacle resembling the apocalypse, and instead of feeling any anxiety, a triumphant smile spread across his face. Ah, behold, now this is a grand spectacle. He leisurely crossed his legs and even took a sip from the tea on the table. These old geezers must be bursting with pent-up frustration, willing to disregard everything for survival. He chuckled inwardly, relishing the unfolding chaos. This was precisely the effect he desired. He aimed to incite madness in all, knowing that only in the utmost frenzy and disorder could he, the house, reap the greatest rewards, devouring all. However, he glanced at the auction world, which had begun to show cracks, as if it might collapse at any moment, and grimaced. These old-timers do possess considerable strength. They nearly dismantled my venue. With a thought, he commanded, "System, spend some more points to reinforce this place. I require a level of fortification that even true immortals cannot breach." Command received. Initiating the reinforcement of the auction world with forbidden level laws. As the system notification echoed, the silent light projection, seemingly angered by the overwhelming presence of the dozens of emperors, finally took action. It gently raised a finger composed of luminescence and casually traced a circle in the collapsing sky. Buzz, a circle of formless, yet seemingly imbued with the highest truths of the universe. Golden ripples emanated from the tip of its finger. Everyone, calm down. If you cannot calm down, this pavilion master does not mind helping you to calm down. Chapter 52. The terrified emperors. The circle of golden ripples, though seemingly fragile, contained an unparalleled power that transcended all laws of this realm. It silently spread, enveloping the entire precarious auction world in an instant. The space, which had been violently distorted due to the collision of the emperor's auras, was miraculously smoothed out the moment it passed through the ripples. The celestial mountains that had been collapsing regained stability under the ripples, even becoming more unyielding than before, with the flowing celestial light and profound meanings becoming more solidified. The sea of clouds beneath no longer roiled. The starry river above ceased its swaying. Even the violent imperial might that had suffocated quasi-emperors was forcefully suppressed at this moment, becoming as docile as a lamb. In the span of a single breath, the world was forcibly pulled back from the brink of apocalypse, now more stable and tangible than ever. This astonishing scene left the numerous ancient emperors, who had just been fiercely unleashing their imperial might and confronting one another, utterly dumbfounded. The madness and greed etched upon their faces froze in an instant. A chilling aura, far more terrifying than the previous clash of imperial powers, surged from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their heads. What kind of force is this? The ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty trembled as he spoke. He could distinctly sense that his imperial laws, potent enough to collapse an entire star domain, felt fragile before that circle of golden ripples, akin to a child's toy easily manipulated and subdued. Merely by drawing a circle, he suppressed the auras of dozens of emperors. The skeletal emperor from the abyss of the interred, with two flickering azure flames in his eye sockets, exhibited the profound shock and fear of its master. This was not the power of the imperial realm, nor even that of a true immortal. A mysterious emperor, shrouded in chaotic energy from an ancient life-restricting zone, murmured dreamily. This is creation. This is the ultimate manifestation of words transforming into laws. This is the creative force that governs the very essence of heaven and earth. Has the master attained the status of an immortal king? The phrase Immortal King struck the hearts of all emperors like supreme hammers imbued with the ultimate secrets of the universe. As they turned their gaze to the figure still enveloped in radiance atop the platform, Their expressions underwent a profound transformation. No longer did they perceive him as a peer of unfathomable strength or a junior harboring earth-shattering secrets. Instead, it was the purest, most primal reverence. Akin to mortals gazing up at the divine, they finally comprehended that they had never truly been regarded by him. Their so-called madness and imperial might were likely regarded as nothing more than a tedious farce in his eyes. Thud. It was unknown who first succumbed to the immense pressure emanating from the depths of their souls. The decayed corpse emperor, who had previously boasted that anyone daring to challenge him would be dragged into oblivion, suddenly weakened, uncontrollably kneeling in the direction of the platform. His kneeling was like a signal. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, those who had once ruled an era, gazed down upon the ages, and were worshipped by countless beings, now fell before the platform like harvested wheat. Their faces were marked with shame, fear, and a sense of relief as if they had survived a calamity. They were grateful that this great being seemed not to have taken offense at their earlier misconduct. Otherwise, what awaited them would have likely been annihilation rather than mere suppression. In unison, they pleaded, "Master, we were reckless. We hope you can forgive our transgressions." The entire auction world fell into an absolute silence once more. Yet this time, the air was permeated not with the acrid tension of confrontation, but with a profound, bone-deep submission to the supreme existence. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo gazed at the magnificent sight of dozens of emperors kneeling in unison on the screen, satisfied as he snapped his fingers. Now this is more like it. If only they had complied sooner, we wouldn't have had to go to such lengths. He leisurely sipped his tea, reveling in the satisfaction of exerting control over everything and dictating the fates of countless lives. On the platform, his shadowy avatar seemed indifferent to the sight of the emperors kneeling below. He merely spoke with a hint of impatience. "Now that you have calmed down, let the bidding continue. Alternative path to immortality, starting bid." Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar deliberately paused, savoring the moment as the expressions of the emperors below transformed into ones of intense anxiety, their breaths held in anticipation. Then, he slowly announced a bidding method that took everyone by surprise, deemed utterly outrageous. There is no starting bid. The value of this item cannot be measured by any tangible treasure. To obtain it, you must offer what you deem most valuable. It could be a complete ancient scripture of Taboo, a long-lost treasure of an era, or even the secrets of this world's truths. Or, Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar infused his voice with a devilish allure. It could be everything you possess. For instance, your eternal loyalty to yourself and your lineage. Boom. This statement once again stirred a tempest within the hearts of all the emperors. The master did not desire treasures. What he sought was people. What he sought was power. He was leveraging this auction to consolidate the most formidable forces across the myriad worlds of the Primordial Chaos. What on earth does he intend to do? Attack the immortal realm? Countless speculations flashed through the minds of these cunning emperors. But soon, all conjecture was eclipsed by a more fervent and frenzied thought. Immortality. If one could attain immortality, then what of eternal loyalty? They would gladly become beasts of burden or slaves if it meant achieving eternal life. I'll go first. The decayed corpse emperor was the first to rise from the ground, his murky eyes ablaze with a sickly fervor. "I am willing to offer the taboo inheritance of the last epoch, corpse refining emperor technique. This method can transform oneself into an immortal corpse emperor. Though it defies the heavens, it is indeed a pathway to the immortal realm. However, it is exceedingly difficult." He waved his hand, and a tome, sewn from human skin and radiating endless corpse energy and ominous ancient scriptures, materialized before him. "Additionally, I vow a great oath that beneath me, the entire ancient corpse mountain forbidden zone shall forever revere the master as its lord, obeying all commands." The price he offered was undeniably hefty. An alternative method to attain immortality, coupled with eternal loyalty from a life-restricting zone. However, as soon as his words fell, the ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty let out a cold snort. "You dare to present such heretical methods? We, the eternal celestial dynasty, are willing to offer our national treasure, the heart of eternity." This item was forged from the heart of a true dragon slain by our founding emperor, who later ascended to the immortal realm, containing a trace of the true dragon's essence. It can stabilize a dynasty's fortune, enduring through the ages. Zhang Mo chuckled disdainfully. Alliance with him? They should weigh their own worth first. If they cannot stand out among the emperors, why would he need an alliance with them? One after another, the emperors began to frantically present their bids. Each item they offered was more terrifying and outrageous than the last. There were remnants of immortal artifacts from the previous epoch, and records of taboo divine abilities at the true immortal level. Some even offered complete coordinates of lost worlds. Even more astonishingly, some were willing to sacrifice themselves, becoming the master's loyal servants for eternity. This auction had completely transformed into a frenzied contest where everything was at stake. Chapter 53, Assassination. The auction had reached a fever pitch. Those once supreme emperors, who had dominated an era and gazed down upon eternity, now resembled frenzied shoppers in a market. Their eyes bloodshot, shouting hoarsely as they cast their bids. Each item they presented could have triggered a cataclysmic war in the outside world. I will offer the spring of the 9 nether abyss. It is the source of my netherworld immortal land, capable of cleansing the soul and reshaping the foundation of the Tao. What is a spring compared to my clan's Qilin horn, inherited for 3 epochs? That is the life treasure left by my clan's ancestral progenitor, a quasi-immortal level primordial Qilin. I am willing to offer the unparalleled inheritance of my Butian sect. The Butian technique. This art has the capability to mend the deficiencies of the great Tao and restore the shattered essence of the world, one by one. These extraordinary artifacts, which only exist in the most ancient of myths, were presented without a hint of reluctance. The entire auction hall was illuminated as if it were daylight, bathed in the resplendent divine light and vast rhythms emanating from these treasures. On the white jade square, the lower-tier cultivators were already numbed by the astonishing spectacle resembling a celestial battle. They felt as though they had stumbled into the site of a creation myth, with every scene and word assaulting their fragile worldview. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo gazed at the list of outrageously valued treasures automatically evaluated by the system, nearly drooling. Goodness, these old fellows are truly wealthy. Once, this world thrived with the path of immortality, leaving behind numerous splendid items. Qilin horns? The Butian technique. Are these not treasures one would expect only the main characters to acquire? Why does everyone seem to possess one? He internally scoffed, while feeling a pang of regret. With so many precious items, he could only select one. It was simply too lamentable. System, is there no option for me to acquire them all? Zhang Mo could not help but inquire. Host permissions insufficient. The system's cold response shattered his delightful fantasy. Of how dull. Once my points are liberated, I will have whatever I desire. Zhang Mo pouted, resigning himself to continue his role as a judge. As time passed, most of the emperors had depleted their resources, gradually withdrawing from the frenzied contest. Ultimately, only 3 competitors remained. The first was the ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty. Supported by an immortal imperial lineage that had endured for countless millennia, his depth of heritage far surpassed ordinary comprehension. The bid he presented accumulated to a complete imperial weapon, along with the fortune of the dynasty for the next 100,000 years, a display of unrestrained extravagance. The second contender was the skeletal emperor from the abyss of the entombed emperors. Though a solitary figure, this ancient being had survived from the previous epoch and possessed various forbidden techniques and secrets from lost eras, making his value even surpass that of the deceased artifacts of the eternal celestial dynasty. The third contender, however, was a surprise to all. He hailed from neither a known sacred ground nor an imperial dynasty, nor did he originate from any restricted area of life. He sat quietly in the most secluded and inconspicuous corner, having not uttered a single word throughout, enveloped in a shroud of gray mist. Even the divine senses of the emperors could not penetrate his veil, making it impossible to discern his true appearance. They could only vaguely sense that his aura was older and more desolate than any other emperor present, as if he were not a living being, but rather a fragment of history on the verge of extinction. Just as the ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty and the skeletal emperor were embroiled in a heated dispute over the final victory. Nearly on the brink of overturning the table, this mysterious gray-robed emperor finally spoke slowly. His voice was hoarse and dry, as if he had not spoken for countless epochs. I have nothing to offer the esteemed lord. His words left everyone momentarily stunned. The ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty and the skeletal emperor cast him scornful glances. Nothing to offer? Then what are you doing here causing a commotion? However, the next words from the gray-robed emperor froze all their mockery in place. I can kill anyone for the esteemed lord. Kill someone? All the emperors found it somewhat amusing. Who among them could not annihilate a galaxy with a mere gesture? What value does killing one person hold? Who would it be? On the high platform, Zhang Mo's shadow clone seemed to take an interest, the first to speak up. The gray-robed emperor slowly raised his head, his eyes hidden behind the mist seeming to pierce through endless time and space, gazing towards the lofty realm of the 9 heavens. His voice remained hoarse, yet carried a chilling intensity capable of freezing time itself. The 9 heavens, the Shao family, the current family head, Shao Zhantian. Boom. When this name escaped the lips of the gray-robed emperor, the entire auction hall was thrown into chaos, with every faction's countenance shifting dramatically. Even the ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty and the skeletal emperor from the abyss of the entombed emperors exhibited a flicker of profound trepidation in their eyes. He was no ordinary emperor. He was the most dazzling and tyrannical emperor of the current generation of the Shao family. Having attained enlightenment in less than 100,000 years, he stood at the zenith of his vigor, his combat prowess ranking among the top 3 of all emperors within the 9 heavens. More importantly, he was backed by the colossal Shao family. Even the protection of true immortals was at his disposal. To kill him was tantamount to declaring war on the entire Shao family, an ancient imperial clan that had persisted through several epochs. The price was exorbitant, so steep that even the eternal celestial dynasty and the abyss of the entombed emperors were reluctant to bear it lightly. Moreover, they would need to locate secret coordinates leading to the celestial realm, which was exclusionary, and any discovery by the true immortals would result in immediate annihilation. You madman! You are truly insane, the ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty exclaimed, his voice tinged with fury. Was it worth offending a flourishing ancient imperial clan for an elusive path to immortality? Do you not fear being eradicated by the taboos of the immortal path? The skeletal emperor let out a chilling laugh. Heh, the last emperor, you remain as reckless as ever. But what makes you think you can kill Xiao Zhantian? With this, the gray-robed emperor offered no further explanation. He merely slowly raised his right hand. In his palm, a faint, flickering gray flame burned quietly, as if it could extinguish at any moment. That flame appeared devoid of temperature or power. Yet, the moment the ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty and the skeletal emperor laid eyes on that flickering gray flame, their imperial forms trembled violently. An emotion named fear surfaced within their eyes, which had witnessed the vicissitudes of countless epochs. That was the Annihilation Immortal Flame. Legend had it that eons ago, the supreme being known as the Annihilation Immortal King used this forbidden fire to incinerate myriad paths and conclude epochs. You have obtained a spark of it? They screamed in disbelief, their voices filled with shock. They understood that, despite being merely a flickering spark, it contained the ultimate annihilation power capable of incinerating the very essence of emperors, striking terror into the hearts of immortals. Should this spark touch anyone, even someone as formidable as Xiao Zhantian would be assuredly doomed. In that moment, they finally comprehended. This mysterious gray-robed emperor was not merely boastful. He possessed both the capability and the resolve to assassinate a flourishing emperor, to exchange the life of a contemporary top-tier emperor for a chance at immortality. The price was staggering, so immense that even the eternal celestial dynasty and the abyss of the entombed emperors felt suffocated. They recoiled. In the backstage, Zhang Mo gazed at the flickering gray flame on the screen, which sent a slight shiver down his spine, alongside the lengthy value assessment provided by the system. His eyes instantly lit up. Assassinating an emperor? Now that piqued his interest, and that old fellow from the celestial realm even had a grudge with him. He relished such dog-eat-dog drama. Wasn't it delightful to watch? As for the so-called refining corpses into immortals technique or the heart of eternity, while valuable, they paled in comparison to this. It was decided. In an instant, Zhang Mo made a resolute decision. He yearned to witness a grand spectacle. A dramatic play directed by his own hands, depicting the assassination of an emperor by another emperor. No matter the circumstances, he would step into the realm of immortals, and it was prudent to first probe its depths. He found himself pondering the enigma of the immortal ancient era, where ascension granted access to this ethereal domain, rich in opportunities for enlightenment, teeming with more formidable emperors than those in the myriad realms. What had transpired to render the immortal realm so insular, even to the extent of obliterating any emperor daring to enter? As the gray flame of annihilation flickered quietly in the palm of the gray-robed emperor, the entire auction house fell into a suffocating silence. The ancient ancestor of the eternal immortal dynasty remained mute, as did the skeletal emperor of the abyss of the buried. They gazed at the seemingly feeble yet potent flame, imbued with the power to end epochs, and in that moment, all their competitive spirits dissolved into profound helplessness and trepidation. They understood they had lost, not in terms of wealth, but in their audacity. Wagering the life of a contemporary top-tier emperor was an act of madness they could scarcely fathom. All eyes converged on the high platform, eager to discern what choice the mysterious master would make in the face of such an extreme price. Would he opt for a more cautious course to evade the monumental repercussions of assassinating an emperor, or would he, on the high platform, Zhang Mo's shadowy doppelganger fell silent for a moment before his indifferent yet authoritative voice resonated, succinctly uttering a single word, done. This word, delivered with stark resolution and devoid of hesitation, reverberated like a final decree, shattering the last flicker of hope within the hearts of the ancient ancestor and the skeletal emperor. It instilled a chilling sense of foreboding among all present emperors. They finally grasped the essence of this master. He was unfettered by causality or complications. His actions were driven solely by whimsy. What he sought was not the most valuable possession, but rather the most intriguing spectacle, an assassination of a contemporary emperor. A breathtaking drama capable of reshaping the entire structure of the Nine Heavens' immortal domain, evidently aligned with his interests. Gratitude poured forth from the gray-robed emperor, whose previously stoic demeanor now bore a hint of uncontrollable excitement as he bowed deeply to the high platform, his gravelly voice laced with fervor. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo remarked lightly, "Once the auction concludes, fulfill your promise. I shall await your return in the city of Myriad Phenomena." As the transaction was sealed, the alternative method of ascension, embodying the hopes of countless emperors, unveiled its enigmatic nature. It was neither scripture, nor elixir, nor artifact, but a seed of enlightenment radiating a chaotic hue, within which the essence of 3,000 paths ebbed and flowed, exuding the most primordial and ancient aura. Origin Path Seed, incomplete, contains a trace of the primordial source from the dawn of the myriad realms, capable of completing a cultivator's path, enabling them to reach the utmost limits permissible by this realm's laws, with a 30% chance of utilizing this alternative path to achieve a pseudo-immortal form, thereby ascending to the fruits of immortality within the mortal realm. At the moment this seed appeared, the breaths of all emperors grew heavy. They could distinctly sense that within this seed lay the key to the heights they longed to attain. Though it promised only a pseudo-immortal existence with a mere 30% chance for these ancient beings who had long since exhausted all avenues. Reduced to mere survival in the forbidden zones, it was a beacon of immense hope. Go forth. Zhang Mo's shadow flicked a finger, and the Origin Path Seed transformed into a streak of light, defying the constraints of space, and instantly entered the brow of the gray-robed emperor. With a thunderous jolt, the gray-robed emperor's form trembled violently. The gray mist that had cloaked him, impervious even to the divine sense of emperors, surged violently at that moment. A terrifying aura, more formidable and desolate than ever before, as if threatening to draw the entire epic into eternal stillness, erupted from within him. He unleashed a silent roar towards the heavens. The entire auction house quaked under the onslaught of his overwhelming presence. Was he attempting to refine the seed on the spot and break through to the realm of pseudo-immortality? After all, nowhere was safer than the Treasure Pavilion. All emperors gazed in astonishment at this unfolding scene. Yet, the terrifying aura was fleeting. The gray-robed emperor swiftly reined in his energy, and the mist surrounding him gradually returned to calm. He bowed deeply once more towards the high platform, his voice imbued with profound gratitude and determination. "I am eternally indebted to the Master. Within 3 months, the blood of emperors shall reign upon the 9 heavens." With that, he vanished as if he had never been there, departing with the hope of ascension and the promise of assassination. The auction house descended into a profound silence. All the emperors remained enraptured by the cataclysmic shock they had just witnessed. They understood that from this day forth, the very heavens of the primordial realm would irrevocably change. A storm of assassination, ignited by the Origin Treasure Pavilion, targeting the ancient imperial clans of the 9 heavens, was poised to commence. And they would bear witness to this extraordinary drama. Clearing his throat, Zhang Mo's shadowy doppelganger coughed lightly twice to recapture everyone's attention. The little farce has concluded. Next, we shall unveil the penultimate auction item. A little farce? At the utterance of those words, the corners of every emperor's mouth twitched involuntarily. The descent of an emperor. The onset of imperial battles. Was this merely a trivial farce in your eyes? Bitterness and helplessness swelled within their hearts. Yet, simultaneously, a fervent anticipation ignited within them. If an alternative ascension method could only rank third to last, what could possibly be the penultimate item? Could it truly be a complete method of ascension? Under the tense, expectant, and slightly fearful gazes of the crowd, the attendant, Xiaoya, ascended the high platform once more. This time, her expression bore an utmost solemnity, her beautiful face reflecting an almost reverent gravity. In her hands, she cradled a jade box crafted from 1,000-year-old soul-nurturing wood. As the jade box opened, there was no earth-shattering brilliance or cataclysmic resonance. Instead, nestled in the center was a divine elixir, quietly resting, exuding a flowing 9-colored immortal light. seemingly brimming with the boundless mysteries of life. The moment the elixir materialized, an intensely rich fragrance, capable of reviving all living things and reversing the flow of time, enveloped the entire auction house. All beings, regardless of their cultivation level or vitality, sensed a faint replenishment of their life essence, eroded by the passage of time. As the penultimate auction item, Zhang Mo's shadowy doppelganger observed the faces below, transformed into expressions of fervent excitement and fanaticism upon inhaling the aroma of the elixir. A devilish smile graced his lips as he proclaimed, "The longevity elixir. Consuming it grants an additional 10,000 years of life, with no adverse effects. Starting bid, 10 million points." Chapter 55. The collapse of order when the figure of 10 million points was slowly uttered from Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar. It reverberated through the auction house like a decree from the heavens. At that moment, the entire world of the auction seemed to be silenced by an unseen hand pressing the mute button. Time stood utterly still. Upon the white jade plaza, the saints, great saints, and even the saint kings stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, their expressions frozen in sheer disbelief. What had they just heard? 10 million points? Their minds momentarily faltered. This figure transcended their comprehension. They realized that even the combined efforts of their entire sects and families, accumulated over thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, could scarcely approach this sum. The previous bids, which had already reached tens of millions, seemed to them like mere skirmishes among deities. Now, this starting bid of 10 million made them acutely aware that they lacked even the qualification to spectate the divine clash. They were but humble ants beneath the feet of the gods, easily crushed at any moment. Within the celestial chambers suspended high above, where the ancient empires and realms of life were represented, the once animated ancient emperors, who had been fervently debating alternative paths to immortality, now fell into a profound silence. In their eyes, which had witnessed the vicissitudes of eternity, all reason, calculation, and dignity were supplanted by a more primal, pure, and frenzied emotion, an insatiable thirst for life. 10,000 years. For these ancient beings, whose vitality had long waned, and who clung to their divine origins in a desperate struggle within the confines of the forbidden realms. What did this span of time signify? It meant the possibility of emerging from their cold coffins. It meant basking once more in the warmth of sunlight and ascending to higher realms. It meant having sufficient time to seek the elusive opportunity for true ascension. It meant the chance for another life. This was far more direct, more brutal, and infinitely more enticing than any alternative path to immortality. Gulp. The skeletal emperor of the burial abyss, his jaw composed of immortal bones, opened and closed unconsciously, producing a crisp sound. The two azure flames of his soul flickered wildly, threatening to burst forth from his eye sockets. He sensed that the dying embers of his divine fire, upon catching a whiff of the elixir's fragrance, had rekindled into a faint flicker. I can live for another 10,000 years. The ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty trembled uncontrollably. His once majestic visage now bore an expression of vulnerability. He had lived for so long that he had forgotten the last time he walked beneath the sun as a true man. He was weary. He had assumed he would fade away in endless solitude and darkness, like his ancestors before him. But now, hope lay starkly before him, within reach, at any cost. A chorus of madness and resolute intent surged within the hearts of these ancient emperors, drowning out their rationality, their dignity, and pride as sovereigns crumbled under the overwhelming allure of a 10,000-year lifespan. Their profound eyes began to be tainted with a crimson frenzy. On the high platform, Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar witnessed all of this. While in the backstage lounge, the real Zhang Mo smiled gleefully like a child who had just received a cherished toy. Yes, this was the expression. This was the feeling. Let them go mad. Let them roar. Cast aside everything for the sake of survival. He craved this ultimate chaos, this profound madness. He yearned to observe how these once mighty sovereigns, who had dictated the fates of countless lives, would strip away their facades and revert to their most primal, beastly forms for a chance at survival. He controlled his shadowy avatar, slowly raising the auction hammer in his hand. That indifferent yet authoritative voice resonated once more, igniting the powder keg of chaos. The longevity elixir's starting bid is 10 million points. Now, let the bidding commence. Boom. In that instant, the entire auction house lost all control. This elixir belongs to me. The decayed corpse emperor, who had previously knelt in supplication, was the first to erupt. He sprang to his feet, his murky eyes now devoid of any reverence or fear, replaced solely with insatiable greed. His massive corpse form unleashed a torrent of overwhelming corpse energy, tearing through the void toward the high platform, aiming for the longevity elixir radiating with 9-colored celestial light. He dared to seize it openly. You dare. The corpse emperor's actions served as a signal, igniting the madness within all the emperors. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of previously subdued imperial presences erupted in a cacophony of raw power. A golden claw forged from the true fire of the sun. A world-destroying demonic blade composed of endless demonic energy. A demon-subduing pagoda formed from myriad Buddha apparitions. All the emperors, in that moment, acted in unison. Their objectives varied. Some, like the corpse emperor, sought to snatch the divine elixir directly. Others aimed their attacks at nearby competitors, seeking to eliminate them before the auction commenced. Some even directed their aggression toward the shadowy avatar standing impassively on the high platform. They had lost their senses, under the absolute temptation of 10,000 years of life. All reason and reverence disintegrated. At that moment, they harbored but a single thought: eliminate all competitors, seize the divine elixir, and then survive. The fragile peace was utterly shattered. An unprecedented, cataclysmic battle of emperors erupted within the Origin Treasure Pavilion, capable of plunging the entire cosmos into chaos. Stay tuned for 2 more chapters later. Chapter 56, The Approaching Celestial King Rumbling. A devastating storm of laws swept through the entire auction house in an instant. The corpse emperor's claw, laden with enough foul energy to taint an entire realm, turned the fabric of space to ash and void in its wake. Following closely were dozens of supreme attacks, each infused with the will of emperors. The sun's true fire scorched the heavens, the demonic blade cleaved the earth, the pagoda subdued the world, and the starry river spiraled backward. These once mighty rulers, whose mere gaze could determine the fates of billions, had now shed all pretense under the ultimate temptation of a 10,000-year life, transforming into the most primal and frenzied beasts. Their assaults were chaotic and reckless. Some, emboldened by madness, charged toward the high platform, targeting the indifferent shadowy avatar. Ah no, ancestor, save me. The White Jade Plaza was instantly transformed into a hellish battleground. The saints, the great sages, and even the mighty kings stood as fragile as paper before the collision of imperial laws. A mere wisp of released energy caused countless cultivators to be silenced, their bodies and souls crushed into primordial particles. Celestial mountains crumbled, divine temples toppled, and innumerable beings wailed in the aftermath of imperial might, perishing in anguish. Blood stained the sea of clouds, and cries echoed through the starry rivers. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo's smile gradually froze. Was there no law left? That carefree attitude vanished when he witnessed through the light screen a saint king from a sect, who, in a bid to protect his disciples, was swept away by a strand of dissipating demonic energy and instantly turned to ashes. What replaced it was an icy void capable of freezing time and space. He let out a faint, cold laugh, devoid of emotion, as he gently set down his teacup. Silence enveloped the lounge as if the very air had been drawn out, plunging it into absolute stillness. He relished chaos, madness, and the spectacle of lofty elders tearing at each other over interests. Yet, he had a bottom line. In his domain, under his rules, before his guests. Such a bloody massacre was crossing the line. System. Zhang Mo's voice was eerily calm. 50 million points, exchange for a day's experience card as a quasi-immortal king. Command received. Processing exchange successful. Quasi-immortal king experience card has been used. The host will possess all the powers and insights of the quasi-immortal king for the next day. An indescribable force surged within Zhang Mo, awakening with a thunderous roar. In that instant, his perspective transformed. The world before him ceased to be a mere composition of matter and energy, morphing into an infinite tapestry of laws. The river of time surged beneath his feet, while the threads of fate intertwined at his fingertips. He could perceive the robust laws and causal connections emanating from the emperors, which now appeared fragile and thin. He could even discern the decaying corpse emperor, whose true spirit was ensnared by the corrupt causality of a bygone era, while the ancient progenitor of the eternal celestial dynasty was entwined with the vast fortune of an entire celestial dynasty. In his eyes, nothing remained secret. Was this the essence of being a quasi-immortal king? Mastering myriad paths, overlooking epochs. Zhang Mo slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the depths of his obsidian pupils reflected nothing but boundless indifference. Upon the auction stage, confronted with dozens of world-ending attacks, the avatar stood motionless, as if rendered dumbstruck. A glint of sadistic pleasure flashed in the eyes of the decaying corpse emperor. He envisioned himself crushing the pretentious auctioneer, seizing the divine elixir, and living once more. However, Just as his skeletal claw was about to touch the radiant brilliance, time halted, not stopped, but rather, the permissions of the entire world were forcibly commandeered by a higher dimensional existence. Those dozens of violent imperial attacks, whether the true fire of the sun or the world-destroying demonic blade, bizarrely froze mid-air, 100 yards from the stage. They continued to emanate earth-shattering power, yet were ensnared as if sealed within amber, unable to move a fraction. All the battling emperors, their actions, expressions, and thoughts, were forcibly stilled by an irresistible force. The auction hall transformed from extreme motion to extreme stillness. Only the lingering waves of energy continued to silently extinguish lives, and the blood of the innocent cultivators flowed slowly. Atop the stage, the avatar finally stirred. No longer a vague silhouette, the light dissipated, revealing a youthful figure clad in black robes. His features remained shrouded in mist, obscured from view, yet his gaze penetrated deeply into the primordial spirits of every emperor present. What kind of eyes were those? Devoid of anger, devoid of murderous intent, they held a pure indifference that regarded all as mere fodder. As if a god of creation, high above the heavens, looked down upon a swarm of ants that had soiled his courtyard. A deep, hoarse voice, imbued with the resonance of the heavenly order, thundered within the depths of every soul present. Who grants you the audacity to act recklessly upon my territory? With the utterance of those words, an overwhelming pressure, transcending imperial realms and true immortals, descended with a force that overshadowed all paths of this world. This was not merely a forceful oppression. It was an absolute annihilation stemming from the very essence of life, from the roots of the Tao. Crack, crack, crack. The imperial domains surrounding the emperors, which could withstand the stars and were impervious to myriad laws, shattered under this pressure like ice beneath the sun, collapsing in an instant. Their connection to the grand Tao was forcibly severed. The imperial laws they prided themselves on fell silent within them. Their immortal bodies trembled uncontrollably, as if on the verge of collapse. Thud! The ancient progenitor of the eternal celestial dynasty was the first to falter. His grand imperial form softened. His knees crashing into the void, unable to resist, he knelt. Thud! 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 Like the first domino falling, one after another, those once fearsome emperors, now pressed down by an unseen hand, knelt before the stage, their faces etched with unprecedented horror and fear. Their frenzied rationality was forcibly pulled back by an even greater terror. They finally understood. This auctioneer had the power to stop them. He merely deemed them unworthy. And now, they had successfully provoked this slumbering deity. Zhang Mo's gaze swept coldly across the prostrate emperors below, ultimately resting on the decaying corpse emperor, who still maintained a clawed stance. He made no unnecessary movements, merely exhaling gently towards the corpse emperor. A stream of formless air swept over. The decaying corpse emperor, the dominator of the forbidden zone who had survived from the previous epoch, his body, once claimed to be indestructible, began silently disintegrating into the finest dust from his fingertips. This was not mere physical destruction, but the erasure of existence itself. The techniques he practiced, the laws he comprehended, all traces of his presence in this world vanished utterly under that breath. The corpse emperor's primordial spirit emitted a shriek of terror, desperate to escape. Yet, Zhang Mo merely glanced at him with indifference. Annoying. Buzz. The corpse emperor's powerful imperial primordial spirit instantly froze, only to pop into nothingness, like a burst bubble. An ancient emperor who had dominated an era, who had lurked in the forbidden zone for countless years, simply ceased to exist. Both form and spirit extinguished. Smoke dissipated into the ether, as though he had never graced this world. Having completed this, Zhang Mo's gaze shifted to the other emperors who had been the first to strike, their attacks the most ferocious. They included a demon emperor from the abyss, an ancient demon king from the holy court of the demon race, and an emperor ancestor from an ancient lineage. Their bodies trembled violently under Zhang Mo's gaze, their primordial spirits nearly fracturing on the spot. Please spare us. We acknowledge our mistakes. Have mercy. We shall not dare again. They implored desperately, their minds conveying a level of humility that was profoundly extreme. As the sovereign of emperors, dignity is rendered insignificant in the face of absolute death. Zhang Mo's expression remained impassive. He merely raised his hand slowly and, with a gentle grip directed at the several emperors, uttered a soft snap. In an instant, the space, along with everything surrounding those emperors, was compressed into a black singularity that continuously collapsed inward. There were no screams, no resistance. The once mighty emperors, revered throughout the ages, were obliterated as effortlessly as one might crush insects. The auction hall fell into a silence so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Nay, even sound itself seemed to be devoured by this overwhelming aura of terror. The remaining emperors knelt on the ground, their heads deeply bowed, devoid of the courage to even raise their eyelids. Their imperial forms trembled like chaff, cold sweat soaking through their robes. They felt akin to fish on a chopping board, while the being on the high platform wielded the slaughtering knife like a god. Life or death rested solely upon his thoughts. They finally experienced, in a visceral manner, the true horror and despair of the so-called celestial path and fruit position. Before such immense power, they, the so-called emperors, were truly no different from ants. Zhang Mo's indifferent gaze swept across the hall. Every emperor touched by his gaze felt as if their true essence was gripped by an icy hand, poised to shatter at any moment. Finally, his voice resounded once more, each word sculpted from eternal frost, imbued with a chilling essence capable of freezing souls. My patience has its limits. Should any further insolence arise, I shall render you incapable of even entering the cycle of reincarnation. Boom. This declaration was more shocking than any preceding pressure or slaughter. Not even the chance of rebirth. What a tyrannical, terrifying proclamation. Death held no fear for these beings. What was truly terrifying was the complete severance of any opportunity for renewal or reincarnation. This signified the erasure of a person's past, present, and future from the annals of time. Such a method was a taboo only possessed by supreme celestial kings who governed the origins of time and reincarnation. Celestial king. This master truly was a living celestial king. This thought erupted like a frenzied storm in the hearts of all emperors, shattering their last shred of hope. What kind of existence had they provoked? In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo observed the trembling figures of the emperors on the light screen, akin to quaking quails. And his ire gradually subsided. A group of ungrateful beings had forced his hand. He muttered to himself, manipulating the shadowy doppelganger to gradually retract the aura of a quasi-celestial king. The terror that had subdued myriad paths began to recede like a tide. Zhang Mo's figure was once again shrouded in mist, re-establishing his aloof, yet dignified demeanor, as if the cataclysmic scene of erasing several emperors with a mere gesture had merely been an illusion. He glanced at the shattered celestial mountains below and the lifeless bodies of the innocent cultivators strewn across the square, and his brow furrowed imperceptibly. With a thought, a gentle force of creation quietly spread forth. The collapsed celestial mountains began to rapidly reconstitute under the power of the laws, restoring to their former glory. Meanwhile, the remnants of the recently fallen cultivators were pulled from the void by an irresistible force, reshaping their bodies and reviving them, though their faces still bore the marks of fear and confusion from their moment of death. Having completed this, Zhang Mo's voice returned to its previous nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. All right, the flies have been cleared away. Now, let the bidding continue. He lifted the auction hammer and gently struck it. Longevity pill. Starting bid, 10 million points. Each increment must not be less than 5 million. Begin. The hall remained in utter silence. All the emperors were still enveloped in the shock of the divine punishment they had just witnessed, unable to regain their senses. They gazed at the divine pill radiating 9-colored celestial light, brimming with boundless life energy, their expressions a complex amalgamation of desire and fear. The longing persisted. Yet the madness had long been supplanted by a chilling dread. Who would dare contest? Who would dare act recklessly before a celestial king? Even the slightest movement was tantamount to suicide. 15 million. A frail, trembling voice shattered the silence. It was the ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty, his tone laden with reverence and caution. 20 million. The skeletal emperor of the burial emperor abyss followed suit, his soul flames stabilizing, yet his thirst for life unabated. 25 million. 30 million. I bid 40 million. The auction resumed, but this time, all participants adhered to the rules as if they were diligent students. They fervently raised their bids, revealing their cards, yet none dared to exude even a hint of their aura, much less breach the established protocols. The price soared amidst an eerie and oppressive atmosphere. 40 million, 50 million, 80 million. Soon, the figure crossed the 100 million mark. This amount far exceeded the intrinsic value of the pill. They were bidding not merely for longevity, but also to express their submission and sincerity to that master. Ultimately, most of the emperors, faces etched with bitterness, withdrew from the competition. Only a few remained, struggling to persist. At this moment, a previously silent figure, a black-robed emperor from the ancient life-restricted region of the returning ruins, spoke hoarsely. From the returning ruins, I offer my forbidden zone as source, the eye of the returning ruins. Upon utterance, Even the ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty turned to gaze at him. The Eye of the Returning Ruins was a legendary singularity connected to another obliterated universe, containing boundless annihilation and termination power, its value surpassing that of some broken celestial artifacts. The black-robed emperor took a deep breath. As if making the most significant decision of his life, he prostrated before the high platform, speaking with utmost sincerity, enunciating each word. I, the Annihilation Emperor, vow with a blood oath of the great Tao, from this day forth, to serve the Master as my eternal sovereign. My body, my soul, my great Tao, all belong to the Master. In the returning ruins, 1,000,000 demonic gods heed the Master's command. In this life and the next, I shall never betray. Boom. A pledge of loyalty from a life-restricted zone. An ancient emperor's eternal servitude. The price was staggering, so overwhelming that even the ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty felt breathless. He gazed at the divine pill, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes, but ultimately, it transformed into a long, resigned sigh. He had lost. On the high platform, Zhang Mo's shadowy doppelganger seemed unsurprised by the outcome. Yet, he softly uttered a single word, and the auction hammer fell in response. Deal. This chapter spans nearly 5,000 words without division, and the author expresses gratitude to those who have given gifts. Future realms, quasi-celestial, true celestial, mortal celestial, true celestial limit. Quasi-celestial king, celestial king, pinnacle celestial king, quasi-celestial emperor, celestial emperor. Chapter 57. Return to the pinnacle as the auction hammer struck, the translucent, 9-colored celestial light-emitting longevity pill slowly floated towards the Annihilation Emperor, who had prostrated himself and wagered everything he possessed. The hall remained in profound silence. All the emperors stared in disbelief, their expressions tinged with a hint of absurdity, at the figure in black robes still kneeling on the ground, trembling slightly. The ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty found himself frozen in place, his mind a blank slate, leaning against an immortal imperial lineage that had endured for countless eons. He had depleted an unfathomable wealth of resources and even pledged the fortunes of the next 100,000 years, only to ultimately be defeated by a madman willing to be enslaved for eternity. He could not comprehend it. As emperors, they were beings of unparalleled pride, once the rulers of an era, totems of faith for all beings, and the pinnacle of existence in the cosmos. Their dignity was etched into their very bones, intertwined with their true spirits. Yet now, this fellow emperor, the Annihilation Emperor, had chosen to forsake all dignity of his imperial status for the sake of a millennium of life, willingly becoming a servant to another. This was more distressing than death itself. A madman, indeed, a complete lunatic, the ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty murmured bitterly to himself. He gazed up at the mysterious figure still shrouded in mist on the high platform, feeling for the first time a flicker of doubt regarding the concept of immortality. The skeletal emperor of the burial emperor abyss, older and more understanding than the ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty, felt the soul fire in his eye sockets flickering violently. He comprehended the Annihilation Emperor's choice better than anyone. To wait for death amidst endless darkness and solitude, such despair could extinguish the will and dignity of any being. If given the chance to live, even in the most miserable of conditions, they would gladly accept it. However, he had not anticipated that the Annihilation Emperor would display such decisiveness and madness. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo observed the myriad expressions of the emperors on the luminous screen, his heart swelling with joy. A forbidden zone of life, coupled with the eternal loyalty of an ancient emperor. This deal was remarkably profitable. The Annihilation Emperor had potential, far more than the old man of the eternal celestial dynasty who merely relied on luck. He reveled in his thoughts, manipulating his shadowy avatar as he apathetically watched the unfolding events. Below the high platform, the Annihilation Emperor trembled as he extended his withered, skeletal hand, cautiously receiving the divine pill that seemed to embody his hopes for rebirth. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill whole. Boom. The moment it entered his mouth, the pill dissolved instantly. A surge of life essence, indescribably potent, akin to the primordial torrents of creation at the dawn of the universe, erupted within his once desiccated, decaying imperial form. His skin, parched like ancient bark, began to swell and glisten with vitality. His once gray, lifeless hair transformed with astonishing speed from white to a lustrous black, each strand pulsating with newfound life. The imperial blood within him, once faded and nearly exhausted, was rejuvenated, roaring through his veins like the mighty Yangtze River, vibrant and fervent. A profound, Terrifying aura of annihilation erupted from his being, more intense and restrained than during his peak. Yet he suppressed this power, allowing not a trace to escape. He merely savored the unprecedented vigor and strength coursing through him, his once lifeless eyes now glimmering with uncontainable excitement. A millennium of life. This was tangible, without a hint of exaggeration. A full 10,000 years of life. He could live for another 10,000 years. Slowly, he rose to his feet. His once stooped back regained its former strength. His formidable imperial body was once again brimming with explosive power. He had returned to his zenith. No, he was even stronger than before, for he sensed that his path, nourished by the essence of life, had begun to exhibit signs of harmony. He bowed deeply once more towards the figure on the high platform that had granted him this new lease on life. This time, he did not kneel, but rather performed the most standard and devout gesture of submission, akin to a subject presenting himself before a sovereign. A mark imbued with his true spirit's essence, radiating a gray light of annihilation, slowly emerged from his brow, soaring unobstructed towards Zhang Mo on the high platform. This was the ultimate manifestation of an oath of blood to the great Tao. Should the recipient accept this mark, it would signify that the life and death of the Annihilation Emperor, along with all that he was, would be under their complete control. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo felt the mysterious connection established through the system, nodding in satisfaction. "Excellent. Your attitude is commendable," he remarked, his voice indifferent as it emanated from his shadowy avatar. "Now that you have pledged allegiance to me, you are a member of my Treasure Pavilion. As for your homeland, there is no need for immediate changes. Await my command." "Yes, master." Upon hearing Zhang Mo's response, the Annihilation Emperor's body trembled violently, a fervent gratitude and excitement shining in his newly rejuvenated eyes. He realized he had made the right gamble. Not only had he gained a new life, but he had also earned the recognition of this supreme being. He respectfully accepted his orders, then with a flicker of motion, stepped aside on the high platform, standing like a loyal yet silent guardian, immovable and vigilant. His restrained yet formidable presence loomed over the entire assembly, instilling a sense of dread within all the emperors present. The other emperors, witnessing this spectacle, were overwhelmed with astonishment. They understood that from this day forth, the Origin Treasure Pavilion would no longer merely be a mysterious auction house. It had become the foremost power in this realm, boasting its first emperor-level follower. The master was even a celestial king. They had secured absolute control over the first forbidden zone of life. The influence of this master was expanding in an incomprehensible and unstoppable manner. Amidst the oppressive and shocking atmosphere, on the high platform, Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar surveyed the crowd, his indifferent voice resonating once more. "Ladies and gentlemen, this auction will culminate with the final lot, the true piece de resistance." As the words "final lot" escaped Zhang Mo's lips, the hearts of all present in the auction hall raced with anticipation. Even the alternative ascension methods and the millennium longevity pill paled in comparison to what was to come. What could this final, truly extraordinary item be? Was it a complete celestial artifact personally crafted by the Celestial King? Or perhaps the supreme method for instant ascension to immortality? Everyone's breaths quickened. Their gazes locked onto the high platform, filled with tension, expectation, and a fervent desire to witness a myth unfold before their eyes. The attendant, Xiaoya, gracefully ascended the platform once more. Yet this time, her demeanor was more solemn and grave than ever before. Her exquisite face bore an expression akin to that of a pilgrim cradling the world in her hands. In her grasp, she held a jade box, crafted from a peculiar stone of chaotic hues, appearing unremarkable and somewhat rough. However, the moment the emperors beheld this stone box, their pupils dilated in shock. The World Stone. The ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty gasped in disbelief, his voice tinged with undeniable astonishment. They are actually using an entire piece of the World Stone as a box. The World Stone, the core essence birthed at the dawn of a great world's creation. Every fragment possesses the potential to be forged into a supreme imperial weapon. Yet, here stands the Lord of the Pavilion, extravagantly utilizing an entire, unblemished World Stone to encase an auction item. What unparalleled opulence! What sheer wastefulness! The hearts of all emperors bleed at this sight. They ponder that the mere value of this box might rival that of the recently auctioned 10,000-year lifespan elixir. As the crowd is enveloped in astonishment over the box, the maid, Xiaoya, respectfully places the stone box upon the auction table. Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar casually flicks a finger. Crack! The indestructible World Stone box, which could withstand even the full force of an emperor's strike without a trace, opens with a sound. There is no cataclysmic divine light, no earth-shattering Tao rhythm. and not even a hint of energy fluctuation. Instead, a breath of indestructibility, indescribable in words, as if it belongs neither to this era nor this realm, begins to emanate from within the stone box. This aura is not merely vitality, nor is it some profound Tao principle. It is a more primordial, purer essence, transcending laws. Akin to the Tao itself, an eternal quality. The moment this aura spreads, a transformation occurs. In the auction hall, those spiritual plants, once withered and merely decorative, suddenly rejuvenate, sprouting new branches and blooming with resplendent flowers. Artifacts, previously dimmed and injured by the aftermath of the imperial battle, begin to mend themselves, the cracks visibly healing at an astonishing rate. On the white jade plaza, an elder, whose lifespan is nearly spent and who had come to witness his final glorious moments, finds his once dry life essence rekindled as if doused in divine oil at the instant this aura touches him. His once white hair swiftly turns black, and his wrinkled visage begins to regain youth. My lifespan is returning. The elder stares in disbelief at his revitalized hands, his voice trembling with overwhelming excitement. What astonishing treasure lies within that stone box? Finally, the auction item. Upon the high platform, Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar seems to have anticipated the unfolding events. His voice remains as indifferent as ever, yet it resonates like the bell of creation, echoing within each soul present. The 9 Return Immortal Elixir. This potion was formed at the dawn of the Primordial Chaos, a serendipitous convergence of eternal, indestructible substance. It has endured 9 epical tribulations, absorbing the forces of destruction and rebirth across 9 eras, before finally taking shape. Consuming it allows an emperor to sever all past karmic ties, cleansing them of all Tao injuries, requiring neither comprehension nor struggle. Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar deliberately pauses, savoring the expressions of awe and fervor that adorn the faces below. Then, he slowly articulates the most lethal, yet enticing words. Live a second life, return to the pinnacle, and even surpass the past. In simpler terms, this represents an opportunity for rebirth, a true fresh start. In the instant those words resonate, the indestructible aura within the stone box seems to awaken a will of its own, as if responding to some command. Buzz. It erupts violently, instantly piercing through the barriers of the Treasure Pavilion's realm. It penetrates the ancient walls of the divine city, forged from celestial gold. It disregards the barriers of the 3,000 realms' laws. With a speed that transcends light, thought, and all else, it rushes toward the deepest, darkest, coldest corners of the Primordial Chaos. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo observes this scene, a smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth, revealing a signature, anticipatory smirk of cunning delight. The fish he has been angling for so long, the most ancient and plumpest ones, are at last ready to bite. Chapter 59. The exceptional ancient emperor. The aura of the undying elixir ripples across the expanse of the Primordial Chaos, akin to a stone cast into the endless river of time, sending forth waves capable of overturning the understanding of the entire primordial realm. It penetrates layer upon layer of world barriers, disregarding any restrictions or seals, precisely arriving at those forsaken corners long forgotten by humanity, places not even ancient histories have recorded. Within the abyss of the buried emperors, a scar upon the universe, lies a colossal fragment that fell during the shattering of the previous epoch. Inside the abyss, darkness reigns, devoid of light and sound, only endless death and silence. Mountains of bones, constructed from the remains of emperors, stretch endlessly, exuding an aura so terrifying that even saints tremble. At the abyss's deepest point, a black ancient coffin, forged from the core materials of some epic's remnants and countless imperial blood and celestial gold, floats quietly. The coffin is encrusted with cosmic dust accumulated over countless eras, heavy enough to collapse stars. At the moment the undying aura descends, the ancient black coffin trembles violently. Dust cascades from its lid. A withered, emaciated hand, glowing with an unearthly golden light and bearing nails sharp enough to rend the Tao, suddenly bursts forth from within the coffin, piercing the indestructible lid. The undying substance is the true elixir of immortality, an ancient, decayed will, imbued with the power to dominate epochs and shape the rise and fall of eras, awakens with a thunderous resonance from within the ancient coffin. I have slept for 3 epochs, and at last, I have awaited this moment. In the forbidden sea, the edge of the primordial realm, a chaotic ocean floats in the boundless void. The sea contains no water, only chaotic gases and turbulent spatial currents capable of erasing all. At the center of this ocean, a colossal continent of chaos drifts, Upon this barren land, devoid of life, stands a solitary statue, towering to the heavens. The statue sits cross-legged, hands forming a seal, as if having meditated for countless ages. Thick cosmic dust blankets it, in some places merging with the continent itself. No one knows how long it has remained here, perhaps an epoch, 3 epochs, or even 6 epochs, as the undying aura sweeps across this continent like a gentle breeze. The dust that has accumulated upon the statue's closed eyes for countless millennia begins to fall. Then, with great difficulty, the stone eyelids tremble and slowly open. What kind of eyes are these? They possess no pupils, no sclera. Only 2 depths so profound they seem capable of piercing through the river of time and comprehending the cycles of eternity. Such change in this life, a grand, ancient, emotionless will reverberates throughout the entirety of the Forbidden Sea. The undying elixir, how intriguing. At the end of the ruins of the ancient path of the starry sky, which once connected the 3,000 realms to the 9 heavens, lay a bustling thoroughfare, where countless prodigies vied for passage, leaving behind innumerable legends. However, 1,000,000 years ago, after a broken hand from the dark rift shattered it, this place became a desolate, forgotten cosmic graveyard. Scattered throughout are remnants of shattered stars, severed chains of law, and the drifting bones of the powerful. Deep within a sea of bones, formed from the remains of countless great saints and saint kings, a golden ancient corpse, forged entirely from gold, lies silently, exuding an immortal imperial aura despite having been deceased for countless ages. Its chest bears a massive void, as if its heart had been brutally extracted. At the moment the essence of immortality wafts into this realm, a profound hum resonates. Astonishingly, the tightly closed vertical eye at the center of the ancient corpse's brow suddenly splits open. A radiant beam of divine light, capable of transcending time and space, erupts from that eye, sending tremors through even the mightiest of emperors. Has it finally arrived? A will, filled with endless resentment and unyielding resolve, begins to awaken from within the golden ancient corpse. This emperor vows to live once more, not just once, but multiple times, across the primordial myriad realms. The most ancient and enigmatic life prohibitions, those fearsome zones that even contemporary emperors dare not speak of, only depicting with reverence in ancient texts, are all simultaneously resurrected. Ancient monstrosities, long thought to have faded into the annals of history, some even forgotten by name, are forcefully roused from their endless slumber by that undying essence. They are the most extraordinary prodigies of countless epochs since the severance of the celestial path. Unwilling to succumb to eternal rest, they harness their defiant willpower and exceptional talents, employing astonishingly taboo methods to forcibly reclaim a second life, a third, or even more. Each of them was once an invincible myth of their time, possessing power that transcended the ordinary emperors, reaching the terrifying realm known as pseudo-immortality. Their awakening instantaneously triggers a cosmic spectacle across the primordial myriad realms. Whales echo, laws fracture, and countless stars dim and even explode under the weight of their unintentional, yet terrifying aura. In that moment, all beings in the primordial myriad realms feel an indescribable tremor emanating from the depths of their souls. In the capital of Myriad Phenomena, within the Origin Treasure Pavilion, the ancient ancestors of the eternal celestial dynasty, the skeleton emperor of the buried emperor Abyss, and all contemporary emperors turn pale, their imperial forms trembling violently. They sense with horror the ancient presence emanating from every corner of the universe, a resonance that sends shivers down their spines. It is them. The ancient ancestors of the eternal celestial dynasty tremble, their authoritative countenance betraying fear. Those who have lived through several epochs, defied the passage of time, and should have long since turned to cosmic dust. They have awakened. The skeleton emperor of the buried emperor Abyss feels the flames of his soul flickering wildly in his eye sockets. He may consider himself ancient, yet compared to these true living fossils, he is but a youth. A tidal wave of panic surges within the hearts of all emperors. They realize that the true storm has only just begun. These ancient beings represent the primordial myriad realm's most terrifying undercurrents. Chapter 60. Not belonging to this world, the sky above the capital of Myriad Phenomena has undergone a complete transformation. It is no longer darkness nor light, but a chaotic blend, a doomsday scenario stirred by countless terrifying wills, where laws collapse. Massive, unfathomable spatial rifts are violently torn open by an overwhelming, unrelenting force. These are not portals opened by spatial techniques, but rather, pure, absolute power ripping apart the spatial barriers of this world as one would tear paper. Boom. From the first spatial rift emerges an ethereal river, composed of countless fragments of time, cascading forth. A figure clad in gray, indistinct in features and seemingly on the verge of vanishing into the void, steps forth, treading upon the illusion of that river of time. With each step, the flow of time around him undergoes bizarre fluctuations, speeding up like lightning at times and crawling like a tortoise at others. He is the sole sovereign of this realm, the embodiment of time. It is the Void Emperor, the legendary being who, through the dual principles of void and time, has lived 6 lifetimes. In the auction house, an ancient emperor, well-versed in knowledge, gasps in astonishment, his voice brimming with unmasked trepidation. Then, a roar erupts from the second spatial rift. A sound so terrifying it could freeze the galaxies, causing all souls to tremble. Endless malevolence pours forth like a deluge from the rift. Just a wisp of this malevolence renders an entire district below the capital lifeless, a desolate wasteland. A figure, clad in ancient battle armor and wielding a fearsome battle axe stained with the blood of countless emperors, steps out from the endless malevolence. His blood-red eyes, merely sweeping across the assembly of emperors, instill an icy dread deep within their souls, as if they had caught the gaze of an unparalleled beast from the primordial wilderness. It is the Celestial Slayer Emperor, the ruthless warrior who, through bloodshed, has personally annihilated 3 immortal empires. He has arrived. Boom. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th spatial rifts tear open in rapid succession. A being shrouded in the halo of reincarnation, unrecognizable, yet seemingly embodying myriad paths. A stunningly beautiful empress radiating a chilling aura that even emperors dread, and a golden figure crafted from chaotic divine metal, resembling the first divine iron of the universe. 5 beings. Each one has left behind endless myths in their respective eras, revered as the most terrifying existences closest to immortality. Each has lived through multiple lives, their strength surpassing that of ordinary emperors, truly ancient monsters. Ignoring all restrictions of the capital of Myriad Phenomena, disregarding the terror of all beings, they domineeringly descend upon the space above the Origin Treasure Pavilion. The 5 terrifying imperial presences intertwine and clash in the sky. The pressure they exude is 100-fold more terrifying than the simultaneous eruption of dozens of emperors. The entire capital of Myriad Phenomena trembles violently under the weight of these 5 ancient emperors, wailing in despair. The runes forged from celestial gold atop the city walls flicker incessantly, as if on the verge of complete collapse. Within the city, millions of living beings, whether mortals or cultivators, prostrate themselves on the ground, their souls quaking uncontrollably under this oppressive force, as if they might shatter at any moment. In the auction house, the ancient ancestors of the eternal celestial dynasty, the skeleton emperor of the buried emperor abyss, and all contemporary emperors find themselves feeling their very paths tremble and wail before these 5 ancient emperors. It is a sensation akin to juniors standing before their ancestors, an absolute suppression emanating from the essence of life itself. They understand that an insurmountable chasm divides them from these ancient beings who have lived through epochs. Yet, these 5 descending ancient emperors do not immediately enter the Origin Treasure Pavilion. They quietly hover above the pavilion, their imperial gazes capable of penetrating the ages, coldly scrutinizing the mysterious structure, shrouded in chaotic energy, as if it had existed since time immemorial. Their divine thoughts converse silently in the void. This pavilion is peculiar. The first to speak is the Void Emperor, his voice laden with the weight of eternity. I peer into the path of time. Yet all I perceive is a realm of chaos, as if it exists neither in the past, present, nor future. What a rich malevolence! It surpasses even my own Celestial Slayer path. The Celestial Slayer Emperor remarks, his blood-red gaze fixed intently on the obscured plaque above the pavilion. His tone now tinged with gravity. This pavilion does not belong to this epoch. The Lord of Reincarnation, shrouded in the halo of the 6 paths, spoke slowly. His voice grand and ethereal. It transcends even this realm. His words send a jolt through the hearts of the 4 ancient emperors. Not of this world. Could it be from the legendary 9 heavens' immortal domain? No, that cannot be right. They had all felt the aura of the 9 heavens' immortal domain, though superior. It lacked this otherworldly, transcendent, and taboo essence that seemed to surpass myriad paths. The origin of this pavilion is more mysterious and terrifying than they had imagined. In that moment, a sense of vigilance arose in the hearts of the 5 ancient emperors. The being capable of producing the elixir of immortality is certainly no ordinary individual. Until they discerned the truth of their opponent, even they would not dare to act recklessly. The tense atmosphere solidified instantly. The 5 ancient emperors, powerful enough to make the entire Hongmeng tremble, directed their gazes in unison towards the tightly shut crimson door of the Origin Treasure Pavilion. In the suffocating silence, the most domineering among them, the heavenly calamity emperor, who had proven his path through slaughter, could no longer contain himself. He let out a cold snort, a flicker of arrogance and disdain flashing in his blood-red eyes. In this world, there was no existence he could not offend. He had lived 4 lifetimes, each spent in battles and massacres, personally annihilating more than one imperial lineage, and he considered himself invincible beneath the true immortal realm. What could a mere enigmatic pavilion do to him? Humph, mere trickery. He thought to himself, I shall test your mettle. Unlike the previous fools who directly unleashed their imperial might, a most primitive approach, he merely stood his ground, his thoughts coalescing. An invisible, formless blade of law, forged from the purest essence of the heavenly calamity path he practiced, silently emerged from the void. This strike elicited no energy fluctuations, nor did it ripple the very fabric of space. Yet, the lethality contained within was sufficient to sever the true spirit and path of a contemporary emperor at its roots, ensuring their immediate demise. This was one of his proudest techniques, silent and elusive, nearly impossible to defend against. He aimed this strike at the plaque of the pavilion, wishing to uncover the truth behind this facade. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo observed the 5 formidable figures outside through the light screen. His temporary Immortal King experience card still had considerable time left. Therefore, he felt no urgency. Instead, he critiqued with great interest. Oh, these old fellows look rather impressive. Far more valuable than the previous lot, treading upon the void of time, adorned in ancient battle armor? And what s with the one radiating golden light? Is he attending a cosplay convention? As he mentally derided them, he keenly sensed the hidden attack from the heavenly calamity emperor. Another stubborn one? Zhang Mo's gaze turned icy. Why did they not inquire about the situation before making a move? An old fool who had lived 4 lifetimes dared to draw a blade on his territory? Truly reckless. He could hardly muster the energy to rise. With a mere thought, the figure cloaked in mist atop the auction platform glanced indifferently towards the heavenly calamity emperor. That glance was frigid, apathetic, devoid of any emotion. It was as if a deity from the heavens casually regarded an ant attempting to provoke it. Buzz. The moment Zhang Mo's gaze met that of the heavenly calamity emperor, the formless blade of law, already poised to strike the pavilion's plaque, seemed to collide with an invisible barrier constructed from eternity itself. Then, at a speed 100-fold, 1,000-fold faster than its arrival, it ricocheted back along its original path. Bang! The heavenly calamity emperor, a ruthless figure who had traversed 4 epochs and was renowned for his invincibility in slaughter, had no time to react. He felt an incomprehensible, overwhelming force slam into his imperial body. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. His so-called indestructible ancient battle armor emitted a mournful cry as it manifested countless shattered cracks. He violently spat forth a mouthful of golden imperial blood, infused with fragments of his own path. His complexion turned pale with shock. He was injured. He had been wounded. Moreover, it was under the very attack of his most esteemed path, having been gravely injured by merely a glance from his opponent. This was the power of the Immortal King. Beside him, the typically unperturbed Void Emperor, who seemed impervious to all, lost his composure entirely at that moment. He exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes, which had seen through time, filled with shock and a hint of exhilaration. He could distinctly feel that the glance just now contained a force that surpassed the imperial realm, transcended true immortals. Capable of distorting causality and wielding control over myriad paths, the supreme power of an immortal king. The other 3 ancient emperors also felt their pupils constrict, their imperial forms trembling. All their arrogance, their probing, their vigilance were utterly crushed in that instant. What replaced it was an unprecedented weightiness and reverence. They finally understood. Within this pavilion sat not a hidden powerhouse, nor a titan from the immortal domains, but a living supreme existence beyond their wildest imagination. A true immortal king. Just as these 5 ancient emperors were shaken to their cores, too frightened to make a single move, a calm, yet seemingly natural voice emanated from within the pavilion. Since you have come, you may all enter. The tightly shut crimson door slowly opened towards them, without a sound. When the crimson door creaked open, the Void Emperor, Heavenly Calamity Emperor, and the other ancient beings who had lived through several epochs did not feel the slightest relaxation. Instead, their minds tightened further. They exchanged glances, each seeing the profound shock and trepidation reflected in the other's eyes. An immortal king. Such beings existed only in the most ancient of myths. They are the true supreme entities who stand at the pinnacle of an epoch, overseeing the rise and fall of the ages. And now, They were fortunate enough to witness a living immortal king? Let us proceed. The Void Emperor took a deep breath and spoke first. He suppressed all fluctuations of the laws of time around him, concealing the rushing river of time's phantom. He adjusted his plain gray robe and, like an ordinary mortal elder, walked step by step towards the great door with utmost reverence. The heavenly calamity emperor, who had just faced death, now behaved like an obedient grandson. He quickly sheathed his imperial weapon, suppressing the overwhelming malevolence within him, fearful of offending that supreme existence. He followed closely behind the Void Emperor, his steps heavy, filled with both dread and relief. Dreadful for having so foolishly provoked an immortal king, and relieved that the immortal king seemed disinclined to hold a grudge against an insignificant ant like himself. The master of reincarnation, the empress of the dark moon, and the chaotic golden man, these three ancient emperors, who have left an indelible mark on history, have now suppressed all divine radiance and extraordinary phenomena, adopting a humble demeanor as they follow at the rear of the procession. Their arrival casts an eerie silence over the entire auction hall. The contemporary emperors present, upon witnessing the entrance of these five legendary figures, fall into a hushed stillness, instinctively slowing their breaths. They lower their proud heads, too intimidated to meet their gaze. In the presence of these five, the so-called emperors appear as mere children, utterly insignificant. When the five Void Emperors behold the undying divine medicine floating serenely within the stone box on the high platform, even their long calm hearts, which have grown indifferent to the cycles of eras, surge with tumultuous waves of excitement. Their eyes simultaneously blaze with an intense fervor. The undying divine medicine. This is crucial for their hope of living another life. It holds the key to discovering a genuine path of transcendence in this accursed era of severed destinies. Junior Void pays respects to Senior. The foremost of the Void Emperors bows respectfully to the enigmatic figure shrouded in mist atop the high platform. The other four, the heavenly calamity emperors, follow suit, bowing in unison. We pay our respects, Senior. If this scene were to reach the outside world, it would undoubtedly drive the entire cosmos into a frenzy. Five ancient emperors, who have lived through multiple epochs and could suppress all adversaries of the present, simultaneously bow as juniors to a single individual. This is truly preposterous. Lord, we are willing to give everything to exchange for this undying divine medicine. The Void Emperor raises his head, speaking plainly on behalf of the others. His voice is filled with sincerity and yearning. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo watches these five venerable beings bowing in deference, his heart brimming with delight. Excellent, their attitude is quite proper. This Immortal King experience card is truly effective. 50 million points well spent. He clears his throat, manipulating his shadowy avatar, and slowly shakes his head. That indifferent yet authoritative voice resounds once more. This item is not for exchange, not for points. Upon these words, the crowd erupts in astonishment. Even the five Void Emperors are momentarily taken aback. Not for exchange, not for points. What, then, shall it be exchanged for? May I inquire, esteemed Senior, what would you consider as payment? The Void Emperor asks cautiously, filled with trepidation. He fears that this mysterious Immortal King might propose conditions they could never fulfill. On the high platform, Zhang Mo's gaze sweeps over the five ancient emperors. An knowing smile graces his lips. The price shall be secrets. I wish to know why the path of immortality has been severed. Why has the immortal realm become closed? I seek the truth of all that pertains to the immortal realm. Whosoever among you reveals the most valuable secret, this undying divine medicine shall belong to them. As his words resonate, Zhang Mo focuses his thoughts, weaving an invisible barrier of laws that envelopes the five ancient emperors and the entire high platform in an absolute soundproof cocoon, impervious even to the divine thoughts of emperors. He does not wish for these earth-shattering secrets to be overheard by lesser beings below. Within the barrier, the atmosphere turns palpably tense. The five Void Emperors fall into silence. The secrets of the immortal realm. This is the ultimate taboo that all emperors yearn to know yet dread to approach. For the consequences entwined within are too vast and terrifying. They had not anticipated that this enigmatic immortal king sought such knowledge. They began to suspect that his true aim in presenting the undying divine medicine was not merely for a transaction, but to draw forth the ancient beings privy to certain truths and extract revelations about the immortal realm from them. This immortal king's ambitions far exceed their expectations. Chapter 63. The future within the confines of the law barrier that Zhang Mo casually established, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The five ancient emperors, having survived multiple epochs, exchanged glances laden with profound gravity and apprehension. The secrets of the immortal realm are the greatest taboo in their hearts. Each of them possesses knowledge of some hidden truths, yet each secret carries immense consequences. Uttering them could invite unimaginable calamities. However, the temptation of the undying divine medicine is overwhelmingly enticing. It concerns their chance to live again. On one side lies the unknown disaster. On the other, the promise of rebirth. This choice is exceedingly difficult. Zhang Mo's shadowy avatar does not rush them, merely observing with the patience of a hunter awaiting its prey to fall into the trap. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo leisurely crosses his legs. No need to hurry. Take your time. One by one, no need to fight. There's ample opportunity for all. After a prolonged silence, the elegant and striking Empress of the Dark Moon is the first to break the impasse. Having lived 3 lives, she is the youngest among the group, and her lifespan has nearly reached its limit. She has little time to hesitate. Esteemed senior. She addresses the high platform with a graceful bow, her voice as cold as moonlight, yet imbued with resolve. In a ruined ancient Taoist site from the last epoch, I discovered a fragment of a Tao stele. This stele recorded an astonishing secret. She pauses, seemingly gathering her thoughts, then continues slowly. The severance of the immortal path is not a result of natural disaster, but a calamity wrought by humanity, related to a cataclysmic war that involved all immortal kings. That battle shattered the heavens and earth, obscured the sun and moon, and even inflicted severe damage upon the essence of the 9 heavens immortal realm. Since then, the immortal realm has actively sealed all pathways to the lower realms, isolating itself from the myriad worlds. Having spoken, she falls silent, merely gazing at the high platform, awaiting judgment. This revelation would undoubtedly be earth-shattering to contemporary emperors. Yet, to Zhang Mo, it stirs no ripples of emotion. In the backstage, he merely curls his lip. The Immortal King War? A tired old tale. Is that all? You think that is sufficient to barter for the undying divine medicine? Not quite. On the high platform, his shadowy avatar maintains its indifferent demeanor, offering no comments, merely shifting its gaze to the next contender, the heavenly calamity emperor, whose entire being radiates an overwhelming malice. Noticing that the secret revealed by the Empress of the Dark Moon did not seem to satisfy the esteemed senior, the heavenly calamity emperor, feeling compelled, speaks in a grave tone. Esteemed senior, in my 4th life, when my Tao heart reached perfection and my combat prowess peaked, I attempted to forcibly tear apart the barriers of the realms to glimpse the true visage of the immortal realm. Though I ultimately failed, I briefly flowed against the river of time and caught a glimpse of a corner of the immortal realm. His voice grows increasingly solemn. It is not the pure land we imagine. I saw that the sky of the immortal realm is gray. The earth is rife with slaughter and wails. Countless powerful immortal spirits are engaged in a brutal war against an indescribable, sinister, dark matter. This dark substance exudes an aura of malevolence and decay, capable of eroding and assimilating everything. Even true immortals tainted by it will swiftly fall, transforming into monstrous beings that know only slaughter. This revelation, undoubtedly, is far deeper and more terrifying than that of the Empress of the Dark Moon. Even the Void Emperor and the Lord of Reincarnation, who stood by, flashed a hint of surprise in their eyes. Clearly, it was the first time they had heard such a specific description. Zhang Mo, in the background, also perked up slightly. Oh, dark matter? Mysterious erosion? Quite intriguing, yet still insufficient. What he sought was the root, the truth. These were merely superficial layers. Upon the high platform, his shadowy avatar maintained an expression of serene indifference, merely uttering 2 words, not enough. These words struck like heavy hammers, landing hard on the hearts of the heavenly slaughter emperor and the lunar empress. Their faces instantly turned somewhat grim. They realized that the price they had offered was unworthy of this esteemed elder's attention. This signified that they had lost the qualification to contend for the elixir of immortality. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The remaining Void Emperor, the Lord of Reincarnation, and the Chaos Golden Man sank deeper into contemplation and struggle. They understood that this enigmatic elder had grand ambitions. What he desired was undoubtedly the most core and fundamental secret of the celestial domain. And such a secret, once revealed, would entail consequences beyond their imagination. Was it worth it? To barter a secret that could invite catastrophic disaster for a chance at living another life? At that moment, the Lord of Reincarnation, who had been silent as if embodying myriad forms, finally slowly lifted his head. The 6 rings of reincarnation surrounding him spun violently, as if undergoing a difficult decision. Ultimately, he seemed to have made up his mind. A grand and ethereal will resonated within the barrier. Elder, the secret I know may satisfy you. I once beheld a fragment of a shattered future at the end of a reincarnation. Chapter 64. The pasture when the Lord of Reincarnation uttered the words, shattered future. All the ancient emperors present, including the already eliminated Heavenly Slaughter Emperor and Lunar Empress, were jolted. They gazed in horror at the mysterious figure enveloped by the 6 rings of reincarnation. The path of reincarnation was one of the most mysterious and taboo paths among all the realms. This Lord of Reincarnation had cultivated this path to an unfathomable degree. He could actually glimpse a fragment of the future. This was beyond what any emperor, or even true immortals, could achieve. In the background, Zhang Mo's interest was thoroughly piqued. Oh, a prophet? How delightful. Let me hear what you have to say. On the high platform, his shadowy avatar finally regarded the Lord of Reincarnation for the first time. Coolly uttering a single word, speak. With permission granted, the voice of the Lord of Reincarnation grew even more grand and ethereal, as if belonging to a realm beyond time. In that shattered future, I witnessed the celestial domain collapse. Endless darkness poured forth from the highest point of the celestial domain, the forbidden place known as the end. Engulfing everything, I saw countless celestial kings wailing in the darkness, their immortal bodies being devoured by a mysterious force, their celestial fruits rapidly decaying and falling. I also saw a colossal fissure that spanned the entire primordial universe, extending from that end, seemingly targeting this long-forgotten lower realm. His description brimmed with despair and ominous foreboding, sending a chilling shiver through the souls of all the emperors present. The celestial domain collapsing? The celestial kings falling? This future was too terrifying. However, upon hearing it, Zhang Mo merely furrowed his brow slightly. The future? Such a notion is unreliable. There are countless possibilities for the future. What you saw may merely be the worst of them. How is this a secret? At most, it could be likened to a weather forecast. He silently scoffed at this so-called future, showing little interest. On the high platform, his shadowy avatar once again slowly shook its head. The future holds infinite possibilities. What you have witnessed may not be the truth. Implicitly, your secret still lacks weight. The 6 rings of reincarnation surrounding the Lord of Reincarnation suddenly halted. He had not anticipated that even a prophetic vision capable of driving any emperor to madness would fail to move this elder. Just how elevated was this elder's perspective? As both the Lord of Reincarnation and the Chaos Golden Man fell into a despairing silence, the Void Emperor, who had remained calm and ancient throughout, finally slowly raised his head. He had lived 6 lifetimes, making him the oldest among the 5. In his eyes, there were no struggles or calculations like those of the other ancient emperors. Only a profound calmness and resoluteness that transcended the ages. Elder. His voice was hoarse and dry, yet imbued with an undeniable weight. In my youth, I once expended an entire lifetime and the fruits of my path as the price to forcibly send a wisp of my true spirit into a projection fissure of the celestial domain within the lower realm. What I know may indeed be the final answer you seek. Upon hearing this, all the ancient emperor's pupils constricted sharply. To expend an entire lifetime as a price? To infiltrate the projection fissure of the celestial domain? This old monster had actually committed such a maddening act. All gazes converged upon him, aware that the ultimate, earth-shattering secret was about to be revealed. Zhang Mo also sat up straight, his face revealing an expression of anticipation. Come on, old fellow, do not let me down. The Void Emperor took a deep breath, his eyes, seemingly containing the flow of time itself, fixating intently on Zhang Mo on the high platform. And he articulated the ultimate secret that could overturn the understanding of the entire primordial universe. The celestial kings of the celestial domain had not fallen, nor had they voluntarily sealed the celestial domain. They were all trapped. Boom. This revelation detonated like 1,000 universes within the minds of the other 4 ancient emperors. Trapped? How could this be possible? They were celestial kings, supreme beings who governed a realm, impervious to calamity, eternal and immortal. What kind of power could confine them? Where were they imprisoned? On the high platform, Zhang Mo's voice finally bore a hint of genuine, profound interest. The river of time. In the eyes of the Void Emperor, a deep fear and reverence surfaced, as if recalling memories that made even him tremble. An unknown, forbidden power that transcended celestial emperors erupted from that end, forcibly dragging all the celestial kings of the primordial universe, whether of the righteous or demonic paths, regardless of their epoch, into the deepest depths of the river of time, forcing them to eternally battle across the past, present, and future, eternally sinking, with no chance to divert their attention elsewhere. It was precisely because of this that the celestial domain fell into disarray, its supreme authority ultimately usurped by a group of vermin that had long lurked in the shadows of the celestial domain. They called themselves the guardians of the celestial domain. They completely sealed the path to the celestial realm, cutting off all hope for the beings of the lower realms. They viewed this endless lower realm, where we resided, as a pasture for raising livestock. Every epoch, when the livestock matured, they would descend to initiate the so-called epical calamity, conducting a bloody harvest, plundering an entire epoch's fortune, origins, and the fruits of all-powerful beings to bolster their own strength. The reason these so-called dominators of forbidden zones remain hidden, self-proclaimed as deities, is not merely to evade the ravages of time. The voice of the Void Emperor resonates with endless sorrow and indignation, but rather to escape their incessant harvesting. Chapter 65. We, the cultivators, do not shy away from battle. When the Void Emperor uttered the words harvesting in his hoarse and weighty tone, an eerie silence fell upon the entire realm of laws. The Celestial Punisher, the Lunar Empress, the Lord of Reincarnation, and the Primal Golden Being, these four ancient emperors, who once reigned supreme and were invincible in their eras, now stood frozen, their minds blank. Their imperial bodies trembled uncontrollably, and within their imperial eyes, all shock and horror ultimately transformed into a profound, indescribable humiliation that penetrated to their very bones. Pastures, livestock, harvesting. These chilling words pierced their proud imperial hearts like the sharpest of daggers, driving deep again and again. Who are they? They are the exalted emperors who once commanded the heavens, gazing down upon the ages, worshipped by myriad beings. They were the cosmic sovereigns who held dominion over fate, their mere thoughts capable of determining the life and death of entire star realms. Yet, in the eyes of those so-called guardians of the celestial realms, they are not even considered human, merely livestock raised in a pasture, awaiting maturity, to be harvested. What a cruel irony! What a profound sorrow! Ah, the Celestial Punisher, who once carved his path through slaughter and was unyielding, never bowing to anyone, let out a heart-wrenching wail at this moment. He roared towards the heavens, filled with boundless rage and indignation. A tempest of malevolence erupted violently from within him. Guardians, harvest well. What a celestial realm! What a pasture! His blood-red eyes turned crimson, ablaze with frenzied, murderous intent. Having fought through 4 lifetimes, slaughtering countless foes, he prided himself on being blameless before heaven and earth. Yet, in the end, he was merely livestock raised by others. A tremendous disgrace. This is the greatest humiliation of my life. The Lunar Empress, with her moon-like, ethereal beauty, turned pale, her autumn-like eyes filled with humiliation. The Lord of Reincarnation's 6 paths of light spiraled madly in reverse, emanating a chaotic and brutal aura. They all struggled to accept this reality, the brutal truth capable of shattering their lifelong beliefs. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo, having listened to the Void Emperor's words, felt the smile on his face fade, replaced by an intrigued amusement. The Celestial King trapped in the river of time? A group of traders seizing the opportunity to usurp power, treating the lower realms as crops, harvesting them time and again. Did they truly believe they could maintain control over the lower realms indefinitely? Sooner or later, they would be overturned. He smiled coldly, finally gaining a clear understanding of the backdrop of this world. This was the core intelligence he sought, information capable of overturning the world's order. Upon the high platform, his shadowy doppelganger revealed a satisfied expression in his usually indifferent gaze. Excellent. He spoke slowly, his tone still flat, yet it seemed to carry the weight of a final decree. This secret is worth an elixir of immortality. As his words fell, he snapped his fingers. The elixir, embodying the hopes of countless emperors and capable of driving the entire primordial world into frenzy, transformed into a 9-colored stream of light, gently landing before the Void Emperor. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your generosity. The Void Emperor trembled with excitement, his hands shaking as he carefully received the elixir. He knew he had made the right bet. He would live out his 7th life, gaining even more possibilities. However, he did not immediately consume the elixir as others might have imagined. Instead, he gazed deeply at the elixir radiating an aura of immortality, then lifted his head, his eyes blazing as they fixed upon Zhang Mo on the high platform. He bowed deeply once more respectfully and devoutly than ever before. Esteemed elder, his voice, hoarse yet filled with unprecedented determination and fervor, rang out. We have been languishing in the forbidden zones, believing we were defying fate, yet in truth, we were merely evading the butcher's scythe, struggling to survive. I, the Void, have had enough of this humiliation. Now, upon seeing you, I feel even more unwilling. Those rebels who have seized authority in the celestial realms do not deserve to wield power over the heavens. He paused, his voice suddenly rising. each word seemingly igniting his imperial soul. If, esteemed elder, you ever wish to rectify the celestial realms, to restore order and reopen the celestial path, I, the Void, am willing to serve as your vanguard and offer my life in this seventh existence. His words ignited a fire within the hearts of the four ancient emperors, a flame of dissatisfaction and pride that had long been dulled by the passage of time. Rather than waiting to be harvested like livestock, they would prefer to engage in a glorious battle. We, the cultivators, do not shy away from battle. Even in death, we shall die standing, and we shall fiercely bite off a piece of flesh from those lofty guardians. Well spoken. The celestial Punisher was the first to respond, his blood-red eyes rekindling with overwhelming battle intent. Rather than being slaughtered like pigs and dogs, I would rather follow the esteemed elder to the heavens and topple those despicable usurpers. I, the celestial Punisher, am willing to be the blade that strikes against the celestial realms. I, the lunar empress, am willing to pave the way for you beneath the moonlight, to freeze the celestial realms with the path of the lunar essence. I, the lord of reincarnation, am willing to control the cycles of reincarnation, casting those guardians into the depths of hell, never to be reborn. We are willing to honor the esteemed elder as our leader and jointly attack the celestial realms. Chapter 66. A clear spiritual liquid within the barrier constructed by the laws. The oaths of the five ancient emperors resounded like thunder, each word carrying the burning essence of their imperial souls, echoing through the void. The humiliation, resentment, and anger in their eyes ultimately coalesced into a resolute battle spirit, determined to follow a true transcendent being and wield the blade of vengeance against the lofty thieves. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo observed the five ancient beings who had undergone a complete transformation, from cautious and wary to fervently loyal, nodding in satisfaction. Those who are perceptive to the times are indeed wise. They can be taught. This was precisely the effect he desired. An elixir of immortality not only procured the celestial realm's astounding secret, but also effortlessly subdued five emperors who had lived through several epochs. This transaction was immensely profitable. If he truly intended to launch an assault on the celestial realm in the future, his power would surely ascend to the realm of true celestial kings. With soldiers against soldiers and generals against generals, having these emperors under his command would be invaluable. Perhaps among them lay talents capable of achieving immortality, which would provide significant support. On the high platform, his shadowy doppelganger, shrouded in mist, faced the five emperors' oaths with an indifference that seemed immutable through the ages. I am aware. When the time is ripe, I shall notify you all. There were no specific promises, no reassurances, nor even a hint of emotional fluctuation. Yet this simple statement, falling upon the ears of the Void Emperor and the others, was akin to the profound sound of the heavenly Tao. They understood that this mysterious leader had tacitly approved their resolve. They had embarked upon a journey towards the celestial realms, ready to unleash a tempestuous wave. We await your decree, esteemed elder. The five ancient emperors bowed deeply, their expressions reflecting utmost reverence. Zhang Mo's will stirred, and the barrier enveloping the high platform quietly dissipated. His indifferent voice resonated throughout the entire auction hall. This auction has come to an end. The moment those words fell, a gentle yet irresistible force enveloped every being present. Whether they were the shattered wills of contemporary emperors or the representatives of various factions, who were already terrified beyond measure, along with their guards and attendants. They were all instantaneously wrapped in this power and transported from the origin Treasure Pavilion. Only the Master of Magic remained, having exchanged his remaining points for some rare treasures. He exited the pavilion with great delight. In the next moment, the sky above the Divine Capital was filled with countless figures, akin to dumplings floating in water. The ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty, the skeleton emperor of the abyss of the buried empire, along with dozens of previously invincible emperors, now struggled to stabilize themselves. They looked up, their expressions a complex blend of awe and confusion, at the mysterious pavilion still suspended above the heavenly ridge, shrouded in chaotic energy and exuding an aura of transcendence and immortality. What they witnessed today had entirely overturned their understanding. The existence of a living celestial king and the elixir of immortality, any one of these would be enough to stir monumental waves across the myriad realms. A new era was on the horizon. The ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty gazed at the pavilion, murmuring to himself, his aged eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance. Without the slightest hesitation, he tore through the void, his figure vanishing in an instant. He was determined to return to the celestial dynasty immediately to convene the highest-level ancestral conference. Though he could not hear what the pavilion master discussed with those ancient beings, he saw that they were all utterly captivated by him. If there were any grand opportunities ahead, he must seize them and closely follow the pavilion master's footsteps. The other emperors, each lost in their own thoughts, exchanged glances before also tearing through the void, returning to their respective lineages, filled with shock and awe. It was foreseeable that the entire primordial universe would be stirred by the news they brought back, unleashing unprecedented undercurrents. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner of the divine capital, a man clad in a blue robe, with an aura so ordinary it was nearly imperceptible, lifted his gaze and deeply regarded the origin treasure pavilion. His eyes, starkly different from the shock, reverence, and fervor of others, held a cold, penetrating scrutiny, along with a barely perceptible hint of malice. Such a variable had emerged in the lower realms. The elixir of immortality, the existence of a living celestial king. This matter must be reported to the master immediately. The blue-robed man whispered, and his figure vanished silently into the crowd, like a droplet merging into the ocean. He traversed layers of space, eventually arriving at the desolate edge of the universe, stopping before an ancient, abandoned altar. He formed a seal with his hands and muttered incantations, sending forth a faint, imperceptible glow from the altar that pierced through the barriers of the primordial universe, conveying a message to the distant, legendary, celestial domain. With the departure of the emperors, tranquility returned to the skies above the origin treasure pavilion. The 5 ancient emperors, including the Void Emperor, did not leave. They quietly hovered outside the pavilion, like the most loyal guardians, protecting this realm for their master. The previously subdued Emperor of Annihilation, his shadow had transformed into the purest silhouette, silently merging into the vast shadow of the origin treasure pavilion. He would become the most secretive and lethal guardian of this pavilion. In the backstage lounge, Zhang Mo leaned back on the sofa, exhaling a long breath. He could distinctly feel the overwhelming power that coursed through his limbs, akin to a thought capable of mastering myriad paths and reversing causality, gradually receding like a tide. With the departure of such formidable strength came a wave of weakness. Yet more prominently, a sense of urgency. The Celestial King was trapped within the Time River, and the Guardians were harvesting. He pieced together the intelligence disclosed by the Void Emperor in his mind, and a grand, cruel, and conspiratorial chess game unfolded before his eyes. The so-called Guardians treated the entire lower realm as a pasture, launching epical calamities every era to conduct a bloody harvest. The emergence of his auction house, particularly the revelation of the elixir of immortality, undoubtedly disrupted the balance of their rearing. After all, it was merely an experiential card. Zhang Mo clenched his fist, feeling the reality of his peak quasi-emperor cultivation. This realm, relying on the innate sacred body, was sufficient to sweep away all adversaries, facing emperors without fear. Yet, against those capable of initiating epical calamities and harvesting the fruits of emperor paths, he was still far from enough. He must become stronger, and swiftly. System, Zhang Mo called in his heart. Show me what can elevate me to the status of an emperor immediately. Ding. Searching. Detected a special item meeting the host's requirements. 1 clear spirit liquid. Item name, 1 clear spirit liquid. Item level, Emperor tier, special. Item description, formed from a wisp of innate energy at the dawn of chaos, fused with myriad fundamental paths. Upon consumption, it cleanses impurities, purifies the body, and perfectly merges with any emperor's essence without the need to undergo tribulation or comprehension, directly attaining the status of an emperor. Special effect. Given that the host possesses an innate sacred body, consuming this liquid will perfectly activate the potential of the physique, allowing the attained emperor path to far exceed that of ordinary emperors, ensuring an indestructible physical form. Auction price, 10 million points. Host redemption price, 30 million points. Zhang Mo gazed at the introduction of the liquid emanating a clear, radiant glow, a brilliant light flashing in his eyes. No need for tribulation, directly attaining the status of an emperor. It could also perfectly activate his innate sacred body. This item was simply tailor-made for him. Moreover, such an item would only appear when the path to becoming an emperor was opened. This was the one. However, as Zhang Mo looked at the redemption price, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. System, your markup as a middleman is rather steep, isn't it? You buy it at 10 million, yet sell it to me for 30 million? Ding. The system's operation incurs costs. Please understand, host. Zhang Mo was too lazy to argue with this unscrupulous system. He was now quite affluent. 30 million points were still within his reach. Redeem 1 clear spirit liquid. Ding. 30 million points have been deducted. One clear spirit liquid has been stored in the system space. Ding. Detected that the host possesses a compatible Emperor essence. Would you like to commence the attainment of the Emperor status immediately? Begin. Chapter 67. Origin of the Path to Emperor without the slightest hesitation. Zhang Mo focused his mind, and his entire being vanished from the lounge, reappearing in the innermost chamber of the Origin Treasure Pavilion. This was the core of the entire pavilion, wrapped in layers of prohibitions, ensuring absolute safety. He sat cross-legged, with two items floating before him. One was the recently redeemed one clear spirit liquid, exuding a clear and pure aura of the Tao. The other was a gray orb, containing immense Emperor might and the complete laws of the Great Path, the Emperor essence he had acquired earlier. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Mo ceased to hesitate, directly uncapping the jade bottle and swallowing the one clear spirit liquid in one gulp. Boom! As the liquid entered his throat. It was not the gentle warmth he had imagined, but rather a singularity of a cosmic explosion that detonated within him. A clear, pure, yet overwhelmingly dominant innate energy surged through his limbs, meridians, and even the tiniest of cells. Crack, crack. His body, already exceedingly powerful, emitted sounds of shattering under the unbearable pressure. This was not destruction, but rebirth. His already formidable quasi-emperor physique was undergoing an unprecedented, thorough metamorphosis and elevation under the onslaught of this innate energy. Every inch of bone radiated an immortal divine light, densely inscribed with innate Tao patterns. Every drop of blood transformed into a resplendent golden hue, as if stars flickered within and divine beings roared. His internal organs evolved into the essence of the five elements and the cosmos. The great dragon of his spine reared its head and roared, as if to open a true universe. At this moment, the innate holy body was fully awakened. The physical form reached its pinnacle. The body ascended to imperial status. Simultaneously, at the center of Zhang Mo's brow, the long silent Tao embryo began to pulse wildly. It resembled an insatiable beast that had been hungry for eons, opening an invisible maw to devour the primordial essence in one gulp. The path cultivated by this emperor was one of shadows and slaughter, eerie and chilling. Yet, before Zhang Mo's innate Tao embryo, this so-called imperial path was akin to snow meeting the blazing sun, effortlessly disintegrated and refined, ultimately transforming into the purest foundational runes of the great Tao. These runes began to recombine and evolve in a manner both profound and inscrutable. At this moment, Zhang Mo's consciousness seemed to break free from the confines of the physical body, entering an infinite chaos. He beheld the genesis of the universe, the birth of myriad paths. He witnessed the flames burning, thunder roaring, the passage of time, and the expansion of space. He saw the sovereigns of countless eras, those remarkable emperors, each leaving their imprint upon the heavens and earth. The overwhelming paths of power, the ethereal path of nothingness, the unparalleled path of slaughter, and the cyclical path governing life and death, 3,000 paths, billions of laws, were unveiled before him without reservation. Truly, the world is filled with countless heroes. Common cultivators, in their lifetimes, can only choose one path, pursuing a single law to its utmost, eventually transforming it into their own imperial path. Yet, Zhang Mo was different. His innate Tao embryo granted him the qualification to transcend all paths. He need not choose, for he is the origin of all paths. My Tao? Zhang Mo's consciousness resonated within the chaos, proclaiming his status as the origin. Boom. At the moment the word origin echoed, the entire chaos surged with fervor. The 3,000 paths and billions of laws seemed to have found their sovereign, their source. They emitted a hum of submission, transforming into streams of light that fervently converged upon Zhang Mo's Tao embryo. In that instant, his Tao embryo radiated an unprecedented brilliance. It was no longer a singular path, but an all-encompassing, supreme origin Tao that governed all. In the chamber, Zhang Mo's body underwent a profound transformation. His physical form had entirely become an imperishable, crystal-like divine body constructed from the essence of the origin Tao, with every inch of skin flowing with a terrifying power that made even emperors tremble. At the center of his brow, an origin imperial seal, exuding a chaotic hue and seemingly containing all cosmic mysteries, slowly took shape, proclaiming the Tao, becoming an emperor. When Zhang Mo opened his eyes once more, two substantial chaotic divine lights burst forth, effortlessly piercing through the walls of the chamber that could withstand even the full might of an emperor. Shooting into the boundless chaotic void, he rose slowly, clenching his fist. An unprecedented power, so potent it surprised even him, surged within his being. He felt that with but a thought, he could obliterate the dozens of emperors of this era in an instant. A mere glance could damage the Tao of an ancient emperor like the Void Emperor. This was the overwhelming power bestowed by the innate holy body, Tao embryo, after attaining the origin Tao. Ordinary emperors were akin to ants before him. The guardian, a cold smile crept across Zhang Mo's lips. He raised his hand, and a gray figure materialized in his palm. It was the nameless emperor, now merely an empty shell after having his essence refined. At this moment, the nameless emperor's eyes were vacant, resembling a most obedient puppet. Zhang Mo flicked his finger, and a strand of imperial decree containing the essence of the origin Tao penetrated the nameless emperor's brow. The nameless emperor's body shook violently, and life returned to his hollow gaze, filled now with fervent loyalty and devotion. From now on, you shall be my personal guard. Your duty is to discreetly monitor all emperors. Go. Zhang Mo's voice was indifferent and cold, yet carried an undeniable authority. The nameless emperor bowed respectfully, asking no questions and showing no hesitation. Before him, a rift in space silently opened. He stepped through, vanishing into the passage without a trace. The chamber returned to silence. Zhang Mo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze seemingly piercing through endless time and space, directed towards the celestial realm occupied by the guardians. The blood of the Shao family, he murmured softly, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Subsequently, a decree flew from the tower towards the gray-robed emperor. He sent forth not merely an emperor-level assassin, but also a spark capable of igniting a conflagration in the stagnant waters of the celestial realm. Chapter 68. The surge of murderous intent in the vastness of the primordial multiverse, within a desolate, lifeless starry ruin where light could not penetrate. An ancient figure clad in a gray imperial robe, frail and seemingly on the brink of merging with the void, sat cross-legged in silent meditation. He was the gray-robed emperor who, at the auction, had traded the assassination of the Shao family's emperor for an alternative path to immortality. He did not hasten to refine the seed of the origin Tao, for he knew the time was not yet ripe. He required an absolutely secure and undisturbed environment. And the safest place in the world was undoubtedly the origin Treasure Pavilion of the enigmatic Pavilion Master. He aimed first to fulfill his promise by using the blood of the Shao family emperor to earn the Pavilion Master's trust and secure a stable retreat. At that moment, the void before him rippled without warning. A golden decree, entwined with chaotic energy and exuding a supreme aura that even this ancient emperor found soul-shaking, slowly manifested before him. The gray-robed emperor's eyes snapped open, and an unprecedented brilliance erupted from his once dead gaze. It was the Pavilion Master's decree. With immense excitement and reverence, he carefully unfolded the decree. There were no superfluous words, only a cold and domineering character inscribed in the most primal essence of the origin Tao: kill. A simple word, yet it caused the gray-robed emperor to tremble violently. From this word, he sensed an unparalleled will that transcended all paths, a command that dictated all. It was the Pavilion Master's divine mandate to slay Shao Zhantian. Ha! The gray-robed emperor threw his head back, releasing a laugh that had been suppressed for countless epochs, filled with boundless delight and madness. Shao Zhantian, your Shao family pursued this emperor, annihilated my dynasty, and seized my imperial fortune. I have borne this blood debt for 2 epochs, and today, the time for reckoning has finally arrived. Torrents of hatred and murderous intent erupted in his eyes. It turned out that he harbored a deep-rooted vendetta against the Shao family. Once, he was the last emperor of an immortal dynasty, gifted and destined for greatness, aiming to restore his dynasty to its former glory. Yet, unexpectedly, he was targeted by the flourishing Shao family, which mobilized its entire clan during the great calamity of the epoch. That battle shattered the heavens and quaked the earth. His dynasty fell, its people slaughtered, and he himself was left with a shattered body and a ruined fate, forced to flee and seclude himself in a desolate place to survive. For endless years, the flames of vengeance had never extinguished in his heart. In this present moment, with the decree of the Lord and the ethereal flame of annihilation, he finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope for vengeance. With profound gratitude, the gray-robed emperor bowed deeply before the decree, his form prostrating in reverence. Rising slowly, his lifeless gaze turned towards the direction of the 9 heavens' immortal domain, ignited by a vengeful fire capable of incinerating galaxies. With a flick of his palm, the gray flame of annihilation reappeared, burning more fiercely than ever before. The source Tao seed, bestowed upon me by the Lord, is not merely a hope for ascension. He sensed the Tao seed nestled in his brow, resonating in a profound connection with his own path of enlightenment. Through this resonance, His previously indistinct perception of the immortal domain became astonishingly clear. He discerned a path, an ancient smuggling rift long forgotten in the sands of time, abandoned and fraught with spatial turbulence and traps of law. This rift had once been clandestinely established by certain true immortals of a bygone era, who, reluctant to ascend, sought dominion in the mortal realm to evade the pursuit of the immortal domain. Now, it remained known to none. Heaven aids me. No, it is the Lord who aids me. The gray-robe emperor's heart surged with elation. He understood that the Lord was secretly guiding him, illuminating his path. Without a shred of hesitation, he shimmered and resolutely stepped into the ancient rift, fraught with unknown perils. In an instant, his figure vanished from the desolate starry sky of the lower realm. His sole objective was clear: the Nine Heavens' immortal domain, the Shao family imperial clan. The imperial blood would stain the azure sky. The Nine Heavens' immortal domain, the celestial origin immortal land, serves as the core of the world, a sacred ground revered by countless cultivators. Above, 9 eternally radiant suns hung in the sky, casting a gentle, warm, immortal light. Below, immortal energy flowed like a roaring river, nurturing all life. Any wild grass by the roadside, if brought to the lower realm, would be a rare and precious herb for millennia. Each ordinary stone contained pure fragments of law. As one of the premier ancient imperial clans of the celestial origin immortal land, the Shao family's estate occupied a central position. Seated upon the ancestral dragon vein, gazing around, one could see mountains of immortals stretching endlessly, divine light shimmering, and jade palaces towering majestically. Palaces forged from celestial gold and divine iron floated amidst the sea of clouds, entwined with true dragon phantoms and the cries of phoenix spirits, exuding imperial might and ethereal brilliance. At this moment, within the grandest hall of the Shao family, the Battle Heaven Hall, a scene of joyous celebration unfolded, with guests filling every seat. At the head of the hall sat a middle-aged man clad in golden imperial robes, his countenance dignified and commanding. Exuding an aura of authority, Shao Zhantian, the current head of the Shao family and its foremost powerhouse. He had only attained enlightenment a few epochs ago, yet was in the prime of his vitality, his eyes reflecting the sinking of suns and moons, the dissolution of galaxies, with every gesture emanating an overwhelming dominion that suppressed the ages. Below him sat representatives from the foremost powers of the Nine Heavens' immortal domain. There were the venerable elders of the Xiantian's sacred land, adorned in starry robes, embodying the essence of immortality. The head of a kind-hearted Taoist sect, wielding a whisk, was also present, along with several formidable emperors allied with the Shao family. This feast was organized by Shao Zhantian to celebrate his acquisition of a fragmented true immortal battle garment from an ancient relic of a bygone era. Ha ha ha. Dear friends, it is a tremendous honor to have you all grace us with your presence today. Let us raise our cups in celebration, Shao Zhantian proclaimed, lifting his cup crafted from celestial jade, his laughter resonating like thunder, reverberating through the entire hall. Brother Zhantian is too humble. To receive an invitation from you is our honor. The guests responded, raising their cups, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. They recognized that the Shao Zhantian before them was no ordinary emperor. Not only was his combat prowess formidable, ranking among the top 3 in the realm, but he also enjoyed the favor of the eminent guardians of the immortal domain. Rumor had it that he had been designated by an esteemed ancestor among the guardians as the next executor of the harvest. When the next epical calamity began, he would descend to the lower realm wielding supreme immortal artifacts to reap the fortunes and dow fruits of the entire 3,000 realms. Such an accomplishment would be monumental. At that juncture, he might even surpass the constraints of the imperial realm and ascend to immortality, thanks to the rewards from the guardians. Brother Zhantian, I have heard that a small disturbance occurred recently in that desolate pasture of the lower realm. After several rounds of toasting, a guest from the burning heaven valley, the Flame Emperor, casually inquired, setting down his cup. It seems a force called the Origin Treasure Pavilion has shown some insolence and even harmed one of your clan's prodigies. Upon hearing the name of the Origin Treasure Pavilion, the atmosphere in the hall slightly faltered. All present were elite figures from the immortal domain and had heard of the recent scandal involving the elder of the Shao family being publicly humiliated. A fleeting shadow of displeasure crossed Shao Zhantian's face, but was quickly masked by his formidable imperial aura. He snorted coldly, his voice dripping with contempt and disdain. Brother Yan, you worry too much. They are merely a swarm of ants raised in a cage, foolishly believing they can overturn the heavens with a few new toys. That Shao Tiance is also a waste, bringing disgrace to my Shao family. Being cast into the void is just deserts. He raised his cup and downed its contents with a domineering and scornful tone. As for that so-called lord, humph. Once the arrangements of the guardians are complete and the next harvest commences, this emperor will personally descend and crush him along with his dilapidated pavilion to dust. He shall learn what true celestial might entails. His words brimmed with absolute confidence. In his eyes, all things in the lower realm were mere playthings. The so-called lord may have stumbled upon a relic of forbidden immortal artifacts from a previous epoch, allowing him to harm the aging elder of the Shao family from afar. But so what? Before the overwhelming dimensional suppression from the immortal domain, any resistance was but a farce. Ha ha ha. Brother Zhantian speaks truly. These mere ants from the lower realm dare to provoke celestial might. It is truly a case of ignorance. The hall erupted with flattery once more. All faces adorned with smiles of entitlement. In their eyes, the lower realm was but a pasture, its beings mere livestock. Harvesting was a natural order, and rebellion was a crime deserving of death. As they indulged in the finest spiritual fruits and celestial brews from the lower realm, they laughed and chatted, brazenly discussing the fates of the lower realm beings whom they regarded as insignificant as ants, suffused with a nauseating sense of superiority. Suddenly, amidst the mirth and revelry, an earth-shattering roar erupted without warning from the fringes of the Shao family estate. The entire Battle Heaven Hall, along with the celestial mountains beneath it, trembled violently at that moment. The celestial melodies ceased abruptly, and the smiles on every guest's face froze instantaneously. In shock, they turned towards the source of the colossal sound. There, at the western edge of the Shao family territory, the resplendent western extremity immortal mine, composed entirely of celestial vein ore, now erupted with a beam of gray annihilation light that pierced through heaven and earth. Wherever the radiant light passed, celestial mines crumbled, and mystical veins fractured, all existence, under the suffocating aura of obliteration, was rendered into the most primordial void. A terrifying presence, causing the hearts of all emperors present to shudder, emanated from the epicenter of the explosion. Chapter 69. Captivating attention. What on earth is happening? Within the War Heaven Palace, all guests, including those formidable beings who were emperors, rose in alarm, their gazes fixed upon the soaring gray light of annihilation. The aura was too bizarre, too domineering. It brimmed with the essence of termination and extinction, as if it could incinerate myriad paths and obliterate all. It is in the direction of the western extreme celestial mine. Such audacity! Who dares to wreak havoc on the territory of the Shao family? The majestic visage of Shao Zhantian instantly turned frostbitten. He slammed his hand upon the throne, unleashing a torrent of terrifying imperial might. To him, this was nothing short of a blatant provocation. In front of all the top powers of the celestial realm, during his grand banquet, an attack on the Shao family's assets was tantamount to slapping him in the face. Report. Just then, a streak of light shot in from outside the hall, transforming into a golden-armored Saint King guard, who knelt upon the ground with a thud. His voice trembling with fear as he reported, "Ancestor, the western extreme celestial mine has been attacked by unknown enemies. Nearly half of the mine veins have been destroyed. The 3 elders guarding the mine have perished on the spot." What? At these words, the entire assembly was taken aback. The 3 Saint King elders didn't even have time to react before being utterly annihilated? The intruding enemy must possess at least quasi-emperor level strength, perhaps even a true emperor. Investigate. I demand an investigation. Immediately seal off the entire area. I shall see which audacious fool dares to assault the foundation of the Shao family. Shao Zhantian was incensed, his voice as cold as ancient ice, causing the temperature of the grand hall to plummet. Yes, the golden-armored guard complied, transforming into a streak of light as he hurriedly retreated. The atmosphere in the hall shifted from joyous revelry to one of gravity and oppression. Brother Zhantian, it appears there are some nearsighted foes seeking to disrupt your festivities today, remarked the flame emperor of the burning heaven valley, his brow slightly furrowed. Speaking in a solemn tone. Humph, merely a bunch of cowardly rats, retorted Shao Zhantian with a cold snort, reclaiming his throne, although anger lingered on his face. The pride of being a top-tier emperor remained undiminished. No matter, I have already sent orders for Elder 5 and Elder 7 to lead a team for reinforcements. 2 great saints, along with 10 Saint Kings, armed with replicas of our clan's imperial weapon, the Celestial Tower, shall be more than enough to suppress even a true emperor should they arrive. He raised his wine cup, signaling to the guests, there is no need for alarm. This is merely a minor interruption that cannot dampen our spirits. Come, let us continue our revelry. He appeared unperturbed, seemingly dismissing the so-called adversaries entirely. To him, This was merely a probing harassment by some rival forces with past grievances against the Shao family. Dare to wage war on my territory. Even with 100 times their courage, they would not dare. Ha ha, Brother Zhangtian is indeed magnificent. With Brother Zhangtian presiding, what fear do we have of these insignificant figures? Seeing Xiao Zhangtian's confidence, the atmosphere in the hall lightened somewhat. The guests raised their cups once more, continuing their flattery. Yet, a faint shadow loomed over everyone's hearts as they drank, their minds surreptitiously focused on the movements in the direction of the western extreme celestial mine. Meanwhile, above the western extreme celestial mine, the space rippled as two teams of formidable cultivators clad in Shao family battle armor stepped forth from the void. Leading them were Elder 5 and Elder 7, two genuine Saint King powerhouses. They gazed down upon the mine, now a wasteland ravaged by the gray aura of annihilation, and the towering pillar of extinction that lingered above, their expressions turning grim. What an eerie path of obliteration. I have never witnessed such pure destructive force. Elder 5, a robust elder, spoke gravely. The three guarding elders could not even escape a trace of their souls before being eradicated. Elder 7, a middle-aged man with a sinister countenance, his eyes glinting with cold light, asserted that the enemy's strength was undoubtedly formidable. Humph, whoever they are. They have declared enmity against the entire Shao family by daring to assault our mine. Today, we shall ensure they return empty-handed. Elder 5 bellowed, waving his hand. Form the array. Completely seal off this star domain. Not even a fly shall escape. Yes, the dozens of Saint King guards behind him responded in unison, promptly producing array flags and formations, commencing the establishment of a massive, all-encompassing killing array within the void. Elder 5 and Elder 7, their gazes sharp as lightning, swept their divine senses in all directions, desperately searching for the hidden enemy. However, unbeknownst to them, all of this was simply a diversion. Just as the attention of most of the Shao family's powerhouses was drawn toward the western extreme celestial mine, within the heavily fortified main hall of the Shao family's estate. Amidst a feast of clinking glasses and laughter, as Xiao Zhangtian, the Peak Emperor, engaged in spirited discussions with various dignitaries, a ripple of disturbance stirred in the seemingly stable space behind his throne, crafted from celestial king-grade divine metal, reputed to be invulnerable to all. A shadow, enshrouded in gray mist and appearing to merge with the darkness, emerged quietly from the undulating surface, so intangible that even the nearby emperor could not perceive it. This figure was none other than the gray-robed emperor, who should have been confronting the Shao family as powerhouses millions of miles away. In his hands, there were no imperial weapons, no divine abilities, only a flicker of gray flame, quietly burning in his palm, weak yet seemingly on the verge of extinguishment. An overwhelming killing intent, capable of making even emperors tremble, locked onto its target in that instant. Autumn has arrived. Brothers, dress warmly. I caught a cold last night and wrote this in a daze. I will post more tomorrow. Chapter 70. Jade Talisman within the War Heaven Palace. Tranquility reigned. Xiao Zhangtian raised his cup, conversing amiably with the Supreme Elder of the Xiantian Sacred Land, discussing the future landscape of the celestial realm and the fates of those insignificant ants from the lower realms. His countenance radiated confidence in orchestrating grand schemes, coupled with a detached demeanor towards the lives of the weak. He remained utterly oblivious to the shadow of death, which silently coiled around his back like a venomous viper. Just as he lifted his cup, prepared to down the exquisite wine brewed from millennia-old celestial nectar, a chilling, deathly silence, seemingly emanating from the deepest abyss of the underworld, erupted without warning from behind him. This chill was not mere physical coldness, but an ultimate extinction that directly impacted the soul and the essence of the Tao. What? Nonetheless, Xiao Zhangtian was a battle-hardened peak emperor, having carved his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His battle instincts were etched into his very being. Upon sensing that murderous intent, he had no time to turn around or contemplate. The imperial laws within him erupted like a volcano. Boom. A golden light shot skyward from within him, instantly enveloping his entire being in a divine armor forged from the purest essence of the path of war. He unleashed a punch with a swift motion, directed at the source of the impending threat behind him, striking with unrestrained ferocity. This blow was executed with all his might, akin to a dragon soaring through the cosmos. As the force of his fist surged forth, the very fabric of space shattered like fragile glass, dissolving into a vast, chaotic abyss. He held unwavering confidence that, at such close quarters, even a peak emperor of the same rank would find their imperial body rent asunder by his full-force strike, their path to greatness irrevocably damaged. However, What he faced was no ordinary emperor. Instead, he confronted a madman who had endured for 2 epochs, consolidating all life, all paths, and all will into the singular pursuit of vengeance. In the face of Xiao Zhantian's fist, powerful enough to shatter galaxies, the gray-robed emperor exhibited neither evasion nor fear. What resided in his eyes was an unending, icy, indifferent murderous intent. He did not flinch or retreat. He allowed the terrifying gale of the punch to rend his already battered imperial body, blood spilling profusely. Instead, he channeled all his strength, every vestige of his imperial essence, and even the burning spirit of his imperial soul into the palm of his hand, into that flicker of faint gray flame. Then, with an attitude of mutual destruction, he forcefully pressed it against the vulnerable spot on Xiao Zhantian's back. A soft hissing sound echoed, akin to a heated brand searing into cold flesh. The golden divine armor, capable of withstanding the mightiest blow from an emperor's weapon, crumbled like paper before the seemingly feeble gray flame, easily pierced. The extinction celestial flame, an abominable fire embodying the power to end epochs, imprinted itself onto Xiao Zhantian's formidable, undying imperial body. A chilling scream, more ghastly than human, reverberated throughout the entire battle heaven hall. Xiao Zhantian's authoritative visage was instantly marred with disbelief, pain, and horror. He could distinctly sense an incomprehensible, indelible force of extinction surging from the center of his back, violently spreading toward his limbs, bones, and even the depths of his soul. His imperial laws began to dissolve and collapse in the presence of this annihilating force, as his life essence was mercilessly consumed by the gray flame. This was the extinction celestial flame. Amidst the excruciating agony, Xiao Zhantian finally recognized the origin of this flame, his eyes filled with boundless terror and panic. Why, you are that monarch? How can you still be alive? He recognized the aura of the gray-robed emperor, the very dynasty his family had obliterated. A wretched creature that should have long perished in the river of time. Thanks to your Xiao family, I have survived 2 epochs in the depths of the 9 nether hell. The gray-robed emperor's voice rasped with resentment, like a malevolent spirit crawling from the abyss. Today, I have come to reclaim this blood debt from your Xiao family. Seeking death, Xiao Zhantian, both astonished and enraged, gritted his teeth against the searing pain consuming his soul, desperately channeling the imperial power within him to expel the accursed flame from his body. Simultaneously, chaos erupted within the battle heaven hall. Assassins, quickly protect the family head. The guests, after a brief moment of shock, reacted in a flurry, especially the few terrifying beings who were also emperors, who immediately launched devastating attacks against the gray-robed emperor. You audacious lunatic! How dare you attempt to assassinate in the battle heaven hall? Pay with your life! The flame emperor of the burning heaven valley bellowed, unleashing a torrent of crimson imperial fire, capable of incinerating all, towards the gray-robed emperor. The elder of the mystic heaven's sacred land, a quasi-emperor, summoned a celestial chart that obscured the sun, transforming it into a starry cage meant to thoroughly suppress the gray-robed emperor. Multiple emperors and quasi-emperors struck simultaneously. The might of their combined force could have reduced the heavens and earth back into chaos. Yet, the gray-robed emperor remained unfazed, his gaze fixated solely on one target, Xiao Zhantian. He must die? He had to die? The gray-robed emperor let out a frenzied roar, recklessly igniting more of his imperial essence to elevate the power of the extinction celestial flame to its zenith. With a resounding thud, Xiao Zhantian's imperial body could no longer withstand the strain. The gray flame completely pierced through his chest, creating a massive void that illuminated from front to back. Golden imperial blood gushed forth like water, spilling uncontrollably. His essence deteriorated at a visibly alarming rate. No, this emperor cannot die. Xiao Zhantian felt his life force slipping away, his eyes brimming with endless fear and unwillingness. He still had a bright future ahead. He yearned to harvest the lower realms and ascend to immortality. How could he perish here? In that moment, on the brink of life and death, he clenched his teeth, and a brilliant celestial light erupted from his brow. An ancient jade talisman, intricately carved from an unknown celestial jade and inscribed with the word guardian, soared from his forehead. Chapter 71. Assassination successful. The moment the guardian jade talisman appeared, it unleashed a terrifying celestial might that surpassed the imperial realm, transcending all paths in this world. Boom. The talisman ignited spontaneously, morphing into a dazzling celestial radiance. Within this brilliance, a figure shrouded in boundless dark laws, resembling a terrifying specter of the abyss, slowly emerged. Merely standing there, an aura belonging to true immortals, potent enough to instill dread across the realms, descended with tremendous force. Puff, 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 within the battle heaven hall. Those attacking the gray-robed emperor, including the Flame Emperor and the mystic heaven sacred land elder, found their assaults dissolving before this celestial might like snow under a scorching sun. Instantly vanishing, they were struck as if by lightning, each spitting out blood, pinned in place by this irresistible pressure, unable to move. Their eyes were filled with horror and fear. True immortal. This was indeed a protective decree infused with the full might of a true immortal. It was a life-saving trump card bestowed upon Xiao Zhantian by the lofty guardians of the celestial realm. Ha ha, you are doomed. Xiao Zhantian laughed maniacally, a mix of madness and resentment flooding his voice as he gazed upon the descending true immortal specter, forcing this emperor to use such a trump card. You have every reason to be proud. Today, not only will you die, but I shall also extract your imperial soul and burn it with celestial fire for 100,000 years, ensuring you never escape to the afterlife. He roared with venomous fury, envisioning the gray-robed emperor's tragic demise beneath the finger of the true immortal specter. The true immortal specter, formed from dark laws, slowly raised its finger. It was a digit wrought from the purest essence of dark celestial laws, entwined with ominous and uncanny energy capable of shattering the resolve of any emperor. With no semblance of emotion, it indifferently pointed towards the insignificant gray-robed figure, whom it had locked onto with overwhelming pressure. This seemingly slow gesture contained a profound principle that transcended time and space. It disregarded distance and laws. Arriving at the brow of the gray-robed emperor in an instant, the shadow of death loomed ominously in the face of this true immortal's finger, capable of obliterating all. The gray-robed emperor's visage, concealed in the mists, bore no trace of fear. Instead, it radiated a frenzied resolve akin to liberation. Think you can kill me? You are not worthy. He let out a hoarse, derisive growl filled with boundless mockery. The master decrees that you must die. Therefore you shall die. At that moment, he forsook all defense. The seed of origin, which he had recently acquired and had yet to fully refine, erupted brilliantly at his brow. A force that does not belong to this era or this realm, transcending the celestial path, seemingly emanating from the very inception of the universe, the primordial creative power, erupted violently from that seed. This was not a complete explosion, merely a whisper. Yet, it was this whisper of the creative primordial force that, in the instant of its ignition, infused the already faint extinguishing celestial flames in the palm of the gray-robe emperor as if drenched in the divine oil of countless cosmic stars, causing its might to surge by not merely 100-fold, but 1,000-fold. Boom. The gray flames instantaneously transformed into an inferno capable of incinerating the heavens and evaporating the starry seas. That sea of flames surged upward, adopting an unyielding and unreasonable demeanor, directly devouring the imposing phantom of the true immortal along with the dark celestial finger it had pointed. No, what power is this? The eternally indifferent will of the true immortal phantom finally exhibited violent fluctuations at this moment. It let out a roar filled with utmost terror. It could sense that its celestial laws, potent enough to annihilate an emperor, were as fragile as mere parchment before that gray flame, effortlessly consumed and disintegrated. It yearned to struggle, to escape. However, all was in vain. The extinguishing celestial flames, now bolstered by a trace of creative primordial power, had reached a level of unimaginable terror that even true immortals would tremble before. A soft sound, the true immortal phantom, bestowed by the overseer to safeguard life, was utterly incinerated by that sea of gray flames in the horrified and incredulous gaze of Xiao Zhantian. Not a trace remained. No, this is impossible. Xiao Zhantian completely collapsed. His greatest trump card, his final hope, had vanished just like that. He gazed in terror at the sea of extinguishing flames that, having annihilated the true immortal phantom, surged even more violently toward him, his eyes filled with boundless despair. No, he let out his final, piercing, and unwilling scream. Then, his powerful immortal body, along with his proud imperial soul, was completely consumed by that gray sea of flames. No struggle, no resistance. A reigning emperor, in the zenith of his power, was alive and burned to nothingness within his own abode, before the eyes of countless top-tier powers in the celestial realm. Both form and spirit annihilated. All paths turned to void. In the hall of war, an oppressive silence ensued. Everyone stared in a stupor at the empty throne, their minds blank. Xiao Zhantian is dead. Just like that? Within this suffocating silence, the emperor's body had already shattered, leaving only a trace of remnant soul, the gray-robed figure seemingly on the verge of dissipating. struggling for breath. In the void left by Xiao Zhantian's fall, with the extinguishing celestial flames burning the last vestiges of his life, he slowly inscribed a line filled with endless mockery and dominance in blood-red characters. By the command of the Pavilion Master, to collect debts from you. The characters danced like dragons and phoenixes, their murderous intent soaring to the heavens. Each word struck like a resounding slap across the faces of all the celestial realm's powerful figures present. Having completed this act, the remnant soul of the gray-robe emperor could no longer endure, rapidly becoming transparent. Just as he was about to vanish completely from the world, an ancient talisman, crafted by Zhang Mo himself and imbued with a trace of the spatial laws of the origin Tao, quietly illuminated from his bosom. Buzz, space warped, and a barely perceptible fissure opened behind him. His figure was instantaneously consumed by that fissure, disappearing without a trace, leaving behind a hall in disarray. A ground strewn with fear, and a line of blood-red declaration burning in the void, as if mocking the entire celestial realm. Chapter 72. The Sovereign in the Xiao family's Hall of War. Silence persisted, an oppressive stillness. All guests, whether the ethereal elders of sacred lands or the formidable existences among the emperors, stood frozen in place, like marionettes caught in a binding spell, motionless. Their faces bore the indelible marks of extreme horror and confusion. In their minds, the scene that had just obliterated their understanding replayed over and over again. A peak emperor, assassinated in his own abode. Even the true immortal decree granted by the overseer had been vivaciously incinerated by an even more bizarre and terrifying force. Ultimately, the assassin departed, leaving behind a blood-red declaration filled with mockery. This was more surreal than mythology, more absurd than the most far-fetched tales. Gulp. After an indeterminate duration, the Flame Emperor of Burning Heaven Valley finally managed to swallow hard, breaking the suffocating silence. He gazed at the empty imperial seat and the glaring blood-red characters burning in the void, his voice hoarse as he murmured, "The heavens are changing. Not just changing." The quasi-emperor ancestor of the Xiantian sacred land chuckled bitterly, shaking his head, his voice laden with endless bitterness and fear. This is going to collapse. This time, the situation has escalated far too much. He felt an immense relief for not aligning himself against the mysterious gray-robed assassin due to Xiao Zhantian's overwhelming might. Otherwise, he would likely be lying on the ground as well. The Origin Treasure Pavilion, once merely a legend in the lower realms. This mysterious force now loomed like the sharpest sword of Damocles, hanging ominously over all the celestial realm powers. Now, it had even dispatched an assassin, brazenly incinerating the current head of the Xiao family, a peak emperor, before the entire celestial realm. What audacity! What arrogance! What lawlessness! This mysterious pavilion master clearly regarded these so-called imperial families and eternal sacred lands with utter disdain. May those in power swiftly quell this matter. Otherwise, the celestial realm will be engulfed in panic. Quickly, send messages back to the sect. Seal the mountain gates. Activate the highest level of protective arrays. Recall all disciples traveling outside immediately. No mistakes permitted. After a brief silence, the hall erupted into chaos. Representatives from all forces, like cats with their tails stepped on, turned pale and panicked, relaying the earth-shattering news back to their respective sects. They were terrified. They were genuinely afraid. A force that dared to openly slay even the Xiao family could crush them as easily as squashing an ant. Until the true intent of this pavilion master was ascertained, no one dared to act rashly. In an instant, the entire Hall of War was in disarray. Meanwhile, the Xiao family, as the primary house, was engulfed in unprecedented chaos and terror. The head of the family was slain. This was an unbearable, shameful humiliation for any imperial clan. Ah, you brats! How dare you! Kill, pursue. Even if it leads to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, to the cosmic wilderness, I will tear that accursed assassin to shreds. Several aged and furious roars erupted from the depths of the Xiao family's ancestral grounds. Following closely, 3 equally imposing figures, exuding terrifying imperial might, yet visibly diminished in vitality, tore through the void and descended into the Hall of War. They beheld the empty imperial seat and the burning blood-red characters, their imperial forms trembling with rage. However, when they attempted to extinguish those blood-red characters using imperial laws, they were horrified to discover that within the flames lay a trace of the creative primordial power, immortal and indestructible, that even they found unsettling. Their imperial path, upon encountering the flames, was consumed instantaneously, akin to snow melting beneath the blazing sun, utterly extinguished. This signifies that this declaration, laden with humiliation, will forever be branded upon the battle hall of the Shao clan, an indelible stain that they can never erase. In a fit of rage, a particularly hot-tempered ancient ancestor of the Shao clan spat out a mouthful of old blood. The entire Nine Heavens immortal domain erupted in turmoil due to the fall of Shao Zhantian. The news spread like a cataclysmic storm, sweeping across the immortal domain and even reaching the farthest reaches of the primordial realms at a speed exceeding that of light. An emperor had fallen, something that had not occurred for countless millennia. Now, a peak emperor was brazenly assassinated within his own residence. This was akin to dropping a nuclear bomb upon the tranquil waters of the immortal domain, shattering the calm that had persisted for eons. Countless sacred sites, immortal dynasties, and ancient traditions, upon receiving the news, recoiled in unison. They hastily activated their protective formations, ordering their disciples to remain indoors, fearful of being swept into the tempest unleashed by the Origin Treasure Pavilion against the Shao clan. The entire immortal domain was rife with tension, shadows lurking, and currents churning. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all, the enigmatic and tyrannical leader of the Origin Treasure Pavilion, etched his name indelibly in the hearts of all the top-tier powerhouses of the immortal domain. At that moment, in the lounge of the Origin Treasure Pavilion, Zhang Mo lay leisurely upon the sofa, observing the chaotic scene of the Shao clan on the luminous screen, along with the audacious blood-red characters that he had personally orchestrated. A satisfied smile gracing his face. Indeed, this performance was exceptionally refined. To kill is one thing, but to strike at the heart is another. This gray-robed elder is a man of discernment, he mused contentedly. Just then, a system notification resonated thunderously in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully orchestrated and accomplished the assassination of an immortal domain emperor, significantly disrupting the existing world order of the primordial realms. As a reward, the host will receive 100 million points of fortune. Ding! Detected that the host's series of actions has greatly invigorated the spirit of resistance among the beings of the lower realms. Your fate is now deeply bound to that of the primordial realms, lower realms. Special status triggered. Heart of the Myriad Realms. Heart of the Myriad Realms. As the master of this realm, when the Myriad Realms flourish, so too shall the host flourish. When the Myriad Realms decline, so shall the host decline. Within the lower realms, the host will receive the supreme augmentation of heavenly fortune. Words become laws, and myriad paths resonate. Your will is the decree of this realm. What? Zhang Mo leapt from the sofa in astonishment at the cascade of notifications displayed on the screen. 100 million points of fortune. This equates to financial freedom. The fortune he had painstakingly accrued over time barely amounted to a fraction of this sum. What astounded him even more was the so-called heart of the Myriad Realms. Bound to the fate of the lower realms, words becoming law, his will equating to divine decree. Did this mean he had become the sovereign of these 3,000 realms? Zhang Mo felt a profound connection with the endless world beneath his feet and the myriad beings within it, as if they were linked by a shared bloodline. He could almost hear the muffled cheers of every being, exulting at the news of Shao Zhantian's demise. He sensed the rekindled spirit of resistance in every powerful being, refusing to be harvested like livestock. These wills, these fortunes, converged into an expansive golden river, surging towards him and the Origin Treasure Pavilion from all directions. So this is the true nature of destiny investment? Previously, I had underestimated the scope. Now, investing in a realm yields an inexhaustible well of fortune, Zhang Mo murmured, his eyes shimmering with unprecedented brilliance. He seemed to have discovered something far more intriguing than merely causing chaos. Chapter 73. The arrival of the emperors. The death of Shao Zhantian resonated like a thunderclap across the primordial realms, severing the oppressive gloom that had lingered over the emperors of the lower realms for epochs. It was akin to a resounding slap in the face of all those who fancied themselves high and mighty, treating the lower realms as mere pastures. Moreover, it served as a potent stimulant, invigorating every emperor in the lower realms who refused to be treated like cattle. They finally acknowledged one truth. The mysterious leader of the Origin Treasure Pavilion was not jesting. He truly possessed the audacity and capability to confront the behemoth that was the immortal domain. In the Myriad Phenomena Divine City, the Origin Treasure Pavilion remained quietly suspended within the chaotic mists, exuding an aura of transcendence and immortality. 3 days after the auction concluded, a resounding boom shattered the tranquility above Tianxiong Mountain, as a tyrannical imperial might brutally tore apart the fabric of space. A grand figure clad in a robe adorned with 9 dragons, wearing the crown of the heavens, stepped forth from the rift, embodying the ancient ancestor of the eternal immortal dynasty. Upon his arrival, he did not unleash any oppressive aura. Rather, he suppressed all emperor-like presence, adjusting the robe that symbolized supreme imperial authority. Then, he reverently bowed his proud head, which had never lowered to anyone, toward the mysterious pavilion. Qin Wunyan of the eternal immortal dynasty pays homage to the pavilion master. His voice resounded grandly and solemnly, echoing throughout the Myriad Phenomena Divine City. We, the eternal immortal dynasty, pledge to honor the pavilion master as our sovereign. We shall devote our dynasty's full strength to follow the pavilion master in the quest to vanquish the immortal domain and reopen the path to the immortals. His words struck with gravity, each syllable seeming to herald the dawn of a new era across the primordial realms. The crowd within the Myriad Phenomena Divine City erupted in fervor upon hearing these words. The ancient ancestor of the eternal immortal dynasty was pledging allegiance? Heavens! The eternal immortal dynasty, a lineage that had endured for nearly 10 million years, steeped in unfathomable depth. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the very instant the ancient ancestor of the eternal immortal dynasty finished speaking, a chilling, decayed aura enveloped another section of the sky. The space silently fractured, and a skeletal emperor composed entirely of immortal bones, with ghostly blue flames burning in its eye sockets, emerged from the abyssal rift. Casting a glance at the ancient ancestor of the eternal immortal dynasty, he emitted a series of disconcerting bone-grinding sounds. "You old fellow, you certainly moved quickly." Then, he too slightly bowed toward the direction of the Origin Treasure Pavilion, his voice resonating throughout the heavens and earth. "The Burial Emperor Abyss is willing to heed the Pavilion Master's command. Any enemies from the immortal domain that dare to invade, my Abyss shall offer up countless imperial corpses as vanguards, ready to devour them whole." Boom. If the loyalty of the eternal immortal dynasty merely shocked the crowd, then the fact that even the Burial Emperor Abyss, a place considered a taboo even by the immortal domain, had chosen to submit, instilled a profound fear within everyone's souls. The Pavilion Master might reach such heights. Immediately after, a roar echoed from the southern horizon, shrouded in an endless expanse of demonic energy. The ancient demon emperor of the Myriad Demon Sacred Court, in the form of a colossal Kunpun, tore through the clouds and descended upon the world. We, the Myriad Demon Sacred Court, are willing to serve the Pavilion Master. In the western sky, the sound of sacred chants reverberated as the Buddha light illuminated the surroundings. The ancient Buddha from the 10,000 Buddhas temple, standing upon a 12-petal golden lotus of merit, manifested with an air of solemnity. Amipa, the immortal domain has no righteousness, treating us as mere fodder. Surely, divine retribution awaits. We, the Buddhist sect, are willing to assist the Pavilion Master in rectifying the chaos. 1, 2, 10. Countless figures, one after another. The formidable emperors who had previously confronted each other at the auction, even resorting to physical altercations, now appeared as if summoned by some divine call. They tore through the fabric of the void, descending from the farthest corners of the myriad realms to hover above the capital of all manifestations. Their auras were diverse. Some exuded dominance, others coldness, some sanctity, and others an eerie allure. The convergence of dozens of terrifying imperial presences formed a formidable tide capable of shaking the very foundations of the 3,000 realms. Yet, at this moment, this tide was as gentle as lambs. They all restrained their formidable auras and cast aside their imperial pride, floating quietly around the Origin Treasure Pavilion like devoted pilgrims. Their gazes were fixated upon the mysterious pavilion, filled with reverence, anticipation, and a hint of fervor. The gathering of emperors was a spectacle unprecedented in the annals of history, one that even the legends had not chronicled, vividly unfolding before the multitude in the capital. All the cultivators who witnessed this scene trembled with excitement, tears welling in their eyes. They understood they were witnessing history, a moment destined to be recorded in the annals, a topic of discourse for future generations of cultivators. A new era, marked by a clarion call for rebellion from the beings of the lower realms, was on the verge of unfolding. Led by the enigmatic master of the pavilion within, amidst the grandeur of the Emperor's gathering, the atmosphere within the Origin Treasure Pavilion remained tranquil. Zhang Mo had no intention of making an appearance. Instead, he lounged in the backstage lounge, observing the scene on the luminous screen, reminiscent of a grand fan meeting. While lazily yawning, there was quite a crowd, each displaying their theatrical flair. To him, these old fellows were merely anxious for a strong ally, pushed to the brink by the Reaper's scythe. However, the feeling of collective yearning was quite pleasant. Contemplating, he decided it prudent to offer some reassurance to his restless followers. With a mere thought, A simple yet elegant golden decree floated from the pavilion, suspended above Tianxian Mountain. The decree bore 8 magnificent characters inscribed in the Origin Tao principles: conserve energy, await opportunity. These 8 simple words seemed to encapsulate an extraordinary power to calm anxious hearts. The emperors who beheld this decree felt their racing imperial hearts instantly stabilize, their eyes igniting with understanding. I comprehend. The ancient ancestor of the eternal celestial dynasty, observing the 8 characters, applauded in admiration, his expression revealing a sense of mastery over the situation. The pavilion master was conveying that they should not become complacent after the assassination of Xiao Zhantian, thereby alerting their foes. The might of the celestial domain far exceeded their imagination. Their current task was to accumulate strength, consolidate all resistance forces, and await the optimal moment to strike. Indeed, echoed the Skull Emperor of the Burial Abyss, his voice resonating with agreement. The pavilion master's foresight is beyond our reach. He urges us to conserve our strength, surely having prepared means for our enhancement. Perhaps the next auction will unveil truly transcendent treasures, enabling our breakthrough. The wait for opportunity indicates that the pavilion master has positioned other pieces within the celestial domain, awaiting a perfect moment for a coordinated strike to overturn its dominion. One emperor after another began to fervently speculate, interpreting Zhang Mo's casually pinned 8 characters into 18 different, profoundly intricate strategic intentions. In their eyes, this mysterious pavilion master was akin to an unparalleled sage, orchestrating the fate of the world with unparalleled wisdom. The last remnants of doubt within them evaporated, replaced by a resolute conviction to follow. We shall adhere to the pavilion master's decree, they proclaimed in unison, their voices merging into a tide powerful enough to reverberate through the universe. Subsequently, they tore through the void, returning to their respective paths, intent on consolidating their powers, liquidating assets, and rallying all who could be mobilized. They were preparing for the impending ultimate confrontation with the celestial domain. Zhang Mo's thoughts were quite simple. Even if summoned to the celestial domain now, he lacked the strength. An old adage from his original world resonated: amass resources, build strong walls, and delay ascendance to power. Chapter 74. The Supreme Celestial Palace. In the boundless depths of chaos lay the Supreme Celestial Palace, an edifice starkly contrasting the resplendent and auspicious aura of the entire celestial domain. This dark, foreboding temple, forged from an unknown black celestial gold, was etched with countless twisted, eerie runes, exuding an aura of ominous decay that even true celestial beings found unsettling. Here resided the stronghold of the celestial domain's guardians, the true seat of power within the 9 heavens. At this moment, deep within the palace, a throne of bones, constructed from the remains of countless celestial spirits, was occupied by a terrifying figure obscured by the endless laws of darkness. He was the 9th ancestor, one of the guardians responsible for all affairs within the lower realm's pastures. Beneath him knelt a trembling figure clad in a green robe, the emissary sent by the guardians to spy on the Origin Treasure Pavilion, quaking in fear. Unable to lift his head, his body shook uncontrollably, as if bearing an unimaginable weight. Waste. The 9th ancestor's cold, emotionless voice resounded, each word striking the green-robed man's soul like a hammer imbued with the power of true celestial beings. The green-robed emissary, a formidable presence in the lower realm, now found himself utterly unable to resist. He coughed up a mouthful of celestial blood, his aura instantly diminishing. A mere auction house in the lower realm, and you allow yourselves to be outmaneuvered by a cunning rat, even losing a peak emperor? The 9th ancestor's tone remained flat, yet the fury within was potent enough to freeze the entire supreme celestial palace. Forgive me, 9th ancestor, I beseech you to temper your anger, the emissary stammered, bowing and begging for mercy. It is not due to my incompetence. The pavilion master is simply too enigmatic. He appears to be a living celestial king. With great effort, he managed to vocalize the term celestial king. Celestial king? At the mention of those 2 words, a flicker of emotion crossed the 9th ancestor's countenance. He emitted a derisive, mocking laugh. Huh, celestial kings? In this epoch, true celestial kings have long ceased to exist. If a celestial king were truly among us, how could we still draw breath? His voice radiated absolute confidence, as if stating an undeniable truth. It is likely merely a ruse, relying on some ancient, forbidden celestial artifact left over from the previous epoch to bluster. Though fear lingered in his heart, the emissary dared not contradict. He understood the horror of the 9th ancestor. The guardians of the celestial domain comprised 9 ancestors, with the 9th as the lowest and the 1st as the highest. The 9th ancestor, 8th Ancestor, and 7th Ancestor. All stand as genuine celestial realm powerhouses. The 6th, 5th, and 4th Ancestors, positioned in the middle, have ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial realm, merely a step away from the legendary quasi-celestial king domain. As for the 3rd and 2nd Ancestors above them, they have long since entered the realm of quasi-celestial kings, towering figures who gaze down upon the rise and fall of epochs. It is said that the most enigmatic progenitor, who has never truly revealed themselves, is a genuine celestial king. It was this being who, during the cataclysmic battle at the end of that epoch, betrayed all fellow celestial kings and conspired with the forbidden dark entities, dragging all celestial kings into the eternal battleground of time. Thus, the present guardians of the celestial domain came to be. With such a formidable backing, the 9th Ancestor naturally regards a suspected celestial king from the lower realms with disdain. The livestock of the ranch, after being nurtured for so long, dare to harbor thoughts of rebelling against the butcher. The 9th Ancestor's icy voice echoed once more. It seems the time has come for an early harvest. A glint of merciless coldness flashed through his eyes, hidden behind the veil of dark laws. He cast his gaze downward at the trembling green envoy. I grant you an opportunity to redeem yourself. Thank you, 9th Ancestor. Thank you, 9th Ancestor. The green envoy's eyes exploded with elation upon hearing this, fervently bowing, as if grasping a lifeline. Go to the Imperial Fallen Graveyard. The 9th Ancestor's voice delivered the command with no hint of emotion. Use my decree to awaken the 3 Tomb Guardians. The Imperial Fallen Graveyard? The Guardians. Upon hearing these words, the green envoy's ecstasy instantly solidified, replaced by an even more profound terror. He knew what that place was. He understood the dread and ominous nature of the so-called Guardians. They were one of the most terrifying contingencies left behind by the 9th Ancestor, and those even more powerful. 3 beings who, while attempting to breach the celestial realm, failed and were eroded by the laws of the celestial domain, tainted by dark matter, yet miraculously survived as remnants of celestial beings. Though they had failed, their power level had already 1 foot in the domain of the celestials. Their might was beyond that of any emperor. Yet, simultaneously, they had become deranged and twisted due to their failure, existing in a state that even the Guardians were reluctant to employ lightly. The Guardians could not descend to the lower realms, fearing that these Tomb Guardians would ruin the carefully nurtured ranch. Yet now, the 9th Ancestor intended to awaken them. Tell them. The 9th Ancestor's voice dripped with demonic temptation. If they can flatten that pavilion and bring the head of its master, I shall personally assist them in cleansing their wounds and rectifying their shortcomings, permitting them to enter the celestial domain, granting them true longevity. Upon hearing this, the green envoy's body trembled violently. He knew that this condition was one that the 3 remnants, tormented by the shadow of death for countless millennia, could never refuse. I shall obey. Suppressing his fear, excitement and fervor flickered in his eyes. I will not disappoint the 9th Ancestor. He respectfully accepted the dark decree, imbued with the will of the celestial, personally bestowed by the 9th Ancestor, and in a flash, vanished from the cold celestial palace. He would descend to the lower realms. He would awaken the 3 beings capable of plunging the entire 3,000 realms into an eternal nightmare. Chapter 75. The 3 remnants of celestials in the 9 heavens celestial domain, within an ancient passage so secretive that even ordinary celestials cannot perceive it. The green envoy's figure weaved through the chaotic currents of space. This passage was specifically opened by the Guardians, serving as a shortcut for transmitting will and emissaries to the ranch. The walls of the passage were engraved with the dark celestial runes laid down by the 9th Ancestor, shielding it from all prying eyes while emanating a chilling aura that could freeze the soul. The green envoy lowered his gaze, afraid to glance at the twisted runes. The 9th Ancestor's wrath was infinitely more terrifying than the chaotic currents within this passage. The mere thought of his destination made his body tremble. The Imperial Fallen Graveyard, a taboo moniker that even the celestial domain keeps shrouded in secrecy. After traversing for an unknown duration, a dim, ashen light appeared ahead. Without hesitation, the green envoy plunged into it. Instantly, an indescribable stench and malice assaulted him. Here lay the most terrifying cursed ground of the 3,000 realms, the Imperial Fallen Graveyard. The sky was eternally leaden gray, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. The earth was stained a dark crimson, soaked in the blood of countless fallen emperors across epochs, hardened like divine iron, yet exuding a strong scent of decay. A broken imperial sword was lodged into the ground nearby. Its blade still retained a hint of indomitable imperial power, yet was suppressed by the surrounding thick, deathly aura, emitting a mournful hum. A shattered imperial spear dangled with the dried bones of an emperor, its hollow eye sockets seemingly voicing the unyielding resentment before death. Scanning the area, remnants of imperial weapons and bones sprawled endlessly throughout the graveyard. The air was rife with chaotic laws. Occasionally, spatial rifts would silently open, devouring everything, while time currents swept through, reducing ancient divine stones to dust in an instant. Even more terrifying were the countless vengeful spirits formed from the lingering obsessions of fallen emperors. Now taking on a tangible form, visible gray specters wandering aimlessly through the graveyard. They possessed no intellect, only the most primal hatred for the living. Even a Saint King stepping into this realm would be eroded by these vengeful sentiments, causing their heart of Tao to crumble and become a mere shell of existence. The Green Envoy activated a protective light around him, cautiously avoiding the roaming imperial resentments as he made his way toward the center of the graveyard. His complexion was pale, each step an arduous struggle. The oppressive environment weighed heavily upon him, even as a mighty emperor. At last, he arrived at the heart of the graveyard. A towering structure made of countless imperial skulls loomed between heaven and earth. This edifice was colossal, resembling a divine mountain of white bones piercing through the heavens. Each skull had once belonged to a sovereign of an era, each having gazed down upon the ages, invincible across the realm. Yet now, they served as the humblest adornments of this structure, their eye sockets burning with an unquenchable ghostly green flame, merging into a sea of despair. Standing beneath this structure, the Green Envoy appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust. He took a deep breath, suppressing his awe and fear, reverently presenting the dark decree bestowed by the Ninth Ancestor. By the decree of the Ninth Ancestor, he proclaimed loudly, his voice amplified by celestial power, resonating throughout the desolate graveyard. As his words fell, the decree in his hand ignited spontaneously, transforming into 3 streams of deep black light that, defying space and distance, shot into the depths of the colossal white bone structure in an instant. Boom. In the next moment, the entire imperial fallen graveyard began to tremble violently. The ground cracked, and countless broken imperial weapons shattered with mournful cries. Above the white bone structure, the ghostly flames within the myriad imperial skulls flickered wildly, as if they had glimpsed something so terrifying it drove them to the brink of madness. At the pinnacle of the structure, space collapsed, and 3 ancient coffins, colossal beyond imagination, began to rise slowly from the depths of the endless bones, accompanied by a sound that grated on the teeth. Each coffin was of a distinct material. One was entirely forged from indestructible celestial gold, shimmering brilliantly, yet entwined with inescapable deathly aura. Another was carved from an entire divine tree of rebirth, radiating vibrant life, yet exuding an overwhelming sense of decay. The final vessel, astonishingly, was forged from countless shattered fragments of celestial artifacts, forcibly pieced together, its surface marred by grotesque fissures, as if it were on the brink of disintegration. The moment these 3 coffins fully ascended, 3 distinct yet equally transcendent presences, exuding an aura of decay, enigma, and ominous terror that surpassed even that of the great emperors, surged forth into the heavens. Boom. At that instant, the firmament of the 3,000 realms was irrevocably tainted by a pallid hue, stained by these 3 sinister forces. A cacophony of lamentation echoed through the cosmos, as if the very heavens wept for the impending calamity. Crack! The lid of the first immortal golden coffin slowly creaked open. From within emerged a skeleton ablaze with ghostly blue flames. Lacking flesh, each bone gleamed like jade, yet was etched with the runes of death. With each step it took in the void, the space beneath it withered rapidly, dissolving into a realm of desolation. It was the remnant of the ghost domain. Crack! The second coffin, crafted from the sacred wood of rebirth, revealed a breathtaking woman as she gradually sat up. Her beauty was unparalleled, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, her skin as radiant as freshly fallen snow. Yet, from her left shoulder to her right foot, her body had transformed entirely into a lifeless gray stone, riddled with web-like fractures. She was the remnant of the stone dish. Roar! The third patched coffin erupted violently. A colossal figure, towering 10,000 feet, fashioned from the remnants of numerous emperors and stitched together with eerie black threads, rose from its depths, with 3 heads and 6 arms. Each head belonged to an invincible emperor of yore. He emanated a chaotic and ferocious aura, a fusion of countless imperial essences, both clashing and bizarrely harmonizing. He was the remnant of the 100 corpses. These beings were the remnants of failed ascendants, consumed by the laws of the celestial path, tainted by dark matter, their minds twisted yet miraculously surviving. They were remnants, stronger than emperors, yet eternally barred from becoming true immortals. The gazes of the three remnants pierced through the boundless void, landing squarely upon Qin Shi. In their eyes, there was no life, only an endless abyss of madness, resentment, and an insatiable thirst for immortality. The remnant of the ghost domain spoke in a voice like metal scraping, the chance for eternal life. The remnant of the stone dish whispered, a gray tear cascading down the stone half of her face. At last it has come. Ha ha. The 100 corpses' remnants' myriad mouths erupted in a chilling, frenzied laughter that sent shivers through the very fabric of existence. They had accepted this final mission, yearning for that elusive immortality they had coveted for eons. The three remnants stepped forth from the imperial tomb. Their mere existence was a profound blight upon this world. As they descended upon the 3,000 realms, the skies wept with crimson rain. The myriad paths resonated with an unbearable lament, and the brilliance of countless stars dimmed in their wake. They made no effort to conceal their intentions or presence. Three swirling auras, a blend of celestial might and sinister dread, surged forth like ancient mountains straddling the heavens, relentlessly advancing toward the divine capital. Wherever they tread, galaxies crumbled, worlds withered. A cold, monumental voice, born from the will of the three remnants, reverberated through the 3,000 realms like thunder from the heavens, echoing in the ears of every living being. By the decree of the 9 ancestors of the celestial realm, we come to eradicate traitors and level the origin treasure pavilion. Lower beings, present your heads within the span of an incense stick, or face annihilation in the divine capital. This tyrannical proclamation, viewing all life as mere chaff, plunged the entire 3,000 realms, which had just ignited with hope from the arrival of the emperors, into a chasm of despair. The divine capital, once vibrant with the cheers of a new era, now found its denizens frozen in fear, their smiles replaced by an overwhelming dread. The oppressive force of the three remnants, even mere presence, caused all cultivators below the sage realm to collapse, their spirits shattered. The emperors, who had just departed to consolidate their forces, were left reeling as if struck by lightning. Deep within the eternal celestial dynasty, Qin Wunyan abruptly looked up toward the source of the ominous aura, his imperial visage, usually calm and composed, now betraying a look of horror. It is the remnants. The legends speak of those who touched the threshold of the celestial path, yet fell into ruin. In the tomb of the buried emperors, the skull emperor's eye sockets flared with soul fire, conveying a sense of dread. This pressure surpassed that of any emperor. Each of them was no weaker than a peak emperor wielding a celestial artifact, perhaps even stronger. How can we contend with this? Panic spread like an uncontrollable plague among the newly formed alliance of emperors. They had rebelled against their overseers to survive, to grasp at the faintest thread of hope. Yet now, the celestial realm had dispatched 3 monstrous entities they could neither comprehend nor withstand. This was not a war, it was a one-sided slaughter. The pavilion master advised us to conserve our strength and await the opportune moment, but this moment has arrived far too swiftly. Trembled one demon emperor. There is no way to fight. Even if we all band together, we cannot hope to survive their onslaught. Another demonic titan began to waver. Above the divine capital, the once sacred sky, now shrouded in gray and blood red, bore witness to an unprecedented shadow of death enveloping the super metropolis. Billions trembled under the relentless pressure of the approaching remnants, sinking into the deepest, most helpless despair. All eyes instinctively turned toward the summit of the celestial mountain, where the silent, unmoving pavilion still floated in the chaotic ether. That was their last glimmer of hope. Yet, faced with the death decree of the three remnants, and the incense stick that had already begun to burn, determining the fate of countless lives, how would the enigmatic pavilion master respond? Would he strike with lethal intent as he had in the past? Chapter 76. The emperors assemble the 3 auras, intermingling celestial power with an aura of foreboding terror, became the final straw that broke the spirit of all beings across the 3,000 realms. The tyrannical death decree reverberated in the ears of every creature, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had just ignited with the arrival of the emperors. Despair spread faster than any plague. Panic felt colder than the abyss. The alliance of emperors, once fervently vowing to follow the pavilion master against the celestial realm, now found themselves in a state of utter disarray, on the brink of collapse. They wished to resist, to survive, but they did not wish to rush towards death. Facing 3 remnants, each embodying distinct laws. This was not a war but a march to the slaughterhouse, leading them to their doom. Why has the pavilion master not yet shown himself? Could it be that even he? In the divine capital, billions trembled, countless cultivators wore ashen faces. And even the recently departed emperors found themselves grappling with thoughts of retreat within their respective lineages. Just as this suffocating despair threatened to consume all, a voice, ancient and solitary, shattered the silence. A bunch of cowardly rabble dares to howl before the pavilion master? A figure surged forth from the torn fabric of chaos, resolutely confronting the overwhelming pressure of the three monstrous forces. His form was ethereal, as if he did not belong to this realm, the Void Emperor, following him. For radiant imperial lights pierced through the shroud of blood and decay. Ha! Slaying one suffices, slaying two is profit. Today, let the celestial realm witness that we, of the lower realm, are no cowards. The fierce battle intent surged from the celestial desolation emperor, who wielded a colossal axe, his formidable form radiating imperial brilliance. The cycle of reincarnation is unending, and the battles persist without respite. In this conflict, I claim my stake. The sovereign of reincarnation stands upon the wheel of rebirth. The radiance of the six paths flowing around, his countenance grave and solemn. In the name of the celestial Een, I shall freeze your filthy forms. The celestial Een Empress, with an unparalleled grace, speaks with a chilling voice that brooks no dissent. Enough, enough. We cultivators ought to attain clarity of mind. The towering figure of the Chaos Golden Man materializes, his gaze betraying none of the joys or sorrows of life and death. Umitba, if I do not descend into hell, then who shall? The final figure is none other than the skeletal emperor from the abyss of the buried emperor, whose soul fire flickers within his eye sockets. This time ablaze with an unprecedented fervor. The emperors of the void, celestial calamity, celestial Een, the sovereign of reincarnation, the chaos golden man, and the skeletal emperor. These six, at this moment, stand as the first and only defenders. The Lord of the Pavilion's grace is as profound as a mountain, granting us rebirth. How can we stand idly by while the petty wreak havoc here? The voice of the Void Emperor resonates throughout the divine capital of all phenomena, each word imbued with a power to stabilize hearts. Those lackeys of the celestial realm, wishing to see the Lord, must first tread over our corpses. We shall pave the way for our Lord. The five ancient emperors and the skeletal emperor roar in unison, their voices merging into an indomitable torrent, forcefully pushing back the oppressive aura of the three remnant immortals. Within the divine capital, countless collapsed cultivators feel the pressure lift, raising their heads in awe at the five divine figures standing resolutely before them, a flicker of light rekindling in their eyes. Huh, splendid. Well said. Far away in the eternal celestial dynasty, Qin Wunyan slams his hand upon the armrest of his imperial throne, a fleeting expression of shame and resolution crossing his face. Convey my decree. All forces above the quasi-emperor level in the eternal celestial dynasty shall assemble immediately, preparing for battle. Roar. The ancient demon emperor of the 10,000 monsters' holy court lets out a bellow, his demonic aura permeating the heavens and earth. The imperial will ignited once more by the actions of the six emperors intertwines in a renewed fervor. On the battlefield, the Void Emperor gazes upon the three remnant immortals exuding an ominous presence, a flicker of gravity crossing his eyes. He understands that in the divine capital, the residual waves of conflict could obliterate everything. He clasps his hands together, uttering an ancient syllable. Void, open the realm. In an instant, the path of the void around him blazes fervently, using himself as a coordinate, forcibly opening a vast temporary battlefield in the chaotic void beyond the divine capital. The twisted forces of space morph into chains, dragging the three remnant immortals, along with their five counterparts, into this newly established battleground. Oh, this is intriguing. Among the 100 faces of the remnant immortal, one reveals a mocking expression, as if to say, have you chosen your own grave? A mere handful of exhausted ants dare to challenge a titan? Without granting the five emperors a moment's respite, a colossal fist, forged from dozens of imperial laws, charged with an unparalleled fury, strikes toward the celestial calamity emperor. This punch is chaotic and ferocious, yet infused with an essence of the immortal laws, utterly tyrannical. Come forth. The celestial calamity emperor bellows, his imperial form swelling to unimaginable heights, the imperial weapon battle axe in his hand igniting with a violent aura, transforming into a blood-red light capable of cleaving through star systems, boldly meeting the attack. Boom. The collision of fist and axe produces no thunderous roar, only a disquieting crack. The blood-red light of the axe shatters inch by inch. The battle axe, his companion for countless years, becomes riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, emitting a mournful sound as its brilliance dims. Uft. The celestial calamity emperor is sent flying by the unyielding force, his indestructible form erupting in clouds of blood mist. Imperial blood raining down from the heavens. With a single blow, merely a single blow, the celestial calamity emperor, renowned for his battle prowess, is grievously wounded. Celestial light. Freezing eternity. Observing this, the celestial empress's expression sharpens, the mark upon her brow radiating light, unleashing a gray divine light. Cold enough to freeze even an emperor's Tao fruit into an ice sculpture, directed at the remnant immortal with half its body petrified. Yet, on the remnant immortal's exquisite visage, a peculiar smile appears. She merely raises her hand, now entirely transformed into stone. Buzz! A gray petrifying light shoots forth from her palm. The two beams of light collide in midair, the celestial light being swiftly assimilated and eroded by the gray light. The petrifying light surges forth, landing upon the celestial empress. Not good. The celestial empress's countenance changes drastically. She senses her celestial Tao being restrained and decomposed by a higher-order law. The left side of her body, starting from her toes, visibly stiffens at an alarming rate, losing all vitality, transforming into cold, gray stone. Were it not for her quick decision to sever the eroded source of her Tao, she would have rapidly followed in the footsteps of the remnant immortal, transforming into a lifeless statue. Meanwhile, the sovereign of reincarnation and the skeletal emperor find themselves in equally precarious circumstances. 6 paths of reincarnation. Settle. The sovereign of reincarnation activates the wheel of reincarnation. 6 profound black holes emerging, aiming to draw the ghostly remnant immortal engulfed in ghost fire within, extinguishing its true spirit. Ha ha ha, reincarnation? The ghostly remnant immortal emits a piercing laugh. Before my eternal ghost fire, all reincarnation shall succumb to silence. He opens his mouth and exhales a plume of azure flame toward the wheel of reincarnation. Though it appears feeble, it embodies the essence of a king among flames. Upon contact with it, the 6 divine fires burning upon the wheel of reincarnation extinguish as if they were subjects before their sovereign. The azure ghost fire descends upon the wheel of reincarnation, swiftly spreading, turning the imperial artifact against its own master, attempting to ignite and refine it. The skeletal emperor summons countless imperial corpses to form a battle formation. Yet they are effortlessly incinerated to ashes by the rain of ghost fire scattered by the ghostly remnant immortal. This is a slaughter of utter inequality. Chapter 77. Those who praise my true name. Any one of the 5 ancient emperors stands as the pinnacle of the 3,000 realms, rulers who have suppressed several epochs. Yet now, before the 3 remnant immortals who possess fragments of immortal laws, their sanity twisted and madness unbound, they appear so fragile, utterly defenseless. Their imperial laws are easily crushed. Their imperial weapons are casually destroyed. Their imperial forms are continuously fracturing. Time flows backward. Just as the celestial calamity emperor is on the verge of having his imperial soul shattered by the second punch of the 100 corpses remnant, the void emperor lets out a low growl, his already ethereal form becoming even more translucent, at the cost of violently burning his own Tao source. He forcibly reverses the flow of time in that area. The celestial calamity emperor's injuries instantly heal, and the celestial empress, on the brink of complete petrification, returns to her former state. The ghost fire on the wheel of reincarnation also retracts. However, the price paid by the void emperor is immense. His aura visibly wanes. His once ethereal countenance now marred with countless wrinkles, as if he has aged a millennium in that instant. Another of these wretched tricks. One of the 100 faces of the remnant immortal emits an impatient roar. Kill him first. The 3 remnant immortals simultaneously abandon their respective opponents, their combined ominous auras locking onto the void emperor. Ha ha ha. You wish to kill me? You are not worthy. The void emperor bellows with laughter. Knowing his demise is inevitable, he chooses to relinquish all. Void, return to the abyss. He intends to detonate his own void Tao, dragging these 3 remnant immortals into eternal oblivion. Wish to self-destruct? Too late. The ghostly remnant immortal's soul fire flickers in his eyes. He sees through the void emperor's intentions. His skeletal jaw unhinges, unleashing an invisible, yet imbued with decaying immortal law's soul scream, piercing toward the imperial souls of the 5 ancient emperors at a speed that transcends thought. He aims to annihilate these 5 bothersome ants in a single strike. Beneath the piercing wail of the soul, the great path of the void sovereign came to an abrupt halt. The battle axe raised by the celestial calamity emperor froze in midair. All were rendered motionless, their imperial souls rendered fragile as thin parchment. on the brink of being utterly torn apart by this celestial assault capable of erasing one's true self. It was over. A flicker of despair and unwillingness flashed through the eyes of the 5 ancient emperors. They feared not death, only lamenting that they would not witness the day their sovereign ascended to the celestial realm. In that critical moment, just as death loomed near, Zhang Mo, observing the live broadcast within the Origin Treasure Pavilion, finally set down the sunflower seeds in his hand. These individuals were indeed genuine in their allegiance and possessed a sense of duty towards the common folk. Thus, sincerity must be met with sincerity. With a single thought. The one-day experience card for Ascendant Kings, valued at 50 million points and stored in the system's space, quietly shattered. An indescribable force, transcending all paths, akin to the supreme power from the very inception of the universe, surged through his limbs and bones. In that instant, he became the sovereign. On the temporary battlefield, a voice, cold and devoid of emotion, yet imbued with the universe's profound truths, resonated from the heavens above, echoing clearly in the ears of every being present. Those who chant my true name shall see eternal life in the cycle of reincarnation. How dare these mere mortals, unascended, act so brazenly? Before the words could settle, a colossal hand, entirely composed of the purest golden essence of the origin path, slowly emerged from the chaotic void. This hand disregarded space and time, arriving before the soul's whale could reach the 5 emperors, gently grasping it. With a soft pop, the soul attack, potent enough to annihilate emperors and leave the 5 ancient ones helpless, was effortlessly crushed by that golden hand, like a vibrant soap bubble. The winds were calm, yet the ghostly blue soul fire of the remnants of the ghost domain, having burned for countless epochs, suddenly faltered and began to flicker violently as though it might extinguish at any moment. The skeletal visage, formed of immortal celestial bones, creaked under the unbearable strain. His soul, intertwined with the shattered whale, faced unimaginable backlash. How is this possible? That was an attack infused with the laws of the celestial path. How could it be so easily crushed? Not only he, but even the other 2 remnants, the 100 Corpses remnant and the Stone Disc remnant, halted all actions. Fear surged in their chaotic minds, manifesting expressions of utmost terror. They abruptly looked up toward the source of the voice and the colossal hand. Then, an unfathomably vast eye slowly opened in the celestial dome above the battlefield. This eye bore no pupil, no sclera, only the most ancient and primordial essence of the origin path swirling within. The sun, moon, and stars ebbed and flowed within it. Epochs cycled through its gaze, and myriad laws oscillated. It regarded the injured ghost domain remnant with a detached indifference, merely with a glance. No, the will of the ghost domain remnant, forged from divine thought, unleashed a final, heart-rending scream. Under that gaze, the decayed celestial laws upon which he prided himself and relied for survival were forcibly traced back to their origins. The death patterns that composed his body were decomposed into the most primitive fragments of law. His once indestructible immortal bones were broken down into the purest energy particles. The eternally burning, ghostly blue soul fire, having endured for countless epochs, was directly dismantled into the unconscious essence of the soul. A remnant, once a terror that left the 5 ancient emperors powerless and roamed the emperor's graveyard for millennia, was utterly erased from existence, devoid of even a flicker of resistance. Both form and spirit obliterated. All paths turned to void. The temporary battlefield fell into a deathly silence. The winds ceased, the chaotic energy stagnated, and even the chaotic essence stopped churning. The celestial calamity emperor, the lunar empress, and the others maintained their previous postures of awaiting death, staring blankly at the spot where the ghost domain remnant had vanished, their minds blank. The faces of the 100 Corpses remnant, 100 twisted yet proud visages, now bore a unified expression of sheer astonishment. The half-stone visage of the Stone Disc remnant exhibited only fear in its singular, active eye. A remnant had simply vanished? Killed by a mere gaze? Chapter 78. Eternally enslaved in the void battlefield, all was silent. Time, space, energy, and laws seemed to have been pressed on pause. The celestial calamity emperor and the lunar empress remained rigid, their imperial forms frozen. They stared blankly at the empty void where the ghost domain remnant had once stood, now devoid of any trace, as if nothing had ever existed there. The faces of the 100 Corpses remnant, once contorted with arrogance, now unified in expression, were frozen in absolute horror. The half-stone face of the Stone Disc remnant revealed only pure, soul-deep fear in its lone moving eye. A remnant, a being that transcended emperors and wielded fragments of celestial laws, had simply ceased to exist, killed by a single gaze. This was no mere suppression of power. It was a dimensional strike against their very existence. Their prideful, decaying celestial laws, which had allowed them to surpass emperors, now seemed as laughable and pitiful as a wooden sword wielded by a 3-year-old child before that enormous golden eye. He is the celestial king. We must flee. Fear overwhelmed their distorted wills, shattering the false promises granted by the 9th ancestor. The massive body of the 100 corpses remnant, stitched together from countless corpses, twisted violently as myriad imperial laws erupted chaotically, trying to tear apart space. The stone disk remnant transformed into a streak of gray light, desperately fleeing toward the edge of the battlefield. However, just as they turned, the voice, cold to the extreme, reverberated once more, like an immutable decree of the celestial path. Did I permit your departure? As the words fell, the entire temporary battlefield, created by the Void's sovereign, glimmered with resplendent golden light at its boundaries. Chains of law, formed from the most primordial essence of the origin path, manifested from thin air, intertwining and instantly transforming the battlefield into an impenetrable cage. The spatial rules here were entirely rewritten, and time was frozen. The two remnants found themselves ensnared as if trapped in amber, all motion suspended midair. Unable to move even a finger, the colossal golden eye slowly turned, gazing down upon the two despairing ants, ready to deliver its final judgment. 1. Follow me. 2. Surrender your souls and serve eternally as my gatekeepers. Without hesitation, even without a moment's thought, the terror of death, coupled with the faint hope of purification from the decaying power within, led them to make their most instinctual choice. I am willing to be enslaved. I will guard the gate for my sovereign. Tears of gray streamed down the half-beautiful, half-stone face of the stone disk remnant as she summoned all her strength to roar from the depths of her soul. I wish to guard the gate for my sovereign. I beg for mercy. The 100 corpses remnant roared in unison, their voices filled with flattery and desperation, completely devoid of their previous ferocity. Their wits remained intact. As the indifferent voice fell, 2 chains of golden law, even more solid than before, shot forth from the enormous eye, disregarding their protective celestial light, and plunged deep into their foreheads. The 2 remnants screamed in agony, yet within that pain lingered an indescribable ecstasy. The golden chains of origin have indelibly branded their souls with an everlasting mark of servitude, completely controlling their lives and deaths. Yet, simultaneously, a pure, warm, and vibrant creative power is slowly seeping from the chains, beginning to suppress and purify the decayed celestial principles and dark matter that have entwined them for countless millennia, rendering them unable to live or die. They can distinctly feel that the force eroding their celestial fruits is being restrained. The corrupting power that has clouded their minds is being forcibly untangled and harmonized by a higher-level force. The hope of healing. This is a glimmer of dawn they dared not even dream of after their fall. Thank you, esteemed Lord. Thank you for the grace of rebirth. The remnant celestial of the stone disk unexpectedly prostrated itself in the void, offering the most devout of tributes to that immense eye. Esteemed Lord, we are also compelled by circumstances. The head of the remnant celestial of the 100 corpses wept bitterly, lamenting that had it not been for the insidious malice of those ancient, unyielding beings in the celestial realm, they should have been carefree in the celestial domain. And how could they have fallen into such a wretched state? As if finding an outlet for their grievances, the remnant celestial of the stone disk raised its head, its beautiful eyes filled with boundless resentment and sorrow. Esteemed Lord, be it known, we were among those fortunate few who touched the threshold of true immortality during the twilight of several epochs. My original name is Shi Qingxian, the last sovereign of the primordial sacred land. Back in the day, I ascended to the pinnacle of the starry sky to undergo tribulation. The celestial gate was open, and the heavenly tribulations descended in 81 waves, all of which I successfully traversed, poised to step into immortality. Her voice began to tremble, filled with unwillingness. Just at the final step, as the celestial light beckoned and reshaped my celestial body, the 9th ancestor of the celestial realm, that accursed old dog, he secretly intervened and infused a strand of dark origin into the celestial light. My celestial fruits were instantly tainted, my celestial body shattered. Half of me transformed into stubborn stone, forever unable to progress. Had it not been for my use of the sacred treasure of the sacred land, the rebirth divine would coffin, to preserve a trace of my true spirit, I would have long since merged with the cosmos. I suffered more than you. The remnant celestial of the 100 corpses roared, its 100 imperial bodies radiating a skyward resentment. I am the ancient behemoth. My corporeal form is the path itself. My celestial tribulation is the tribulation of the heart. the ninth ancestor, the eighth ancestor, and the seventh ancestor. Three true immortals combined their powers to ensnare me in a fabricated illusion, making me believe I had already become an immortal. And I languished in that illusion for 100,000 years. When I awakened, my physical form had already been dismembered by them, my soul torn apart, stitched together with evil arts and the bodies of countless imperial corpses that had failed their celestial tribulations. They proclaimed this to be a use of waste. They claimed that we remnant immortals are their most ferocious dogs, specifically trained to eliminate their inconvenient kind. These words struck like thunder in the minds of the Void Emperor and the others. They finally understood why, for countless epochs, despite the emergence of prodigies in the lower realms and the unending presence of emperors, no one had ever truly ascended to immortality. It was not because they were incapable. Even those nearing true immortality faced the same fate. The guardians of the celestial realm, they were not merely harvesting the fortunes and origins of the lower realms. They were fundamentally preventing any potential new forces that could threaten their dominion. This is a malignant conspiracy that has persisted for several epochs, targeting the entire lower realm. After all this, the immense golden eye ceased to pay heed to the two lamenting remnant immortals. A gentle light of origin, like a spring breeze transforming into rain, fell from the heavens, landing upon the five ancient emperors, gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Where the light passed, the ghastly wounds on the celestial calamity emperor instantly healed, and the shattered imperial weapon, the battle axe, shimmered with an even greater brilliance than before. The half-petrified form of the lunar empress was restored to its original state, and the void of the great Tao's origin was instantaneously filled. The most severely depleted Void Emperor not only returned to peak condition, but also sensed the faintest signs of breakthrough in the void path that had stagnated for countless years. They could feel that this was not merely healing, it was a higher-level blessing. Satisfactory performance. A detached voice resonated in their minds one last time. Subsequently, the immense golden eye that oversaw the ages and dominated all slowly closed, vanishing along with the cage of origin that enveloped the battlefield into the void. The absolute pressure dissipated like smoke. On the battlefield remained only the five ancient emperors who survived the calamity and the two remnant immortals marked with the brand of servitude. Their formidable auras intact, yet devoid of any ferocity. The five of the Void Emperor gazed into the empty void, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Finally, the five supreme beings who once suppressed an era and overlooked all eternity turned in unison towards the direction of the divine capital of all manifestations, where the origin Treasure Pavilion was situated, adjusting their attire and assuming solemn expressions. They then prostrated themselves, offering the most devout and earnest of tributes. This bow was not for power, nor for pressure. It was for the grace of rebirth, for the one who parted the mists of eternity and illuminated their path to true hope. Chapter 79. The Ancestors' Fury, the Supreme Celestial Palace. A dark fortress floating amidst the chaotic depths of the nine heavens' celestial domain is perpetually shrouded in a chilling silence. The ninth ancestor sits upon a throne of white bones, constructed from the remains of countless fallen celestial spirits. This throne symbolizes not only power but also serves as an ominous celestial artifact, forged through the sacrifice of countless epochs worth of celestial souls, continuously emanating a decaying and powerful dark law. At this moment, the ninth ancestor is enveloped in an intense darkness, like an eternal flame of black fire. He closes his eyes, his consciousness having traversed boundless time and space, arriving at the edge of the lower realm. He awaits the report from the Azure Envoy regarding the flattening of the Origin Treasure Pavilion, anticipating the perfect conclusion to the harvesting ceremony. He possesses absolute confidence in his pawns. Though the three remnant immortals are mentally twisted, their powers have already reached the threshold of the celestial path, far beyond the capabilities of mere lower realm emperors. He has even begun to contemplate how to claim merit from the higher ancestors after the early harvest, and how to secure greater leverage for himself in the impending epical calamity. However, just as his mind was immersed in visions of a promising future, a sudden and excruciating pain pierced through his soul like the sharpest of celestial swords. Buzz! The dark laws enveloping him trembled violently, akin to ripples on a lake struck by a massive stone, emitting a shrill hum. The bones of celestial spirits piled beneath the throne also emitted wails of despair. The ninth ancestor abruptly opened his eyes, revealing an unprecedented expression of astonishment and rage hidden within the darkness. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed that the mark of absolute control he had left within the depths of the ghost domain remnant immortal's soul fire had been utterly obliterated by a supreme power he could neither comprehend nor trace to its source. That mark had cost him a tremendous amount of true celestial essence, inscribed upon the souls of the remnant immortals using dark laws. Once the mark was destroyed, the remnant immortals would undoubtedly perish in body and spirit. Dead. The ninth ancestor's cold voice trembled with disbelief. This is impossible. The three remnant immortals combined, even when facing a true celestial being, could contend for a moment. How could they fall in an instant? He had no time to ponder further and immediately divided a strand of his consciousness to traverse boundless time and space to contact the other two remnant immortals. The stone disc remnant and the 100 corpses remnant. The connection persists, but the feedback he receives plunges him into a freezing abyss. The slave marks he left within the souls of the two remnant immortals, though not eradicated, are now separated by an insurmountable golden barrier. He can sense the existence of the slave marks, but can no longer issue any commands through them, nor can he perceive their current states or locations. What left him utterly astounded was the faint yet undeniable perception of a will on the other side of the golden barrier, one that was more domineering and primordial than his dark slave mark. Imbued with the essence of creation and origin, this will had audaciously usurped control over the lives and deaths of the two remnants of celestial beings. His dark slave mark was ruthlessly overshadowed and rewritten by an even more powerful and high-level origin slave mark, with a sudden, overwhelming backlash against his divine consciousness. The ninth ancestor felt an excruciating pain tearing through the depths of his soul. Unable to contain himself, he violently expelled a mouthful of black blood, rich with the pure essence of celestial laws. The black blood fell into the void ahead, emitting a hissing sound as it corroded the fabric of space, disintegrating the spatial laws and creating a dark void that would not heal. He abruptly rose from the throne of bones, his towering figure emanating a violent celestial might that shattered the surrounding chaotic currents into fragments. Gone were the remnants of his previous composure and calm. His eyes were now a tempest of wrath and fear. The three remnants of celestial beings had been his most formidable servants, crafted by his own hands to instill terror in the lower realms. Yet now, they had perished before even a single incense stick could burn. One was dead. Two had fallen. The adversary had even deemed it unnecessary to eliminate the other two, instead choosing to incorporate them as their own subordinates. Such disdain, such tyranny. This behavior was akin to snatching his hunting dogs right before his eyes. A quasi-celestial king. Those 5 words squeezed through the gaps of the ninth ancestor's teeth. His voice hoarse, laced with endless chill. The information brought by that useless Qing envoy was indeed true. In the lower realms, a prehistoric behemoth had emerged, capable of threatening the very lives of these butchers. The ability to annihilate with a glance, to subdue with a thought. A force that transcended myriad paths and treated his dark celestial principles as inconsequential, could not possibly belong to a mere true celestial being. This was a terrifying existence that had already touched upon the domain of celestial kings. This was no mere turmoil among livestock. It represented a monumental variable that could overturn their plans spanning multiple epochs. Such meticulous schemes could not be annihilated in an instant. A flicker of extreme madness and chilling killing intent flashed in the ninth ancestor's eyes. He understood all too well that a being at the quasi-celestial king level was far beyond what a mere true celestial, like himself, could contend with. If the adversary could erase the remnants of the ghost realm with a mere glance, they could just as easily erase him. Such an existence was beyond his capacity to confront. It seemed time had come to summon the 3 ancestors from their slumber. He made a difficult yet resolute decision. His figure flickered, and he vanished from the core of the supreme celestial palace, only to reappear before a more ancient and darker palace. This palace was forged from a primordial black stone nurtured in the chaos, its rough and primal surface devoid of any artificial carvings. Yet it radiated an original aura that sent shivers down the spines of true celestials. Outside the palace, countless chains of celestial laws, as thick as dragons, coiled around it. These chains were not physical objects, but rather manifestations of myriad celestial domain laws, each shimmering with a distinct radiance of law, intertwining to form an indestructible, colossal seal. This was the most secretive core of the supreme celestial palace, and also the slumbering place of the 3 ancestors. The palace itself was an unparalleled, forbidden, celestial artifact, its sole purpose being to suppress the chaotic aura that the 3 ancestors, due to their prolonged slumber, unconsciously emanated, an aura potent enough to shatter the resolve of true celestials. Standing before the palace, the 9th ancestor bore an unprecedented seriousness, beads of black sweat even trickling down his forehead. He took a deep breath to calm the surging celestial power within him, and his hands swiftly formed seals. His fingers danced like butterflies flitting among flowers, moving with unparalleled swiftness as intricate dark celestial incantations, akin to black lightning, shot forth from his fingertips, precisely branding the enormous palace doors. Simultaneously, he began to chant an ancient and convoluted awakening incantation. The incantation was obscure and difficult to comprehend, each syllable seemingly imbued with the remnants of ancient epics. With the essence of my true celestial origin as a guide, and the dark laws as an offering, awaken the towering while slumbering in the ruins of time. With each syllable uttered, the ninth ancestor's aura weakened further, the already depleting essence of his true celestial being pouring out like a deluge unleashed from a dam. This awakening ritual was an immense burden for him, one that could even destabilize his celestial foundation. As the chant progressed, the myriad chains of celestial laws coiled around the palace began to tremble violently, emitting a resonant hum under the strain. The collisions of the chains sparked blinding celestial light, illuminating the eternal darkness. The chaotic space encompassing the supreme celestial palace began to warp and collapse, countless spatial rifts opening silently, as if unable to withstand the impending awakening of the terrifying will. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, at the deepest stage of the incantation, the sturdy celestial chains on the palace doors shattered with a resounding crack. The broken chains transformed into the most primordial fragments of law, dissipating into the chaos. A force, magnitudes more powerful than the ninth ancestor, filled with a vast, ancient chaos, yet bearing the unique pressure of a quasi-celestial king, surged forth like a cataclysmic flood breaking through a dam from the crevice of the palace doors. That pressure was so weighty it seemed to carry the burden of countless epics. Even the residual waves radiating from it caused the ninth ancestor's dark law protective celestial light to crackle and shatter. Before this overwhelming pressure, the ninth ancestor felt as insignificant as a speck of dust, nearly crushed on the spot. His celestial form bore the immense strain, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to take a single step back. In the deepest recesses of the grand hall, amidst a dense chaos, a pair of eyes that seemed to have slumbered for epochs slowly opened. These eyes were immensely vast, devoid of clarity, filled instead with endless chaos, slaughter, and profound bewilderment towards the passage of time. Its gaze pierced through the chaos, through the palace doors, landing on the kneeling ninth ancestor. Old Nine, a raspy, dry voice, reminiscent of countless metal shards grinding together, echoed from within the palace. The sound was heavy and slow, tinged with a palpable annoyance at being disturbed. Have you expended such a vast amount of essence to awaken me because the great calamity of epochs has arrived early? Or has that progenitor finally ended the eternal slumber and emerged? Bearing the terrifying pressure, the ninth ancestor knelt on one knee, maintaining the most respectful posture, and replied solemnly. Reporting to the third ancestor, neither. Our pasture has encountered an incident. In the lower realms, a taboo existence resembling a quasi-celestial king has emerged. Chapter 80. Today, this seat governs the celestial path. A pasture? The voice emanating from the thick chaos initially carried a hint of confusion, as if just waking from an endless slumber. The chaotic aura within the third ancestor's immense eyes gradually receded, replaced by a cold, ancient clarity. He slowly sat up. The quasi-celestial king pressure capable of overwhelming true celestials miraculously retracting, vanishing without a trace. However, the ninth ancestor felt an even more chilling sensation surge up his spine. The outward manifestation of pressure signified a loss of control over power. In contrast, this moment of retraction indicated that this terrifying existence, which had slumbered for epochs, had fully awakened and had perfectly mastered the power capable of overturning the heavens. What calamity could arise from a herd of livestock kept in a pen? The third ancestor's voice remained raspy, yet each word carried an undeniable authority, as if uttered as law. The ninth ancestor dared not delay, recounting everything his divine consciousness had sensed, from how the remnants of the ghost realm had been erased from existence by a single glance, to how Shirqing Xian and the remnants of the 100 corpses had been forcefully rewritten and turned against him by a more domineering slave mark. He refrained from adding any subjective conjecture, merely stating the facts with objective clarity. Yet, each fact was more chilling than the most exaggerated embellishment. Finally, he spoke in a hushed tone. The opponent's methods contained an origin power I have never witnessed before, surpassing my dark laws. I surmise that the owner of that loft is likely a quasi-mortal king concealed in the lower realms. The ability to obliterate remnants of immortals at a glance. To forcibly rewrite slave seals? Upon hearing this, the third ancestor's tranquil eyes finally revealed a flicker of turbulence. He fell silent for a moment, seemingly digesting this unfathomable intelligence. In the next instant, an uncontrollable torrent of rage erupted from within him. The ancient hall, forged from primordial black stone, shook violently, and the recently calmed chaotic space outside was once again thrown into disarray. Countless turbulent streams of time and space materialized out of thin air, only to be instantly crushed by the overwhelming pressure. The ninth ancestor felt an irresistible force strike him, propelling him through the air until he crashed heavily against the hall's entrance, cracks appearing upon his immortal form. Incompetence. The third ancestor's roar transformed into a tangible tempest of laws, reverberating within the ninth ancestor's immortal soul. A bunch of useless fools. After guarding for several epochs, you allowed such a creature to grow in the pasture. His fury did not stem from the loss of those three remnants of immortals. They were merely tools he had carelessly created, and their destruction was inconsequential. His true ire was directed at the challenge to his authority, the unparalleled dominance of the immortal domain, which faced an unprecedented provocation. Right beneath his very eyes, within the carefully maintained pasture, a prehistoric beast capable of turning the hunter into the hunted had emerged. This was utterly absurd. Who was he? The third ancestor slowly rose, his massive form causing the surrounding laws of the immortal domain to groan under the strain. Was he an ancient monster that had survived the great annihilation of the previous epochs? Impossible to ascertain. The ninth ancestor, bearing immense pressure, struggled to speak. This person seems to have appeared out of nowhere. I have scoured through all the information tablets since ancient times and found no trace of this individual or that treasure loft. What an unexpected emergence. The third ancestor laughed in fury, stepping forward to materialize outside the grand hall, his cold eyes piercing through the infinite chaos, precisely locking onto the location of the 3,000 realms. A chilling intent to kill froze the chaos around him, regardless of who he was, or from which obscure corner he had sprung forth. If he threatened our grand plans, he must perish. He turned his gaze downward upon the diminutive ninth ancestor and issued an unequivocal decree. Old 9, relay my command. Immediately awaken the slumbering Old 7 and Old 8. We four shall descend to the lower realms ourselves. This time, there would be no harvesting ritual. The third ancestor's voice carried a resolute determination to obliterate the loft and the entire lower realm, turning everything into dust. The worms of the divine capital must be split in half. Meanwhile, within the treasure loft, Zhang Mo had just leisurely set down his teacup, preparing to witness the touching scene of the 5 ancient emperors surviving their tribulations, while also contemplating the arrangement for the 2 newly acquired remnants of immortals. Suddenly, a sharp and urgent alarm, as if meant to pierce the very soul, exploded in his mind. Warning! Warning! Detecting ultra-high energy spatial markers locked. Source: 9 Heavens Immortal Domain. Target analysis in progress. Energy level determination. Target 1, Quasi-Immortal King. Target 2, True Immortal. Target 3, True Immortal. Target 4, True Immortal. Warning: 4 ultra-high energy targets are constructing a long-distance cross-border array, expected to forcibly breach the dimensional wall and descend upon the 3,000 realms in 12 hours. The cold system prompt echoed like 4 divine thunders within Zhang Mo's consciousness. His hand, holding the teacup, froze momentarily in midair. They're quick on the draw, those old-timers. Zhang Mo placed the teacup back on the table, the ease and amusement on his face vanishing, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. He knew that retaliation from the Guardians would inevitably come, but he had not anticipated their decisiveness and willingness to pay any price. A quasi-immortal king and 3 true immortals. What does this signify? This was nearly the pinnacle of combat power available to those ancient monsters of the immortal domain. This was no mere act of vengeance. This was a declaration of intent to upend the entire 3,000 realms. Zhang Mo's mind raced with unprecedented speed, calculating various possibilities. The power of the quasi-immortal king one-day experience card had yet to fully dissipate, and with the residual might, combined with the defenses of the treasure loft, perhaps he could engage them in direct confrontation. But what would the outcome be? In the fragile realm of the 3,000 realms, an explosion of quasi-immortal level combat would lead to only one result. The entire 3,000 realms would be shattered to pieces, reduced to a desolate wasteland even more barren than chaotic voids. Countless lives, whether mortals or emperors, would be turned to dust in the aftermath of such a battle. And with his fate deeply intertwined with the fortunes of the lower realm, his foundation would be utterly shaken. The value of fortune would plummet dramatically, and by then, not only would opposing the immortal domain become impossible, but even maintaining the operation of the treasure loft would pose a challenge. Should a conflict arise, the losses would be catastrophic. Engaging in a direct confrontation was the worst of strategies. Zhang Mo stood up, beginning to pace back and forth within the loft, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the table. They wish to come in and fight. I shall not allow them entry. Since they intend to smash my pot, I will first reinforce the courtyard walls and secure the doors. He softly muttered an old saying he had heard from his homeland: store grain abundantly, build high walls, and delay the claim to power. As he recited, a glimmer of madness and audacity flickered in his eyes. No, merely closing the doors is insufficient. It is time to give this pasture a true master. Zhang Mo's consciousness plunged into the system marketplace. A dazzling array of goods sped by, and his gaze ultimately fixed upon an item placed at the pinnacle of the marketplace, its price so exorbitant that it made him wince, radiating a kaleidoscope of chaotic light. Heavenly Tao origin of immortal artifact. Beneath the item's name was a line of numbers that made the corners of his eyes twitch. 100 million points. Even though Zhang Mo had just come into a fortune and considered himself somewhat affluent, seeing that long string of glaring zeros still made him gasp. It felt as though a segment of his perfect hand had been severed. The description of the item then materialized before his eyes. Heavenly Tao origin of immortal artifact. A fragment of the core laws from a higher dimensional world, containing the complete principles of creation and annihilation. It can be used to complete any incomplete world's heavenly Tao laws, giving birth to a new, independent spirit of the heavenly Tao and establishing ownership. Upon fusion, it will completely isolate against all external law incursions and investigations, laying the most perfect foundation for world ascension. Zhang Mo's breath caught for a moment. He understood precisely what this item entailed. This was not merely acquiring an artifact. It was purchasing the future of the entire 3,000 realms. Securing absolute ownership of this pasture. Once successful, the 3,000 realms would no longer be a realm at the mercy of the immortal domain, with its laws incomplete. It would transform into a complete heavenly Tao, capable of self-circulation and self-evolution, an independent grand world. It would become Zhang Mo's most formidable fortress and bountiful garden. 12 hours. Fortune is found in risk. The figures of the fearless, such as the Void Emperor, flashed through Zhang Mo's mind, fighting valiantly for him. As he traversed the magnificent realm of the myriad beings, the countless souls who survived the calamity cast upon him a gaze imbued with both reverence and hope. By all that is sacred, he had done it. This modest investment was worth it. Zhang Mo's hesitation vanished entirely, as the spirit of adventure and his innate protective instincts completely overshadowed any reluctance regarding the points system. Exchange for this celestial source of heavenly Tao. With a mere thought, his astronomical points were swiftly diminished. Although luck points could be exchanged for points, the reverse was not true. Thus, he typically conserved his points, as luck points were crucial to his future. In the next moment, a radiant orb, impossible to describe with mere words, seemingly encapsulating the mysteries from the birth to the demise of the universe, quietly materialized in the palm of his hand. As this orb emerged, the entire Origin Treasure Pavilion resonated with a gentle hum. The laws of space and time within the attic, as well as the fundamental principles constituting the pavilion itself, bowed and surrendered in rhythmic homage to the luminous sphere. Supporting the orb, Zhang Mo stepped out of the pavilion, his figure disregarding the barriers of space, instantly appearing above the myriad realms, at the zenith of the celestial dome encompassing the 3,000 domains. He did not consciously exude any pressure, yet his mere presence caused the stars to dim and compelled the myriad paths, which had only recently settled, to once again bend in submission. Within the myriad realm, the Void Emperor and the Heavenly Calamity Emperor, who were in the midst of meditation, abruptly lifted their gazes. They sensed an aura that was both familiar and unfamiliar, a supreme essence reminiscent of the overwhelming authority that could extinguish a remnant immortal with a single glare. It was the Pavilion Master. In the eyes of the 5 ancient emperors, fervent admiration ignited in an instant. Far away in the eternal immortal dynasty, Qin Wunyan, consolidating power within the myriad demon sacred court, and the skeleton emperor, who had just returned to the burial emperor abyss. All beings touching the threshold of imperial realm within the 3,000 domains felt a stirring in their hearts, directing their gazes toward the highest point of the celestial dome. Filled with endless confusion and awe, what was the Pavilion Master about to do? Zhang Mo stood high above the 9 heavens, gazing down upon the vast expanse of the 3,000 domains, each corner rife with decay. His calm voice, at that moment, resonated like the profound sounds of the Tao, transcending the boundaries of time and space, crystal clear in the consciousness of every being, regardless of strength or race. In the immortal realm, there is no Tao. The lower realms are treated as mere pastures, where beings are herded, their paths obstructed, the essence of heaven and earth usurped, and acts of annihilation carried out. His voice, devoid of any emotion, struck like the sharpest blade, cleaving through the bloody truths obscured for countless epochs, laying bare the reality before all living beings. From this day forth, I shall govern the heavenly Tao, executing its will, to mend the essence of the Tao and perfect the laws of the lower realms. He raised the orb of the seven-colored, celestial source of heavenly Tao, high above. Those with discordant hearts toward the lower realms shall be severed. The final word echoed as the brilliance of the heavenly Tao surged forth. At that moment, the sky over the 3,000 domains was painted in resplendent hues of color. The fragmented, long-suffering laws of the Tao, like seedlings yearning for rain, erupted in joyous celebration. Following this declaration, Zhang Mo's figure did not pause. He, along with the vibrant orb, disregarded the barriers of space and matter, plunging directly into the depths of the earth below. He passed through the heavy atmosphere, traversed the endless veins of the earth, and penetrated the indomitable layers of rock. Ultimately, he arrived in a realm of absolute silence, the core of the world. Here, there was no imagined searing lava, only a cold, dark void imbued with an air of oblivion. At the center of this void, a colossal, withered heart, crisscrossed with spiderweb-like fissures, floated. This was the core of the 3,000 realms, the dwelling place of the old heavenly Tao, long drained of vitality due to countless epochs of plunder. It pulsed feebly, each beat a testament to its fading life, exuding an overwhelming aura of decay and suffering. Zhang Mo could distinctly sense an exceedingly faint, bewildered, and chaotic consciousness emanating from that desiccated heart. This consciousness brimmed with a longing for life and a profound fear of Zhang Mo, the outsider. It resembled a child who had been robbed of all sustenance by a tyrant, drained of vitality, and now faced with any stranger, was left with nothing but instinctual trepidation. Do not fear, I am not here to harm you. A softness unfurled across Zhang Mo's face, a warmth he had never exhibited before. He extended his hand, a pure source of light akin to gentle sunlight, gracefully descending upon the gray heart, soothing the fragile consciousness. Slowly, he pressed the orb worth 1,000,000 points, the celestial source of heavenly Tao, against the withered heart. From this day forth, you shall be reborn. At the moment the seven-colored orb made contact with the gray heart, an indescribable light, akin to the first ray of creation illuminating the cosmos, erupted from the depths of the earth. This light instantaneously pierced through the entire 3,000 realms. No longer concerned with chapter divisions, today's words total 7,000. I humbly request my brothers to bestow upon me a few free little gifts, for which the author expresses gratitude. I also seek a collection of impressive names for rare celestial materials for future auctions. Chapter 81. The spirit of the heavenly Tao as the orb embodying the principles of creation and annihilation came into contact with the withered, lifeless gray heart. Time seemingly lost its significance in that moment. An indescribable light, like the first flicker of creation, suddenly surged forth from the deepest core of the 3,000 realms. The brilliance disregarded the barriers of matter, instantly penetrating the endless layers of earth, surging through the vast land, piercing the murky skies, ultimately illuminating the entirety of the 3,000 realms. In that instant, all beings within the 3,000 realms, whether ancient emperors in secluded meditation or mortals toiling in the fields, whether colossal beasts in the deep seas or nestling chicks awaiting nourishment, instinctively raised their heads to gaze at the heavens. They beheld a sight they would never forget throughout their lives. The entire sky was transformed into a magnificent tapestry of vibrant colors, streams of divine radiance, visible to the naked eye and composed of the purest essence of life and law, cascaded from the heavens like nourishing rain. The desolate lands, long barren, sprouted tender green shoots at an astonishing pace under the embrace of the divine light. The parched rivers were once again filled with life-giving waters. The pervasive air of decay, born from the fractured laws, was swept away, replaced by an abundance of fresh spiritual energy, nearly tangible in its richness. Deep within the earth, the withered heart of the world underwent a monumental transformation. The spiderweb-like cracks were rapidly smoothed over, its shriveled form swelling with vitality. Its dead gray hue replaced by a resplendent, luminous spectrum symbolizing boundless life. Thump! A powerful heartbeat resonated like the drumbeat of creation, reverberating throughout the entire world. Thump! 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 With each beat, the surge of new life grew stronger. The immense essence of life was delivered to every corner of the 3,000 realms with each pulse. As the light gradually faded, In the once desolate void of the Earth's core, a charming little girl, seemingly 5 or 6 years old, adorned in a radiant robe of 7 colors, emerged delicately from the colossal crystalline heart. Barefoot, she curiously surveyed her surroundings before finally resting her gaze upon Zhang Mo. She was the newly reborn spirit of the heavenly Tao. Her large, clear eyes radiated purity, as if reflecting the entire cycle of life and death in the universe. Yet in that moment, those innocent eyes contained only the image of Zhang Mo. The little girl tilted her head, seemingly shy, yet there was an instinctive closeness that prevailed. Timidly, she floated before Zhang Mo, extending her delicate hand to gently touch the hem of his garment. A voice, tender yet profound, resonated within Zhang Mo's heart. Did you give me life? Zhang Mo gazed at this manifestation of the world he had created, momentarily at a loss for words. He sensed an unbreakable, deeply rooted connection between himself and the little girl. Nodding slightly, her clear eyes transformed into crescent moons, and her face broke into a radiant smile. No longer timid, she dashed forward and wrapped her arms around Zhang Mo's leg, affectionately nuzzling her small face against him. So you are my father? The corners of Zhang Mo's mouth twitched involuntarily. After living for so long, having fought battles and navigated treachery, he never anticipated that one day he would inexplicably become a father, especially to a daughter who was a manifestation of the heavenly way. Wasn't the hierarchy a bit convoluted? As he looked at the small creature clinging to his leg, her eyes filled with dependence and admiration. The pang in his heart from expending a vast amount of points surprisingly dulled, clearing his throat to sound more authoritative. He found that all semblance of authority melted away in the presence of her pure, unblemished gaze. I am Zhang Mo, you may call me brother. After a moment's thought, he added, from now on, you shall be called Nian Nian. Nian Nian. I shall be called Nian Nian. The little girl joyfully repeated her newfound name, releasing his leg to circle around him, her colorful attire creating ripples of law in the air. Brother. After playing for a while, Nian Nian returned to Zhang Mo's side, her small, rosy face adorned with a hint of grievance as she pouted. Brother. I feel like many places in the world are broken. It hurts. It's like there are so many holes in new clothes. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Zhang Mo's face. Do not worry. We shall mend these holes bit by bit. He reached out and gently took Nian Nian's small hand. In that moment, as he clasped her tiny hand, his will, through the nascent spirit of the heavenly way embodied in Nian Nian, connected with every inch of the vast 3,000 realms and every fragment of law with unprecedented clarity. At that moment, he was the heavens, the law of fire. Returning to its source, was fierce yet not wild, capable of igniting civilization or serving as the essence of forging. With a thought, Zhang Mo commanded the law. At the instant his words fell, all fragments of the law related to fire within the 3,000 realms began to resonate and reorganize frantically. Countless fires from deep within volcanoes transformed from destructive fury into gentle, spirited flames. Alchemists and artisans were astonished to discover that the flames they controlled had gained at least a 30% increase in potency and spirit. Long-standing issues with fire control that had plagued them for years were resolved in an instant. The law of water, the source of life, nourished all things and cleansed away dust. New rivers appeared out of thin air on the parched earth, their waters crystal clear and brimming with vitality. Numerous cultivators felt their internal energies flowing more smoothly and harmoniously. The law of space, as solid as a fortress, could also fold miles without confusion. The spatial rifts that had formed due to the long-term extraction of essence by the celestial domain began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The barriers of space throughout the world became unprecedentedly robust. The law of life flourished. Even dead could find spring again. The law of death served as the foundation of reincarnation, where souls find their rightful place. The sword path law saw Zhang Mo guiding Nian Nian like a patient teacher, redefining and reorganizing the fragmented paths of countless epochs, rendering them complete and orderly. Under his repairs, the entire 3,000 realms underwent an unprecedented transformation, impacting all living beings. Chapter 82. The perfection of law in the Myriad Divine City. Countless cultivators rushed out of their abodes, dumbfounded as they beheld the clear manifestation of divine chains of law in the sky, seemingly within reach. Heavens! I can feel it. I can sense the complete spatial law. An elderly sage, specializing in the way of space, wept tears of joy, realizing that true spatial movement was like this. Spiritual energy. The concentration has at least increased several fold. No, it's over 10 times. My bottleneck, which I have been stuck at for hundreds of years, is loosening. An ancient monster, stuck at the pinnacle of the Sage King realm and nearing the end of its lifespan, sat in a life-restricted area. Once resigned to despair, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, gazing skyward as he let out a thunderous roar. Ha! So this is it. The shackles of law that have troubled me for millennia were merely due to the incompleteness of the heavenly way. Thunder rumbled above him. Dark clouds gathering as a purple tribulation of quasi-imperial thunder, imbued with cataclysmic power, converged. On this day, he not only avoided passing into oblivion, but broke free from his shackles, summoning the long-desired tribulation of quasi-imperial status. Similar scenes played out frantically across the 3,000 realms. Golden core cultivators stepped into the path of union in sudden enlightenment. Dying kings, infused with rich life essence, returned to their peak. Countless cultivators who had struggled for hundreds or even thousands of years against their bottlenecks felt the once impenetrable barriers become as fragile as thin paper, easily pierced. In an instant, calamity clouds erupted throughout the 3,000 realms, divine light soaring to the heavens. This was an unprecedented celebration for the entire world. Within the Origin Treasure Pavilion, a flurry of system notifications echoed wildly in Zhang Mo's mind. Ding! Detected an increase in the completeness of the world's origin. Fortune value, 10 million. Ding! Detected a collective enlightenment among the cultivators of the Myriad Divine City. Fortune value, 5 million. Ding! As Zhang Mo felt the fortune value skyrocketing as if propelled by a rocket, the smile upon his lips widened. This was the world I desired. The expenditure of 100 million points was worth it. Just then, Nian Nian beside him tugged at his clothing, pointing a delicate finger towards a certain direction in the sky, her little mouth pouting. Brother, it seems there is something very unpleasant over there, constantly stealing our strength, making me feel uncomfortable. Following her gesture, Zhang Mo's gaze penetrated endless space, discerning the ancient starry road connecting the celestial domain and the lower realms, which had existed for countless epochs. Now, as the master of the heavenly way, he saw the essence of this so-called path of aspiring talents laid bare. Though its end was shattered, a peculiar force continued to draw upon the 3,000 realms. It resembled an enormous yet incredibly hidden straw, one end deeply embedded in the essence of the 3,000 realms, while the other connected to the greedy landlords of the celestial domain. For several epochs, it had been like an unhealable wound, incessantly siphoning the world's essence and fortune, leading it towards decline and destruction. It was time to remove this toxic thorn. A cold glimmer flashed in Zhang Mo's eyes. He and Nian Nian shared an unspoken connection, and the newly invigorated, comprehensive, and unprecedentedly powerful heavenly force, under his will's guidance, instantaneously coalesced into an invisible heavenly blade that spanned the heavens and earth. Flash! The heavenly blade descended violently. Boom! An indescribable sound erupted, not merely on the physical plane but resonating on the level of law and causality, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. The ancient celestial path, which bore the blood and bones of countless prodigies and was also a vessel for the endless humiliation and tears of the lower realms, was completely severed by a single strike at its roots, connecting the 3,000 domains. The entire ancient passage began to crumble inch by inch under the overwhelming force of the heavenly Tao, transforming into the most chaotic void of chaos. Having accomplished this, Zhang Mo did not pause. He understood that severing the ancient path was merely a temporary remedy. Those lofty pasture lords would never let this matter rest. He reopened the system marketplace, gazing at his recently replenished, yet rapidly depleting points balance, his gaze turning resolute. System. Exchange for eternal barrier. He commanded, consuming 300 million points to enhance it to a level impervious to even celestial kings. The pulsation of points felt akin to a severed finger from his intact hand, the sharp pain causing a twitch at the corner of Zhang Mo's eye. Yet, in the next moment, a resplendent golden barrier, centered on the 3,000 domains, expanded outward into the cosmic wilderness. Wherever the barrier passed, the chaos was smoothed, and the void was filled. Ultimately, it formed a magnificent, perfect, gigantic spherical barrier encompassing the entirety of the 3,000 domains. Upon this barrier, ancient and mysterious origin laws flowed slowly, severing all temporal and spatial markers, isolating all inquiries of causality. Then, with another thought, Zhang Mo erased all ancient teleportation arrays and spatial nodes that once existed at the world's edge, which could lead to the outside world, thoroughly obliterating them without leaving a trace. Close the door. Lock it. From this moment on, the 3,000 domains would become an absolute divine realm, impervious to outsiders prying or entry. almost simultaneously with the complete formation of the eternal barrier. In the chaotic void far removed from the 3,000 domains, at the entrance of the ancient celestial path leading to the celestial realm, a violent force tore through the space. For figures, radiating terrifying celestial might that could make even emperors tremble, stepped forth. Leading them was the recently awakened third ancestor, followed closely by the unfathomable seventh ancestor, eighth ancestor, and the ninth ancestor, whose expression was so dark it seemed to drip water. One quasi-celestial king, three true celestial beings. Such a lineup was sufficient to sweep any world beneath a celestial domain. Humph, a group of domesticated livestock daring to resist their master's blade? The seventh ancestor, a grim-faced middle-aged man, sneered coldly, his eyes filled with a cruel, murderous intent. Today, let the ants of the lower realm understand what celestial might is. Crush that pavilion directly, then refine the entire 3,000 domains into the origin elixir. It is only fitting to utilize all resources. The eighth ancestor's voice was hoarse, as if he could hardly wait to indulge in this feast. The third ancestor remained silent, his eyes, imbued with the weight of epics, gazed coldly ahead. However, in the next second, the expressions of the four celestial domain rulers simultaneously froze. What they beheld was not the familiar ancient celestial path leading to the lower realm. The entrance was gone. The entire ancient path vanished without a trace, leaving only the turbulent chaos swirling in its place. And deeper within that chaotic maelstrom stood a colossal, boundless golden barrier, exuding an aura of eternal immortality, quietly erect, like an insurmountable chasm separating them from the pastures they once perceived. Upon this barrier flowed a kind of origin law they had never encountered, yet one that sent tremors through their celestial souls. What power is this? The ninth ancestor exclaimed in shocked disbelief, his eyes wide with incomprehension. The third ancestor's pupils constricted to dangerous pinpoints. He stared intently at the golden barrier, forcing out words through clenched teeth. He has sealed off the entire lower realm. Chapter 83. Powerless fury. Before them lay an empty void. No ancient celestial path. No domain entrance. Not even a hint of the spatial fluctuations that should accompany the lower realm. Instead, there stood a vast, smooth barrier, glimmering with a faint, eternal golden light. It stood quietly, as if it had existed since the dawn of the universe, completely isolating them from the pastures they sought. The surface of the barrier flowed with an ancient and exalted rhythm they had never witnessed before. What kind of formation is this? The seventh ancestor's cold smile faltered. As an expert in formations from the celestial domain, he had encountered innumerable prohibitive arrays throughout history, yet could not discern any structure of this barrier. It was neither a formation nor a prohibition. It resembled a rule, a fundamental cosmic principle declaring this path impassable. The ninth ancestor's countenance turned ashen as he cried out in disbelief. Impossible. Just hours ago, I could clearly sense the coordinates of the lower realm. How could this suddenly manifest? His consciousness surged forward, attempting to penetrate the golden barrier in search of the world that had shamed him. Yet, the instant his consciousness touched the barrier, it silently dissolved, not even provoking a ripple. The eighth ancestor's murderous intent was likewise stifled. Confusion filled his eyes that had only ever been interested in slaughter. Only the third ancestor remained composed, his eyes, steeped in the weight of epics, suddenly narrowed to piercing needles. Unlike the other three, he did not lose his composure, but fixated on the golden barrier, as if trying to see through it. After a moment, he slowly extended a finger, a barely perceptible, yet potent quasi-celestial king force gathering at its tip, capable of effortlessly piercing through a vast world. He tentatively touched that smooth barrier with his finger. There was no sound, no light, no collision of energy. The quasi-celestial king force at the third ancestor's fingertip, upon contact with the barrier, dissipated instantly, like a drop of water in the ocean or a grain of sand swallowed by a black hole, causing not the slightest ripple. Utterly absorbed and vanished without a trace by the golden barrier. The third ancestor abruptly withdrew his finger, genuine astonishment etched across his otherwise timeless face. He was momentarily at a loss. He could clearly feel that his power was neither blocked nor extinguished, but was consumed by a higher-order rule. This is a barrier that even quasi-celestial kings cannot breach. His voice was low yet struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of the other three true celestials. The expressions of the seventh and eighth ancestors shifted from confusion to horror, while the ninth ancestor, as if struck by lightning, began to tremble. A quasi-celestial king cannot break through? How is that possible? What has transpired in the lower realm? Who is the master of that pavilion? Such protective measures for an entire world are simply unfathomable. After a brief silence, an uncontrollable wave of fury erupted from the third ancestor. So what? It was just recently established. I shall break it. Fueled by righteous indignation, the third ancestor cast aside all caution. Who was he? He was the third ancestor of the Supreme Celestial Palace, a quasi-celestial king who had slept for epochs, overseeing the rise and fall of myriad worlds. His dignity would not be challenged by a mere barrier of the lower realm. With a roar that shook the entire chaotic void, a colossal and unimaginable Dharma form slowly emerged behind the third ancestor. The Dharma form, with 3 heads and 6 arms, bore a fearsome visage and was engulfed in celestial flames capable of incinerating all existence. The third ancestor stood before the Dharma form, his hands gripping the void fiercely. The surrounding chaotic currents were instantaneously drained away, as countless shattered fragments of laws were forcibly coalesced. Ultimately, in his grasp, they transformed into a pitch-black spear, exuding an aura of termination and obliteration. Upon this spear, pure destruction entwined, and at its tip, a flickering black light pulsed, resembling a singularity poised to engulf all existence into eternal annihilation. The Spear of Extinction. This was the renowned ultimate technique of the third ancestor, a supreme martial prowess forged by amalgamating the essence of destruction from multiple epochs with his quasi-immortal king enlightenment. In the distant ancient era, he had once pierced through the core of the celestial land within the 9 heavens with this very spear. Release. The third ancestor roared, his muscular arms taut with exertion, channeling every ounce of his strength to hurl the Spear of Extinction, which embodied all his path and power, forcefully toward the unmoving golden barrier. The black spear sliced through the silence of chaos, distorting time and space in its wake, leaving behind an indelible dark trace. The 7th, 8th, and 9th ancestors held their breath, their eyes filled with both reverence for the third ancestor's formidable might and anticipation for the impending cataclysmic spectacle. To them, this strike seemed insurmountable. No force could withstand it. No matter how enigmatic the barrier might be, it was destined to be pierced, perhaps even shattered completely. However, the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded that rendered their very souls frozen. The Spear of Extinction, this supreme weapon that had once pierced celestial lands, upon colliding with the golden barrier, did not unleash the expected earth-shattering explosion. There was no apocalyptic sight of laws fracturing, nor did it emit even the slightest sound. The vast, boundless surface of the golden barrier merely rippled like a tranquil lake that had lain still for eons, disturbed by a trivial pebble, creating gentle golden ripples. The spear capable of annihilating worlds began to dissolve silently from its tip the instant it touched the ripples. The exquisitely condensed essence of destruction, the unparalleled force of the quasi-immortal king, was swiftly and thoroughly disintegrated into the most primal and pure energy particles within those gentle golden ripples, which the golden barrier leisurely absorbed. It was as if this strike was not a cataclysmic blow, but rather a timely offering of nourishment. The attack was neutralized in a manner previously unseen, even absorbed by the opponent as if it were a supplement. The terrifying backlash, entwined with an inexpressible sense of frustration and fury, became unbearable for the third ancestor. A stream of blood, imbued with the essence of the quasi-immortal king, erupted violently from his mouth. His complexion shifted from pale to ashen, ultimately settling into a deathly gray. He gazed at the barrier, which seemed to shine even brighter after absorbing his full-powered strike, observing that it bore neither cracks nor scratches. He stood there, utterly dazed. Had his supreme technique, capable of making even immortal kings tremble, simply vanished? The force he unleashed not only failed to harm the enemy, but instead nourished them? What was this? Feeding his adversary through a wall? Absurd. Ridiculous. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness surged within this quasi-immortal king's heart. Third ancestor. The quivering voice of the 9th ancestor shattered the heavy silence. He beheld the unbelievable scene before him, his voice trembling. The barrier is absorbing your attack. He swallowed hard, his tone laced with near despair as he posed the chilling question that sent shivers down everyone's spine. How are we to fight against this?